Chapter 1. Expulsion from Haotian Sect. Get lost, you little bastard. If it weren't for your tender age, I would have killed you on the spot. At the village entrance, a gaunt elder casually hurled a girl he was holding aside. Tang Qingxi rolled on the ground several times before managing to stand, her gaze icy as she glared back at the elder. I'm not a bastard. Are you not? If your mother, that wretched woman, hadn't died early, I would have killed her today as well. The elder's face was wrought with fury. My son possesses the Haotian hammer martial spirit, while your mother had a sword martial spirit. How could a bastard like you possibly awaken a plant martial spirit? The elder's invective flowed unabated. My son died at the hands of the spirit hall, and I had hoped for a posthumous child to remember him by, only to find a bastard instead. You deserve to die, and so does Tang Hao, the one who caused my son's death. Get out now, or it'll take your life. I have said before, I am not a bastard. Tang Qingxi regarded the elder as if he were a corpse. At only 6 years of age, she had just awakened her martial spirit, but one day, she would take his life. As the esteemed master of the Yihua Palace, she had traversed the martial world for years and had never endured such humiliation. With that, Tang Qingxi turned and headed toward the mountains beyond the village. She would not utter any provocative words that might invite death, but she held a grudge. In her previous life, she hailed from the Tang sect in Shu, blessed with remarkable talent from a young age. Though not the eldest of her generation, only she could bear the title of Tang family's eldest daughter. Though the elders of the Tang sect were somewhat foolish, they had forced her out. By a twist of fate, she had entered the Yihua Palace, where her astonishing cultivation speed left many in awe, eventually ascending to the position of palace master and triumphing in the martial competition at Mount Huashan. To her shock, an unexpected incident had transported her to this world dominated by martial spirits, reincarnating her as an infant and making her one of the third-generation disciples of the so-called Haotian sect. To be humiliated on the very day of her martial spirit awakening and expelled from the sect was beyond her comprehension. Tang Qingxi was acutely aware that her bloodline was not at fault. It was merely that her Haotian hammer martial spirit could not be awakened. Unfortunately, the people of this sect were not only cowardly but also foolish. Raising her left hand, a dark plum blossom manifested, surrounded by an icy aura, appearing in her palm. This martial spirit was indeed unrelated to her parents. It originated from Tang Qingxi herself, a mark of the Yihua Palace from her previous life, the ink jade plum blossom. With the ink jade plum blossom in hand, Haotian sect, await my return. With a flick of her sleeve, Tang Qingxi departed without looking back, her figure gradually disappearing into the underbrush. Seventh Elder. She is but a 6-year-old child, and there are countless soul beasts in these mountains, one of the elder's companions remarked, unable to suppress his sympathy. She deserves to die if not for her youth. I would have acted immediately. The gaunt elder snorted coldly and turned to leave. A month later, within the council hall of the Spirit Hall in Martial Soul City, the young Tang Qingxi was led into the hall by a bishop, who then left her alone, retreating respectfully. In the vast council hall, Tang Qingxi stood solitary, enveloped in silence. Her gaze unwavering, she awaited the proceedings. Though the surroundings were resplendent, she had once been a top figure in the martial world, having seen all manner of treasures. The 3-meter-high archway swung open, and a gentle voice resonated. Are you the child who emerged from the Haotian sect? Indeed, Tang Qingxi responded with a raised voice, her eyes fixated on the archway. It was the renowned Pope of the Spirit Hall. She was pleasantly surprised to have this opportunity and was eager to see what this person was like. Soon, a woman emerged from the archway. Tall and clad in a luxurious black robe adorned with golden patterns, her long hair cascaded down her back. Her fair skin and nearly flawless features, combined with an air of unspoken nobility and sanctity, evoked a sense of reverence in those who beheld her. Yet, Tang Qingxi remained composed, merely bending slightly in acknowledgement as the woman appeared. I pay my respects to the Pope. Bibi Dong scrutinized the young girl standing in the center of the hall, noting her youth, the lingering innocence on her face, yet her eyes were profound, unlike those of a typical child. A scar marred her cheek, a testament to her solitary journey through the mountains. Approaching Tang Qingxi, Bibi Dong observed her unwavering gaze and gently brushed her fingertip against the girl's scar. "Come, child." Her voice softened as she bent down, taking Tang Qingxi's hand and guiding her to a nearby seat. "Why did you leave the Haotian sect?" Bibi Dong initiated the serious conversation. Tang Qingxi raised her hand, revealing her martial spirit. "Because my father wields the Haotian hammer martial spirit, my mother has a sword martial spirit, yet my martial spirit is this." Bibi Dong gazed at the dark blossom in Tang Qingxi's palm, a hint of confusion crossing her features. "I have perused many tomes in the Spirit Hall's collection and have never encountered this martial spirit. Is that so? In any case, I do not know what it is either." Tang Qingxi shrugged. She recognized it, but in this world, it was likely a first appearance. Unless by a slim chance, a predecessor from the Yihua Palace had arrived before her. "Then let's give it a name and record it," Bibi Dong suggested, her tone still gentle, laced with an undertone of encouragement. "Regardless, I awakened with innate, full soul power. This cannot be a waste of a martial spirit. May I join the Spirit Hall and receive its nurturing? I hope one day to return to the Haotian sect and repay them for the humiliation they inflicted upon me. At that time, I can also guide you." Having lived 2 lives and with memories from a young age, Tang Qingxi was well aware of the enmities and grievances between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall, gleaned from the conversations of the Haotian disciples. This was also the reason she had risked her life to arrive at the Tiando Imperial City and sought out the Spirit Hall directly. She understood well the significance of the Pope lowering her stature to treat her with such gentleness. After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong replied, "You truly do not resemble a 6-year-old child." Tang Qingxi tilted her head slightly, managing to feign a semblance of childishness. "Is that not a good thing? It indicates I shall not be a fool, and with innate full soul power, you can rest assured in nurturing me." And Tang Qingxi raised her hand. Dark light shimmered as the petals of her martial spirit scattered, enveloping the 2 of them. "This should enhance my value." Bibi Dong could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. "An innate domain? Your martial spirit is far more powerful than I anticipated." Tang Qingxi retracted her domain, twirling a petal in her fingers. "I shall name this martial spirit the Ink Jade Plum Blossom." "Excellent. Let it be called the Ink Jade Plum Blossom." Bibi Dong readily assented, standing once more and extending her hand toward Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi willingly placed her small hand in the Pope's palm. Bibi Dong then began to lead her out, her soft, melodic voice echoing within the hall. "From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. P.S. A new journey begins. I seek your support. If you enjoy it, do remember to add it to your collection, and please do shower your votes upon the author's face without hesitation. If you do not enjoy it, simply click away. Please engage in peaceful reading without excessive criticism. The author has only read Do-e and only writes Do-e. Please do not mind any conflicts with the settings of other Doluo works, and kindly refrain from imposing characters or plots from other series. The reading data is of utmost importance. The number of readers who engage with the latest chapters within 24 hours after updates is crucial. For those who appreciate this book, I hope you avoid the practice of raising books and provide some timely reading support to the author. By the way, for every 10,000 rewards, an additional chapter will be added, though the laid-back author isn't particularly eager to add more. Thank you, dear readers. Chapter 2, Shrek Enrollment. 8 years later, on the Doluo continent, within the borders of the Tiando Empire, in the city of Soto of the Barak Kingdom, a figure walked through the bustling streets, drawing admiring gazes from the crowd. It was a woman clad in a black gauzy gown, her tall stature around 1.7 meters, her skin as radiant as sheep-fat white jade, gleaming even more brilliantly under the sunlight, complemented by exquisitely crafted features that seemed sculpted by divine hands, making her a breathtaking sight on the street. Yet, the aloof coldness between her brows deterred others from approaching too closely. Perched on her shoulder was a cat with white fur, tinged with pink, lazily dozing. This was Tang Qingxi, who had left the Spirit Hall 2 years prior to embark on her journey of cultivation. "Sister Ro, is your body as a Bei Ling cat still comfortable?" Tang Qingxi strolled leisurely down the street, playfully poking at the white cat's paw with her fingertip. The white cat, Aro, gently pressed her paw against Tang Qingxi's fingertip and, surprisingly, spoke in a soft voice by her ear. "It's all right, though I still wish to be a rabbit." Tang Qingxi couldn't help but retort, "You've been a rabbit for 100,000 years, aren't you tired of it?" "Of course not." Aro kicked her paws playfully, comfortably lying atop Tang Qingxi's shoulder. "Will Xiao Wu really come to Shrek Academy?" "That academy is truly Shrek Academy, the most renowned Soul Master Academy in Soto City, once boasted that graduates could become barons in the Empire. Of course, this was not entirely false, but the academy had only produced 14 graduates in its 20-year history. Moreover, on average, only 2 or 3 students were admitted each year. The admission standards of Shrek Academy are exceedingly rigorous, requiring individuals under the age of 13 to possess a soul power level exceeding 20. This criterion merely signifies eligibility to apply and does not guarantee acceptance. The academy seeks to enroll truly exceptional talents. At first glance, the academy appears impressive. However, Bai Mao's impression of Shrek is rather unfavorable. The low number of students and insufficient tuition fees render the institution seemingly impoverished, and the principal exhibits an extreme frugality. Tang Qingxi arrived at this academy 2 years ago, and with her addition, the total number of students has only reached 4, far fewer than the number of instructors. As the annual enrollment season approaches once again, one wonders how many candidates will be admitted this time. Rest assured, based on the information I have gathered, she will undoubtedly come to Shrek. She may have even arrived by now, Tang Qingxi said, stroking Bai Mao's fur. This academy may not be particularly remarkable, but I am here. She then quickened her pace. Before long, Tang Qingxi exited the southern gate of Soto City, following the official road southward, ultimately stopping at the entrance of a village. At the village entrance, a table was set up where an elderly man, over 60 years of age, sat. Above the wooden archway, a tattered sign hung, inscribed with the 5 characters of Shrek Academy. Indeed, this is the entrance to Shrek Academy. At this moment, a crowd of young boys and girls gathered outside, accompanied by many parents. Tang Qingxi scanned the crowd and soon spotted the figure she sought, turning to Bai Mao and saying, "Look, she has indeed come." A pair of youths stood together, the boy clad in plain attire, wearing a light blue outfit that suggested he was merely 12 or 13 years old, yet he stood approximately 1.7 meters tall. His features were not particularly handsome, but a gentle smile perpetually graced his lips, making him appear approachable. Beside him stood a girl with smooth, black hair arranged into neat braids that cascaded down to her calves. She was slightly taller than the boy, dressed in a pink outfit. Her beauty was striking, exuding a hint of playfulness. This girl is Tang Qingxi's focus, Xiao Wu, who stood obediently in line beside the boy, curiously peering ahead at the enrollment process. The elderly man behind the table, responsible for accepting applications, appeared rather lethargic. A young boy approached the table to register. 10 gold soul coins for the registration fee. Simply place them in the box, the old man said in a languid tone. The boy's father promptly retrieved the gold soul coins and deposited them into a box constructed from wooden planks. "Extend one hand," the old man instructed the boy. The boy complied, extending his hand. The old man pinched it twice, then shook his head. "Your age does not meet the criteria. You may leave." The boy stood stunned, turning helplessly to his father. The father, eager to appease, said with a forced smile, "Teacher, my son has only just turned 13. Could you perhaps make an exception? Did you not familiarize yourself with the academy's regulations before coming? We only accept children under 13 who possess a soul power level exceeding 20. Your child appears to fall short on both counts." Tang Qingxi interjected loudly. With that, she stepped through the crowd to the old man's side. "Who are you? What gives you the right to claim you meet the standards?" The boy's father retorted angrily, unable to contain himself. "You look like you're over 13 as well." Upon seeing Tang Qingxi, the old man's eyes lit up, yet he refrained from speaking. Tang Qingxi smiled brightly at the boy's father. "Indeed, I am 14 this year." "Then what are you talking about? You wouldn't qualify either," the boy exclaimed indignantly. It was one thing to be dismissed by an academy instructor. It was another for an equally unqualified applicant to interject. Tang Qingxi shot him a glance before turning to leave. I enrolled 2 years ago. The father and son were momentarily at a loss for words. Refund our registration fee. We will not be enrolling in such a shabby school. The boy's father insisted, choosing to ignore Tang Qingxi and instead glaring at the old man. The old man was equally unyielding. Once registered, refunds are not permitted. You are scamming us, the boy's father exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table, revealing his martial soul. Refund us, or we will not leave. But in the next moment, a chilling aura enveloped him. A palpable sense of murderous intent weighed down upon him, forcing him to his knees, beads of cold sweat rapidly forming on his brow. Tang Qingxi turned back, coldly regarding the boy's father. Is this the place for your disturbances? With that, she tossed 10 gold soul coins toward the old man, reflecting on how the academy's rules seemed increasingly exploitative. Had she not previously contributed a substantial sum? Should the registration requirements not have been clearly stated? Perhaps a sign should be placed at the entrance next time. Let's go. Let's leave this instant, the boy's father said, his face a mask of fear as he sensed an imminent threat and hurriedly pulled his son away. Those who do not meet the registration criteria should depart without delay. Do not disturb the entrance. The next applicant truly will not receive a refund. Tang Qingxi cast a glance at the crowd before continuing inside. She chose to dissuade those who did not meet the requirements directly, otherwise there would be continual demands for refunds. Though she was not a paragon of virtue, she had little interest in repeatedly playing the villain on behalf of Shrek Academy.
A towering figure approached Tang Qingxi, his handsome visage complemented by cascading golden locks that flowed elegantly down his back. Most strikingly, he possessed dual irises that captivated the eye. He summoned his soul power, manifesting 200-year rings and 1,000-year ring, unleashing a torrent of energy that created an invisible pressure in the air. His piercing gaze flickered with a chilling light, silently intimidating the multitude of applicants. At this moment, the elder spoke in a cold tone. Shrek is a haven for monsters. Our academy embodies this very essence. Therefore, we only accept those who are extraordinary. If you are over 13 and your soul power does not exceed level 21, do not squander your time here. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, revealing 6 soul rings rising from beneath his feet. Many parents gasped in astonishment, realizing they were in the presence of a formidable soul emperor, surpassing level 60. Those who had initially resented Tang Qingxi's presence in the elder's words now fell silent, their expressions betraying their awe. They marveled at the caliber of instructors at Shrek Academy, knowing that a mere registration officer possessed such strength. Parents whose children did not meet the requirements could only sigh in resignation, quietly leading their offspring away. At the tender age of 12, even the most gifted students from Junior Soul Master Academies barely reached level 10. Achieving level 20 soul power, as the elder remarked, truly required one to be a prodigy. In the blink of an eye, the once lengthy queue had dwindled to just a handful of applicants, creating a stark sense of tranquility. The golden-haired youth reigned in his soul power, donning a radiant smile as he endeavored to mask his trepidation, addressing Tang Qingxi. Sister Shi, you have finally returned to school. Welcome back. Dai Mubai, it seems your soul power has not advanced as much as I anticipated over the past year, Tang Qingxi remarked, crossing her arms and surveying the remaining applicants. Sister Shi, I have been trying my best, he replied, somewhat sheepishly. After a year apart, you have grown even more formidable. Dai Mubai recoiled slightly, bewildered by how Tang Qingxi had effortlessly subdued someone without even utilizing her martial soul. 2 years prior, when she first enrolled, she had endured a considerable amount of hardship. Now, though her precise soul power remained unknown, her presence exuded an air of intimidation. Among the 4 existing students at Shrek Academy, Tang Qingxi was universally acknowledged as the most enigmatic and terrifying prodigy. Despite having left the academy for half a year before her return, have there been any admissions thus far? Tang Qingxi inquired, uninterested in Dai Mubai's flattery. Dai Mubai shook his head in resignation. No, none have been accepted. Last year was the same. Tang Qingxi nodded slightly, expressing indifference. It doesn't matter. I should receive a few this year. Among the remaining candidates, there are indeed some promising individuals. Dai Mubai wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. He gestured towards a pair of young individuals in the lineup. Sister Shi, look at those 2. The boy is named Tang San, and the girl is called Xiao Wu. They are practically guaranteed acceptance. I've sparred with them before. They are exceptionally formidable 2 little monsters. Tang Qingxi smiled faintly, well aware that both individuals were undoubtedly qualified for admission. And there were likely more than just 2. She discreetly cast a glance at Dai Mubai. The girl who had just arrived at the end of the line seemed to share a close bond with him. Had he truly not recognized her? Suddenly, The elderly admissions officer let out a soft exclamation, interrupting the conversation between Tang Qingxi and Dai Mubai. Both turned their attention to see a young girl standing alone at the table, without parental accompaniment. Clad in a simple white dress, she exuded an air of purity. Her neatly cropped hair framing a face of astonishingly fair skin that elicited a predatory gaze from Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai. It would be wise for you to temper your enthusiasm, lest you find yourself regretting it, Tang Qingxi cautioned, though she had often found his roguish demeanor somewhat irksome. Nevertheless, as they belonged to the same institution and his nature was not entirely unkind, she felt compelled to offer a word of warning. Sister Shi, what is the background of this girl? Dai Mubai inquired, now considerably more circumspect. When Tang Qingxi first enrolled, she could recite the fundamental details of her fellow students and instructors with remarkable precision. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai instinctively realized that this girl, Tang Qingxi, possessed knowledge that rendered her formidable. TSK. Tang Qingxi clicked her tongue, seemingly amused, and remarked, "You truly did not recognize her, did you? The girl at the end of the line, the one who appears so aloof, is Zhu Qing, the bearer of the spectral cat martial soul, your fiancée. Of course. The girl's lineage is also extraordinary. She is the esteemed daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader, Ning Fengji, known as Ning Rongrong. Should you provoke her, be wary of incurring the wrath of the title Dolua." What? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly merging into one as he turned his gaze towards the obscured silhouette at the back of the group, faintly discernible as a girl. Sister Shi, are you serious? Tang Qingxi cast a sidelong glance at him and stated, I am not one to intimidate. Both of these individuals are undoubtedly capable of being admitted. You should contemplate your own stance carefully. Do not presume that my absence from the academy for over a year has rendered me oblivious to your true character. In 3 years, the Continental Soul Master Elite Academy competition will take place. It would be wise for you to cast aside distractions and devote yourself to diligent effort. Should you hinder my progress, there will be no need for your family to intervene. I shall ensure your downfall myself. Yes, I understand, Sister Shi said Dai Mubai. Sensing the chill in her tone, his spine tingling with unease as he hastily acquiesced. During their exchange, a young girl named Ning Rongrong had already passed the elder's assessment. Mubai, Qingxi, you two may lead the others inside. The elder gestured to them with a wave of his hand. Tang Qingxi remained still, while Dai Mubai solemnly led Ning Rongrong into the academy. The remaining students swiftly passed the elder's assessment, and Dai Mubai made several trips to escort the applicants. At last, it was finally time for Tang San and Xiao Wu to take their turn. Tang Qingxi's white cat perched on her shoulder sat upright, its gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Wu. Curiously, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, noting that this unfamiliar girl was evidently a student of Shrek Academy. They had previously observed Dai Mubai treating her with considerable courtesy, and without the use of his martial soul, he had quelled the unruly father and son, suggesting her formidable strength. Both of them successfully passed the assessment, and Dai Mubai intended to escort them inside. However, Tang Qingxi halted him, stating, There is but one person left. Let us wait for her test to conclude before entering together. Understood, Sister Shi, Dai Mubai replied, casting several hesitant glances at the final girl. The last candidate approached the table, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her face slightly bowed, exuding an exceptionally frigid demeanor. She too easily passed the evaluation, and with a wave of her hand, Tang Qingxi signaled Dai Mubai to lead the group inside. Tang Qingxi did not linger long at the academy before venturing out for practical experience. In truth, she was not well acquainted with it and was oblivious to the locations designated for this year's assessments. Dai Mubai greeted Tang San and Xiao Wu with a smile, expressing his confidence in their ability to succeed. I knew you would pass smoothly. Given your strength, the subsequent examinations should pose no issue. As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast several glances at the icy girl, Zhu Qing, who silently followed nearby. Xiao Wu's gaze remained fixed on Tang Qingxi, for some inexplicable reason. The presence of this individual felt remarkably endearing to her. Moreover, the white cat perched upon Tang Qingxi's shoulder inexplicably captured her affection, as if it too were observing her intently. Noticing Xiao Wu's unwavering stare at the white cat, Tang Qingxi smiled gently and cradled the feline. Do you like it? You may hold it if you wish. Really? Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, yet could not resist her fondness, and joyfully took the white cat into her arms. Sister Shi, you were so fierce to us before. Why are you so gentle with Xiao Wu? Dai Mubai was taken aback by Tang Qingxi's unexpected softness, feeling as if he had witnessed a ghost. Chapter 4. Sister Shi, the most terrifying monster. I recall you mentioning you were 14. Why do you refer to her as sister? Tang San inquired curiously, noting that Dai Mubai was the elder. Ah, well, Dai Mubai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Sister Shi is recognized among the current Shrek Academy students as the most formidable entity, which is why we all affectionately call her Sister Shi. In any case, you are all but assured admission. Allow me to properly introduce you to Sister Shi. Dai Mubai's enthusiasm surged as he perceived Tang Qingxi's lack of objection, prompting him to elaborate. Do you know what makes Sister Shi truly monstrous? It is her ability to advance without relying on soul rings. In the words of our esteemed dean, she is an unprecedented existence, a true monster among monsters. 2 years ago, she was already a Grand Soul Master. Her current soul power level is unknown, but she remains extraordinarily powerful. The absence of soul rings does not diminish her formidable combat prowess. Even 2 years ago, Sister Shi could easily overpower me. Tang Xingxi smiled faintly. After all, she was a foreigner. The rules established by the denizens of Dolua continent held no sway over her. When her internal energy reached an impasse, everyone insisted that her soul power was at its limit and that she needed to obtain a soul ring to advance. She remained unconvinced. They urged her not to squander her talents, warning her against lingering at the 10th level and wasting precious time. Yet, she was resolute. In the end, she proved that she had neither wasted her gifts nor her time, as she successfully transcended her limitations through sheer determination and internal mastery. While she did not reject soul rings, she remained unbound by their constraints. Now, with her soul power sufficiently elevated, she could directly assimilate soul rings of over 10,000 years, significantly enhancing her strength compared to mere century-old rings. Could one truly break through without relying on soul rings? Tang San was astonished. This surpassed his teacher's theories. Was there truly someone in the world who defied convention in such a manner? Unbelievable, indeed. Initially, I too found it hard to believe. Sister Shi is truly formidable. By the way, what level of soul power does Sister Shi possess now? Surely it exceeds 30, right? Daimubai inquired with curiosity. Tang Xingxi shook his head and replied, not at all. My soul power is approximately at the 25th level. Tang San was taken aback. How could someone so formidable, as described by Daimubai, possess a soul power level inferior to his own? Daimubai, equally perplexed, inquired, Sister Shi, has your soul power not improved over the past year? Indeed, replied Tang Xingxi nonchalantly. The places I've trained primarily focused on enhancing physical fitness and combat experience, leaving no room for soul power cultivation. Regardless, you remain unable to withstand a single strike from me. If you doubt my words, we can spar, she added. No. I have unwavering faith in your strength, Sister Shi, Daimubai replied, hesitant to engage, as the painful memories of the past lingered as a heavy shadow in his heart. As their conversation unfolded, the group arrived at a clearing where the candidates who had passed the initial test stood ahead. Bring forth the one named Ning Rongrong, and take her directly to the 4th round. These individuals are exempt from the 2nd and 3rd rounds, Tang Xingxi instructed, refraining from guiding the others over. Candidates with soul power exceeding level 25 could proceed directly to the 4th round, and Tang Xingxi sensed that these individuals were indeed above that threshold. There is no need to squander time here. Understood. Daimubai nodded in agreement and stepped forward to seek out Ning Rongrong. Tang Xingxi and others stood in place. At that moment, a soft, melodious voice echoed through the air. Sausages for sale. Come one, come all. Behold the Oscar brand sausages, delectable and sweet. Priced at merely 5 copper coins, a bargain for such generous portions. Indulge in Oscar brand sausages, and you shall find it easier to pass your entrance examinations. Tang San and his companions turned their heads to observe a figure not far away, vigorously pushing a cart while calling out to potential customers. The enticing aroma of meat wafted from the cart, attracting numerous students who lined up to make their purchases. Behind the cart stood a man clad in gray, his face adorned with a bushy beard, yet his large, expressive peach blossom eyes created a strikingly incongruous appearance. As his gaze wandered, it distinctly settled on the young girls in the queue. Upon meeting their eyes, the man's expression shifted noticeably, and he called out loudly, Sister Shi is back. Greetings. Sister Shi, I must take my leave. With that, he hastily pushed his cart away. Tang San was still contemplating that Xiao Wu had not eaten much for breakfast, secretly planning to purchase something for her, when he suddenly found that she had vanished without a trace. Tang Xingxi provided an explanation. Oscar, despite his bushy beard, is merely 14 years old, the same age as I, though he entered school a year earlier. He possesses an innate food-type martial soul, making him quite the little prodigy. However, unless one is in dire need of recovery or detoxification, I would advise against consuming his sausages. The food-type martial soul must be paired with various soul spells during use, yet his spells are quite unbearable to the ears. Both Daimubai and I generally prohibit him from selling sausages within the academy, especially since encountering me often leads to trouble for him. Which is why he tends to flee upon sighting me. I believe I just heard Xiao Ao's voice. That rascal is at it again, selling sausages in the academy. Where is he? Daimubai, having heard the commotion, strode over with Ning Rongrong, looking quite fierce. He has run away, Tang Xingxi casually responded. Oh, Daimubai paused, momentarily forgetting that Sister Shi had returned. Has he really vanished? Indeed, Tang San nodded, expressing a sense of nostalgia. He runs remarkably fast. Sister Shi, as referred to by Daimubai, seems to hold a considerable reputation among the academy's students. They all appear to fear you, Xiao Wu remarked curiously, observing Tang Xingxi, who exuded a gentle warmth. In response, Daimubai chuckled ruefully. It's not so much fear as it is profound respect for Sister Shi. If anyone truly fears her, it would be Ma Hongjun, the last of our group. When Sister Shi first entered the academy, that fool Ma Hongjun attempted to tease her. And if I hadn't happened to intervene, he might have lost his life. He genuinely fears Sister Shi. What has become of Ma Hongjun now? Has he taken the medicine I left for him? Tang Xingxi inquired. Dai Mubai regarded Tang Xingxi with even greater respect, acknowledging that despite her often stern demeanor, she genuinely cared for them. That little chubby fellow is much better now, thanks to Sister Shi. That's good to hear. Let us proceed, Tang Xingxi said, beckoning Dai Mubai and the others toward the fourth assessment location. Soon, they arrived at another open space, where a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was dozing in a chair. Teacher Zhao, I've brought people for the fourth assessment, Dai Mubai called out, prompting Zhao to awaken and glance around. Is there someone coming for the fourth round this year? The middle-aged man squinted, astonished to see four young individuals before him. His attention was primarily drawn to Tang Xingxi. Ah, the girl is back. Have you made any progress over the past year? My physical fitness and combat experience have both improved, and I have also acquired a new innate domain that is fused with my original innate domain, Tang Xingxi replied. Good heavens. You went out and returned with an innate domain? Do you regard innate domains as so trivial? Zhao Wujie exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, let's pause the assessment for now. Let me see your domain, girl. All right, Tang Xingxi consented, stepping forward and raising her palm, a dark crimson light suddenly illuminating the area. An icy aura enveloped Zhao Wujie, overwhelming him with a palpable sense of murderous intent, accompanied by swirling ink-black petals that seemed to carry an enigmatic power. Zhao Wujie stood up abruptly. What kind of domain is this, girl? Why is there such a dense aura of killing intent? Though Zhao Wujie recognized it, he was somewhat hesitant to accept its implications. Chapter 5. The fourth round of assessment. Tang Xingxi smiled silently, briefly displaying her domain before retracting it and stepping aside. It would be prudent to focus on the assessment first. How shall we conduct the fourth test this year? The evaluation for the fourth stage is not a mere repetition of previous years, and Tang Xingxi was quite curious about this year's approach. The four individuals had been exempted from the second and third stages of testing. Oh? Zhao Wujie redirected his attention, his eyes gleaming with interest. All four have exceeded level 25? Quite impressive. This year certainly boasts a fair number of prodigies. This is the final challenge. Upon passing my test, you shall officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, be forewarned, this trial is not easily surmountable. Practical experience is a requisite for every Soul Master, and my evaluation will focus on your capabilities in this regard. Zhao Wujie cast a warm gaze over Tang San and the others, his voice gentle. I am Zhao Wujie. As you have all bypassed the second and third tests, I shall personally accompany you through this exercise. You will have a brief period to familiarize yourselves with one another and discuss strategies. After the incense burns for a short while, the test will commence. The task will be to withstand my assaults as a team for the duration of the incense. Should even one of you endure until the end, you shall be deemed to have succeeded. I must caution you that relying solely on individual strength will not suffice. Your only chance of success lies in mutual coordination and cooperation. Teacher Zhao, is this truly appropriate? Dai Mubai inquired hesitantly. Tang Xingxi interjected, Teacher Zhao, it seems you are somewhat bullying the children, don't you think? Faced with the skepticism of his two students, Zhao Wujin's expression darkened. How am I bullying the children? I would never truly exert my full strength. This is merely an assessment. Besides, the dean is absent today, so I hold the utmost authority here. Now, I shall light some incense. You all should prepare swiftly. Xiaobai, Qing girl, please enlighten them about my unique strengths. With that, Zhao Wujin produced a stick of incense, ignited it, and firmly planted it into the ground. Having completed these tasks, he returned to his chair, closed his eyes, and feigned a peaceful slumber. Tang San and his companions did not seem to have any particular feelings about this testing method. Instead, Dai Mubai wore a grave expression and urged, come closer. Tang Xingxi, however, remained indifferent. She had little regard for the other three. If anything were to happen to Xiaowu, she would naturally intervene. Nonetheless, the situation felt rather lively, and she joined the others in gathering around to observe the unfolding drama and the plans of the four. Dai Mubai wore a serious expression. I never expected Teacher Zhao to take matters into his own hands. This complicates things significantly, far more than having you fight Sister Shi. He continued, it's better to face Teacher Zhao. His skin is tough, and you won't really inflict much harm on him. He might even entertain you for a brief moment. Tang Xingxi completely disagreed with Dai Mubai's assessment, expressing that facing the combined strength of the four posed certain challenges. It was easy to sustain injuries when holding back. Thus, the only option was to swiftly resolve the matter with all of them. Dai Mubai conceded, that is true. Let us not dwell on it. First, allow me to explain the situation regarding Teacher Zhao. Tang Xingxi raised his hand and said, allow me to elaborate. Teacher Zhao's full name is Zhao Wujie, also known as the Immutable King Zhao Wujie. I wonder if you have heard of him. He is a level 76 soul saint, and his martial spirit is the powerful Golden Bear, a formidable beast martial spirit. The soul rings he possesses are primarily focused on enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Although he may not excel in speed, the disparity in soul power between him and you renders him virtually without weaknesses in your eyes. This encompasses the essential information. I recommend that you first familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities, and then deliberate on how to collaborate effectively. Do not overthink it. The primary focus should be on demonstrating your practical combat skills, as that is of utmost importance. Level 76? The pupils of Tang San and his companions momentarily contracted, overwhelmed by the staggering level of soul power displayed. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment, "Is he truly the unmoving king, Zhao Wujie? I have heard tales of how he once broke through the siege of 16 titled Doluos, leaving the spirit hall utterly powerless against him. While the rumors may have been exaggerated, as there were only 10 titled Doluos involved, the underlying tension was minimal, and the spirit hall had deemed it unworthy of their attention." Tang, a disciple of the spirit hall's pope, and Qing, who was privy to the inside story, remarked. During that time, the spirit hall was on the brink of an internal conflict. Who had the leisure to concern themselves with a mere soul emperor like Zhao Wujie, who had only just surpassed level 60? The atmosphere grew tense, yet Tang San maintained his composure and introduced himself. "I am Tang San, a control system soul master specializing in blue silver grass at level 29. Let us take a moment to familiarize ourselves with one another." Following his lead, Xiao Wu chimed in. "I am Xiao Wu, a powerful attack system soul master with a beast martial soul, specialized in the rabbit, also at level 29. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment before stating, "I am Ning Rongrong, an auxiliary system soul master with the 7 treasure, glazed tile martial soul, currently at level 26. Zhu Zhiqing, with the beast martial soul of the Nethercat, is a quick attack system soul master at level 27, Zhu Zhiqing added, her expression perpetually cool and detached. Once the 4 had introduced themselves, the attention of the other 3 shifted toward Ning Rongrong. Apart from Tang Qingxi and Dai Mubai, who were already aware of her identity, it was known that the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul was a lineage passed down exclusively to the direct descendants of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Tang Sen inquired in astonishment, "The 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul? So, you hail from the 7 treasures glazed school?" Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue and replied, "Don't dwell on it. It makes little difference. I sneaked out from home, and for now, let us focus on overcoming the challenge ahead. I can enhance everyone's speed and strength by approximately 30%. And maintaining this boost for a full incense stick's duration is certainly feasible." Dai Mubai pondered before saying, "Your quartet's synergy is commendable, with no redundant martial souls among you. As for how to withstand Teacher Zhao's assault, that decision lies with you." Tang Sen pondered for a moment and said, "Ning Rongrong will handle support, while Xiao will take on the primary offensive role. I will do my utmost to restrain Teacher Zhao while assisting Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhiqing, I would appreciate your efforts to engage from the flanks. How does that sound?" Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, and Zhu Zhiqing cast a glance at Tang San before slightly inclining her head in consent. Given the limited time, they could only devise such a straightforward strategy. "Have you reached a consensus?" Zhao Wujin's resonant voice echoed. The 4 turned to see that the incense on the ground had burned down completely. "Teacher, we are ready to begin." Dai Mubai and Tang Qingxi stepped aside to observe the match, with Dai Mubai keenly anticipating witnessing Zhao Wujin's prowess in action. In the bustling atmosphere, Tang Qingxi observed with keen interest. Prior to the impending action, Xiao Wu returned the white cat she had been holding to Tang Qingxi. The white cat perched itself once more upon Tang Qingxi's shoulder, its gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Wu. At this moment, Zhao Wujie rose again, intertwining his hands and flexing his wrists. A series of resounding cracks echoed, enveloping the 4 in an oppressive tension. Chapter 6. Zhao Wujie's complacency and underestimation. Zhao Wujie lit another incense stick, while Ning Rongrong took the initiative. The 7 treasures glazed tile school's brilliance emerged. She twirled gracefully in place, vibrant hues radiating from her being. At the focal point of this kaleidoscopic light, a resplendent 7-colored pagoda materialized in the palm of her right hand. The luminescence dazzled, exuding an air of nobility, while Ning Rongrong smiled, appearing ethereal. 2 circles of yellow spirit rings ascended, swirling around her figure. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being strength. As the initial spirit ring ascended, under the guidance of Ning Rongrong's left hand, 3 beams of colorful light were released, enveloping Tang San and his companions. Instantly, they felt a warm energy surging within them, filling their bodies with vigor. Zhao Wujie regarded Ning Rongrong with astonishment, remarking, "What a surprise. Among today's candidates, there is actually one from the 7 treasures glazed tile family. Old Flander will surely be thrilled." In response, Tang Qingxi smiled subtly, aware that each of these students harbored impressive backgrounds. The 7 treasures are famous, the second being speed. 3 more beams of light gracefully emerged as Ning Rongrong unleashed her second spirit ring's abilities. The lightness of their bodies left everyone feeling as though they had shed their weight, and they couldn't help but admire the 7 treasures glazed tile's illustrious reputation. Just then, Zhao Wujie made his move, not charging towards the 4, but rather adopting a half-squat position, simultaneously striking the ground with both fists. When Tang Qingxi beheld Zhao Wujie's actions, she cast a glance at Ning Rongrong. Tang San soon discerned Zhao Wujie's intentions. His target was Ning Rongrong. However, this attack was evidently not solely aimed at her. Its purpose was to disrupt the auxiliary effects of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower. A long, blue-black vine lashed out, swiftly coiling around Ning Rongrong's waist. Tang San leaped up with her, With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled violently, sending a wave of earthy turbulence surging toward the crowd. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, being quick on their feet, dodged the shockwave, Xiao Wu leaping straight up while Zhu Zhuqing sprang from the side. Xiao Wu, go! Tang San and Xiao Wu took off nearly simultaneously, their heights almost identical. With a low shout, Tang San raised his hands, preparing to push forward. Xiao Wu, without needing to see, instinctively knew the position of Tang San's hands. After 6 years of acquaintance, they had developed a profound tacit understanding. With the tips of her toes pressing against Tang San's palms, she propelled herself forward like an arrow aimed at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his ground-pounding fists, wore a grin. As Xiao Wu charged toward him, he did not evade, even folding his arms behind his back, appearing to invite her attack. In midair, Xiao Wu activated her martial soul, her feet striking the sides of Zhao Wuji's neck. Two muffled sounds echoed as her feet landed on his shoulders, yet Zhao Wuji remained unperturbed, simply grinning. Seems like you lack power. With a cold snort, Xiao Wu retracted her toes, pressing them against the sides of Zhao Wuji's neck, her body twisting fiercely in midair. While she alone could not budge Zhao Wuji, she was not the sole assailant. Vines bristling with thorns spiraled around Zhao Wuji's form, tightening fiercely as potent paralyzing toxins surged forth. Simultaneously, the encroaching vines began to lift him upward. As Zhao Wuji's feet left the ground, he found himself spinning in the air, propelled by Xiao Wu. Spinning is rather amusing. Zhao Wuji's voice resonated through the air, causing Xiao Wu to feel her rapidly rotating body stiffen, unable to continue moving against her opponent beneath her. With a resounding thud, the vines enveloping Zhao Wuji shattered, and he firmly re-established his stance on the ground. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted, and he let out a low growl as his body suddenly swelled. His muscles expanded nearly twice their size, and he shot up an additional meter, transforming into a formidable figure. 7 resplendent soul rings materialized around him. A series of rapid, crisp sounds erupted as Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to lightly tap Zhao Wuji's shoulder, flipping off him, her scorpion braid coiling around his left leg with force. The series of sharp cracks resulted from Zhu Zhuqing's attack on Zhao Wuji's back. Her timing was impeccable, striking just as Zhao Wuji shattered Tang San's blue-silver grass and momentarily relaxed his grip on Xiao Wu, yielding effective results. However, once Zhao Wuji manifested his martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing's assault became significantly less effective. Despite her full-force strike, all she managed was to tear his clothing. Xiao Wu's agile techniques also fell short, failing to budge Zhao Wuji in the slightest. Tang Qingxi observed keenly that Xiao Wu's agility was precisely countered by Zhao Wuji's immense strength. The disparity in power rendered her techniques utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, as the blue-silver grass was disrupted, Tang San's complexion paled slightly. Nevertheless, he dashed forward with determination, summoning vines once more to ensnare Zhao Wuji. Utilizing the skill from his second spirit ring, parasitism, he momentarily hindered Zhao Wuji's movements. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tang San positioned himself before Zhao Wuji, while Zhu Zhuqing emerged from behind, her spirit embodiment manifesting as claws that targeted his throat and the vulnerable area behind his ear, both of which are the most fragile parts of the human body. Tang San struck towards Zhao Wuji's chest with a powerful punch. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily, unhurried to break free, and puffed out his chest, eager to gauge the extent of Tang San's strength. However, his laughter abruptly ceased as he was astonished to discover that Tang San's seemingly forceful punch was, in reality, as light as a feather. Concentrating his soul power at the forefront of his chest, he suddenly felt as though he had misapplied his strength. Neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu possessed the force to move Zhao Wuji. However, the situation would be entirely different when it came to his own power. Tang San suddenly transformed his right fist into an open palm, drawing it back in an instant. With the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, he deftly pulled Zhao Wuji's body forward, causing him to stagger momentarily. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Qingxi was momentarily taken aback. The technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon? Simultaneously, Tang San thrust his right foot forward, striking the tip of Zhao Wuji's foot. Despite Zhao Wuji's formidable soul power, he could not evade losing his balance at that moment. With a commanding shout, leveraging the finesse of the technique, Tang San astonishingly lifted Zhao Wuji off the ground. Zhao Wuji was entirely airborne, granting Xiao Wu the opportunity to act. Her long legs entwined around Zhao Wuji's waist as her hands grasped his ankles. The first soul ring erupted in brilliance, causing Zhao Wuji's body to rotate thrice in the air, positioning his head downward for a heavy impact against the ground. Although Zhu Zhuqing's attack did not inflict damage, it succeeded in distracting Zhao Wuji, thereby enabling this assault. Just before Zhao Wuji's immense form was about to collide with the earth, Xiao Wu was lifted by Tang San's blue-silver grass, executing a graceful twist as she descended. Bang! Zhao Wuji's colossal body crashed into the ground, his head sinking deep into the soil. Xiao Wu landed atop Tang San's shoulder, resting one foot on his right shoulder, gasping for breath. Having exerted all her strength in that attack, Tang San, do you think we might have been too forceful? Xiao Wu inquired with a hint of anxiety. Tang San shook his head, remarking that teacher Zhao had yet to employ his soul skills. At that moment, the incense on the ground had only burned down to a third. In the 7th chapter, Tang San, a disciple of the Tang sect, noted that their earlier combined assault had nearly exhausted him, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhao Wujin, now emerging from his prior stance, regarded the several soul masters of merely level 20 as trifling adversaries. He merely wished to engage in playful sparring with the children. Yet, underestimating one's opponent often incurs a price, and their teamwork had caused this formidable figure to suffer a setback. Zhao Wujin, brushing off the dust from his head, grumbled in annoyance, exclaiming, "It truly is a disgrace for an 80-year-old to be bested by children. It seems I must take this more seriously. Xiao Bai, what are you laughing at? Come find me for a practical lesson tomorrow." Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who had been quietly chuckling at Zhao Wujin's disheveled appearance, found himself unable to maintain his mirth upon hearing those words. Tang Qingxi smiled gently and remarked, "It is evident that the 4 recruits we have received this time are all exceptionally talented. Very well, let us proceed." Zhao Wujie strode forward, heading directly towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. Taking this opportunity, Tang Qingxi discreetly observed Tang San. She was eager to discern whether the similarity in techniques was merely coincidental or if this individual, like herself, was also an outsider. "Xiao Wu, meteor hammer?" Tang San called out sharply. Xiao Wu then lunged forward once more, aiming a kick at Zhao Wujie's head. Simultaneously, dozens of blue-silver grasses surged from around Tang San, entwining towards Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie raised his hand to strike at Xiao Wu, but before she reached him, she suddenly altered her trajectory, causing him to miss entirely. Xiao Wu then darted past him, landing a kick on Zhao Wujie's shoulder. The technique of the hidden weapon meteor hammer is indeed intriguing, Tang Qingxi mused with a smile. "What did you say, Sister Shi?" Dai Mubai, who stood nearby, seemed to have caught a fragment of her words, but could not discern them clearly. "It's nothing," Tang Qingxi replied, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Tang San utilized the entanglement of the blue-silver grass to guide Xiao Wu in agile aerial maneuvers for her attack. Unfortunately, it proved ineffective against the formidable defense of Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie, momentarily stunned by the kick, resolved to take the matter more seriously. These children would eventually become his students. If this continued, he would lose face and be unable to instruct them effectively. Zhu Shiqing was not idle either. Her 2 yellow soul rings illuminated as she leaped into the air, spinning rapidly towards Zhao Wujie. As Zhao Wujie was struck, Zhu Shiqing's soul technique, Spectral Claw, collided with his back, swiftly slicing through his defenses with her rapid rotation. Roar! Zhao Wujie bellowed, activating his first soul ring. A brilliant golden light erupted instantaneously, sending Zhu Zhuqing hurtling away. Observing the activation of the soul ring, Tang Qingxi swiftly darted forward, a flash of black and red light streaking past, causing Zhu Zhuqing's form to sway slightly. Although she was knocked back, the golden light had not fully impacted her. Dai Mubai, moving with remarkable speed, caught Zhu Zhuqing as she gasped for breath, sensing pain in her arms and gazing gratefully at Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi's domain is a fusion of 2 realms, the realm of the god of slaughter and her innate talent domain, which can disrupt enemy attacks while enhancing her own evasion capabilities. Had it not been for the timely enveloping of the domain, Zhu Zhuqing would have sustained far more grievous injuries, and her arms would likely have been dislocated. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu suffered as well. However, as the black and red radiance engulfed them, Tang Qingxi found herself in closer proximity to Xiao Wu, swiftly guiding her to safety. In a series of rapid movements, she even created a trail of afterimages. Tang San let out a soft grunt. However, due to his distance from the epicenter, he was not enveloped by the domain and thus sustained only minor injuries. Xiao Wu, his concern was primarily for her well-being. "Brother, I'm fine." Xiao Wu, having been taken away by Tang Qingxi, bore the least harm, while Zhu Zhuqing suffered the most severe injuries. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujin had merely employed the first soul ring skill, the unmoving Ming Wang body, which effortlessly disrupted the combined attack of Tang San and his companions. A furious feline roar echoed, as the white cat perched on Tang Qingxi's shoulder bristled with fur, its body subtly indicating an impending enlargement. Tang Qingxi pulled Xiao Wu behind her while simultaneously restraining the white cat on her shoulder. "It's nothing serious. Your intervention isn't necessary just yet. This is an assessment for the 4 of us, and your involvement would be irrelevant. If you're feeling dissatisfied, I can assist you later. The evaluation is far from over." Xiao Wu cast a discreet glance at Tang Qingxi, having previously sensed that the white cat was a soul beast, and one of considerable age. However, it appeared to possess some form of concealment, rendering even her unable to discern its true nature. The fact that a soul beast willingly chose to accompany someone only deepened Xiao Wu's curiosity about Tang Qingxi. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's speed suddenly surged, seemingly closing the distance to Tang San in a single stride. Tang San swiftly employed the ghost shadow perplexing track, evading the onslaught of Zhao Wujie. Tang Qingxi's gaze grew increasingly playful, pondering which young disciple from the inner sanctum of the Tang sect had emerged, wondering if it was someone he recognized. Zhao Wujie refrained from delivering the blow, as he had no desire to genuinely harm these youngsters. Ning Rongrong glanced anxiously at the incense that had only burned halfway. Zhao Wujie did not pursue Tang San further, questioning whether he needed to intervene again. "You cannot possibly endure until the incense burns out. It would be better to concede." The time has not yet elapsed. Before Tang San and his companions could retort, Tang Qingxi interjected, "Moreover, as you yourself stated, Teacher Zhao, as long as one remains standing before the time is up, they have passed. Zhu Zhuqin and Xiao Wu were indeed saved by Mu Bai and me. Had I not intervened, they would have lost their combat capabilities, thus rendering them unable to continue fighting. There are still 2 left on the field." Ha ha. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily, declaring that with only 2 remaining, how could they hope to contend with him? Not necessarily, Tang Qingxi replied lightly, glancing at Tang San. "So, you are Tang San, correct? Do you still dare to continue the battle? Disciples of the Tang sect, it is best to possess a touch of arrogance. Showcase all your abilities and continue." Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu. His gaze towards Zhao Wujie grew somewhat cold. Were it not for the mention of Sister Shi by Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly suffer significant harm. "Please take good care of Xiao Wu." Tang San implored Tang Qingxi. Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback. "What? Do you wish to continue? I fear you would not withstand even a single strike from me." Zhao Wujie, however, would not genuinely deny these children admission simply because the incense had not yet burned out. The prowess they displayed was astonishing. To exhibit such seamless cooperation without prior practice foretold an immeasurable future. Compared to the current academy students, they were undoubtedly superior, save for the formidable Tang Qingxi. That girl could indeed withstand her own attacks for an entire incense stick's duration with remarkable ease. His words were somewhat caustic, intended to prevent these children from developing an inflated sense of pride due to their talents. Tang San yearned to test himself, eager to discern if he could continue the engagement. He was not one to easily concede defeat, and his heart longed to avenge Xiao Wu. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's situation, it was clear that without Tang Qingxi, Xiao Wu would have sustained grave injuries. His fingers subtly moved, his entire energy gradually coalescing. As he prepared to unleash his full strength, he was Tang San of the Tang sect, armed not only with martial spirits and soul skills but also with an array of strategies. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi couldn't help but smile inwardly. She was curious to see just how formidable this disciple of the Tang sect truly was. Chapter 8. The Tang sect's hidden weapons unleashed. Tang San vividly recalled a phrase from the Tang sect's supreme scripture, the Xiantian treasure record: "Never attempt to feign weakness to deceive the strong, lest you truly become a fool." Now, he fully comprehended the profound meaning behind those words. Had the individual he faced earlier not been a teacher from Shrek Academy, but rather an adversary, and if not for the presence of Tang Qingxi, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Xiao Wu to escape unscathed. Moreover, his true strength had not been revealed at all. At this moment, Tang San resolved to cease his concealment. He yearned to ascertain the extent of his current capabilities. Ning Rongrong was now solely tasked with enhancing Tang San's power, which alleviated her burden considerably. Meanwhile, Tang San's hands gradually transformed into a lustrous white, as radiant as jade. Only Tang Qingxi noticed this transformation, indicating that he had also made commendable progress in cultivating the Xianyu hand. Zhao Wujing distinctly sensed a shift in Tang San's aura. Although he felt no augmentation in soul power, an inexplicable sense of danger enveloped him. Zhao Wujing was incredulous. How could a mere 29th level youth instill such a feeling of peril? Thus, he activated his first soul skill, the immovable king body, and steadily advanced towards Tang San. "Be cautious, Teacher Zhao," Tang San suddenly exclaimed, raising his head, his eyes aglow with purple light. Taken aback by the sight of those violet orbs, Zhao Wujing faltered momentarily. However, he soon realized that the purple radiance in Tang San's eyes did not signify an impending attack. It was only then that Tang San unleashed his offensive. 10 beams of icy brilliance erupted from his fingertips, each aimed at Zhao Wujing's vital points. Given Zhao Wujing's formidable defensive capabilities, Tang San showed no signs of restraint. The piercing sound of slicing air sent a shiver down Zhao Wujing's spine. Agility was his weakest attribute, and in this moment, he could only raise his palms to shield his eyes in the most vulnerable areas, channeling his entire soul power for defense. Unbeknownst to all, Tang Qingxi's eyes also glimmered with a hint of purple light, mirroring Tang San's activation of the purple extreme demon eyes. Keenly tracking the trajectory of the hidden weapons he launched, the 10 beams of cold light, each targeting critical points, were indeed impressive. Following the release of his projectiles, Tang San promptly activated the Ghost Shadow Phantom, swiftly retreating. The 10 beams of icy brilliance struck Zhao Wujing, yet within the overwhelming golden light, they were all deflected. Tang San was secretly astonished. Zhao Wujie's defense was indeed formidable. However, if one hidden weapon proved ineffective, he would simply switch to another, confident that he could eventually breach his defenses. Zhao Wujie, on the other hand, felt an acute sense of frustration. The hidden weapons launched by Tang San were not only precise, but also targeted multiple vital points simultaneously, making evasion exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the penetrating power of these concealed projectiles was exceptionally strong. Without fully activating the unmoving king body, he risked sustaining injuries. With that in mind, Zhao Wujie radiated the golden light of the unmoving king as he charged forward towards Tang San, determined not to remain a passive target any longer. As Zhao Wujie bore down upon him, Tang San remained completely unfazed, deftly retreating with the speed of Ghost Shadow Phantom steps. while simultaneously unleashing his blue silver grass to obstruct Zhao Wujia's advance. Although it could not entirely halt Zhao Wujia, the blue silver grass, enhanced by the spirit rings, had become remarkably resilient, capable of delaying him for a brief moment. In this intricate dance, despite his actual speed being inferior to Zhao Wujia's, Tang San managed to evade capture, with Zhao Wujia's attacks frequently landing on empty air. Tang San moved freely across the arena, deftly evading Zhao Wujia's assaults. With two opponents absent, his maneuvering space expanded significantly, allowing him to evade without the concern of inadvertently harming his teammates, thus enabling him to perform with greater ease. At that moment, the spectators surrounding the arena, including Dai Mubai, were filled with astonishment and a chill ran down their spines. Only Zhao Wujia's formidable defense kept him unscathed. Had it been any of them, they would have surely succumbed to his strikes long ago. Tang Qingxi wore a faint smile at the corners of his lips. This lad had indeed mastered the martial arts and the myriad mechanisms of the Xiantian treasure record with remarkable skill. The incense burned steadily, now reduced to a mere quarter of its original length. The other three individuals felt a surge of excitement as they anticipated their imminent success. Zhao Wujia, frustrated by his futile pursuit of Tang San, could not help but exclaim with mock annoyance, "Goodness, you were quite the slippery one." However, prolonging the inevitable would not prove to be an easy task. With a flourish, he activated his third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement. Tang San successfully compelled Zhao Wujia's third soul skill to manifest. The purple Millennium Soul Ring encircling Zhao Wujia suddenly expanded, then gracefully descended, directly merging with the earth. In an instant, Tang San felt as though he were ensnared in a quagmire. His body became inexplicably heavy, and each step was fraught with difficulty. "Teacher Zhao? This is excessive," Dai Mubai could not help but remark. To employ a third soul skill against a mere 29-level child truly borders on bullying. Tang Qingxi was not overly concerned. Perhaps it was still insufficient. Tang San's mastery of the Ghost Shadow Perplexing track is undeniably profound, and Zhao Wujia's third soul skill is not being unleashed to its full potential. Noticing Xiao Wu's palpable anxiety, Tang Qingxi gently placed the white cat back into her arms, hoping it would provide her with some comfort. Under the influence of gravity, Tang San indeed felt the weight of the pressure, narrowly evading Zhao Wujia's attacks on several occasions. Observing that the incense was nearly extinguished, Zhao Wujia could not help but feel a twinge of urgency. How could a formidable, unmoving king be bested by a mere 12-year-old child? The thought of being ridiculed by his fellow teachers was unbearable. As time drew near for the examination to conclude, Zhao Wujia's fourth soul ring began to glow. In a flash of violet light, the soul ring soared upward, seemingly with eyes of its own, pursuing Tang San and encircling him. Tang San wore a perplexed expression, for this purple soul ring brought him no discomfort. Zhao Wujia let out a hearty laugh. "It is time to conclude." As soon as the words left his lips, he exerted force through his legs and leapt into the air with sudden vigor. Tang San swiftly changed his position, only to realize that the airborne Zhao Wujia was miraculously adjusting his trajectory, continuing to descend in his direction. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Wujia's fourth soul ring ability was a form of tracking, allowing him to close the distance instantaneously within 100 meters once locked onto a target. Tang San realized that there was no escaping his fate. Observing the incense that was about to extinguish, he prepared to make one final stand. Resolutely, he ceased to evade, watching as Zhao Wujia descended towards him. In an instant, he activated his second spirit ring ability, Parasite. The seeds of the parasite had already been stealthily sown during their earlier confrontation. With a sudden surge of power, the blue-silver grass ensnared Zhao Wujia tightly. At that moment, just as Zhao Wujia was about to make contact with the ground, he found himself unable to launch an immediate attack upon landing. Tang San raised both hands, and a resounding clink of metal echoed in the air as 6 beams of cold light erupted from his sleeves. The powerful crossbow bolts, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, hurtled directly towards Zhao Wujia's face. Startled by the sudden appearance of the bolts, Zhao Wujia activated his immovable king form in an instant. With a thunderous roar, golden light radiated outward. Not only did Zhao Wujia break free from the restraints of the blue-silver grass, but he also deflected the 6 crossbow bolts aimed at him. Tang San's greatest proficiency lies not in throwing concealed weapons, but in mechanical contrivances. At this moment, he finally put them to use. Zhao Wujia was taken aback, unaware that Tang San possessed even more formidable means of attack. Although the immovable king obstructed the crossbow bolt, the force of the impact still left a painful sting on his face. Utilizing the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, Tang San deftly leaped backward, evading the palm strike that Zhao Wujia unleashed. Chapter 9. Tang Qingxi steps in for battle. Tang San drew his arms inward, his pectoral muscles rippling as a spray of glinting steel needles, shrouded in a dense mist, erupted from his chest. This was the Tang sect's hidden weapon, Hidden Sand Shooting Shadow. The tea-scented vapor engulfed Zhao Wujia, inducing a momentary dizziness that caused the defense of his immutable king body to wane by half. In that fleeting instant, Zhao Wujia felt a sharp pain in his chest. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that a cluster of steel needles had penetrated his defenses, piercing his torso. A wave of paralysis and excruciating pain surged into his brain. Poison. Zhao Wujie swiftly expelled the needles from his body. Yet the toxin had already infiltrated his system. It was done. The time had come. Tang San, witnessing the effectiveness of his attack, charged directly towards Zhao Wujie. However, a figure suddenly emerged between the two. Tang Qingshi's expression was unremarkable as she raised her hand, pointing a finger at Tang San's chest, halting his movement. Is it time already? Tang San suddenly regained his senses, glancing at the incense that had long since burned out. Meanwhile, Tang Qingshi observed Zhao Wujie, who was currently channeling his soul power to resist the spreading toxins, and casually picked up a steel needle from the ground. Be cautious, it may be poisonous. Tang San hastily warned. Although Zhao Wujie possessed formidable soul power capable of withstanding this level of toxin, the same could not be said for Tang Qingshi, who could be in danger. The poison of the mandala snake, Tang Qingshi thought, showing no concern as she brought the steel needle to her nose for a delicate sniff. She then addressed Dai Mubai, saying, Mubai, summon Xiao Ao. Despite her ability to neutralize the poison effortlessly, she preferred to rely on Oscar's second soul skill, which had detoxifying properties, thus opting to refrain from intervening herself. Tang Qingshi turned to Tang San and said, rest and recover for a while. Then remember to tidy up the mess on the ground. At this moment, Xiao Wu rushed over. The earlier assault had drained Tang San of considerable mental energy and inner strength. As soon as he relaxed, he simply sat down on the ground to rest. Subsequently, he crossed his legs and began to circulate his energy for recuperation. What an impressive display of prowess Tang San exhibited. Dai Mubai gazed at the chaotic scene, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Aside from Sister Shi, hardly anyone dared to approach. It was perilous. Quickly, Dai Mubai dashed outside, shouting for Oscar. Oscar, Oscar, come quickly. There's business to attend to. His voice, propelled by soul power, resonated throughout the academy, ensuring nearly everyone could hear him. Kid, are you a hedgehog? Zhao Wujie grumbled as he sat back down in his chair. A lingering pain in his chest, and the constant need to suppress the toxins within him, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. Tang San smiled apologetically. Teacher Zhao is truly formidable. I can only resort to every possible means at my disposal. Tang Qingshi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Is this truly all there is to their tactics? It seems they are still far from sufficient. Tang San's identity was well known to Tang Qingshi, and she was quite surprised. She only intended to investigate the people around Xiao Wu. To her astonishment, her inquiry led to the discovery of the whereabouts of the long-missing Haoyan Dolaw, Tang Hao, revealing that Tang San was indeed his son, or rather, in this lifetime, he was Tang Hao's son. Given Tang Hao's innate talent and the unique circumstances surrounding Tang San's mother, it was highly probable that the young man possessed the Haoyan Hammer martial soul, unless he shared a similar fate to his father. Moreover, the Tang sect had an abundance of hidden weapons, clearly indicating that their trump cards had yet to be revealed. This was precisely why Tang Qingshi intervened to halt matters. At this point, enough had transpired, and there was no need to expose more. Being from the Tang sect and having a good relationship with Xiao Wu, it was only right to lend a hand. Where's the business? Where's the business? Oscar's uniquely soft voice, tinged with excitement, approached, and soon he appeared before everyone. Sensing Dai Mubai's urgency, he abandoned his cart and rushed over. However, upon seeing Tang Qingshi, his expression stiffened, and his neck visibly retracted. Xiao Ao, Tang Qingshi beckoned, gesturing towards Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhao Wujie. 3 recovery sausages for them, and 1 detox sausage for Teacher Zhao. After speaking, she casually tossed a gold soul coin to Oscar. No need to search. Oh, thank you. Sister Shi, you're so generous. Oscar received the gold soul coin with gleaming eyes and began to chant his soul incantation. I have a large sausage. As the words left his lips, a fragrant sausage materialized in his hand. Initially, the group had only heard Tang Qingshi mention that Oscar's soul incantation was somewhat lewd, without knowing the specifics. Upon hearing this incantation, all 4 of them frowned, with Tang San and Zhu Qing instinctively leaning back, their bodies visibly signaling their rejection. I'm not seriously injured. I'm just a bit fatigued. A short rest will suffice. Tang San waved his hand in refusal. Typically, he would avoid eating unless necessary, though he harbored some disdain. However, given his current condition, it was best to comply and consume the food, which had excellent restorative effects. Tang Qingshi was not at all courteous with the two, taking the sausage from Oscar's hand and thrusting it into their hands. You have both passed the assessment. From now on, we are all members of the same academy, and there will be times we fight side by side. Since we only have one food system, Soul Master, it's best to get accustomed to this sooner rather than later. There is no need for such a strong reaction. It's quite palatable. Now that you've arrived at Shrek, while you may be exceptional, you are no longer the pampered young masters and mistresses. You must eat when necessary. Though Tang Qingshi did not pay much attention to Zhu Zhiqing, who had sustained more severe injuries, she willingly began to eat. Tang San hesitated momentarily. Yet under the chilling gaze of Tang Qingshi, he inexplicably felt a twinge of timidity and silently consumed the sausage. The remaining sausage and cured meat were handed to Zhao Wujie by Oscar. Zhao Wujie quickly devoured them, his complexion visibly improving. Teacher Zhao, have we passed? Ning Rongrong inquired from the side, seeking confirmation. Of course, we have. Zhao Wujia grunted, already envisioning the mockery he would endure from the teachers in the academy following this day. Not wishing to linger, he turned to leave. Teacher Zhao, hold on a moment. Tang Qingxi called out to him just then. What is it, girl? She attempted to exhibit a more amiable smile while stroking the white cat nestled in Xiao Wu's arms. It seems my cat has developed quite an affection for Xiao Wu. You nearly harmed her just now. Had I not intervened, Xiao Wu might have sustained serious injuries. Zhao Wujia, upon witnessing Tang Qingxi's smile, felt an unsettling premonition. My cat is a bit irritable. You know how difficult it is to care for a feline spirit beast. As she spoke, upon hearing her critique, the white cat raised its paw and swatted at Tang Qingxi. She deftly dodged, saying, You see, I can't help it. If she's not appeased, it will cause trouble. Thus, let's keep this brief, a small challenge for Teacher Zhao to relieve my little white cat's grievances. I wonder if Teacher Zhao is willing to engage. I can wait for your recovery. Furthermore, you can assess my progress during my time away from the academy. Although this rationale was not entirely fabricated, it did not represent Tang Qingxi's true intent. The current group of students was quite formidable and held significant status. She felt compelled to showcase her capabilities. Zhao Wujia, observing Tang Qingxi's graceful demeanor and polite disposition, felt a prickle of unease. Chapter 10, Martial Soul, Inkjade Plum Blossom. Wow. Dai Mubai and Oscar exclaimed in unison, filled with immense anticipation, having not seen her for over a year. They were eager to discover the extent of Sister Shi's prowess. Yet, more than anything, they relished the prospect of witnessing her challenge. Within the academy, both teachers and students were reluctant to engage with Tang Qingxi. While Dai Mubai and his companions could not match her, the teachers, despite their soul power advantage, could not genuinely unleash their full strength against a student. Moreover, Tang Qingxi's soul power was particularly unique, possessing formidable penetrative capabilities that even Zhao Wujia would struggle to fully defend against. While it might not inflict severe harm, it would certainly be painful, and the chilling essence of her soul power could be described as excruciatingly discomforting. Zhao Wujia cast a sidelong glare at Dai Mubai and Oscar, feeling increasingly constrained. Girl, if you truly wish to challenge me, then as your teacher, I must thoroughly assess your abilities. Absolutely, Tang Qingxi readily agreed. Come, let us make some space. Dai Mubai enthusiastically beckoned Tang San and the others to step aside for a moment to observe Sister Shi's might. No rush. Let Teacher Zhao take a moment to recuperate. Tang Qingxi waved her hand, ensuring that proper rest was afforded. Ning Rongrong, observing the hesitation, inquired, Do you require my assistance? Tang Qingxi shook her head, stating, No need. I am challenging this alone. After consuming Oscar's sausage, Tang San swiftly regained his strength, for his injuries were not severe. He comforted the concerned Xiao Wu before casting a curious glance at Tang Qingxi. After all, he was equipped with an array of Tang's sect hidden weapons and, with Ning Rongrong's support, felt emboldened to confront Zhao Wujin alone. What kind of assurance does this individual possess? First, let me extend a warm welcome to all the newcomers. Tang Qingxi said with a gentle smile directed at the group. I am quite eager to see how our senior sister will contend with Teacher Zhao. Ning Rongrong beamed, genuinely intrigued by the methods this person would employ against Zhao Wujing. Xiao Wu, cradling her white cat, stole several glances at Tang Qingxi, realizing that this person was indeed seeking to avenge her. By the way, it seemed they still had not learned the senior sister's name. Up until now, they were unaware of Tang Qingxi's full name, having only heard Dai Mubai and others refer to her as Sister Shi. My name is Tang Qingxi, if you don't mind. You may call me sister just as Mubai and the others do. After all, I am 2 years your senior, she replied, all the while keeping her peripheral gaze fixed on Tang San, who could not conceal his astonishment. Tang Qingxi secretly chuckled, for it was indeed a disciple from the Tang clan. Anyone from the same era as the Tang clan would undoubtedly be familiar with the name Tang Qingxi. Not to mention her identity as the eldest daughter of the Tang family, her defection from the clan had stirred quite a commotion back in the day. However, Tang Qingxi could not ascertain precisely which Tang San this was, or whether it was someone she recognized, for she had been away from the Tang clan for many years. If the opportunity arose, she might engage Tang San in conversation. What's wrong, brother? Xiao inquired, having keenly observed Tang San's unusual demeanor. Tang San shook his head, stating, It is nothing, merely a coincidence that the senior sister shares the same name as an old acquaintance of mine. Is that so? Tang Qingxi responded casually. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujin had risen from his seat, retrieving an incense stick which he proceeded to light. Very well, let us begin, young lady. We have the duration of 1 incense stick, Zhao Wujin declared as he planted the incense into the ground. I am ready, Tang Qingxi nodded, gracefully approaching Zhao Wujin. Tang San and the others gradually withdrew, creating ample space. Therefore, allow me to declare, let the event commence, Dai Mubai proclaimed aloud. Tang Qingxi cast a glance at the numerous concealed weapons on the ground that Tang San had yet to clear away. Raising her foot, she unleashed her soul power to lift the hidden weapons at her feet, sending one flying towards Zhao Wujie. Hey! Zhao Wujie's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily activated his immovable King S body. Tang Qingxi smiled faintly and gracefully retreated, saying, One must utilize every available resource in combat. You impudent girl. Zhao Wujie had previously been extremely vexed by Tang San's hidden weapons. Raising his hand, the martial soul, Ink Jade Plum Blossom, manifested. Tang San and the others gazed intently at Tang Qingxi, and indeed, they noticed a fluctuation of soul energy, yet no soul rings materialized. A few dark-hued petals floated in the palm of her hand, and with a casual flourish, Tang Qingxi sent the petals soaring towards Zhao Wujie. Tang San's pupils contracted. He was astonished that this individual could execute the technique of plucking leaves and flying flowers. It was not that he lacked the ability to perform such a feat, but rather that his current strength rendered it impossible. How had Tang Qingxi achieved this? Could it be attributed to her soul skill? The technique of plucking leaves and flying flowers was one that individuals with profound internal energy in the martial world, who were willing to study it, could generally master. Tang San would not hastily deduce Tang Qingxi's identity based on this alone. After all, she possessed a plant martial soul, and it would not be particularly surprising for her to develop such a soul skill. As the petals struck against the golden light, instead of being deflected, they shattered completely. Yet, Zhao Wujie still felt the chill of a formidable aura. He could not comprehend why a seemingly ordinary plant martial soul, devoid of soul ring augmentation, could possess such a domineering ice attribute. Zhao Wujie was disinclined to engage in a prolonged contest with Tang Qingxi. He had already paid the price for underestimating his previous opponents, and he was determined to regain some face. With the third and fourth soul rings activated in rapid succession, he felt a weight upon his body. As Zhao Wujie's fourth soul ring launched an assault, Tang Qingxi remained unperturbed. Her internal energy surged swiftly, allowing her to flicker continuously, leaving 3 afterimages in her wake, thus evading Zhao Wujie's attempts to lock onto her. The technique employed by Tang Qingxi is known as the Celestial Spin of 9 Shadows, a skill she acquired after triumphing at Mount Hua and obtaining the Heavenly Sword, from which she gleaned the profound secrets of the Nine Yin Manual. It can be regarded as one of the most exquisite martial arts in the realm, and combined with the internal cultivation of the Mingyu divine skill from the Flower Palace, it renders her extraordinarily swift, far surpassing the mere phantoms conjured by the Tang sect's elusive techniques. However, currently constrained by her limited power, the Celestial Spin of 9 Shadows allows her to conjure only 3 residual images, preventing her from fully unleashing its true potential. Observing this, Zhao Wujie felt a sense of helplessness and even resorted to activating his 5th soul ring. This ring, a radiant deep black, illuminated as Zhao Wujie's roar reverberated, instilling trepidation in Tang San and his companions. A tremendous pressure emanated from all directions, compelling Tang Qingxi towards Zhao Wujie. The force surrounding her felt as though it might shatter her very being. However, in terms of physical resilience, Tang Qingxi far surpassed Tang San and his companions, even outstripping Dai Mubai beyond comparison. Tang Qingxi never allows herself to possess any weaknesses. The intensity of her training is nothing short of formidable. This is precisely why she was able to leave the academy for independent training without any obstruction. The curriculum she established for herself far exceeds that of the academy by several folds. Chapter 11. The Art of Deception. Zhao Wujie's injury, even in the face of Zhao Wujie's formidable 5th soul skill, gravity compression, stemming from his mighty golden bear martial spirit. Tang Qingxi manages to hold her ground. Nevertheless, she would not foolishly remain stationary to be ensnared by Zhao Wujie's soul skill. Instead, she strategically closed the distance. In a flash of dark crimson light, her domain was activated. A torrent of murderous intent surged forth, momentarily unsettling even Zhao Wujie's composure. After all, having traversed the city of slaughter, Tang Qingxi's tally of kills undoubtedly surpasses Zhao Wujie's by an incalculable margin. The city of slaughter is not a place where just anyone can survive and emerge unscathed. In the current world, only 3 individuals, including Tang Qingxi, have managed to leave the city of slaughter alive and possess the slaughter domain. As the gravitational pressure around her eased, Tang Qingxi unleashed a palm strike, the wind from her hand carrying inky petals towards Zhao Wujie's direction. Simultaneously, she gracefully retreated, increasing the distance between them. This palm strike was her true offensive maneuver, prompting Zhao Wujie's immediate response to channel his soul power for full defense. The force of her palm strike was not particularly loud, even silent. Yet upon contact with Zhao Wujie's body, it stirred ripples of impact. He let out a muffled grunt, unable to suppress a shiver. Although Tang Qingxi's soul power level had not visibly risen, the penetrating force and chilling aura were far more intense than a year ago, even surpassing the defenses of the immutable king body. This girl's strength cannot be gauged merely by her soul power level. She is an anomaly that defies conventional understanding. Withstanding the pressure of the domain, Zhao Wujie continued to employ his 5th soul skill to restrain Tang Qingxi, followed by his 4th soul skill for precise tracking. This time, the soul ring successfully enveloped Tang Qingxi, yet she remained composed and still. With her palms raised, Tang Qingxi moved with a grace akin to a dancer. As Zhao Wujie's palm descended, she elegantly twirled, her entire being glowing with a radiant red light, effortlessly lifting her hand to meet his strike. Yet, Zhao Wujie's felt as if he were striking cotton, or perhaps plunging into water, as his momentum was diverted, leaving him powerless to regain control. He could only watch in astonishment as Tang Qingxi moved with the elegance of a ballet, her palm pressing against his wrist, seemingly guiding his own hand in a half-circle before delivering a strike to his own chest. Zhao Wuji's, in half a lifetime. This was the first time he had been injured by his own mighty golden bear palm. With a sudden rush of metallic sweetness in his throat, he nearly spat blood. "Oh, Teacher Zhao, you are taking this far too seriously," Tang Qingxi murmured in resignation. "I merely wish to establish my presence. The new students are quite formidable. And without showcasing my strength, my position as the leader in Shrek would be precarious. Your earnestness makes it rather challenging for me." While dealing with Tang San, it was manageable to counter one skill at a time, yet in her case, he had to unleash nearly all of his initial 5 soul skills. This compelled her to reveal her true capabilities. With a deft maneuver, she returned Zhao Wuji's mighty golden bear palm back to him, leaving him with a painful throbbing in his chest as he withdrew his other soul skills. Tang Qingxi chose not to engage further, instead retreating once more. Zhao Wujie clutched his chest, coughing repeatedly, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No more fighting, no more fighting. You've become increasingly fierce, my dear girl." Indeed, continuing the battle was unfeasible. He had only 5 soul abilities at his disposal, and unleashing the 6th soul ability alongside his martial spirit would make it difficult to restrain himself afterward. "Very well," Tang Qingxi acquiesced gracefully, then called out to Oscar. "Little Oscar, please bring a sausage for Teacher Zhao." "Certainly," Oscar replied eagerly, promptly retrieving a sausage to present to Zhao Wujie. His admiration for Tang Qingxi deepened. She was truly formidable. Dai Bai also gasped in astonishment. Although Tang San had performed admirably before, his endurance was largely attributed to those peculiar weapons. Neither he nor Tang San dared to confront Zhao Wujie's mighty Vidra palm head-on. Yet, Tang Qingxi not only withstood it, but returned the attack with chilling ferocity. Of course, Tang Qingxi concealed her exertion well, and none of the onlookers noticed. In truth, she was experiencing considerable soul power depletion. The disparity in soul energy was significant, and it was no simple feat to endure Zhao Wujie's powerful strike. Her remaining soul power was dwindling. At this moment, Tang San was immersed in deep contemplation. Although Tang Qingxi did not employ the martial arts of the Tang sect, instead utilizing techniques from the Flower Moving Palace and the Nining Manual, these were realms that Tang San, who had spent his previous life solely within the confines of the Tang sect, had never encountered. Nevertheless, they ultimately belonged to the same world, the same martial realm, where myriad paths share a common origin, and thus he could sense a degree of familiarity. Yet, beneath this familiarity lay a conjecture that astonished Tang San profoundly. Tang San suddenly raised his head to gaze at Tang Qingxi, coincidentally meeting her returning gaze. Tang Qingxi's eyes bore a hint of amusement, and unnoticed by others, a flicker of purple light danced within her pupils, causing Tang San to widen his eyes in astonishment. He was almost compelled to kneel and offer his respects. However, considering the potential misunderstandings such an action might provoke among the onlookers, which would be difficult to elucidate, Tang San restrained himself. He lowered his gaze slightly, offering a subtle nod. "All right, Mu Bai, please arrange for the 4 new students to settle in." Tang San recalled the need to tidy up the weapons scattered on the ground. Zhao Wujie, his brow furrowed in frustration, uttered this remark before turning abruptly and departing. Tang Qingxi felt a twinge of regret and resolved to bring Zhao Wujie some gifts on another day to soothe his spirits. Today had certainly been a trying day for him. As he watched Zhao Wujie walk away, Dai Bai beckoned to the others, signaling that it was time to depart. "Let us go. I shall escort you to the dormitory." As he spoke, he intended to offer his arm to Zhu Qing, but she coldly sidestepped him. Tang Qingxi cast a fleeting glance at Dai Bai and proceeded to support Zhu Qing. After demonstrating her prowess, Zhu Qing held her in high regard and expressed her gratitude, willingly complying. After a brief interlude while Tang San tidied up his concealed weapons, the group set off towards the dormitory area. Upon arriving, however, they were rendered speechless by the opulent architecture that starkly contrasted with the academy's aesthetic. What was the meaning of this? Had the academy's funds been depleted solely for the construction of these lodgings? Noticing their perplexed expressions, Dai Bai cleared his throat and elucidated. Originally, the dormitories consisted of merely a few rudimentary wooden cabins. When Sister Shi arrived at the school and deemed the accommodations unsatisfactory, she graciously financed the construction of these edifices. You are fortunate to benefit from her generosity. That smaller building over there is Sister Shi's personal residence, while these 2 larger ones have been allocated for us, each capable of housing 5 or 6 individuals, which is perfectly adequate for our needs. The building on the left is designated for us boys, and the one in the middle is currently unoccupied, making it suitable for you girls, though it may require some tidying up due to prolonged disuse. In response, Tang Qingxi promptly produced a gold soul coin and tossed it to Oscar, saying, "Little Ao, please head to the village and hire a few individuals to assist the female students with the cleaning." Chapter 12. Tang San encounters the young lady. There were only 3 of them, with Zhu Qing being considerably injured. Given that Tang Qingxi was not short on funds, she decided to send Oscar to hire help for the cleaning. Oscar accepted the money and swiftly made his way to the village to enlist assistance. Tang Qingxi took the white cat back into her possession. Noticing the cat's reluctance, she playfully pinched its ear, earning herself a disdainful glance from the feline. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong assisted Zhu Zhuqing into the dormitory, first clearing out a room for her to rest. Tang San was also brought into the dormitory by Dai Mubai. After settling into an empty room, he hesitated before arriving at the doorstep of Tang Qingxi, gently knocking on the door. As Tang Qingxi opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Tang San, whom she welcomed inside with a casual motion to close the door behind him. Inquisitively, she asked, "Pray tell, what name do you bear in the Tang sect?" Tang San, upon recognizing the young lady, immediately knelt on one knee, expressing his respect. "Why kneel?" Tang Qingxi sidestepped gracefully, standing with her hands clasped behind her back as she observed Tang San. "Since you are acquainted with me, you must be aware that I have renounced the Tang sect. So there is no need to adhere to its formalities. Or did you arrive in this realm before my betrayal? I have no recollection of a disciple named Tang San within the inner sect. Your martial arts proficiency is commendable, and you ought to possess some renown." Hesitant, Tang San remained on the ground, bowing his head after a moment of contemplation. "I am but an outer sect disciple," he confessed. "An outer sect disciple?" Tang Qingxi was taken aback for a moment, then a smile graced her lips. "So, you have surreptitiously studied the Xiantian treasure record? Quite audacious of you. Rise and enlighten me about your overall progress." As one who had already severed ties with the sect, she held no regard for its rules. Tang San hesitated, primarily fearing that his words would not be believed by the young lady. He had attempted the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, yet the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle inexplicably remained incomplete, nearly a shadow of its form without achieving success. He had mastered the remaining martial arts from the Xiantian treasure record, though his practice in this realm was still insufficient. The Buddha's Wrath Lotus was indeed formidable. If you can create the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, then the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle should pose no challenge. However, this technique requires a blood sacrifice, a detail you might not be aware of. By the way, how did you arrive in this world? Tang Qingxi inquired further. As an outer disciple, Tang San had been discovered while secretly studying the Xiantian treasure record and having violated the sect's rules. He resorted to self-termination at the ghostly encounter's urging, subsequently arriving in this world. "So, you came here after death? Yet, did your father not stop you from taking your own life? How could he allow such a thing?" Tang Qingxi was utterly astonished, having successfully crafted the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. What difference did it make whether one belonged to the inner or outer sect? Tang Qingxi could not help but shake her head. Her laughter tinged with both sarcasm and resignation. The Tang clan is truly on the verge of decline. In the past 200 years, only two have mastered the supreme hidden weapon, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. One was forced to flee, while the other was driven to death. How utterly ridiculous. If I were the clan leader and possessed the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, it would matter not whether you learned the Xiantian treasure record through dubious means. I would at least promote you to the esteemed position of inner sect elder. If I were absent from the Tang clan, elevating you to the role of clan leader would be well within reason. Tang San found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond, and chose to stand silently. Enough of this. The deceased cannot return, and there's no need to dwell on past grievances. Your Xiantian skills require further refinement and diligent practice. Although Tang Qingxi had acquired martial arts techniques far surpassing the Xiantian treasure record after leaving the Tang clan, she had not neglected her studies of it. Indeed, if the young lady has any further instructions, she may command Xiao San at her leisure. Had it not been for the young lady's intervention in the past, Xiao San may have found it impossible to remain in the Tang clan and secure a place to belong. Tang San continued to express his respect. Tang Qingxi glanced at him twice, pondering what matter he was referring to. She had no recollection of it. Tang San is a figure that Tang Qingxi does not hold much memory of. However, upon reflection, she can surmise the circumstances. It was likely due to the chaotic regulations of the Tang sect that he was to be expelled, yet there were quite a number of individuals he managed to retain. The specifics elude her. Nevertheless, she refrains from voicing any objections, simply nodding in acknowledgement. This individual possesses commendable talent. Perhaps he will indeed prove useful in the future. So there is no reason to refuse. With that in mind, Tang San, I issue you a command. Tang Qingxi stated with gravity. Safeguard Xiao Wu. And do not inquire as to the reasons why. Tang San blinked in astonishment, bowing his head in acquiescence. Rest assured, young lady, Xiao Wu is indeed my sister, and I shall do my utmost to protect her. Then, that is settled. With a wave of her hand, Tang Qingxi dismissed him, saying, You may return to rest. Yes. Tang San clasped his hands in respect and exited Tang Qingxi's dwelling. As night enveloped the world in silence, the entire Shrek Academy fell into a tranquil stillness. In the aftermath of the day's examinations, aside from Tang San and his three companions, no other candidates had managed to pass the 4 trials. Nevertheless, this year marked the highest enrollment Shrek Academy had seen in many years. At this moment, Zhao Wujin, serving as the vice principal, found himself alone in his quarters, feeling despondent. A dull ache lingered in his chest, a remnant of the day's tribulations. Not only had he been injured by Tang San's hidden weapon, but he had also suffered the consequences of Tang Qingxi's tactics, enduring his own formidable golden iron palm. The confrontation had dealt a significant blow to his pride. He had merely intended to stretch his limbs, yet nearly found himself grievously harmed. In days gone by, Both of the Tang siblings would have met their demise at his hands. Yet now, the roles had shifted. He was a teacher of the academy, while Tang San and Tang Qingxi were mere students, leaving him to swallow his frustration in silence. However, the presence of a formidable talent like Tang Qingxi, coupled with the arrival of the remarkable Tang San, held promising prospects for the future of Shrek Academy, a thought that brought Zhao Wujin a measure of solace. Yet, these students would require diligent guidance, particularly Tang San. After all, jade must be polished to reveal its brilliance. Contemplating this, a wicked smile crept upon Zhao Wujin's face. Nevertheless, the mere thought of Tang Qingxi caused him to grimace. Training her would prove to be a formidable challenge. Little did he know that her arrival had spared him from a severe beating. In the shadows, Tang Hao gripped the Haotian hammer, his expression one of uncertainty. The dialogue between Tang Qingxi and Tang San within their chamber remains a mystery to him. However, he clandestinely observed their confrontation during the day. The domain unleashed by Tang Qingxi astonishingly intertwined with the realm of the god of slaughter. At such a tender age to possess the god of slaughter's domain. What manner of being is she? The city of slaughter is not a place easily known or accessible to everyone. He himself had struggled significantly to emerge from its depths. Yet back then, he was not so young. At the age of 13 or 14, the very thought of traversing the city of slaughter was tantamount to courting death. What an extraordinary being could acquire the god of slaughter's domain at such a youthful age, and which faction is responsible for her presence in the city of slaughter? With only a martial spirit he does not recognize, Tang Hao finds himself unable to discern Tang Qingxi's origins. Before Tang Qingxi, there were only two individuals in the world who possessed the god of slaughter's domain, one of whom is himself. He harbors concerns that Tang Qingxi may be connected to the other wielder of the god of slaughter's domain, which would pose an immense threat. Chapter 13. Deceiving Xiaowu. After bidding farewell to Tang San, Tang Qingxi entered the room. The white cat lay languidly by the window. Having sensed something unusual upon Tang San's arrival, and instinctively chose to keep its distance. Tang Qingxi approached gently, stroking the soft fur of the white cat as he murmured, "That Tang San is from my world and can be considered my subordinate. His talent is commendable. It appears he genuinely cares for Xiaowu. So keeping him by her side should be beneficial. I have also commanded him to protect her. However, if you have any objections, I am willing to intervene." The white cat raised its gaze slightly, nodding its head. "As long as you believe Tang San will not harm Xiaowu, that is sufficient. Additionally, I sense an unusual presence lurking in the shadows, possessing considerable strength." Indeed, Tang Qingxi replied with a serene expression, seemingly unfazed. Based on previous intelligence, he believed he could ascertain the identity of this individual. Although this person posed a certain threat, having suffered a significant setback in the past, he should have made some progress over the years. In essence, I am not his enemy, as long as I do not interfere with Tang San. He is unlikely to act against me. The path you two are about to tread is fraught with difficulties. You must exercise caution. The white cat leaped onto Tang Qingxi's shoulder, playfully pressing its paw against his face. The place she inhabited was largely at odds with the spirit hall, making it difficult not to feel concern. "Very well," Tang Qingxi smiled warmly, readily agreeing. "I will be careful." Morning dawned. At the break of dawn, Tang Qingxi rose early and swiftly leapt onto the rooftop, where he exchanged a distant glance with Tang San, who also appeared on another rooftop. After practicing the purple extreme demon eye, Tang Qingxi descended from the roof and approached Tang San, advising him, "Do not reveal the nature of our relationship in daily life." "Understand?" Little San comprehended and nodded in agreement. "By the way, do you possess a martial soul?" inquired Tang Qingxi. Tang San gazed in astonishment at Tang Qingxi. "How does the young lady know?" "I'm aware of your father, and given your lineage, there is no reason you would not inherit the Haotian hammer." "I too hail from the Haotian sect," Tang Qingxi replied with calm assurance. "The Haotian hammer? Is my martial soul the Haotian hammer? Is my father a member of the Haotian sect?" Tang San pondered, harboring mere speculation about his martial soul, yet no one had ever confirmed it for him. Tang Qingxi raised her eyebrows in surprise. "You truly do not know? Could you enlighten me about my father, miss?" Tang San inquired with a sense of urgency. "Your father is indeed a legendary figure. The specifics are best left for him to disclose, or perhaps I shall share them with you when the time is right," Tang Qingxi replied, exercising caution. She was acutely aware of the precariousness of her situation. Provoking Tang Hao was not an option, especially since he might be keeping an eye on Tang San. Her own identity placed her in a rather unique position, often at odds with him. Discussing Tang Hao was a delicate matter, and should it incite his ire, handling the aftermath could prove troublesome. "Remember to refrain from using the Haotian hammer lightly, and do not augment it with soul rings," Tang Qingxi cautioned. Upon hearing this, Tang San could only sigh in disappointment. "My father and teacher have also advised me similarly. They warned that the Haotian hammer could lead to trouble, and I should avoid using it in public. As for soul rings, enhancing your power through blue silver grass is advisable. Once you reach levels 80 or 90, you can afford to bestow a 100,000-year soul ring upon the Haotian hammer as its first, rather than starting with the customary 100-year rings like other martial souls. At that point, your Haotian hammer will be extraordinarily powerful, though it comes with its own risks. Should conflict arise, the stakes could be fatal." I will do my utmost to assist you when that time comes, Tang Qingxi elucidated. If Tang San is indeed reliable, she will undoubtedly lend him her utmost support when the time comes. In this way, Tang San nodded in understanding. Is that young lady also a twin martial soul? Tang Qingxi's martial soul revealed was not the Haotian hammer. Tang Qingxi shook his head, saying, I do not possess the Haotian hammer, or rather, I could have awakened a twin martial soul, but due to certain circumstances, the Haotian hammer remains dormant. I wonder if you have noticed that most individuals awaken their martial souls in their right hand, whereas mine resides in my left. Originally, the right hand was meant for the Haotian hammer, but that martial soul has become ineffective and cannot awaken. I specifically inquired with you to discern whether my situation is unique or if it is a commonality among those who have come from other realms. It seems that luck has not favored me. What could be the reason for this inability to awaken? Tang San felt increasingly perplexed by the enigma surrounding him. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Tang Qingxi's eyes. It is a rather intricate matter, that it matters not. Given my current circumstances, I can achieve effects akin to those of twin martial souls. With an elevated soul power level and the addition of spirit rings, my strength will ascend to new heights. Before Tang San could utter another word, Tang Qingxi raised her hand to silence him. Turning around, she noticed Xiao Wu had also risen early, standing not far away and observing the two of them. Does she know you possess twin martial souls? Tang Qingxi inquired. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. If she is perplexed about our relationship, just inform her that we are siblings from the same family, Tang Qingxi remarked. She could discern that Xiao Wu harbored unusual feelings for Tang San. Their ages were not as youthful as they appeared. It seemed that the young lady was quite attentive to Xiao Wu. Tang Qingxi clasped her right arm and let out a wry smile. Acknowledging her predicament, there was no choice, she owed her. The white cat perched on her shoulder stood up and nuzzled against Tang Qingxi's cheek. Baring its teeth as if in disagreement with her assertion, Tang San was somewhat perplexed by the situation, yet before he could ponder further, Xiao Wu approached him and grasped his hand, inquiring, Shall we go have breakfast together? Certainly, Xiao Wu replied, nodding her head as she eagerly linked her arm with Tang San's. However, her gaze discreetly flickered towards Tang Qingxi. She found her presence oddly endearing. Yet, witnessing the apparent closeness between Tang San and Tang Qingxi stirred a curious feeling within her. Let us proceed together. I am uncertain where food can be found in this school, Tang Qingxi remarked. Observing the conflicted expression on Xiao Wu's face and unable to suppress a quiet chuckle as she gently tousled Xiao Wu's hair. Though Xiao Wu felt an instinctive urge to evade the gesture, she refrained, her own feelings remaining an enigma to her. We all share the surname Tang. Hailing from the same lineage, though Tang San's father departed from the family for various reasons. Tang Qingxi, sensing that she ought to alleviate the young girl's confusion, elucidated their connection. It was not meant to be a frightful revelation. In this world, their bond was already established. Ah? Xiao Wu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as she gazed up in astonishment at the two. Tang San nodded. I just found out too. Quite a coincidence. So, does that mean Sister Shi is your blood-related sister? Xiao Wu blinked her eyes. Indeed, Tang Qingxi replied, her gaze laden with significance as she looked at Xiao Wu. Tang San claims you are his sister, so that makes you my sister as well? However, the depth in her eyes was evident, causing Xiao Wu to blush for reasons unknown. Let's go. Tang Qingxi waved her hand, leading them to the cafeteria. Yet, upon seeing the humble wooden structure of the cafeteria, Tang Qingxi pondered, shouldn't we consider funding a renovation for this place? Chapter 14, The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flandra. During breakfast, noticing Xiao Wu gazing longingly at the white cat perched on her shoulder, Tang Qingxi handed the white cat over to her. Seeing Xiao Wu embrace the feline with delight, a soft chuckle escaped Tang Qingxi's lips. Sister Shi, this must be the white knight spirit cat, right? It seems to possess quite an age. Xiao Wu inquired with increasing familiarity upon learning that Tang Qingxi was Tang San's sister. Indeed, it is the white knight spirit cat, a soul beast over 10,000 years old, Tang Qingxi responded. Wow, over 10,000 years? Xiao Wu exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and concern washing over her. Aren't you worried about soul masters targeting it? My ability to carry it around effortlessly comes from my own strength. Those who would covet a 10,000-year soul beast are beneath my notice. If anyone dares to act against it, I can ensure their demise, Tang Qingxi stated with unwavering confidence. While I lack the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, I do possess 2 Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles, one of which is on me. In terms of single-target lethality, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle is the most potent among Tang Sect's mechanical hidden weapons. It requires a living sacrifice. If one encounters a strong foe who cannot be deterred by such a needle, I would simply reveal my identity. I'm curious to see how many would dare to provoke a direct disciple of the Martial Soul Hall's Pope. Those who would be so bold, I invite them to tea with the title Dolua. Moreover, the true identity of the White Knight Spirit Cat was not yet appropriate to disclose to Xiao Wu. Should anyone take action, only the physical form of the White Knight Spirit Cat would perish. The soul that she had painstakingly nurtured through rare materials and treasures in its spirit ring was not so easily extinguished. If the White Knight Spirit Cat were to die, the soul state of Aro could merely relocate to another realm. Tang Qingxi pinched her right hand, feeling the soul bone embedded within her arm. This soul bone was indeed her greatest reliance and her ultimate weapon. As one of the top 3 sects, the Haotian sect was renowned as the foremost sect in the world, and none dared to provoke it. Tang San, upon hearing Tang Xingxi's words, wholeheartedly agreed. However, Tang Xingxi promptly countered, stating, "The Haotian sect is not my backing. I merely hail from there. I was expelled from the Haotian sect at the tender age of 6. Moreover, that cowardly sect, which even its own members dare not protect and prefers to remain hidden, no longer deserves the title of the foremost sect." Tang San was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at Tang Xingxi. He noticed the unmistakable chill in her eyes and immediately comprehended the situation. It was clear that the young lady held a strained relationship with the Haotian sect. Furthermore, it seemed that his father had also departed from the Haotian sect, leading him to conclude that the sect was indeed far from virtuous. Otherwise, why would his father and the young lady choose to leave? Particularly striking was the fact that the young lady had been expelled from the Haotian sect at the tender age of merely 6. Tang San couldn't help but furrow his brow. Where had Sister Shi gone after leaving the Haotian sect? Surely, the young lady must have been living quite well, as she would at least be devoid of financial worries. Tang Xingxi shook her head and remarked, "You will come to know this in due time." The trio engaged in light conversation while savoring their breakfast. Halfway through their meal, Dai Mubai arrived with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. "Where is Oscar? Is he still indulging in slumber?" she inquired, noticing the absence of 2 familiar faces. Dai Mubai coughed softly and replied, "Little Oscar has always had a penchant for sleeping in. As for Ma Hongjun, he went out yesterday to spend time with his girlfriend, who lives in the village. Her name is Tsuehua." The Shrek Academy was rather impoverished, having only rented 1/3 of the village as its campus area, while the remainder constituted the living quarters of the villagers. Upon hearing this, Tang Xingxi furrowed her brows, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Dai Mubai, observing her demeanor, felt a sense of relief for the 2 individuals. Shortly after everyone had finished their breakfast, a sudden clanging resonated from outside. Dai Mubai promptly rose and called to Tang San and the others, saying, "This is the bell summoned by the dean. Come, I shall lead you to the grand playground." Tang San and his companions rose in unison, while Tang Xingxi remained unhurried, trailing leisurely behind them. Upon their arrival at the grand playground, they encountered Oscar, who, still bleary-eyed, was munching on a sausage of his own making. The group almost failed to recognize him. With his beard shaven, Oscar appeared entirely transformed. Dai Mubai regarded him. Already strikingly handsome, particularly with his mesmerizing eyes, which were captivating in their allure. Yet, in terms of sheer appearance, he could not quite compete with the clean-shaven Oscar before them. Oscar's enchanting almond-shaped eyes, set in a face as smooth as jade, exuded a harmonious charm, complemented by a devil-may-care smile that suggested he was the quintessential dashing young nobleman. "What happened to your beard?" Tang San inquired, positioning himself beside Oscar. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Oscar chuckled softly, hastily finishing his sausage while casting a cautious glance at Tang Xingxi, and whispered, with a few beautiful new faces around, "I had to present myself more elegantly to capture their attention." At that moment, Tang Xingxi's gaze fell upon them, causing Oscar to abruptly fall silent. However, Tang Xingxi's focus was directed toward Ma Hongjun, a plump youth who approached with trepidation, glancing nervously at Tang Xingxi, having heard of her return to school. He had been too frightened to show his face yesterday, knowing he could only evade her for so long. With the dean summoning them today, he had no choice but to confront his fears. As Tang Xingxi's eyes turned toward him, Ma Hongjun's complexion paled, and he timidly approached her. A sycophantic grin plastered on his face. "Sister Shi, you're back," he exclaimed. What is your soul power level now?" Tang Xingxi regarded him with a detached expression, her gaze appraising. Ma Hongjun shrank back slightly, obediently responding, "I am at level 29. Tang Xingxi's gaze grew stern as she remarked, "Your soul power has been increasing rather slowly. Previously, your cultivation was hindered by the after effects of your martial spirit, but your current condition should have improved significantly, no?" Ma Hongjun, glancing around nervously, replied with a pained expression, "Sister Shi, I've been trying my hardest. Do as you wish. Ultimately, your cultivation is your own concern." Tang Xingxi waved her hand dismissively, uninterested in further discussion. "All right then." Ma Hongjun quickly moved to stand beside Dai Mubai. With everyone gathered and the principal yet to arrive, Dai Mubai suggested, "Since we are all here, why not take a moment to get acquainted?" Noticing the atmosphere had grown tense, he began introducing the new arrivals to Ma Hongjun, mentioning the names and martial spirits of Tang San and the other 4 students, emphasizing, "Tang San is quite formidable. He even managed to give teacher Zhao a bit of trouble yesterday." He continued, addressing the 4 newcomers, "Oscar, you are already familiar with, and this is Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit is the Phoenix." Upon hearing the word Phoenix, the 4 gazed at Ma Hongjun in astonishment, for it was indeed a top-tier beast martial spirit. "My martial spirit is called Ink Jade Plum Blossom. You witnessed my strength yesterday." Tang Xingxi offered a brief introduction of herself. Chapter 15. The Academy's curriculum. Once the introductions were complete, Dai Mubai continued, "As we will be living together henceforth, there is no need for formalities in our address. With the 4 of you new arrivals, we total only 8 students at the Academy. Xiao Ao and Fatty refer to me as Dai Lao Da. Given that I am the eldest among the students, you may simply call me Mu Bai. As for Sister Shi, we all address her as such. So feel free to choose how you wish to refer to yourselves. Ma Hongjun promptly decided to call him Fatty, while he suggested that Oscar could be addressed as Xiao Ao or Uncle Sausage. Turning to Tang San, he proposed, "How about I call you Xiao San from now on?" Tang San nodded, indicating his agreement, although his exposure to Shrek Academy had been limited. The fact that the young lady was willing to remain there suggested that it must be an exceptional institution. Each of Dai Mubai's companions possessed their own unique traits. Before Dai Mubai could finish speaking, Ning Rongrong cheerfully interjected, "Just call me Rongrong. That's what my family and friends call me." Her radiant smile lingered, and her simple words subtly bridged the distance between her and the others. However, Tang Qingxi glanced at her a moment longer, pondering how long this facade of a true young lady could be maintained. The title for Xiao Wu remained unchanged, while Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor, merely stating, "You can call me by my name." Curious, Tang San inquired about the academy's rules and curriculum. "There aren't many particular rules here," Dai Mubai explained. "To put it simply, one must not commit acts of violence or robbery, yet we encourage combat and even gambling." The four of them exchanged puzzled glances at the mention of gambling. Dai Mubai elaborated, "The teachers believe that the best way to become proficient in one's martial spirit is through combat, which greatly enhances practical experience. Gambling, on the other hand, involves psychological strategy, which helps to improve mental fortitude and greatly benefits one's observational and judgment skills. Of course, moderation is key. One must not kill in battle. And as for gambling, just don't lose your trousers." Tang Qingxi suddenly interjected, "Observe the nature of the battle. Sparring should never result in death. Yet if one encounters an individual deserving of such a fate, then one must act accordingly. As you grow and mature, it is inevitable that you will take lives. The world of Soul Masters is perpetually rife with conflict." In response, Dai Mubai neither concurred nor contested her assertion, instead continuing, "As for the course schedule, I cannot provide clarity as it is subject to change at any moment. After all, there are only 8 of us, and the number of instructors far exceeds that of students. Consequently, the Academy will adjust the curriculum according to our individual circumstances. I do know today's agenda, which is a monetary matter. The annual tuition fee for the Academy is 100 gold coins. However, for Soul Masters of your caliber, it should pose no challenge." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu could not help but interject, "Boss Dai, I have always found it curious why the school is financially struggling. Even the dormitory was funded by Sister Shi. Given the high rank of the instructors we encounter, shouldn't they be receiving substantial subsidies from the Spirit Hall?" Tang Qingxi gently tousled Xiao Wu's hair, stating, "The subsidies from the Spirit Hall are not limitless. They are only available to Soul Masters up to the rank of Soul Respected. Once one surpasses that rank, specifically at the level of Soul Sect and above, subsidies cease to exist. Otherwise, the astronomical figures involved would be insurmountable for both empires, even with the Spirit Hall's contributions. The subsidies merely assist lower-ranked Soul Masters in their training. By the time one reaches level 40 or above, their strength is sufficient to earn rewards independently. However, most avenues for earning tend to curtail the freedom of Soul Masters. The instructors at Shrek Academy, most of whom have surpassed level 40 and cherish their freedom while despising constraints, consequently enjoy little income." "I see." Xiao Wu nodded in understanding. "The Academy's financial limitations are inconsequential. Please feel free to express any needs." Tang Qingxi affectionately ruffled her hair once more. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached from the opposite side of the playground. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique and a distinctly shaped face. His chin protruded slightly, his features were somewhat flat, and he possessed a prominent hooked nose, giving him a somewhat cunning appearance. Upon recognizing him, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged startled glances, as they had encountered this individual before. Tang Qingxi stood beside Xiao Wu and said, "The four-eyed cat eagle, Flanders. The founder of Shrek Academy is a soul sage at the formidable level of 78, possessing a flying beast martial soul. Fortunately, he is only at level 78. Xiao Wu murmured, "Does our academy have any Soul Dolo level powerhouses?" "No." Tang Qingxi shook her head. "If we did, she would have taken you away long ago." "That's a relief." Xiao Wu sighed in relief. Tang Xin glanced at Xiao Wu and asked, "Xiao Wu, what troubles you?" Xiao Wu shook her head and, with a hint of concealment, replied, "It is nothing." Tang Xin felt somewhat perplexed, considering the peculiar demeanor of the young lady towards Xiao Wu. He sensed that there was a secret surrounding her. However, he too harbored secrets he could not divulge to her. Since Xiao Wu chose not to speak, he refrained from inquiring further. Flender approached the 8 students, his distinctive raspy voice resonating as he spoke. "This year has been remarkable. We have gained 4 more exceptional talents. I, Flender, the Dean of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome on behalf of the institution. Later, please remember to submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who oversees the finances." "Qingxi, is there something you wish to discuss?" Tang Qingxi inquired. "Having been away for over a year, you have made considerable progress. Just yesterday, you even managed to injure Zhao Wujie," Flender remarked, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he recalled Zhao Wujie's disgruntled expression. Tang Qingxi smiled faintly. It is merely that teacher Zhao did not exert his full strength. Were he to do so, it would truly be an unfair advantage against you all. Flanders chuckled. Mubai. The dean. Da Mubai stepped forward, holding great respect and a hint of admiration for Flanders. Flanders continued, another 4 juniors have arrived. Remember to inform them of the academy's rules. Now, rest and strive to restore yourselves to optimal condition, for our first lesson begins this evening. Oscar and Ning Rongrong. You are exceptions, come with me. Upon hearing this, Oscar's expression fell, reluctantly approaching Flanders to pay his respects. His mood lightened somewhat upon seeing Ning Rongrong join him. Flanders waved his hand. The rest of you may go and rest, but remember to reach your best state before nightfall. The instruction in our academy is unlike any other, and you may even encounter peril. Qingxi, you may train independently. Feel free to join us in the evening if you wish. Tang Qingxi possesses a unique methodology for training and enhancement, one that is far more rigorous than the courses offered by the academy. Consequently, Flanders chose to refrain from intervening. Very well, Tang Qingxi replied with a nod. Tang San was not in a hurry to depart. He wished to observe how the esteemed dean conducted his lessons. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, being support-type soul masters, might have had their reasons for not attending the evening classes. However, he found it rather peculiar that the instruction was scheduled for nighttime. Chapter 16. Leave the academy if you do not wish to run. Tang San remained, and naturally, Xiaowu was in no hurry to depart. The white cat nestled in Xiaowu's arms, with the soul Erua unable to stray too far from Tang Qingxi, who chose to stay as well. Flanders, unconcerned, addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong, stating that each individual possesses their own method of cultivation, with varying martial spirits. The ways of training diverge. The academy's purpose is not to instruct you on how to cultivate your martial spirits, but rather on how to wield them effectively, to better safeguard yourselves and assist your comrades in future battles. Oscar seemed to have encountered similar sentiments before, nodding silently, while Ning Rongrong readily affirmed with a knowing nod. Flanders continued, emphasizing that for soul masters like you, whether on the battlefield or in daily life, the protection of companions is essential for survival. Oscar, please share how. As a support-type soul master, one can ensure their safety on the battlefield. Without hesitation, Oscar replied, one must remain as sheltered as possible behind their allies, utilizing the terrain and structures to evade danger and steer clear of hazardous areas. Flanders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Oscar's words, yet pointed out a crucial omission. As a support-type soul master, the ability to retreat is indispensable. A support soul master who cannot flee is not a competent one. He further elaborated that evasion necessitates stamina. Although you possess your own soul power to aid you, your physical attributes must surpass those of ordinary individuals. However, the adversaries you may encounter could very well be formidable enemy soul masters. Thus, you must engage in physical training at critical moments. An extra step could mean the difference between life and death. Today's lesson will focus on stamina training. From this moment forth, you are to run 20 laps around the village. If you do not complete them before lunch, you shall forego your meal. You are permitted to utilize your martial spirits for assistance. Now, commence, with Oscar leading the way. Ning Rongrong responded affirmatively and immediately dashed outside. Oscar cast a somewhat resentful glance at Tang San and the others before following suit. Although the village housing Shrek Academy was not particularly large, Flanders had indicated that including the farmland, a lap would measure at least 3 kilometers. Completing 20 laps would be a daunting challenge indeed. Likely an excruciating ordeal for support-type soul masters. Tang San, you must also participate. You are to refrain from employing your soul power and should not accept their assistance. Tang Qingxi interjected suddenly. You will accompany me. Concurrently, Flanders gestured towards Tang San. Tang San glanced at Tang Qingxi, who waved his hand dismissively and said, go on. And remember to run 20 laps upon your return. Flanders looked at the two with curiosity, wondering if they were acquainted. Tang Qingxi remained silent. Tang San nodded slightly, waved his hand to Xiaowu, and followed Flanders into the academy. What does the dean want with Tang San? Xiaowu inquired curiously of Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi remarked, you should be aware, master, that he is an old acquaintance of Flanders, perhaps reminiscing about the past. Ah, Xiaowu nodded in understanding, not expecting that the master was acquainted with the soul sage. I also wish to run a few laps. Would you care to join me? As a battle soul master, it is imperative to prioritize physical training, Tang Qingxi inquired. With your strength, even in less than optimal condition, handling tonight's lesson should pose no challenge. Cherish your time. The truth lies in striving to become stronger swiftly. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaowu nodded in agreement. Tang Qingxi then placed the white cat back onto his shoulder and began to run alongside Xiaowu. Flanders' office, which also served as his residence, was furnished quite simply, containing only the essentials. He seated himself behind his desk, a complex expression flickering in his eyes as he gazed at Tang San. Is the master well? Tang San nodded slightly, acknowledging, the teacher is exceptional. Flanders appeared somewhat astonished. You are a student? No wonder he bestowed this belt upon you. In the past, he once confided in me that he would one day nurture a genius soul master. It seems you are indeed his chosen one. Tang San lifted his hand and brushed it against his belt, presenting a letter to Flanders. Before setting off, my teacher instructed me to deliver this letter to the dean once I was accepted. Upon hearing Tang San's words, a flicker of sorrow mingled with a hint of amusement crossed Flinder's eyes. Ah, this fellow has finally decided to reach out to me. As he spoke, he slowly unsealed the envelope and retrieved the letter within. Tang San clearly observed that when Flander was opening the letter, his hand trembled slightly. Subsequently, Flander's expression shifted repeatedly, and he suddenly lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on Tang San. Since you are his witness, you must not let him down. Moreover, do you know Qingxi? Tang San nodded affirmatively, yet he refrained from elaborating further. The young lady merely mentioned that she could inform Xiao Wu about their origins in the Haotian clan. Observing this, Flander chose not to inquire further. You may leave now. And prepare diligently for tonight's lesson. It will not be an easy one. As for Tang Qingxi's suggestion for him to also partake in laps, Flander remained noncommittal. Tang San, mindful of Tang Qingxi's instructions, followed her after leaving Flinder's office, just as she completed her lap. At that moment, Oscar and Ning Rongrong had yet to finish their round. Oscar, how far is this lap? Ning Rongrong's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Not long ago, she had been overtaken by Tang Qingxi and Xiao Wu. And now their figures were entirely out of sight. Initially, she had been brimming with confidence, despite being a support-type soul master. Her father had always encouraged her to engage in physical training, echoing Flinder's sentiments. Thus, she believed her physique was commendable and considered herself quite adept at running. However, since leaving the academy, she had yet to complete a single lap, and considerable time had elapsed. The prospect of missing lunch, let alone dinner, loomed ominously. Oscar replied with a wry smile. I mentioned before we set out that this was simply unattainable. There is nothing unattainable, it is merely that your stamina is lacking, retorted Tang Qingxi, who had now completed her second lap and was swiftly approaching them. Upon hearing Oscar's despondent words, she coldly dismissed him and surged ahead with Xiao Wu and Tang San. Oscar and Ning Rongrong lamented, why is there such a disparity between individuals? After a few laps, as Tang Qingxi caught up with Oscar and Ning Rongrong once more, she noticed that Ning Rongrong had ceased running altogether and was walking away with a look of impatience. What is going on? Tang Qingxi gestured for Tang San and Xiao Wu to continue running while she halted in front of Ning Rongrong. Oscar quickly joined her side. I'm not running anymore. The distance is too great, and I'm hungry. Ning Rongrong expressed her displeasure. Very well, Tang Qingxi nodded. Then you may return to the dormitory to pack your things. It is preferable to leave on your own terms than to be expelled by the dean later. Expelled? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow. The school would expel me? It has been made clear that the academy does not admit pampered science. The purpose of this exercise is to bolster your physical strength, granting you greater survivability on the battlefield. If you cannot endure this, even the finest talent will become wasteful. The academy does not require individuals of such ilk. There have been students expelled in previous years, Tang Qingxi stated coldly. This is not a battlefield. It is merely an academy, Ning Rongrong retorted, a hint of disdain flickering across her face. Yet this is Shrek Academy. And someone like you does not deserve the title of a monster. You may either continue running to prove your worth to remain here or pack your belongings and depart. Tang Qingxi asserted without reservation. Due to a certain individual's influence, she had high hopes for Ning Rongrong, the heiress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but regrettably, if this continued, she would surely become a burden. Ning Rongrong, however, smiled, her demeanor exuding an air of superiority. Tang Qingxi, do you believe you are someone of significance? Do you know who I am? I am the daughter of Ning Fingxi, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Tang Qingxi's expression turned even colder. And with a mocking smile, she replied, when Ning Fingxi arrives, he must show me respect. Who do you think you are? In this academy, there are many whose status rivals or even surpasses yours. With your current demeanor, you are but a dimming light for the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, bringing shame upon its legacy. You speak nonsense. Ning Rongrong retorted, her anger surging as her chest heaved with indignation. However, Tang Qingxi had lost interest in further dialogue. Oscar, if she cannot complete 20 laps, go find Dai Mubai and have him assist her in packing her belongings for departure. I will inform the dean of the situation. With that, Tang Qingxi turned and resumed her run. Ning Rongrong, filled with pent-up fury, could only watch helplessly as Tang Qingxi receded into the distance. Oscar, after a moment of silence, remarked with resignation, Sister, she has invested significantly in this academy and has never requested anything from the deans. In this institution, she wields considerable influence. You would do well to heed her words. If you do not run, you will indeed face expulsion. Among the seasoned students, Tang Qingxi possesses an esteemed reputation. Rarely does one exhibit such a commanding demeanor. Even Oscar, who may have harbored fleeting thoughts about Ning Rongrong, refrains from uttering a single word of dissent. After offering a brief reminder, Oscar resumes his journey. As night descends, Flinder stands on the vast playground, surveying the 8 students before him. Dai Mubai, handsome as a stallion, has already prepared for the evening's lessons, each student brimming with vitality. Though Tang San and Xiao Wu appeared somewhat fatigued, their spirits remained commendable. Zhu Zhuqing also bore a semblance of weariness. Having heard that Tang Qingxi and the others were also engaging in running, she took the initiative to join them in their exercise. In the evening, Tang Qingxi had some matters to attend to and informed Flander that she would directly meet them at the teaching venue, thus she was not present on the playground. However, Flander's attention was not focused on them, but rather on the other two students. Oscar, have you completed your 20 laps? Flander's gaze was sharp, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. Oscar coughed lightly and nodded. Dean, I have finished. Flander snorted coldly. I was asking you all, not just you. Oscar turned to look at Ning Rongrong, who was also gazing back at him, her beautiful eyes filled with innocence. Remembering Tang Qingxi's earlier words and Ning Rongrong's demeanor, Oscar remained silent for a long while before finally saying, Dean, please ask Ning Rongrong. Very well. Flander nodded, turning his attention to the seemingly innocent and somewhat pitiful Ning Rongrong. Now tell me, did you complete your 20 laps? Ning Rongrong shook her head honestly. I did not. The distance was too long and exhausting, and I was hungry, so I couldn't keep going. Flander smiled slightly. So, after Qingxi had already warned you, you went off to Soto City by yourself to indulge in a feast and strolled around the commercial street before returning, correct? Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. You were watching me? Flander's expression turned cold. As the dean, I must be accountable for every student in the academy. You left the academy without permission and disregarded its arrangements. Such actions are unbecoming of an exceptional soul master. Do you believe you still deserve to remain at Shrek Academy? Qingxi's decisions are my decisions. Now, please gather your belongings and leave the academy. Ning Rongrong let out a cold laugh. You think you can drive me away? It won't be that easy. Flander, I advise you to mind your own business, and the same goes for Tang Qingxi. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. You truly do not take my words seriously. Tang Qingxi, having completed her tasks ahead of time, arrived at the playground and laughed upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words. Mubai Tang-san. Both responded in unison, and the other students looked at Ning Rongrong with incredulity, not expecting her true nature to be revealed so openly. Tang Qingxi cast a glance at Flander, who then spoke. You are to retrieve the belongings of Miss Ning Rongrong from her room and escort her out of here. Should there be any resistance, feel free to employ any means necessary. As for the consequences, you may test that for yourself. Tang Qingxi added without hesitation. Whether you summon Ning Fengji or those two titled Doluos, it matters not. Let us see who truly bears the burden of the consequences, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School or myself. Flander smiled nonchalantly. I fear no consequences. This is my territory, and I hold the reins. See her off. You dare. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hands on her hips, radiating an incredibly fierce aura. I have grown up without anyone daring to treat me this way. Your elders may hesitate to discipline you, but we certainly do not. You are no treasure here. Even any student present surpasses you, Flander retorted disdainfully. Ning Rongrong, unwilling to concede, replied, I am a support-type soul master. My combat prowess cannot be compared to these battle soul masters. Yet my role on the battlefield is far greater than theirs. You can only serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield, Tang Qingxi stated mercilessly. Do not overestimate your worth. Without protection, you are nothing. Anyone could easily take your life. With your impetuous and arrogant disposition, who would be inclined to protect you? Should your pampering titled Doluos from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School abandon your father to safeguard you? You have become so spoiled that you cannot discern your own limitations. Ning Rongrong was utterly taken aback as Flander and Tang Qingxi exchanged words, pressing her into a corner where she could hardly formulate a retort. While their words were harsh, she grasped the essence of their meaning. Chapter 18. Ning Rongrong, the most inept in the academy. Flander gradually approached Dai Mubai and the others. Due to the verbal sparring between the three, Dai Mubai and Tang San had yet to retrieve Ning Rongrong's belongings. Flander pointed at Dai Mubai. He is 15 this year. With the White Tiger Martial Soul, a battle-type soul master. With a soul power level of 37, he possesses 200-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring, making him the youngest student in the history of Shrek Academy to reach the soul master level of 30. He broke through the 30-level barrier at the mere age of 13. Can you honestly claim you could surpass Mubai at 13? If anyone could exceed Mubai, it certainly would not be you. Tang San and Xiao Wu reached the 29th level of Great Soul Master at 12. They are the ones capable of surpassing Mubai. And then there's Qingxi. Her soul power level may not be high, but she has her own aspirations. She accomplished what no soul master has ever achieved, breaking through soul master levels without relying on soul rings. This endeavor took her 6 years. Yet when she arrived at Shrek Academy at 12, her soul power level was 23. Do you comprehend the significance of that? Moreover, you should be aware of the gap between great soul masters and soul saints, even if Zhao Wujing did not exert his full strength. While Tang San still requires external assistance, Qingxi relies solely on her own capabilities to injure Zhao Wujing. Qingxi also possesses the God of Death domain. In the world today, only 3 individuals have such a domain, the other 2 being titled Doluos. Do you grasp what that implies? Even I am uncertain of Qingxi's background. However, I can assure you that her standing is certainly not inferior to yours, given her God of Death domain. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would indeed think twice before provoking her. With her extraordinary talent and status, her efforts have far surpassed all other students in the academy. Which is why we do not require Qingxi to adhere to the curriculum. She will still attend. She will only practice beyond the regular lessons. These individuals are all far superior to you. Flander turned to Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun, of similar age, possesses a soul power level of 29. He has a mutated martial soul. Although it is a top-tier beast martial soul, it comes with flaws, requiring him to expend effort to compensate for its deficiencies. Yet, his soul power level still exceeds yours. Zhu Zhuqing, her soul power level is akin to yours. However, unlike you, she possesses a steadfast and dedicated heart, working diligently. While you left the academy without permission, she voluntarily trained with Qingxi, completing 20 laps. Oh, by the way, Qingxi ran 30 laps. And they did so without utilizing their soul power. Ning Rongrong, do you believe you can compare with any of them? Here, you are already the most inept presence. What right do you have to feel proud? I dare say that if you continue down this path, in 20 years, each of their achievements will far surpass yours. Tang Qingxi added, the dean did not mention Oscar, so allow me to enlighten you. In but a single sentence. He revealed that Oscar possessed a food-type martial soul with innate full soul power. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, exclaiming, this is impossible. How could a support-type martial soul have innate full soul power? Thus, Oscar stands as an unprecedented existence, with limitless potential for future achievements, Flander remarked with calmness. Ning Rongrong stood there in a daze. Having been nurtured since childhood and endowed with innate talent, she had been doted upon to the utmost degree. She had always believed herself to be the most exceptional. Yet, at that moment, every word spoken by Flander and Tang Qingxi pierced her heart like a sharp blade, shattering her deepest pride. Her complexion turned ashen, and suddenly, she burst into tears, turning to flee towards the dormitory. Tang Qingxi's expression remained tranquil as she turned to Flander, saying, it is troublesome, Dean, to engage in such trivial discussions with this little girl. A hint of satisfaction graced Flander's face as he replied, a 12-year-old girl is hardly a challenge. It is not a bother, for she is, after all, a student of the academy. Furthermore, he possessed a letter from the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a document potent enough to serve as a decree. Even without Tang Qingxi's request, he would have instructed Ning Rongrong in the same manner. However, why does Qingxi show such concern for Ning Rongrong? What connections does this girl possess? She seems quite familiar with Tang San and Xiao Wu as well. In light of her status as a senior, Tang Qingxi waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate. All right, it is time for class. Very well. Flander nodded, clasping his hands behind his back as he prepared to set off. As you have witnessed the outcome for Ning Rongrong, those who wish to remain at the academy must adhere to its rules and attend each class diligently. My words here are not mere suggestions but commands. As for Qingxi, I shall make no demands of her. If you desire such freedom, first contend with Qingxi, and then I shall also overlook your actions. Tang Qingxi, what does it have to do with her? She never skipped classes during her time at school. Tang San and his companions shook their heads in unison, acknowledging their inability to contend with someone capable of injuring a soul sage. You are about to embark on your first lesson. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Should your performance prove inadequate, it could lead to dire consequences, Flander cautioned. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, now, let us proceed. Follow me. With that, he lightly tapped his toes and gracefully surged forward in the direction of the academy's exit. The others promptly followed suit. Flander maintained a pace that was relatively swift for them, clearly revealing the disparities among the students. Tang Qingxi gracefully followed beside Flander, appearing remarkably at ease. Close behind them was Dai Mubai, whose soul power was the most profound, and following Dai Mubai was not Tang San, but Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing was exceptional in its intricacy, yet it was not without its limitations. In terms of linear acceleration, it could not rival Zhu Zhuqing, a speed-oriented agility-type soul master. Consequently, he and Xiao Wu found themselves tied for third place, while Ma Hongjun, despite being in last position, was not far behind Tang San. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped the group, save for the immense pressure Tang San felt from Tang Qingxi's glance, prompting him to resolve to diligently enhance his speed. Soon enough, they arrived at their destination, Soto City. The Shrek Academy was not distant from Soto, and it wasn't long before the southern city gate came into view. At this point, Flander slowed his pace, allowing the students to catch up. The gates of Soto City were perpetually open, and the 7 of them entered the bustling city seamlessly. Though night had fallen, Soto City was even more vibrant than during the day, with illuminated streets lining both sides. Upon reaching a grand edifice, Flander came to a halt. We have arrived. Dai Mubai's expression shifted slightly. Principal, are we bringing them here on the first day? It is an opportunity for them to broaden their horizons, Tang Qingxi interjected. Chapter 19, the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. Flander spoke solemnly. What the Academy can impart to you is the optimal utilization of your martial souls, aiding you in acquiring soul rings, and striving to unleash your inherent potential. Among all that you must learn, practical experience stands paramount. In contests of equal levels and strengths, it is the experience gained in real combat that dictates the outcome. Only through continuous engagement in actual battles can you enhance your adaptability in combat situations. Your first lesson is practical combat, and this arena shall serve as your classroom. Noticing the confusion on Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces, Tang Qingxi clarified, this is the Grand Soul Arena, a venue for Soul Master duels, where many spectators gather to watch and even place bets on the outcomes. Tang Xin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Isn't being a Soul Master the most noble profession? Why does such a place exist? Where one is displayed like a performing monkey for the amusement of others through soul battles. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi cast a cold glance at Tang San, her voice tinged with frost. Do not let me hear such sentiments from you again. There is no distinction of nobility, no matter how exalted one's status in death. We all become mere dust. The Great Soul Arena is the best venue for you to gain practical combat experience, where you will face numerous opponents with diverse soul abilities. And they will show you no mercy. You may even encounter life and death battles, experiences you cannot gain in the academy. I understand, Tang Xin replied respectfully. Noting Tang Qingxi's frosty demeanor, Flinder regarded the two with mild curiosity before nodding. Qingxi is correct. I have a task for you. Before graduation, you must secure at least a Silver Soul badge. Initially, you will receive one badge, and for every victory, you will earn points. Once you reach a certain threshold, the badge will upgrade in rank. The badge levels are categorized by the quality of minerals, starting from the lowest, the Iron badge, ascending to Copper, Silver, Gold, and Purple Gold, with 3 additional ranks beyond that, though you need not concern yourselves with those for now. Achieving a Silver badge will be quite a challenge for you. Mubai, please share the requirements for badge upgrades and your record. Dai Mubai replied, I began participating in the Great Soul Arena at level 29, with a total of 56 matches, achieving 29 victories and 27 defeats. Currently, I have 2 points. Upgrading from the Iron badge to the Copper badge requires 100 points. Each victory grants 1 point, while a defeat deducts 1 point. After winning more than 5 consecutive matches, each subsequent match is worth 10 points, and beyond 10 matches, it becomes 100 points. Upgrading from the Copper badge to the Silver badge requires 1,000 points, but the base points per match increase to 10. And consecutive victories yield even more points. Tang San, familiar with Dai Mubai's capabilities, expressed surprise. Mubai, given your strength, how is it that your record is only 29 wins to 27 losses? Dai Mubai chuckled softly. The Great Soul Arena is not easy to navigate. Matches are grouped by rank, which corresponds to the number of soul rings. Once you acquire an additional soul ring, you must compete in the next higher tier. I had 4 consecutive wins at level 29, but then my strength surged to level 30, and I subsequently faced a string of defeats. At just level 30, how could I hope to best opponents at levels 38 or 39? Ideally, one should pause participation after reaching level 30 to enhance their soul power further before returning. However, our goal is to hone our combat abilities, so we cannot afford to do so, resulting in a less favorable record. My points are even lower than Fatty's. Ma Hongjin interjected, I have fought 33 matches, achieving 25 victories and 8 defeats. What about Sister Shi? Xiao inquired curiously. Tang Qingxi calmly stated, 11 consecutive victories. A bronze badge. Subsequently, I left the academy for training and did not return to compete. Xiao and Zhu Qing both displayed expressions of astonishment. Her achievements paled in comparison to those of Dai Mubai. Prior to entering the academy, Qingxi already possessed extensive practical combat experience, and her prowess made her capable of effortlessly dominating a group with 2 soul rings. Flinder, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Qingxi, your graduation requirement has been elevated to a gold soul badge. He even harbored doubts that Tang Qingxi's departure from the academy stemmed from the inadequacy of the practical training it provided. This girl was fierce enough to survive the City of Slaughter, and battles in the Grand Soul Arena were merely child's play for her. Not a problem. And today I shall challenge the group with 3 soul rings, Tang Qingxi declared, expressing her disdain for opponents of merely Great Soul Master rank. Dai Mubai's expression stiffened, and he silently prayed that the two of them would not cross paths. Step inside, Flinder gestured, leading the group into the arena. The Grand Soul Arena left Tang San and the others quite astonished. They had never ventured into this area and were unaware of the existence of such a magnificent structure in Soto City. The entire Grand Soul Arena was oval-shaped, towering over 100 meters high, and was divided into a main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas, accommodating up to 60,000 spectators, along with 100 VIP boxes. As they walked further in, Flinder shared additional information with Tang San and the others. Here, soul battles were categorized into 3 types. The first, as Dai Mubai described, was a friendly competition focused on mutual sparring, generally prohibiting lethal force. The second type was a life and death battle, where the stakes were fatal. Lastly, there were wager battles, where the victor would claim everything at stake, many of which were life and death contests. The formats of the competitions also varied, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles, with the latter typically limited to a maximum of 7 participants on each side. As they passed a colossal stone tablet engraved with countless names, Flinder informed Tang San and the others that these were the names of those who had perished in soul battles. Registering for a soul battle was quite simple. One needed to fill out a form with their name, age, and martial spirit, pay a registration fee of 10 gold coins, and they would receive an initial iron badge. Additionally, a soul power test was conducted to determine each individual's level and grouping. After registering, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others were swiftly assigned to the 14th subsidiary arena, and after giving Dai Mubai a few instructions, Flinder promptly departed. Tang Qingxi promptly followed suit and exited as well, having not been allocated to the 14th Soul Fighting Arena. In the Grand Soul Fighting Arena, those who achieve consecutive victories exceeding 5 or possess higher levels of soul fighting emblems are typically assigned to the main soul fighting arena. Moreover, given Tang Qingxi's request for a challenging competition, she was naturally placed in the main soul fighting arena. In contrast, novices like Tang San and the relatively low-scoring Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun could only partake in the subordinate soul fighting arena. Tang Qingxi did not rush to the main soul fighting arena as his match was not scheduled early. Instead, he sought out Flander, who had yet to leave the arena. "What brings you to me?" Flander inquired. "I intend to conduct individual training with Tang San, and if Xiaowu wishes to join, I will include her as well. Therefore, the two of them will not participate in the Academy's courses," Tang Qingxi replied. In his eyes, the curriculum at Shrek Academy was still insufficiently rigorous. Chapter 20. Tang Qingxi's Ascent in Soul Fighting. What connection do you have with Tang San? Flander asked, intrigued. "We share the surname Tang. Even if the distinctive martial spirit is not revealed, you must have heard of the name," Tang Qingxi retorted. After all, the existence of the Houghton sect effectively concealed their true relationship. Very well, Flander nodded in response, though he remained perplexed. Tang Qingxi's identity was a matter he had pondered over. He had considered the possibility of a connection to the Houghton sect. However, he had previously observed the utmost deference displayed by the Bishop of the Soul Hall's branch in Soto City towards him. While he had heard whispers of the discord between the Houghton sect and the Soul Hall, this left him in a state of confusion. Furthermore, the city of Slaughter was not a place accessible to just anyone. He had been troubled the previous day, contemplating which of the two titled Doluos, both associated with the Soul Hall and the Houghton sect and possessing the domain of the god of slaughter, was relevant to him. After a brief exchange with Flander, he made his way to the main arena of the soul battles, only to encounter Zhu Zhuqing at the entrance. "Are you here to see me?" Tang Qingxi inquired. A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhu Zhuqing's face, although Xiaowu was quite close to Tang Qingxi. She could not shake the feeling that he was not an easy person to approach. Each soul master could participate in only one match of the same category each day, but they were allowed to engage in different types simultaneously. Tang San and Xiaowu had signed up for a 2-on-2 match, Zhu Zhuqing whispered. Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow, likely grasping the intention behind Zhu Zhuqing's visit. "Do you wish for me to participate in the 2-on-2 competition?" "Indeed," Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "I am not particularly keen on teaming up with Ma Hongjun, nor do I wish to pair with Dai Mubai, as the disparity in our strengths renders such a partnership impractical." Thus, she had no choice but to seek out Tang Qingxi. Very well. Tang Qingxi held a favorable impression of Zhu Zhuqing. She always felt a deeper affinity for individuals who were steadfastly determined and diligently striving for strength. "I will hold back a bit to allow you more space to hone your practical skills. The opponents you will face will be of the copper badge level, formidable in strength, so prepare yourself well." "Thank you immensely," Zhu Zhuqing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Tang Qingxi was indeed a choice made out of necessity. Although she was of the same rank as her counterpart, her strength was exceedingly formidable. Should she unleash her full power, even an opponent bearing a bronze badge would stand no chance against her. Thus, Tang Qingxi, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, registered for a 2-on-2 competition. After paying the registration fee, the staff member inquired, "Please provide a name for your team." "Another name?" Zhu Zhuqing responded with a hint of confusion. The 2-on-2 format required a team name for the ease of introduction by the arena's host. "You can come up with one," Tang Qingxi replied, unwilling to expend mental energy on such trivial matters. She would never admit to being inept at naming. "How about Tang Zhu or Qing Zhu?" Zhu Zhuqing, evidently lacking in creativity, simply extracted 2 characters from their names. "Let's go with Qing Zhu." Tang Qingxi nonchalantly settled on the choice. "Very well. The Qing Zhu team has been successfully registered." The insignias of Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing are often adorned with a 4-character inscription. In terms of arrangement, Zhu Zhuqing's one-on-one battle spirit takes precedence, while Tang Qingxi simply accompanies her back to the 14th battle spirit zone. However, what transpired was unexpectedly an internal conflict within Shrek Academy, as Zhu Zhuqing's opponent was Tang San. The expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face immediately grew serious. "Let's give it our all," Tang Qingxi said lightly. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, proceeding directly to the battle spirit passage, as Tang San was about to pursue. He was grasped by Dai Mubai on the shoulder, who whispered, "Brother, be gentle." Tang San smiled faintly, just about to nod, when Tang Qingxi's voice interjected, "Do not pay him any mind. Only by recognizing the disparity can one be spurred to exert greater effort." Upon hearing this, Tang San could only cast an apologetic glance at Dai Mubai. As the two ascended the stage, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. The host briefly introduced the respective martial souls and names of the contestants before signaling for the duel to commence. "After you," Tang San courteously gestured to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly, "Please give it your all. I wish to ascertain the extent of my difference from you." Very well. The match between the two was not particularly fierce. Tang San secured victory with remarkable ease. As a control-type soul master, he effectively countered Zhu Zhuqing. whose agility and defensive prowess were rendered ineffectual in this straightforward arena, ill-suited for agile assault types. Zhu Zhuqing's attacks could not penetrate Tang San's control in the slightest. Tang San merely employed his first Soul Ring skill, Entanglement, to securely bind Zhu Zhuqing, and the paralysis effect from the first Soul Ring rendered her incapable of combat. Zhu Zhuqing promptly descended from the arena. Let us go. Tang Qingshi expressed no surprise at this outcome and took Zhu Zhuqing to the main soul fighting arena. Following that, Tang Qingshi's subsequent 2 matches took place in the main soul fighting arena. I will conduct specialized training for Tang San. He will train with me and will not participate in the academy's courses. If you are interested, you are welcome to join, Tang Qingshi suddenly remarked during their journey. Recalling how Zhu Zhuqing had voluntarily joined during the morning lapse, he thought that this girl could indeed use some support. Although her status might not benefit him significantly, having her around would not be a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened. She had heard numerous accounts of the rigorous nature of Tang Qingshi's training. The prowess demonstrated by Tang Qingshi affirmed the value of such training, and her desire to grow stronger made her unwilling to miss this opportunity. Then I shall trouble you. Shijia, Zhu Zhuqing sincerely addressed Tang Qingshi with a heartfelt title. Upon arriving at the main soul fighting arena, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly posed a question. Shijia, you have achieved 11 consecutive victories, with a higher base score for the copper badge. Does that not mean winning this match will elevate you directly to a silver badge? Indeed, 12 consecutive victories with a copper badge could yield 1,000 points, thereby facilitating the ascent to a silver badge. Tang Qingshi shook his head, clarifying, not quite. Once the badge is upgraded, the winning streak resets to 0. At the copper badge stage, there haven't been any victories yet. However, achieving the silver badge is merely a matter of securing another 11 consecutive wins. Hearing Tang Qingshi speak of the winning streak with such nonchalance, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but smile slightly. Although this statement exuded excessive confidence, Tang Qingshi undeniably possessed the prowess to warrant such self-assurance. In the arena, Tang Qingshi prepared for her one-on-one duel, with Zhu Zhuqing watching intently from the sidelines. The host's voice resonated with fervor as he announced the commencement of the 8th match in our soul fighting arena, a contest between a great soul master and a soul sovereign. Indeed, today marks an extraordinary challenge. Entering the stage is Tang Qingshi, a battle soul master with the plant-based martial soul of the Black Jade Plum Blossom, who has been absent from the Grand Soul Arena for over a year and boasts an impressive 11 consecutive victories. She will face Fang Lin, a battle soul sovereign with a fiery martial soul, who has achieved 5 consecutive wins. Upon hearing the host's words, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but furrow her brow. Chapter 21. Confrontation with the fiery wolf martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing was well aware of Tang Qingshi's formidable strength. Yet she acknowledged that fire-type martial souls inherently countered most plant-type martial souls. Nevertheless, Tang Qingshi, as per Zhu Zhuqing's observations, seldom left herself with vulnerabilities. It remained to be seen how she would respond. Having never fought alongside Tang Qingshi, Zhu Zhuqing was unaware that Tang Qingshi's soul power also harbored an extraordinarily frigid force. The host continued to fervently elaborate. Would Tang Qingshi replicate her glorious performance from a year prior, achieving 12 consecutive victories, or would Fang Lin emerge victorious, shattering her winning streak? Let us await the outcome. The audience erupted with thunderous applause. A 10-game winning streak was a rare occurrence in the Grand Soul Arena. And even after a year of absence, many still recalled Tang Qingshi's terrifying record of 11 victories. Particularly noteworthy was her choice to challenge Fang Lin, a renowned contender in the Grand Soul Arena. This battle undoubtedly sparked immense anticipation. As the cheers nearly pierced the heavens, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of astonishment. Such a scene had not been witnessed at the 14-point Soul Arena. Indeed, the competitors in the Grand Soul Arena were truly exceptional. Fang Lin swiftly ascended the fighting stage, his wild hair standing on end, his eyes fierce and sharp, exuding an imposing presence. Upon seeing Tang Qingshi approach gracefully, a flicker of disdain crossed his features. Little girl, your 11 consecutive victories indicate considerable prowess. However, it seems you have become somewhat intoxicated by your success, daring to challenge a soul sovereign with the power of a great soul master. Your winning streak is destined to end. Let us speak of this after you have defeated me, Tang Qingshi replied, not one to indulge in pre-battle bravado. Huh, Fang Lin chuckled. You will soon realize the distinction between a great soul master and a soul sovereign. As the host announced the beginning of the match, Fang Lin's seemingly dismissive demeanor belied the reality that reaching the copper badge and securing 5 consecutive victories required more than mere arrogance. He promptly activated his martial soul, flames erupting from his already robust form, enhancing his stature even further. The legendary 11-game winning streak, regardless of the great soul master category, warranted his respect. Words spoken in the heat of battle were one thing, the reality of combat was another. His hands transformed into fiery claws, sparking as they rubbed together. Surrounded by 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, encircling him with palpable intensity. Tang Qingshi did not ostentatiously reveal her martial spirit. Instead, a few petals of ink-black jade plum blossoms swirled gently in her palm. In an instant, she darted towards Fang Lin. Witnessing the remarkable speed exhibited by Tang Qingshi, which was surprisingly on par with his own, Fong Lin's countenance grew grave. Truly, one who had achieved 11 consecutive victories and dared to challenge opponents beyond their rank possessed considerable confidence. Fong Lin's first spirit ring ignited, and flames engulfed his entire being. Subsequently, as his second spirit ring illuminated, he unleashed a wolf's howl, condensing the flames within his mouth, and a fireball erupted forth, hurtling towards Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi swiftly evaded the fireball with a deft sidestep, merely sensing its searing heat. As Tang Qingxi approached, Fong Lin boldly advanced, raising his paw to strike at her. Fong Lin had merely augmented himself with a ranged attack capability from his second soul ring. In reality, he primarily excelled in close combat. Tang Qingxi's direct assault was precisely to his liking. He unleashed his full power, causing the third soul ring to illuminate. A circle of flames suddenly erupted around his feet, and he couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Previous opponents had always been too timid to approach him, yet this Tang Qingxi was undeniably audacious. However, to his surprise, Tang Qingxi stepped into the fiery circle and extinguished the flames at his feet. At the same time, Tang Qingxi raised his hand, boldly confronting Fong Lin's fiery claws head-on. Tang Qingxi's palm was enveloped in a chilling aura, causing the flames on her claws to wither as if confronted by some formidable force. Upon contact, the flames were extinguished entirely. Realizing the icy cold that surged back from the claws, Fong Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. You possess the ice attribute. Having not seen Tang Qingxi in the Grand Soul Arena for over a year, Fong Lin could not fully ascertain the details of her martial soul. Only knowing it to be of the plant type, which should have conferred him a significant advantage with his fire attribute. However, he had not anticipated the additional ice attribute. What puzzled Fong Lin was that, despite the mutual restraint between ice and fire, the disparity in their soul power should have rendered him the victor in this encounter. Why, then, was his fire so thoroughly subdued? Furthermore, as a great soul master, Tang Qingxi exhibited strength that was by no means inferior to his own. With just a single clash, Fong Lin found himself forced back 3 steps by her palm, while Tang Qingxi remained steadfast in her position. Observing their exchange, it became evident that Fong Lin was at a disadvantage, prompting another round of cheers from the audience. The biting cold seized Fong Lin's hand, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Realizing the peril of his situation, he cautiously retreated a few more steps before unleashing a fireball. Tang Qingxi seemed to have made no attempt to evade, which took Fong Lin by surprise. However, as the fireball soared past Tang Qingxi's figure, Fong Lin's pupils constricted. A chilling sensation enveloped him as Tang Qingxi deftly placed a hand upon his shoulder. The force he felt was not overwhelming. It was not akin to the first strike that had propelled him backward. Yet, this blow rendered his entire arm immobile, and he found it exceedingly difficult to repel the encroaching cold with his soul energy. This is impossible, Fong Lin exclaimed in disbelief. He had faced defeat before, but even those who had bested him, including formidable soul masters, had never incapacitated him so effortlessly with just 2 moves. At this moment, he comprehended why Tang Qingxi dared to challenge opponents of higher ranks. With one arm rendered useless, Fong Lin's combat capability diminished significantly, leaving him to wield his other claw in a desperate attempt to fend off Tang Qingxi. Yet, with a mere flick of her hand, Tang Qingxi skillfully maneuvered him into an uncontrollable advance, subsequently tapping her finger upon his other shoulder. She gracefully pushed him back a few steps, her hands resting behind her. Do you wish to continue? Fong Lin's face flushed crimson. Had he truly lost so easily? Both of his arms now felt only the sting of ice, leaving him utterly defenseless. With a heavy heart, he bowed his head, utterly defeated, and murmured, I concede. In the audience, Zhu Zhuqing stared in astonishment. Tang Qingxi was undeniably formidable. The stands fell silent for a brief moment, the crowd taken aback by the unexpected swiftness of what was anticipated to be an exhilarating challenge. Yet, soon thereafter, thunderous applause erupted. For Tang Qingxi had become a legend in the Soto City Soul Arena. You are truly formidable, Fong Lin admitted, his voice tinged with respect, though his inability to lift his arms left a shadow of melancholy upon his countenance. Tang Qingxi waved his hand and said, remember to absorb soul energy to nourish your joints. You possess the fire attribute, so your recovery is relatively swift. At that moment, the host ascended the battle platform and excitedly proclaimed, congratulations to Master Tang Qingxi for his victory, achieving an impressive record of 12 battles won without a single defeat. This marks the only occurrence of 12 consecutive victories in our grand arena in a century. Chapter 22. The Duel of Cat Martial Spirits in a 2-on-2 match. Tang Qingxi descended from the Soul Arena amidst a chorus of cheers and immediately noticed the radiant gaze of Zhu Zhuqing. Sister Shi, I too wish to become as strong as you, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but exclaim, perhaps influenced by the euphoric atmosphere of the Grand Soul Arena. Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat exhilarated, shedding her usual cold demeanor. She bore a semblance of youthful exuberance, gazing at Tang Qingxi with admiration. Stronger like me? That seems rather unlikely. Tang Qingxi replied without a hint of mercy. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes dimmed slightly, only to hear Tang Qingxi continue, however, I can assist you in becoming stronger. Would you like to train with me? I will speak to the dean. You need not worry about the academy's curriculum. May I really? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. unaware that Tang Qingxi had already intended to offer private lessons to Tang San and the others. Tang Qingxi nodded slightly. If you are willing, then so be it. Zhu Zhuqing's determination was unwavering. I am willing. I can endure any form of training. The instructors at the academy were undeniably formidable. Yet their soul power was so high that it rendered their capabilities in battles against peers or those of superior ranks difficult to perceive. In contrast, Tang Qingxi's prowess was unequivocally evident, and her training was evidently sanctioned by the academy. It seemed that due to its excessive rigor, the academy merely granted her freedom. Otherwise, they would have long adopted her training methods. Zhu Zhuqing only desired to grow stronger. She feared no brutal training. Very well, I shall mention it to the dean tomorrow, Tang Qingxi affirmed, reflecting on how she could now be considered an instructor of the academy, with many students under her tutelage. While awaiting their turn for the doubles match, Damo Bai and Tang Xin approached them. Their matches had concluded successfully, with each emerging victorious. Has Sister Shi finished her match? Damo Bai inquired, leaning closer to Zhu Zhuqing. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing had remained by Tang Qingxi's side. Listening to her explanations of the battles on the Soul Arena, her demeanor softened. However, it turned icy once more. Though she still afforded a courteous response, the singles match has concluded. The outcome of the doubles primarily depends on Zhu Qing's performance, Tang Qingxi remarked. Concerned that their earlier singles match might lead their opponents to forfeit in the upcoming doubles round. After all, their opponents were Grand Soul Masters. Having easily triumphed over Soul Venerables, would any Grand Soul Master dare to face her in the arena? Having observed several more matches, it was finally time for Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing's double showdown. The host's voice was markedly more spirited than in previous matches. Now, we are about to commence the 5th round of the doubles competition, featuring the Qingzhu duo against the Cat Panda duo, a nimble attacker paired with a powerhouse. Tang Qingxi felt reasonably satisfied with this pairing and turned to Zhu Zhuqing, stating, I will do my utmost to encourage them to remain on the field to face you. Zhu Zhuqing mused that teaming up with Tang Qingxi was hardly a wise choice. It was questionable whether their opponents would even dare to take the stage. However, whether it was the Soul Arena's atmosphere or something else, the host failed to elaborate on the members and soul powers of both teams. As the participants took to the stage, Tang Qingxi immediately noticed the expressions of the petite and robust individuals across from them were remarkably dismayed. As the two appeared to speak, Tang Qingxi interjected first, let us practice with my little sister, hold nothing back. And I'll reward you with 50 gold soul coins upon completion. Many soul masters coming to the arena did so for their livelihood. In the face of the gold soul coins offered by Tang Qingxi, the dignity of being a soul master paled in comparison. Initially, upon realizing they were up against Tang Qingxi, the Cat Panda duo contemplated conceding the match. After all, if someone could effortlessly defeat a soul venerable, what chance did they stand against her as Grand Soul Masters? They feared ending up like the unfortunate Fong Lin, whose arm had been rendered immobile, leaving him uncertain of how long it would take to recover and continue battling, a truly distressing prospect. However, upon hearing Tang Qingxi's offer, their expressions visibly relaxed. Although her words were bluntly dismissive of their abilities, the prospect of receiving money made the situation far more palatable. All right, no problem, the Cat Panda duo agreed in unison. The host announced Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Tang Qingxi conceived a new idea. Her purpose for visiting the Great Soul Arena was to enhance her practical combat experience. However, did it not seem bothersome to come here at such late hours? She was not in need of money. So why not simply hire a few individuals to serve as sparring partners at the academy? Come on, just don't lose too disgracefully. After reaching an agreement through financial means, Tang Qingxi waved her hand decisively and stepped back a couple of paces. She held no expectation that Zhu Zhuqing would emerge victorious. After all, she was merely a young girl, and her soul power lagged 2 levels behind those 2 opponents. The opponents matched against her in terms of their combination were far superior, yet within the realm of great soul masters, they would not be weak, given Zhu Zhuqing's capabilities. Even facing a single opponent of the same rank wielding a bronze badge would be a challenge, let alone 2. I will give it my all, Zhu Zhuqing declared. Her competitive spirit ignited upon hearing Tang Qingxi's lack of faith in her victory. Faced with this rather unusual duel, the host felt somewhat helpless and hastily announced the commencement before exiting the stage. Zhu Zhuqing's expression sharpened as she summoned her martial soul, the Nether Cat. Her eyes transformed simultaneously, one a deep emerald green, the other a clear azure blue. A pair of adorable cat ears perked up, and her 10 fingers extended as sharp claws emerged like spikes. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul manifestation up close, Tang Qingxi's gaze brightened slightly. She had always possessed an affection for cats, which was why she had previously gone to the lengths of acquiring the entire body of the White Knight spirit cat for Aru. Aru, perched on her shoulder, was well aware of her thoughts and bared her teeth in a playful grin. Tang Qingxi casually produced a small dried fish and held it to the white cat's mouth, only to receive an eye roll in return. Undeterred, she then retrieved a carrot. The white cat, Aru, raised a paw, her sharp claws extending menacingly from her soft pad, silently intimidating Tang Qingxi. How audacious of this little girl to treat herself as a pet. Truly outrageous. Tang Qingxi couldn't help but curl her lips as she tucked away the carrots and dried fish. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had boldly charged forward. The bear panda duo understood Tang Qingshi's intentions. After gauging Zhu Zhuqing's strength, Xiong Chun, who possessed the bear martial spirit, took a couple of steps back, leaving only Bai Ling, with her cat martial spirit, to face Zhu Zhuqing. Two agile figures collided in the central area of the soul fighting platform. Zhu Zhuqing's first soul ring illuminated, and the shadow strike was unleashed, doubling her speed in an instant as her sharp claws sliced through the air toward Bai Ling. Bai Ling suddenly propelled herself sideways to evade Zhu Zhuqing's claws, then pivoted and, similarly wielding her own lethal claws, lunged at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing deftly dodged, and the two passed each other, locking eyes. Chapter 23. Tang Qingshi begins the lesson. The two faced off for a moment before leaping into the air once more. Their movements were dazzling, and the sound of their claws clashing rang out repeatedly. Tang Qingshi, with his hands clasped behind his back, observed the unfolding confrontation between Zhu Zhuqing and her adversary. Below, Tang San silently activated his purple extreme magic eye, scrutinizing the duel on the stage. Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill, the Abyssal 100 Claws, the sound of her claws clashing intensifying in frequency. However, her opponent, also a sensitive attack-type soul master, made it exceedingly difficult for her to seize an opportune moment to strike, compelling her to remain vigilant and prevent her foe from capitalizing on any openings. Due to the disparity in their soul power and physical strength, Zhu Zhuqing gradually found herself unable to withstand the onslaught and began to retreat. Her opponent relentlessly pressed forward, denying her the chance to create distance and catch her breath. As the clashes became more frequent, Zhu Zhuqing's stamina waned rapidly. She is indeed holding back. Tang Qingshi murmured softly. It was evident that her opponent was still wary of inflicting harm, as she gradually forced Zhu Zhuqing towards the edge of the soul duel platform, attempting to push her off. Although both possessed feline martial souls, Zhu Zhuqing's abyssal spirit cat was superior. However, it must be acknowledged that she was merely 12 years old. In terms of combat experience and physical fortitude, she was vastly outmatched by Bai Ling, who had surpassed 20 years of age and had long been immersed in the grand arena of soul duels, facing battles nearly every day. As Zhu Zhuqing's foot edged onto the boundary of the duel platform, Bai Ling ceased her assault and retreated. Zhu Zhuqing understood that she had lost, her energy depleted. She bent slightly at the waist, gasping for breath. Tang Qingshi decisively offered her gold coins, prompting the panda duo to concede defeat and withdraw from the stage. She then approached the silent Zhu Zhuqing, noticing the sweat on her brow, and gently patted her shoulder. There is still room for improvement. However, rest assured, with my guidance, it won't be long before she poses no resistance in your hands. I will train diligently and adhere to all of Sister Shi's instructions, Zhu Zhuqing gasped, gritting her teeth. Let us go. Tang Qingshi gestured with a wave of her hand. Make sure to rest well tonight and cherish the days when you can return to the dormitory on your own. After tomorrow, it will be impossible for you to walk back upright. Prepare yourself mentally. Zhu Zhuqing absorbed Tang Qingshi's words, feeling no fear, and resolutely nodded in agreement. Understood. This girl was indeed perceptive. Tang Qingshi felt an immense satisfaction, even believing that in due time, Zhu Zhuqing would surpass Tang San in diligence. Sister Shi, is there truly no one daring to challenge you on the arena now? Dai Mubai was equally astonished by the circumstances of this soul battle, for he had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Tang Qingshi chuckled softly. Is the competition over? Indeed, the others nodded in unison. Then let us return. The dean instructed us to head back immediately after the battle. With that, Tang Qingshi led the group outside. As the six emerged from the arena, the echo of jubilant cheers still resonated in the air. Today's contest had proven to be quite beneficial for Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others. How did the battle unfold? On their way back, Tang Qingshi inquired of Tang San, having noticed earlier that his complexion appeared somewhat pale, suggesting he may have sustained injuries. Tang San's expression was somewhat grim. He had witnessed the one-on-one match with Sister Shi and the subsequent two-on-two battle with Xiao Wu, which they nearly lost due to underestimating their opponents. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingshi inquired nonchalantly, have you learned your lesson? Yes, Tang San nodded, deeply reflecting on his actions. We were up against a pair of brothers with the hammer martial soul, and I did not anticipate that their second soul skill had a tracking effect. I had to protect Xiao Wu and took the hit from the hammer myself, resulting in a backlash. Xiao Wu, still agitated, had utilized a silent arrow, nearly injuring their opponent fatally. Using hidden weapons against opponents of the same rank? Regardless of who employed it, Tang San, that is indeed inappropriate. It seems rather excessive. Listening to Tang San's account, Tang Qingshi found his performance quite unsatisfactory. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake, Tang San replied, bowing his head in acceptance. Xiao Wu, seeing Tang San being reprimanded by Tang Qingshi, pouted, they hurt Brother San. I was just too angry to hold back. It's all right, Xiao Wu, it was my fault. Tang San reassured her. With my strength, I should not have been injured. Had I not been hurt, you would not have resorted to using the arrow. Tang San, you will train directly with me tomorrow. Xiao Wu, if you wish to join, you may, but the training will be exceedingly rigorous. Observing Tang San's favorable attitude, Tang Qingshi refrained from being overly harsh and proceeded to discuss the matter at hand. This statement startled Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Sister Shi, you want Tang San to train with you? Isn't that akin to risking his life? Is the intensity of your training bearable for anyone? Indeed, Tang San readily agreed. He was determined to train alongside Tang Qingxi, and naturally, Xiao would not fall behind. Then I shall join as well. You two are welcome to come. Tomorrow, I will discuss with the dean the possibility of offering this as an elective course, so remember to mention it to Oscar and Ning Rongrong as well. It was clear that the training intensity would far exceed that of the academy's regular curriculum, and attendance was voluntary. For those who chose to come, they were to gather at the cafeteria after lunch. Tang Qingxi casually mentioned this to Dai Mubai and the others, indicating that whether they attended or not was entirely up to them. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun shivered in unison, their expressions reflecting their reluctance. Zhu Shiqing cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai, her eyes revealing disappointment. The following day, Tang Qingxi sought out Flander early in the morning to express her desire to initiate classes. Flander, without objection, merely cautioned that the students were still young and that the training intensity should be moderated before granting his approval. Subsequently, Tang Qingxi departed from Shrek Academy to prepare for the upcoming classes. She first hired several chefs from Soto City and arranged for daily deliveries of ingredients to the academy. Given the high-intensity training, the original meals at Shrek would be insufficient to meet the energy requirements. However, Tang Qingxi generously provided meals for all students without incurring excessive costs. Additionally, she invested in forging several sets of training equipment at the blacksmith shop on an expedited basis. As for sparring partners, she had that plan in mind, but deemed it unnecessary to arrange them at this stage. First, they would enhance their physical strength before honing their practical experience. They had already encountered the arena, and after a period of training, engaging in real combat would allow them to visually perceive their progress. Then, they would endure rigorous training, which would motivate them to participate in the subsequent sessions. At lunchtime, the students at Shrek Academy were treated to a meal of significantly higher quality and flavor than usual, prompting a collective cheer. However, upon Tang Qingxi entering the cafeteria, the cheers abruptly ceased. Finish your meal and gather outside, she instructed. Having already eaten, she left a brief statement before stepping out to wait in the open area. Shortly after, Tang San, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao Wu emerged. To Tang Qingxi's surprise, they were accompanied by a figure she did not expect. Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white dress, her face set with determination, followed closely behind them, glaring at Tang Qingxi. I heard you're starting classes. Aren't you quite formidable? I want to see how you can elevate my abilities. First, go back to your dormitory and change out of that dress. Tang Qingxi replied coolly. Time is of the essence. I want to wait for you. Understood. Ning Rongrong promptly agreed and dashed back to her dormitory. As they awaited her return, the bell signaling the dean's class rang out. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun hurried from the cafeteria towards the training grounds. Observing Tang San and the others standing together, Ma Hongjun could not help but scoff. Why is Sister Shi back? And she has recruited 4 new students. In the end, it seems like it's just us for the lesson. What else? Do you want to be tormented by Sister Shi? Dai Mubai shot him a disapproving look. The academy's courses were already quite daunting. Tang Qingxi's training intensity was on an entirely different level. He doubted that Tang San and his companions could endure for long. Zhu Shiqing silently observed Dai Mubai as he walked away, then averted her gaze, realizing that hoping for someone unreliable was a waste of time. It was better to focus on strengthening herself. Before long, Ning Rongrong returned, now dressed in pants. Line up, stand in a straight line, Tang Qingxi commanded. Clad in a black and red training outfit, surveying the 4 before her. Let me be clear, you are free to withdraw from my course at any time, as the training you will soon face will be exceedingly brutal, beyond what most can tolerate. However, once you withdraw, I will not accept you again. The upcoming curriculum will encompass various aspects, including physical strength, stamina, speed, reflexes, willpower, mental fortitude, combat skills, and practical experience. Your graduation goal is to reach level 40 and absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring? Tang San and the others were left dumbfounded. The typical limit for a 4th soul ring is around 4 to 5,000 years. And Tang Qingxi's goal for them was to double that limit by absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring? They had never heard of a soul master absorbing a soul ring of such age for their 4th. Ning Rongrong looked incredulous, while Tang Qingxi's audacity astounded her. Xiao Wu expressed her disapproval vehemently. The endurance required for a 10,000-year soul ring is extraordinary, and it could lead to backlash. If one fails, the consequences could be fatal. Tang Qingxi maintained a serene demeanor and stated, if you diligently adhere to my training, I assure you that both Battle Spirit Masters and Support Spirit Masters can achieve this milestone. However, those who attempt to deceive the process and fail to absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring will face the consequences, as Xiao Wu has already mentioned. For those who are hesitant to take risks, you may choose to withdraw at level 40 without absorbing the 10,000-year spirit ring. Yet those who successfully complete the training will be rewarded with a highly valuable prize. If there are any inquiries, feel free to voice them. Those wishing to withdraw may leave directly. Are there any questions? I have no questions. Zhu Shiqing, who had remained silent until now, was the first to respond. Tang San shook his head, expressing no objections, yet he cast a worried glance at Xiao Wu. He would not question the young lady's words. but he was uncertain whether Xiao Wu could withstand the rigors of her training. The young lady's notorious reputation was well known to him, having once caused great suffering among the inner disciples. Previously, she had been responsible for instructing the Tang sect disciples, but due to numerous grievances, including those from several elders' offspring, she ceased her teachings. Nevertheless, those who had undergone her instruction were generally stronger than their peers. Later on, when he heard that she was to teach the outer disciples, Tang Sen felt a sense of joy. However, before the training could commence, a storm brewed within the Tang sect as the young lady defected. The reasons for her departure were known only to a select few within the inner circle, and as an outer disciple, Tang San remained oblivious. Upon meeting Tang San's gaze, Xiao Wu offered a faint smile, reassuring him that she was indeed fine. Ning Rongrong, filled with reluctance, refused to back down and resolutely declared her intent to participate in the training. Very well, Tang Xingxi nodded, raising her hand to reveal 4 iron armor-like items that landed before them. Put these on, and from this day forth, unless you are bathing or sleeping, you are not to remove them without my permission. Due to the differences in your foundational physical strength, each of you shall carry the weight suited to you. Time was of the essence, and for now, they would use this iron armor, with more sophisticated weighted inner armor to be provided later. The thickness of the iron armor was visibly distinct. Tang Sen's was the thickest, followed by Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, while Ning Rongrong's was the thinnest. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing donned her armor, and Tang San and Xiao Wu followed suit. Only Ning Rongrong hesitated, asking, "Is this how you trained initially?" Tang Xingxi did not lift her eyelids even slightly. She merely unfastened her fitted jacket and extracted a piece of golden inner armor. The armor appeared remarkably slender, and as Tang Xingxi released her grip, it thudded onto the muddy ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ning Rongrong, taken aback, curiously approached to attempt lifting the armor, but found it surprisingly heavy, her eyes widening in astonishment. Had Tang Xingxi been wearing such a weighty piece of armor? Did she truly engage in battle with Teacher Zhao while clad in this? Tang Xingxi regarded her with an expression akin to disbelief before reclaiming the armor and donning it once more. Did she think herself a deity, capable of combat with Zhao Wujin while bearing such a burden? Ning Rongrong fell silent, silently encasing herself in the iron armor. Regardless of whether Tang Xingxi had worn it yesterday, the sheer weight of the armor she wore today made it apparent that Ning Rongrong had entirely underestimated the load Tang Xingxi had been shouldering. At your age, enduring such burdens over time could impose strain on your bones. Each night, we shall arrange medicinal baths for you, Tang Xingxi added, preparing to commence their training. However, at that moment, Flander, accompanied by Dai Mubai and others, approached them. Tang Xingxi turned around and gestured towards Oscar, saying, "This young lad has reached the 30th level. Tomorrow, I plan to ask Zhao Wujie to take him to the Stardow Forest. This will serve as a form of training, as Zhao Wujie seldom intervenes. I hope you all will accompany him, allowing the other students to assist Oscar in hunting for soul rings." Upon hearing this, Tang Xingxi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, it's beneficial for them to experience the Stardow Forest. After this, disregarding the curious gazes of Dai Mubai and the others towards Tang San and his companions, Tang Xingxi waved her hand and called out to the 4, "Let us continue our lessons and start running laps around the village." With that, Tang Xingxi led them out for their run. "My goodness, how heavy must that armor be?" Oscar exclaimed as he gazed at the iron armor worn by the 4. "Are we really continuing the training? Won't we be unable to get up tomorrow?" Dai Mubai remarked, dazed, as the training indeed seemed rather intense. Ma Hongjun shivered. Those 4 are incredibly brave to dare to train alongside Sister Shi. Chapter 25. The aggrieved Ning Rongrong. How many laps do we have to run? As they prepared to run around the village once more, Ning Rongrong recalled her experiences from the previous day and could not help but inquire. Tang Xingxi was not running swiftly. He maintained a steady pace at the front, and without turning his head, he replied to Ning Rongrong, "You might want to finish a lap before you speak. You are permitted to utilize your soul power, while the other 3 are not." Ning Rongrong was somewhat taken aback, feeling a touch of pride within. It appeared that Tang Xingxi was indeed considerate of her. Tang Xingxi's tone was indifferent. "There is no other choice. Your physical condition is simply too poor. Without this, you would be unable to keep up at all. I am not particularly inclined to guide you. The other 3 possess similar physical capabilities and unwavering determination, and with you included, I will have to make additional adjustments to the curriculum." Tang Xingxi did not conceal her disdain in the slightest. She believed that Ning Rongrong had been excessively pampered, without some necessary setbacks and provocations. It was unlikely that she would grasp the gravity of her situation, and there was a high probability that she would give up midway. Ning Rongrong retorted, "You truly underestimate me." Her teeth clenched in indignation at such words. To earn respect, one must accomplish deeds worthy of admiration and speak less. Unperturbed, Tang Xingxi maintained her pace, gradually increasing her speed. Initially, Ning Rongrong was stubborn, refusing to use her soul power. Yet soon she found herself struggling to keep up with Tang Xingxi and the others. Feeling the sting of humiliation from Tang Xingxi's remark, Ning Rongrong was determined not to fall behind after only a short distance. She silently began to draw upon her soul power. In a burst of energy, she surged ahead of Tang San and the others, only to be doused with cold water by Tang Qingxi's admonition. Do not overexert yourself. It wastes energy. Use your soul power wisely. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth. After completing a lap, even with the aid of her soul power, she found the effort taxing. The weight of her armor increasingly burdensome. However, witnessing the unyielding composure of Tang San and the others, she chose to remain silent and persist. She was determined to prove that she was not the weakest in the academy. After 2 laps, Ning Rongrong was drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, 2 tables had mysteriously appeared at the village entrance, behind which sat the chefs invited by Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi raised his hand, signaling for everyone to pause. Let us take a 3-minute respite to enjoy a refreshing drink of water. Tang San approached the table and picked up the water cup that had been placed there, only to be taken aback by the unexpected green color of the liquid within. Drink up, it will replenish your strength, Tang Qingxi proclaimed, setting an example for others. Although she herself had no need for such a boost, she walked over, seized a cup, and tilted her head back to consume its contents. The flavor was indeed less than delightful, a muddled concoction of vegetable and fruit essences, tinged with a salty taste. In truth, the beverage could have been crafted to be more palatable. Yet Tang Qingxi chose not to bestow such a privilege upon them at this moment. Tang San took a large gulp, and the taste nearly made him retch. As Tang Qingxi cast him a sharp glance, he hastily covered his mouth, his face flushed as he swallowed it down, then turned his back to her. His entire visage contorted in distaste. The flavor was exceedingly peculiar. While it could not be described as utterly inedible, it was nonetheless strange enough to provoke a slight sense of nausea. Witnessing Tang San's reaction, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged startled glances, pondering what manner of liquid this could be. Zhu Zhuqing, remaining mostly silent, quietly lifted her cup and took a sip, even as the liquid slid down her throat. Her hand trembled slightly. After forcing down a cup, she too pressed her fist against her mouth, the taste undeniably unpalatable. Conversely, Xiao Wu appeared to be the most accepting. Calmly finishing her drink, Ning Rongrong donned an expression of sheer agony, yet stubbornly persisted, gulping it down with audible slurps, only to be unable to suppress a few dry heaves afterward. The 3 minutes passed swiftly, for Tang San and his companions. It felt as though there had been little respite, and they were soon compelled to resume their run. However, once they began to run, Ning Rongrong could feel the benefits of rest and hydration in the replenishment of her stamina. Yet, by the 5th lap, her pace gradually dwindled, her legs feeling increasingly heavy. Tang Qingxi, attuned to her circumstances, moderated her pace. However, by the 6th lap, Ning Rongrong's speed had noticeably diminished. Upon completing this lap, they were permitted a brief respite. Yet the iron armor was to remain donned. Accelerate and catch up, Tang Qingxi urged sternly, not slowing down to wait for her. Ning Rongrong felt her vision blurring, and, amidst the fog in her mind, Tang Qingxi's words about rest brought her a moment of clarity. She observed that Tang San and the others were drenched in sweat yet maintained their speed. Unlike her own disheveled state, Tang Qingxi remained unflappable, merely loosening her outer garment, not for cooling, but to reveal that she too bore the weight of burdens. Ning Rongrong truly perceived Tang Qingxi as a marvel. Despite her own training, she could not fathom how Tang Qingxi managed to run so effortlessly under such duress. Throughout the ordeal, Ning Rongrong contemplated surrender numerous times, yet was spurred on by Tang Qingxi's dismissive remarks to grit her teeth and persevere. At this moment, the prospect of rest ignited her fighting spirit. Hearing Tang Qingxi mention that they could rest for an entire lap after this one, Ning Rongrong was nearly moved to tears. Thus, even as stars danced in her vision, she quickened her pace, focused solely on completing this lap. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing Ning Rongrong rejoining, cast a glance of admiration towards Tang Qingxi. Her mastery over human motivation was frighteningly adept, consistently enabling Ning Rongrong to endure through varying levels of fatigue. Upon returning to the village after completing the lap, Ning Rongrong collapsed at the entrance, genuinely unable to move any further. Yet, in the next moment, Tang Qingxi yanked her up by the iron armor, commanding her to stand and rest. Ning Rongrong, on the verge of tears, felt a burning throat that rendered her speechless, yearning to lie down. Observing her, Tang Qingxi refused to allow her to sit until the designated time. She coldly instructed the waiting chefs, some of whom were soul masters, though not particularly high in rank. They found it quite easy to manage an auxiliary type Ning Rongrong. Under watchful eyes, Ning Rongrong was forced to stand, unable to rest even in her exhaustion, the weight of the armor becoming unbearable, prompting her to weep uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi, after allowing Tang San and the others a brief respite to hydrate and recover, paid Ning Rongrong little mind, leading the group away. The chefs, having been forewarned by Tang Qingxi, merely watched as Ning Rongrong stood there, offering no sympathy regardless of her tears. Although feeling utterly wronged, Ning Rongrong eventually ceased her sobs and curled up in a corner, hugging her knees, feeling quietly aggrieved. She finally comprehended that within this academy, no one would fawn over her as they had at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Chapter 26, Journey to the Stardow Forest. When Tang Qingxi returned after completing the lap with her team, Tang San and the others were granted a bit more time to rest. They cast sympathetic glances at Ning Rongrong, whose eyes were red from tears. but no one uttered a word. They too were fatigued, aware that the armor they bore was even heavier than Ning Rongrong's, and their exertion had been considerable. None wished to squander their energy with needless chatter. However, at this moment, Ning Rongrong felt remarkably composed. After shedding her tears and grievances, she reflected on many things. Though indulged in the past, she was far from foolish. Her intellect was sharp. In hindsight, she began to understand Tang Qingshi's intentions. While she had been infuriated and aggrieved during the grueling runs, once she had time to recuperate, she felt a flicker of gratitude towards Tang Qingshi. Her emotions were indeed complex. Continuing on, Ning Rongrong kept pace. After a brief rest, Tang Qingshi led the group onward once more. That day, Tang Qingshi pushed them until they all collapsed, utterly exhausted. Had it not been for their impending journey to the Star Doe Forest the following day, Tang Qingshi might have pushed them to the brink of unconsciousness. The chefs, hired by Tang Qingshi, were quite versatile and also took on the role of caretakers, escorting Tang San and the others back to their dormitory and preparing medicinal baths for them. Tang San, lagging behind, received a quiet reminder from Tang Qingshi: do not slack off. Use this time to cultivate the Xiantian Gong. Tang San understood. Although he was too weary to move, he obediently acknowledged her instruction. The four of them were seen back to their rest. In the Shrek boys' dormitory, Oscar and Ma Hongjun stared in astonishment at the exhausted Tang San being carried back. Their suspicions had been confirmed. Sister Shi's training regimen was terrifying indeed. Tang San's physical prowess is, in fact, comparable to that of Dai Mubai. Both could be trained to attain such a state. If subjected to such rigorous training, they might lose consciousness entirely. Upon learning of their return, Dai Mubai hastened to the girls' dormitory, hoping to visit Zhu Zhuqing. However, he was promptly halted at the door by Tang Qingshi's associates, as the medicinal bath had commenced, and it was utterly impossible for males to enter the girls' quarters. Faced with this predicament, Dai Mubai had no choice but to retreat to his own dormitory. In the boys' dormitory, Ma Hongjun and his companions gathered around the incapacitated Tang San, who was unable to lift his arms, and maliciously inquired, "Little San, how do you feel? Will you continue attending Sister Shi's classes?" "Of course, I will," Tang San replied, albeit with some effort as he moved his arms. "Though the training is brutal, it signifies immense growth for us. Are you really not considering joining?" Ma Hongjun vehemently shook his head, declaring, "I refuse to be tormented by Sister Shi." Oscar, intrigued, asked, "Has Ning Rongrong truly persevered alongside you all this time?" "Yesterday. Her true nature astonished me, but today's Ning Rongrong is even more surprising." Tang San nodded. "Indeed, there were moments when I felt faint mid-journey, yet upon regaining consciousness, I continued to rise and follow our pace. My goodness, Sister Shi is truly formidable. How did she manage to compel Ning Rongrong, who had so vehemently resisted the training just yesterday, to endure her rigorous regimen?" Meanwhile, the boys' dormitory buzzed with lively discussions about today's training, whereas the girls' quarters were filled with a palpable fatigue that rendered them almost speechless. After running a few more laps around the area, Tang Qingshi finally returned to her residence. Her bedroom was suffused with an icy chill. A cold jade bed emanating frigid energy lay upon the ground. After cleansing herself, Tang Qingshi practiced the techniques of the Flower Palace martial arts before retiring for the night. It was not until midnight, the hour of deepest chill, that she naturally awakened. Sitting cross-legged upon the cold jade bed, her palms facing the heavens as she channeled her internal energy for cultivation. Gradually, the cold energy began to rise, enveloping Tang Qingshi in a shroud of mist, tendrils of frost swirling around her as they were drawn into her dantian. Within her, the soul power melded with the absorbed cold energy, rendering her essence even more chillingly profound. What remains yet to be revealed about Tang Qingshi is her increasingly sharp soul power. The white cat, perched on the windowsill, silently observes Tang Qingshi as she practices her cultivation. At times, it cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary discipline of this young girl, who rises in the dead of night and awakens again before dawn. It is puzzling how she manages to sleep on the cold bed of icy jade. Perhaps it is this remarkable endurance, beyond what ordinary people can withstand, that has forged the formidable Tang Qingshi we see today. The following morning, after breakfast, the students of Shrek gathered on the playground. Tang Qingshi observed that Tang San and the others adhered to her previous instructions, donning their iron armor, and could not help but nod in satisfaction. Zhao Wuji soon arrived at the training ground. Upon seeing Tang Qingshi and Tang San, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Zhao Wuji's face. He cleared his throat and called to everyone to prepare for departure. "All right, everyone, let us set forth. Qingshi, you shall lead the way." Tang Qingshi nodded and remarked, "The Star Doe Forest is a primeval forest and one of the 3 most renowned gathering places for soul beasts on the continent. It is not a place where the royal family raises them. Rather, the abundance of soul beasts is matched only by the forest's intricate terrain and high danger level. It is imperative that we do not let our guard down. Unless confronted by particularly formidable soul beasts, neither teacher Zhao nor I will intervene lightly. You must resolve matters on your own. As for our formation, Dai Mubai will lead the way, followed closely by Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Ma Hongjun will accompany them, always vigilant in their protection. Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing will flank us on either side, while Tang San and I will bring up the rear. Although we have merely set out and have yet to reach the Stardow Forest, we must remain alert at all times. Sometimes, Soul Masters can be more terrifying than the Soul Beasts themselves. Do you understand? Understood, Sister Shi. The group responded in unison, quickly adjusting their formation. Tang Qingxi is not only the strongest among the Shrek Academy students, but also the most mature in character. Regarding her arrangements, Zhao Wujie would not utter a word of dissent. As the group exited the academy, Tang Qingxi addressed Tang San and the others. We need to make haste today to avoid impeding the speed of our entire team. You are permitted to remove your armor and utilize your soul power. Oscar, prepare the recovery sausages. Ning Rongrong, you need not employ your soul skills for assistance. Now, let us set off and proceed at a run. The Stardow Forest is not far from Soto City. And despite the fact that Flinder had given Tang Qingxi a sum of gold soul coins when she visited him yesterday, it did not alter his miserly nature. The academy had not arranged for carriages for everyone. Tang Qingxi did not mind incorporating this journey into their training regimen, opting not to arrange for a carriage, but rather to avoid excessive slowness and energy consumption. In the event of unforeseen circumstances that might impede their performance, he permitted Tang San and the others to remove their iron armor. Subsequently, under the leadership of Dai Mubai, the group hastened towards the direction of the Stardow Forest. In Chapter 27, to avoid trouble is to be mediocre, with Oscar's assistance in restoring sausages. The Shrek Academy contingent arrived at a quaint town not far from the Stardow Forest as night fell. Given their collective speed, it would take them an entire day to reach the forest, and Tang Qingxi had no intention of traveling at night. Thus, they decided to replenish their supplies and rest in this small town. Despite its modest size, the town was remarkably vibrant. The streets were lined with shops, all selling various products related to Soul Masters, such as weapons, armor, and potions. What a thriving little town it was. Tang San was somewhat surprised by the bustling streets. This town, being close to the Stardow Forest, often served as a stopover for Soul Masters entering and exiting the forest, contributing to its natural prosperity. As Tang Qingxi remarked with an air of nonchalance, Tang San expressed his astonishment. Isn't the Stardow Forest nearly 100 kilometers away? How can such a distant place thrive so remarkably? Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi glanced at Tang San, pondering that this lad likely hadn't ventured far beyond his familiar surroundings, which explained his lack of insight. However, was not this journey meant to broaden their horizons? Oscar, overhearing Tang San's incredulity, chuckled and provided clarification. You have previously visited only the soul beast forests in enclosed territories, haven't you? Those domesticated soul beasts tend to be docile and seldom pose a threat to humans, remaining largely within their confines. In contrast, the Stardow Forest is a wild habitat for soul beasts, where they are not only ferocious but also frequently venture beyond the forest boundaries. Towns situated too close to the Stardow Forest struggle to flourish and often require substantial military protection. There is no substitute for experience. Once your strength has grown, you shall have opportunities to traverse the open roads and enrich your understanding. Tang Qingxi observed the diverse array of pedestrians on the street, offering this insight. Tang San nodded sincerely, acknowledging the truth. Indeed, stepping outside allows one to acquire a wealth of knowledge. The white cat, nestled upon Tang Qingxi's shoulder, quietly gazed toward the direction of the starry forest. At that moment, Zhao Wujie pointed to an unassuming hotel ahead and said, "Let us take shelter here for the night and set forth in the morning." Tang Qingxi had minimal demands regarding accommodation. As long as it was not exceedingly poor, she was content. After glancing at the hotel, she promptly made her way over. Tang San and the others followed suit. Let us dine first. Upon entering the hotel, Tang Qingxi led the group to a circular table, which was perfectly suited to accommodate their party of 9. Subsequently, he summoned a waiter to place their orders. Feel free to order whatever you desire, but do be mindful of the portions. Let us avoid unnecessary waste. At the dining table, everyone behaved decorously, and their choices were rather discreet. Tang Qingxi understood that these individuals were not inclined to engage in lively interactions. Her own disposition was not suited for frivolous play. After ensuring she had sufficient funds for the bill, she reserved a room and ascended the stairs to her quarters. Zhao Wujie also chose not to join the festivities and similarly made his way upstairs. As Tang Qingxi and Zhao Wujie departed, Ma Hongjuan's spirits noticeably lifted, and he began to order with enthusiasm, remarking on the variety of dishes available, though uncertain of their taste. Dai Mubai, casting an exasperated glance his way, suggested, "Let the fatty take charge of the ordering. He certainly excels in the realm of food." At that moment, the restaurant was already filled to about 70% capacity. Suddenly, a group of 8 entered from outside, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s, whose features could barely be deemed handsome. His hair shone with meticulous grooming, and he donned an exquisite moon-white soul master robe adorned with silver thread embroidery that shimmered as he moved. Trailing behind him were 6 young men and a woman, all appearing to be in their 20s, dressed in similar moon-white robes, albeit lacking the intricate silver embellishments. Each of the 8 bore a blue circular emblem on their left shoulder, embroidered with the words Tsanghui in matching hues. Upon their entrance, the restaurant owner quickly approached, bowing with exaggerated politeness. This small town relied heavily on soul masters, who were regarded with both reverence and wealth, compelling the proprietor to tread carefully. That girl is quite charming, Dai Lada. They must be from Songhui Academy, right? Ma Hongjun fixated his gaze on the sole female among the group. It was undeniable that she possessed a degree of beauty, ranking above average. Having experienced the effects of his martial soul at an early age and with a penchant for attractiveness, Ma Hongjun's eyes gleamed as he unabashedly stared at the fully developed young woman. Damubai, however, merely scoffed. They are just a minor Songhui Academy. What is there to boast about? Neither he nor Ma Hongjun lowered their voices, given that soul masters possess superior hearing. The middle-aged man among the 8 turned his attention toward them, his brow furrowing, upon realizing that the table occupied by Shrek Academy consisted solely of children. His expression darkened further. Oscar, seated beside Tang San, chuckled softly. Looks like we're in for some entertainment. Tang San cast a perplexed glance at him, inquiring, "What splendid performance?" Oscar replied softly, "This too is a facet of our cultivation. The dean has stated that a soul master who shies away from trouble is not a worthy soul master. As the saying goes, those who fear conflict are mere mediocrities. Moreover, provoking individuals from the Soul Master Academy is the safest course. At worst, it merely leads to a brawl. But why has Sister Cece come down?" Tang Qingxi quietly appeared near Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai as they conversed. Her intention was to summon Zhu Qing to provide her with a set of hidden weapons, ensuring her safety in the treacherous Stardo forest. Among those under her tutelage, Tang San was not lacking, and with the arrangements made by Tang San for Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong's unpredictable nature rendered her an unsuitable candidate for handling such weapons. However, Zhu Qing, with her steady and resolute character, was indeed a suitable recipient for a proper arrangement. To her surprise, as she descended, she witnessed quite a spectacle, causing her to furrow her brow. What had Flinder been teaching during her absence from the academy? Nevertheless, Tang Qingxi refrained from voicing her thoughts and simply called out to Zhu Qing, "Come upstairs with me." "All right," Zhu Qing replied, promptly following Tang Qingxi back upstairs. Once they returned to the room and secured the door, Tang Qingxi produced a collection of concealed weapons, leaving Zhu Qing astonished. "This is a significant benefit for my course students," Tang Qingxi explained. "I will teach you how to use them. However, refrain from employing them lightly. They are primarily for your defense in dangerous situations. You may have seen Tang San utilize some of these. The value of these weapons must be considerable," Zhu Qing remarked. Feeling somewhat guilty about receiving such gifts, she reached for a gold soul coin. "Do I appear to be in need of money?" Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow and glanced at her, adding, "I have stated that this is a benefit, so accept it." Chapter 28, Causing Trouble Thoughtlessly is Foolishness. Tang Qingxi equipped Zhu Qing with a set of mechanical concealed weapons, which, despite their simplicity in operation and relatively low difficulty, possessed remarkable power. He provided a general instruction on their usage and demonstrated how to discreetly conceal these weapons on one's person. The remaining specifics of their application were intended to be tested in the Stardo forest, allowing Zhu Qing to acclimate to them. Just then, a sudden knock interrupted the moment, and Zhao Wuji's voice resonated from outside the door. "Xiaoxi, come out with me for a moment." "What's going on?" Tang Qingxi inquired aloud, sensing that something was amiss. He then furrowed his brow and stepped outside, noticing that Zhao Wuji seemed unwilling to elaborate, merely gesturing for him to follow as he descended the stairs first. Tang Qingxi led Zhu Qing to follow Zhao Wuji, who was making his way out of the town. Upon reaching the outskirts, they beheld a clearing not far away where Tang San and his companions were engaged in combat with a middle-aged man possessing the Xin Gui martial spirit. Tang Qingxi had a faint recollection of having seen them before when she descended the stairs. Dai Mubai and his companions were there, verbally provoking a group of individuals from Songhui Academy, and this person appeared to be the leader of that group. She was unaware of the specifics of the situation, as she had not been present. Although they were outnumbered 6-1, it was evident that Shrek's side was at a disadvantage. Tang Qingxi noticed Xiao Wu clutching her arm, seemingly injured, while Tang San had already positioned his hand on the soul guide at his waist, preparing to use a concealed weapon. Observing the 5 soul rings on their opponent, who was a soul king, she saw the 4th soul ring illuminate, signaling the imminent activation of the 4th soul skill. Tang Qingxi's expression suddenly turned cold. With a swift movement, she left behind several afterimages and, in the blink of an eye, found herself positioned between the 2 factions. Casually raising her hand, she intercepted the hidden weapon launched by Tang San, then turned her gaze towards the middle-aged man from Songhui Academy, exerting a formidable domain upon him. The intense killing intent immediately caused the 5 soul rings surrounding the man to dim, his previously soaring aura deflating in an instant, leaving his face pallid with fear. The middle-aged man staggered back several steps, his eyes wide with terror as he regarded Tang Qingxi. Although this girl appeared youthful, the threat she exuded was palpable. The overwhelming aura of death instilled in him a profound sense of peril. However, upon witnessing his retreat, Tang Qingxi refrained from further aggression. Withdrawing her domain and addressing the Shrek members who had also ceased their actions, "Tang San, Xiao Wu, come here." In Tang San's eyes burned a fierce anger. The injury inflicted upon Xiao Wu filled him with profound remorse. Overwhelmed by guilt, he lowered his head and approached Tang Qingxi. "Xiao Wu too. wrapped her arms around herself, and came forward. Tang Qingxi first lifted one of her arms, revealing the frostbite that marred her skin. She recognized that the middle-aged man possessed the Xian Gui martial soul, likely the source of the harm dealt by his soul skill. Tang Qingxi placed her hand gently on Xiao Wu's shoulder, channeling her energy to alleviate the chill that had seeped into her injured arm. Subsequently, she retrieved a box of ointment and handed it to Zhu Shiqing, instructing her to apply it on Xiao Wu while Xiao Ao provided her with a recovery sausage. After giving her instructions, Tang Qingxi cast a frosty gaze at Tang San, demanding, "Tang San, explain this. How did a simple meal escalate into a brawl?" As Tang San was about to speak, the leader of Songhui Academy, who had just recovered from the domain exerted by Tang Qingxi, approached once more. "Are you a teacher from Shrek Academy? I am Yu Shiqiu, the head of the Foreign Affairs Department of Songhui Academy. Just now, several students from your academy insulted us. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation?" Tang Qingxi couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance and coldly remarked, "If you wish to live, then leave. Yu Shiqiu." Upon hearing this, was consumed by fury, his entire being radiating a chilling aura. As he prepared to retaliate, Tang Qingxi manifested a dark jade plum blossom in her palm. However, in the next instant, a hand struck Yu Shiqiu's face, sending him hurtling through the air. It was Zhao Wujing who intervened. Fully aware of the impatience simmering in Tang Qingxi's eyes, this girl was never one to possess a gentle temperament. If she were compelled to act, Yu Shiqiu would undoubtedly emerge severely injured. Moreover, Zhao Wujing could not ascertain whether Tang Qingxi, having traversed the city of slaughter, would now strike with even greater ferocity. A skirmish between the academies should ideally remain restrained. "You heard her, leave," Zhao Wujing stated rather bluntly. With the assistance of fellow students from Songhui Academy, Yu Shiqiu struggled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with dread. To inflict such injury with a mere casual strike indicated a disparity in strength of no less than 15 levels. Faced with such an overwhelming gap, Yu Shiqiu could only cast a venomous glare at the members of Shrek Academy before retreating with his companions in disgrace. "Let us return and rest. What purpose is served by being out at this late hour?" Zhao Wujing remarked nonchalantly, preparing to head back. Tang Qingxi did not rush to return. Instead, she gazed at Tang San, awaiting his response to her inquiry. She remained motionless, as did Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Shiqing, and Ning Rongrong. Even Dai Mu Bai and his companions, who wished to depart, found themselves compelled to wait, and Zhao Wuji also lingered in place. Tang San lowered his head and recounted the events that had transpired. It was due to the provocative remarks from Dai Mu Bai and his companions that Songhui Academy launched a counterattack. However, in terms of the strength among the students, Songhui Academy was undeniably inferior. After enduring a beating, Yu Shiqiu could no longer tolerate their disdainful attitude towards Songhui Academy. Following several verbal exchanges, he ventured outside the town to engage in battle. Tang San remarked, bending his waist low, "I misjudged. I did not anticipate that the Xian Gui, as a defensive spirit, would possess such a chilling soul skill, resulting in Xiao Wu's injury." Tang Qingxi nodded after listening. "Ah, what a commendable teaching philosophy from Flander. To claim that those who do not dare to stir trouble are mere mediocrities, and yet he has nurtured a band of ruffians and fools. When trouble arises, you cannot even defend yourselves and expect me and teacher Zhao to clean up your mess." As she spoke, Tang Qingxi's icy gaze shifted to Ma Hongjun and Dai Mu Bai. Although the two were intimidated by Tang Qingxi's formidable presence, they still harbored a sense of defiance, believing they concealed their feelings well. However, the thoughts of these two young boys were as transparent as glass beneath Tang Qingxi's watchful eyes. "What? Still not convinced? They did not provoke you, yet you boastfully challenged them. How impressive. If you are so formidable, why could you not bring down Yu Shiqiu, and instead allowed Xiao Wu to be harmed? Or do you only take pleasure in bullying those weaker than yourselves? Is this how you utilize your talents? Together, you cannot even match me. Yet you dare to provoke the Soul King? Do you believe that all soul masters outside are like Teacher Zhao, treating battles as mere child's play? Are you willing to gamble your lives on the mercy that may not even exist in your opponents?" Tang Qingxi spoke without any courtesy. With a cold glance and an imposing aura, even Zhao Wujie dared not utter a word in rebuttal. Observing that Ma Hongjun and Dai Mu Bai had also lowered their heads, Tang Qingxi impolitely waved her hand. "Teacher Zhao, please take them back. Leave Tang San behind." Chapter 29. Tang San, how old are you? When Tang Qingxi spoke, although Zhao Wujie hesitated slightly, he nonetheless silently gestured for the other students to follow him. Xiao Wu observed Tang San's reluctance to leave. Yet Tang San waved his hand to reassure her before he turned back multiple times as he walked away. Once everyone had departed, Tang San knelt down directly, raising his head. This time, Tang Qingxi did not allow him to rise. Instead, she crouched down to meet his gaze directly. "The injury that Xiao Wu sustained during the battle with the Soul King is not severe, and for that, I do not blame you," she stated candidly. After all, it was Xiao Wu who wished to fight, and at her age, she must bear the consequences herself. "I cannot expect you to protect her in every aspect. However, Tang San, considering that they are merely in their teenage years, their fiery youthful spirit may cloud their judgment regarding the gravity of their actions. But you are not without experience. I do not mind you engaging in sparring to gain practical experience, yet when venturing outside, you must exercise caution, at the very least. Leave yourself a reliable path of retreat. Inform me and Zhao Wujie beforehand. It is true that in general, confrontations between Soul Master Academies rarely lead to loss of life. This unwritten rule holds. Many martial arts sects within the martial world abide by similar practices during their exchanges. However, do you know how many lives have been lost? Do not entrust your life to the ephemeral nature of regulations or to the mercy of your adversaries. Tang Qingxi spoke each word with resolute clarity, causing Tang San to avert his gaze in deep shame. Subsequently, her tone softened considerably, imbued with earnestness as she said, "Moreover, I implore you not to recklessly provoke trouble. Should anyone come to confront you, feel free to retaliate. If you cannot prevail, I shall seek retribution on your behalf. Absorb the teachings imparted by your instructors. Embrace that which is worthy of learning and shun that which is not. To claim that avoiding conflict is a sign of mediocrity is mere folly. It would serve you better to commit to memory the principles within the Xiantian treasure record. Reflect on why individuals like Flandre congregate at Shrek, and consider the reasons behind the Academy's dire circumstances. Generally speaking, when they speak of aspiring to freedom, it is merely a euphemism. In truth, many of the instructors here are those who, years ago, stirred up trouble and sought refuge in this collective. Take, for instance, Zhao Wujie. Of course, in the present day, the troubles have lessened, and most remain here out of habit. However, should you emulate their past conduct, do not expect me to overlook our bond as comrades. Remember this lesson today. There are many truths you ought to grasp. Indeed, you have been rather complacent. Upon finishing her admonition, Tang Qingxi rose to her feet. I acknowledge my mistakes and shall dutifully remember your teachings, miss. Tang San responded emphatically. As Tang Qingxi reflected upon his actions, he recognized that he had indeed been remiss in his considerations. He had misjudged both Yu Zhiqiu's martial spirit prowess and the disparity in strength between the two parties. Since they lacked absolute confidence in confronting their adversary, and given that they were not without their own support, it would have been prudent to inform Teacher Zhao and the young lady before engaging in battle. This would likely have spared Xiaowu from injury. Nevertheless, the incident had already transpired, and as members of the same academy, he felt compelled to intervene. With a quiet sigh, Tang Qingxi turned to retrace his steps. The day's events were not of monumental significance, yet if left unchecked, these young ones might indeed run amok. It was evident that Yu Zhiqiu possessed a rather unyielding temperament. Otherwise, he would not have meddled in the conflicts between students. Fortunately, his strength was not particularly formidable. Had it not been for the initial investigation into Xiaowu, Tang San, and the master's relationship, which indicated that the two were likely to arrive, Tang Qingxi would have had no desire to engage with the elders of the Spirit Hall, who held grievances against him. In a wager concerning the outcome of the Soul Master competition, upon returning to the hotel, it was already late, and the other students had been sent to rest by Zhao Wujin. As Zhao Wujin awaited Tang Qingxi and Tang San's return at the hotel entrance, he turned to ascend the stairs. Once inside the room, Zhao Wujin glanced at Tang Qingxi, saying, Qingxi, nothing significant occurred today. Did you not think your words were a bit harsh? At your age, one should possess a modicum of youthful vigor. Tang Qingxi nodded slightly, his expression still somewhat frosty. Ah, the youthful vigor you speak of belongs to them. I am unafraid of trouble, but I truly detest when it is sought by those within my own ranks. With that, Tang Qingxi retreated to her room, unwilling to elaborate further. As for Flandre and the others, they were free to teach as they wished. She had her methods for instructing those under her guidance. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhao Wujin summoned everyone with his resonant voice. During breakfast, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive, but Tang Qingxi remained indifferent, merely checking Xiaowu's arm, which had nearly healed. Afterward, the group departed the small town, hastening toward the Stardo Forest. Nestled to the south of the Tiando Empire, the Stardo Forest straddled two great empires. The precise age of the forest on the Dolua continent remains uncertain, but as one approached, the dense foliage that shrouded the sky bore testament to its antiquity. Upon reaching the forest's threshold, the towering trees reached heights exceeding 30 meters, and this was merely the outermost perimeter. Within the thick woods, no paths could be discerned, shadows weaving together to obscure the view. A refreshing breeze, fragrant with the essence of verdant life, brushed against them, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. All halt, Zhao Wujin commanded. The group came to a standstill as Oscar softly intoned a spell, distributing a sausage to each person. As the sausages were consumed, the group's vitality rejuvenated, and their spirits lifted considerably. Zhao Wujin, with a serious demeanor, addressed them. Listen closely. The Stardo Forest is not akin to the national enclosures for spirit beasts. The beasts here are exceedingly perilous, and you may face attacks from 1,000-year or even 10,000-year spirit beasts at any moment. Once we enter the forest, do not stray more than 20 meters from my side. No one is permitted to engage a spirit beast without my command. Do you understand? Understood, they replied in unison. Oscar swiftly recited another spell, soon producing a sizable handful of sausages and cured sausages, handing out 2 to each individual. The sausages would sustain for 12 hours in the air, yielding restorative effects if consumed within that time, while the cured sausages primarily served to counteract toxins. Tang San and the others eagerly accepted the provisions, with Tang Qingxi securing one for herself. In the face of impending peril, Oscar could not guarantee that he would be able to distribute sausages to each individual in a timely manner, hence he prioritized providing some to them. The continuous release of his soul power rendered Oscar's complexion somewhat pallid. The sausages he conjured had only a third of their intended effect on him, balancing the consumption of his soul power. Consequently, he could generally restore his soul energy only through meditation after such depletion. Zhao Wujie glanced at the group. Noting that they were all prepared, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Let us depart." The formation was arranged according to Tang Qingshi's prior directives, with Dai Mubai leading the way and she accompanying Tang San at the rear. After gauging the situation, Zhao Wujie also positioned himself at the forefront, and together, they took their first step into the Stardow Forest. Chapter 30. Entering the Stardow Forest. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, the most exhilarated among them was undoubtedly Xiao Wu. She seemed entirely unfazed by the potential dangers of the place, leaping about in uncontainable joy. Zhao Wujie observed her with a furrowed brow. However, as Xiao Wu did not exceed the limits he had set, he chose to remain silent. Tang San cast several concerned glances at Tang Qingxi, recalling how she had admonished him just yesterday to exercise caution while out in the world. He worried that Tang Qingxi might disapprove of Xiao Wu's exuberance. However, Tang Qingxi revealed no sign of discontent. Her gaze was merely vigilant, occasionally scanning the surroundings with a watchful eye. For Xiao Wu, arriving at the Stardow Forest felt akin to returning home, and a degree of joy was only natural, as long as her heart remained grounded. The white cat perched upon Tang Qingxi's shoulder appeared unusually spirited, no longer languidly resting as it typically did, but rather sitting upright and surveying its surroundings, its tail swaying playfully from side to side, brushing against Tang Qingxi's back. Tang Qingxi reached out and gently tapped the white cat. The starry forest terrain was exceedingly intricate, devoid of any clear pathways, which was precisely why Tang Qingxi had designated Dai Mubai to lead the way, entrusting him with the task of forging a path ahead. Dai Mubai summoned his martial spirit, and with the sharp claws of the white tiger, he deftly sliced through the thorns obstructing their route. Soon, they encountered a host of soul beasts, specifically a pack of weasel-like creatures. Zhao Wujie silently signaled for everyone to halt their advance. Before them lay a group of these small soul beasts, whose size was modest and whose offensive capabilities were rather average, save for their formidable teeth capable of biting through metal. Although these were merely a group of 10-year-old soul beasts, they had evidently detected the presence of the group, yet displayed no inclination to attack. Tang Qingxi approached the front row, gesturing for everyone to circumvent the area from the side. Dai Mubai obediently began to forge a path. The Stardow Forest was exceedingly dense. The phrase obscured by trees was not an exaggeration, as glimpsing sunlight proved to be quite a challenge. The group advanced for approximately an hour, reaching midday. "All right, everyone take a moment to rest." Zhao Wujie's voice allowed the previously tense group to relax. Dai Mubai cleared a circle of thorns, creating a temporary clearing for everyone to recuperate. Zhao Wujie commanded a 1-hour rest. As they were still on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, where high-level soul beasts were scarce, making it relatively safe. Their objective was to assist Oscar in hunting a suitable 1,000-year soul beast, necessitating a deeper venture into the forest, where the dangers increased and rest periods became shorter. Thus, it was imperative to adjust to their optimal state in this secure area. Xiao Wu leaned against Tang San's shoulder, for reasons unknown. The once exuberant girl appeared somewhat dispirited after their initial encounter with the soul beast, as if burdened by some unspoken concern. Approximately half an hour into their rest, Zhao Wujie, along with Tang Qingxi and Tang San, cast their gazes in the same direction. "Alert! Something unusual is approaching," Tang Qingxi called out. And the group immediately formed a line, shielding Oscar and Ning Rongrong in the center, promptly summoning their martial souls. The rustling sound gradually grew louder, and everyone could distinctly sense the rapid approach of the unknown creature. "Zhu Zhuqing, come," Tang Qingxi instructed, leaping gracefully into the air, deftly using the branches to ascend to a higher vantage point. Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws emerged as she followed Tang Qingxi, swiftly climbing the tree with ease. "What do you see?" Tang Qingxi inquired. With her exceptional feline vision, Zhu Zhuqing focused intently. It appeared to be a flying snake, though not soaring high. Only about 3 meters off the ground. Its head bore a bright red fleshy crest, seemingly larger than its head, and its tail was peculiar, fan-shaped. "This is the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, a 1,000-year soul beast, non-venomous. This soul beast possesses acceleration abilities, which would suit Oscar well. An auxiliary soul skill related to speed should be quite beneficial," Tang Qingxi remarked, her eyes shimmering with a violet glow as she called down, "It's coming towards us. And it seems injured. Take it down and secure Oscar's third soul ring." Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes lit up. Had he found a suitable soul beast so quickly? Sister, she is quite knowledgeable, Zhu Zhuqing thought, glancing at Tang Qingxi, realizing that not only was she formidable, but her understanding of soul beasts was also remarkable. "You will have theoretical classes on this topic later," Tang Qingxi replied casually. "Prepare for battle, unless something unexpected occurs. I shall not intervene." The phoenix tail coxcomb snake was not particularly difficult to handle, especially since it was injured, so Tang Qingxi had no intention of assisting them. Below, Tang San was also strategizing. All serpentine creatures fear aggressive birds of prey. Ma Hongjun, your phoenix is the king of birds. It should exert some pressure on the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. This soul beast is not very aggressive, but be careful not to let it escape. As the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake approached, Zhu Zhuqing pounced from above, her claws and first soul ring illuminating simultaneously as she executed the nether-piercing strike. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, appearing quite massive to Tang San and the others at 6 to 7 meters in length, looked rather menacing. Zhu Zhuqing collided directly with it. The nether-piercing strike aimed squarely at its fleshy crest. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake reacted swiftly, turning its head just in time. Zhu Zhuqing's claw only grazed its body, yet it still reduced its speed slightly. In that moment, the snake quickly tilted its head and unleashed a burst of colorful mist towards Zhu Zhuqing, while its bright red crest flared, instantly restoring its earlier speed. Witnessing this, Dai Mubai instinctively shouted, "Be careful." In a flurry of concern, he activated his 1,000-year soul ring ability, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. His body surged in size as he charged towards the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. 7 treasures, second. Speed, Ning Rongrung's voice chimed in just in time. Dai Mubai felt a sudden lightness in his body, his forward momentum increasing once more as he confronted the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. With a thunderous crash, Dai Mubai let out a muffled grunt, being pushed back nearly 10 meters, while the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake came to an abrupt halt, crashing to the ground. Tang Qingxi observed their battle from atop a tree and couldn't help but chuckle, pondering why Zhu Zhuqing seemed so anxious. Where had she been all this while? The mist it exhaled was merely a tactic to instill fear, devoid of any toxicity. Just then, Tang San's voice resonated appropriately. Simultaneously, the prepared blue-silver grass surged from the ground, ensnaring the fallen phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake securely, particularly its wings, rendering it incapable of flight once more. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit was exerting its full pressure. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake seemed to sense the presence of the phoenix, causing its body to tremble slightly. Chapter 31. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Nonetheless, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was a 1,000-year-old soul beast, and it was impossible for Ma Hongjun to completely subdue it. Although temporarily grounded, it was not entirely hindered in its movements. Tang San felt the sudden slickness of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's body, rendering the sharp spikes of the blue-silver grass ineffective against its scaled skin. In a frantic twist, the snake burrowed swiftly out of the blue-silver grass. Its speed, gliding close to the ground, was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 10 meters away. Teacher Zhao, it's your turn. The velocity of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake posed a significant challenge for Tang San and his companions, and Tang Qingxi, disinterested in intervening, called upon Zhao Wujie. Escaping will not be so simple, Zhao Wujie's deep voice resonated. At that moment, his third spirit ring glowed, drastically reducing the snake's speed due to his third spirit ability, gravity enhancement. Subsequently, his fourth and fifth spirit rings illuminated simultaneously, allowing Zhao Wujie to effortlessly close the distance and immobilize the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Tang San now comprehended fully why Tang Qingxi remarked that Zhao Wujie's battle with them was merely child's play. This series of soul skills, when combined, would have left him with no opportunity to unleash any hidden weapons. It is evident how formidable the young lady's strength is. Not only did she withstand the assault, but she was also capable of counterattacking. At this moment, Zhao Wujie had grasped the head of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, effortlessly stunning it with a mere flick of his finger. It's done! Tang San and the others exclaimed in exhilaration, while Oscar eagerly ran towards Zhao Wujie. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu stood beside Tang San, her head bowed, her eyes filled with compassion. Must we truly hunt the soul beasts? Tang San let out a soft sigh. The law of survival is indeed the survival of the fittest. If this serpent were more powerful than us, do you think it would spare our lives? Xiao Wu remained silent, her head bowed, her complexion slightly pale. Tang Qingxi gracefully descended from the tree. Casting a curious glance at Xiao Wu, "What troubles you?" she inquired. In the realm of spirit beasts, the law of the jungle prevails. And the same holds true between beasts and humans. While my ascension does not require spirit rings, I will inevitably hunt spirit beasts to obtain them. Moreover, the rate at which spirit masters enhance their powers far surpasses that of spirit beasts. The rules governing this continent have never been equitable to the latter. As she spoke, Tang Qingxi glanced at the white cat perched on her shoulder, having witnessed the transformations Xiao Wu underwent upon entering the forest. It struck her as peculiar how this girl had survived for 100,000 years. One would think she would have seen through such matters long ago. Meanwhile, Oscar was preparing to acquire his spirit ring, knowing that he must personally defeat a spirit beast to claim it. Hence, Zhao Wujie had merely incapacitated the phoenix-tailed rooster snake. As the group began to relax, Tang Qingxi raised her voice. "Everyone, remain vigilant. What are you slacking off for? Oscar, be swift." They were still within the Stardow forest, after all. Furthermore, the phoenix-tailed rooster snake bore injuries and appeared to be fleeing in panic, as if being pursued. Thus, there could still be trouble. The identity of the creature that had harmed the snake remained a mystery. In the next moment, Tang Qingxi turned her gaze toward the direction from which the phoenix-tailed rooster snake had come, and a flash of purple light caught her attention. Someone is approaching. Halt. A hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Two figures emerged before them, an elderly woman and a young girl. The former appearing to be in her 60s or 70s with neatly arranged white hair, exuding vitality and a piercing gaze. She wielded a serpent-headed staff, and 6 spirit rings flickered around her. The girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, possessed deep brown eyes that fixated on the phoenix-tailed rooster snake in Zhao Wujie's grasp. Also holding a serpent-headed staff. What brings you here? Tang Qingxi stepped forward and addressed them, adding to Oscar, what are you staring at? Claim your spirit ring. The elderly woman, upon hearing this, looked somewhat anxious, yet upon noticing the 7 spirit rings adorning Zhao Wujie, her demeanor shifted to one of caution. Ignoring Tang Qingxi, she addressed Zhao Wujie directly, greetings, esteemed spirit sage. You cannot grant this phoenix-tailed rooster snake to this child. Zhao Wujie, holding the snake, exchanged a glance with Oscar, signaling him to wait, then turned to inquire, why not? The snake is injured. It is likely a result of our encounter with it, Tang Qingxi interjected, casting a bemused look at Zhao Wujie. Goodness, if he wanted to wait, he could. Regardless, the phoenix-tailed rooster snake was subdued by Zhao Wujie. Indeed. We discovered this snake first and initiated the hunt. Otherwise, how could we have tracked it to this location? The elderly woman affirmed. My granddaughter has just reached level 30 and desperately needs this spirit ring. Might we persuade you to relinquish this spirit beast to us? Regrettably, we have subdued this spirit beast. If you had captured it, it would indeed belong to you. However, since you allowed it to escape, it no longer pertains to you. Our group requires this spirit ring as well, Tang Qingxi asserted firmly. The opportunity for suitable spirit rings is a rare stroke of luck. Who knows how long it would take to find another that fits, perhaps 10 days, perhaps half a month. Does this young one have a say in the matter? The elderly woman glared at Tang Qingxi. Humph, Zhao Wujie, sensing the woman's rudeness, smiled coldly. This esteemed elder should remain courteous. May I inquire your name? Deterred by Zhao Wujie's strength, the elder's expression softened considerably. I beg your pardon, I am Chao Tianxiang. In the Spirit Master community, I have been honored with the title of Serpent Matriarch. My husband, Ming Shu, is known as Dragon Lord. We have come to the Star Do Forest to find a suitable 3rd spirit ring for my granddaughter. Observing the youthful appearance of those around her, Chao Tianxiang concluded that even the eldest among them, Dai Mubai, appeared younger than her granddaughter. She held great confidence in her granddaughter's talent, believing it improbable that any of these children could reach level 30. Upon hearing the elder's introduction, Zhao Wujie was taken aback. Are you the renowned serpent matriarch of the legendary dragon and serpent? Chao Tianxiang smiled. I dare not claim such distinction, but indeed, it is so. May I inquire your esteemed name, spirit sage? Seeing the two engage in lengthy discourse, Tang Qingxi clicked her tongue in exasperation. Nevertheless, it mattered little. If Zhao Wujie could handle the situation, all the better. If not, she would step in. When necessary, she would ensure Chao Tianxiang understood her place in this matter. Tang Qingxi decided to lean against a tree and rest. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's expression subtly changed. He had long heard of the formidable reputation of the dragon and snake duo. The snake lady posed little threat. But the Dragon Lord was another matter entirely. Having already attained the rank of Soul Sage, Zhao Wujie had no way of knowing the extent of his strength now. Even if he had reached the rank of Soul Dolua, he would not be surprised. Their bond was evidently strong, and with the snake lady present, it was likely that the Dragon Lord was nearby. Zhao Wujie was not equipped to contend with him. Chapter 32. Assessing the situation. I am Zhao Wujie. He introduced himself, his demeanor softening slightly. The expression on Chao Tianxiang's face also shifted. No wonder you appear so youthful. You are indeed the renowned immovable king of the Soul Master world. Zhao Wujie offered a slightly awkward smile. His fame was perhaps more of infamy. I am unworthy of such praise. I have spent these years in seclusion, teaching students at the academy. My visit to the Star Do Forest is solely to procure a soul ring for one of them, and I did not expect to encounter a predecessor. Chao Tianxiang, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Zhao Wujie, cut straight to the point. I am a few years your senior, so I will take the liberty of addressing you as Brother Zhao. This Millennium Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake is of utmost importance to my granddaughter. We were the ones who initially injured it, but it managed to escape. Might you grant us the courtesy of returning the soul beast to us? I assure you, this favor will not be forgotten and will be repaid in the future. Ah, Sister Chao, this matter may prove troublesome, Zhao Wujie replied, his face betraying his difficulty. Internally, he scoffed at the idea that a few words could persuade him to relinquish a Millennium Soul beast he had secured. Such a thing was far from simple. The young woman standing beside Chao Tianxiang could no longer contain herself. What is so difficult about this? Had we not already wounded the Millennium Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake? Would you have captured it so easily? Return it to us at once, or we shall not hesitate to act. As she spoke, she brandished the serpent-headed staff in her hand. Chao Tianxiang furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze on Zhao Wujie. Brother Zhao, does this imply you intend to refuse our request for the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake? After much back and forth without resolution, Tang Qingxi let out a cold laugh and moved closer to Oscar, whispering, let us take action to resolve the matter of the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake. Zhao Wujie, overhearing her, cast a surprised glance at Tang Qingxi. Eliminating the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake while the Dragon Lord was absent would be advantageous. Even if the Dragon Lord arrived afterward, he would not jeopardize himself over a soul ring that was unattainable. The Stardow Forest was not devoid of other soul beasts, and engaging in conflict would yield more losses than gains. The more they conversed, the more hope the other parties seemed to harbor if they continued to delay. The Dragon Lord would inevitably arrive, and they might indeed be forced into a direct confrontation for the soul beast. Tang Qingxi was truly at a loss for words. There was a reason for Zhao Wujie's current predicament. Zhao Wujie hesitated, while Oscar, clutching the dagger previously gifted by Zhao Wujie, decisively plunged it into the head of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Xiao Tianxiang initially believed they were deliberating whether to return the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, only to witness its demise moments later, which incited her fury. What have you done? This soul beast was captured by us. Let Xiao Ao absorb the soul ring. Tang Qingxi regarded Xiao Tianxiang with a fearless gaze. Xiao Tianxiang's expression darkened considerably. She understood that the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake now belonged to them, and convincing Zhao Wujie to relinquish it would not be a simple task. She had intended to leverage the renowned name of the Supreme Dragon Serpent to intimidate him into compliance, but she had not anticipated such blatant disrespect. The soul ring of a soul beast could only be absorbed by the soul master who had slain it, with the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake deceased. The prospect of obtaining that soul ring was utterly impossible. Moreover, she was no match for Zhao Wujie. Without Long Gong's presence, she was powerless, and lingering could even pose a danger. Zhao Wujie's notorious reputation preceded him. Let us depart, she declared, sweeping her sleeve as she took her unwilling granddaughter away. As the two figures vanished into the vastness of the forest, Tang Qingxi cast a languid glance at Zhao Wujie before retreating to a nearby spot to rest. Qingxi, your actions have surely antagonized the Supreme Dragon Serpent. You may find yourself in trouble henceforth, Zhao Wujie remarked, somewhat astonished by Oscar's unexpected decisiveness. He sighed. I may not even stand a chance against Long Gong, especially since they possess an exceedingly domineering martial soul fusion technique. Unless one possesses the strength of a tidal Dolua, it will be quite challenging to withstand. You were just saying that causing trouble is ill-advised. How is it that today you have stirred up such significant trouble? Tang Qingxi sighed, pondering why Zhao Wujie had yet to grasp the evidently understood matter that Oscar had already comprehended. They were the ones who instigated trouble, and I had previously stated that I am not afraid of conflict. Their purpose was to procure soul rings for their granddaughter, and the Dragon King is formidable. Thus, you are no easy adversary for them either. Rather than squandering their energy in seeking trouble with you, they would be better off diligently searching for other soul beasts. The martial soul fusion technique? The consumption it demands from soul masters is immense. They would only dare to employ it in the Stardow Forest at the cost of their very lives. What is there to fear? Tang Qingxi is not lacking in intellect. Rather, she has judiciously opted for this course of action after careful consideration of the circumstances. If Oscar were to take decisive action, you must intervene. Excessive chatter will only serve to exacerbate the situation. Previously, we were unaware of their pursuit of the soul beast, and when confronted with an attack from the soul beast, we acted swiftly to eliminate it. What could they possibly do in response? Furthermore, should they truly lack the foresight to return and create trouble, I am more than capable of addressing it. If I have instigated Oscar's actions, I will naturally handle any ensuing complications. Since she has taken a stand, Tang Qingxi will not turn a blind eye. If she were to remain passive, then when the Dragon Lord arrives, Tang Qingxi would indeed disregard the matter, allowing the Fengwei chicken-crowned serpent to be relinquished without consequence. In such a scenario, it would be inconceivable for her to expend her trump card for merely Oscar's soul ring, as the Stardow Forest is home to far more than just this single soul beast. Sister Shi, how formidable is the Dragon Lord? Do you possess the confidence to confront him? Tang San inquired softly as he approached Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi lifted her eyelids, the rainstorm pear blossom needle. However, in reality, confronting such a renowned soul master generally implied a wealth of experience. Revealing one's domain could suffice to resolve matters. The god of slaughter's domain held little power against them, yet it exuded an impressive aura of intimidation. Nonetheless, this might necessitate more elaborate explanations. Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before softly inquiring. Miss, could you show it to me? He had yet to witness the fully crafted rainstorm pear blossom needle. After returning to the academy, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Missia. Tang Qingxi waved her hand dismissively. She certainly supported the pursuit of hidden weapons. After all, she was a disciple of the Tang sect. Have you learned anything from this incident? Tang Qingxi inquired once more. Tang Qingxi held little impression of Tang San and remained oblivious to the circumstances of his past life. She could only vaguely sense a hint of innocence in this young man. Could it be that he was merely engrossed in the study of hidden weapons within the Tang sect? At times, he appeared somewhat naive, as if he had yet to fully experience the world. Tang San nodded slightly, stating that in external affairs, one should neither provoke trouble nor be overly fearful. Caution is essential, yet one must also be decisive when the situation demands it. Indeed, Tang Qingxi nodded with satisfaction, recognizing the depth of understanding displayed. What should be the subsequent course of action? Tang Qingxi inquired further. Tang San pondered for a moment. Once Xiao Ao absorbs the soul ring, we shall depart. Even if we are confident in our ability to confront any challenges, it is prudent to avoid further complications. Especially since the crafting of the Rain Pear Blossom Needle is no easy task. Chapter 33. I am also a teacher at the school indeed. I do not intend to leave just yet. It is a rare opportunity to be here. I would like to guide you in training within the Stardow Forest, broadening your understanding of the myriad soul beasts, particularly for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Since we are here, Tang Qingxi has devised a plan to train for a few days in the Stardow Forest. Moreover, it has been many years since Aru returned. It would be nice to let her stay a little longer. Naturally, Tang San had no objections to this. Approximately half an hour passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Oscar awakened after absorbing the soul ring. 3 soul rings rose beneath him, in addition to the original 2 yellow rings. A bright purple ring signified that Oscar had finally ascended to the soul ancestor realm. At that moment, Zhao Wujing comprehended Tang Qingxi's decision, considering Tang Qingxi's formidable background. He felt no further concern and smiled at Oscar, saying, "Congratulations, Xiao Ao." After obtaining his 3rd soul ring, Oscar underwent subtle changes. He seemed to have grown a few inches taller, appearing more spirited. His peach blossom eyes sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the energy he had unleashed when the wind-tail coxcomb snake had intimidated everyone. Dai Mubai's hearty laughter rang out. "Xiao Ao, show us what your 3rd soul skill is." Oscar, exhilarated after acquiring the 3rd soul ring, suddenly felt a bit awkward when the subject of his 3rd soul skill arose. "Let's talk about that when we return," Ma Hongjin retorted. "What are you afraid of?" "Xiao Ao, your 3rd soul skill's incantation can't possibly be more amusing than the first 2, can it? Show us." Tang Qingxi chimed in. "We are still in the Stardow Forest. It's essential to understand in case something arises." When Tang Qingxi spoke, Oscar had no choice but to acquiesce, saying, "It's settled then, but you all must promise not to laugh." Dai Mubai and the others nodded in agreement. Oscar raised his right hand and recited his 3rd soul incantation. "I possess a mushroom sausage." Upon hearing his words, Dai Mubai and the others erupted into laughter. Even Zhu Zhuqing wore an expression of utter disbelief. Tang Qingxi could not help but curl her lips. The soul curse of this unfortunate child was truly beyond words. "Oscar, do share the effects," she remarked. "At least, sister, she isn't laughing at me. I wouldn't choose this either." Oscar, moved, glanced at Tang Qingxi. She had always been the most composed regarding her soul curse. "My mushroom sausage's effect is flight." Laughter abruptly ceased, and everyone stared at Oscar in utter astonishment. Ning Rongrong widened her eyes, feeling an even heavier blow. A food-type soul master with innate full soul power, reaching the soul master realm at just 14. Now possessed a 3rd soul skill with flight capabilities. This was simply unfathomable. Among support-type soul masters, there were indeed those with auxiliary flight abilities, but such occurrences were exceedingly rare. In fact, as far as Ning Rongrong knew, flight as an auxiliary skill typically appeared only in 6th soul skills and beyond. Yet, Oscar had achieved this with merely his 3rd soul skill. The future potential was beyond measure. In that moment, Ning Rongrong truly realized that among the Shrek students, she was indeed the weakest. She could not help but cast a more determined glance at Tang Qingxi. She could no longer live in the past. Back in the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, the world outside was vast, and there were many formidable individuals. She was resolutely unwilling to remain the least capable. Compared to the astonishment of others, Tang Qingxi remained more composed. "What are the specific effects?" "A 3rd soul skill cannot grant absolute flight capabilities. What are the limitations?" Coughing awkwardly, Oscar replied, "I can only fly for 1 minute." "Damn!" Dai Mubai exclaimed. "Oscar, are you joking? What good is flying for just a minute?" "A minute?" Tang Qingxi frowned at this revelation. Surely it cannot be that trivial. Are there additional effects? What about speed, your inherent speed? The colorful glimmer in Oscar's peach blossom eye seemed even more pronounced. "Look at your reactions. Can you not learn from Sister Shi? That 1 minute is based on the speed of a windtail rooster snake." "Ah, that's not bad," Tang Qingxi nodded. "I did not waste my efforts in securing your soul ring. What about soul power consumption? Be straightforward. Do not make me ask one by one." While seizing the opportunity, she was also aware of the risks. If it turned out to be a trivial skill, she would be quite displeased, having taken that risk in vain. "All right, Sister Shi." Oscar complied. "The consumption is significantly greater than the previous 2 soul skills. With my current soul power, I can produce at most 10 at once." "All right then. It is getting late. Let us move to another location to rest," Tang Qingxi stated. "Teacher Zhao, I intend to take Tang San and the others to continue practicing on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Will you accompany us or return with Dai Mubai and the others?" "What?" Zhao Wujia looked at Tang Qingxi in astonishment. "Qingxi, the Stardow Forest is not a place to take lightly. Our objective has been accomplished. We must return to the academy promptly. If anything were to happen to any of you, how would I explain it to Flinder? As your teacher, I have the final say. No one is to rest. Let us depart immediately while it is still not fully dark." Tang Qingxi shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "I am now a teacher at the academy. The courses for Tang San and his companions are entirely under my purview. The upcoming sessions will focus on the trials within the Stardow Forest." Zhao Wujie inhaled sharply. "Do you comprehend the perilous nature of the Stardow Forest? We only operate on the periphery, where typically there are no life-threatening dangers, even if there are. As long as the threat does not come from a Tidal Dolo-level opponent, I can ensure their safety. Tang Qingxi spoke with utmost confidence. Zhao Wujie gazed at Tang Qingxi in disbelief, well aware that he seldom speaks without reason. Surviving in the city of slaughter is a testament to his extraordinary abilities, far beyond what he could fathom. Nevertheless, it was impossible to allow him to proceed without reservations. Thus, the return would be postponed for a few more days. Tang Qingxi led the group to a distance before pausing to rest. Teacher Zhao, let us take turns keeping watch at night. You can take the first half. Is that agreeable? Tang Qingxi retrieved a tent from her bracelet and handed it over to Tang San and the others to set up. Zhao Wujie initially intended to decline, but reconsidered, recognizing the wisdom in conserving energy for unexpected events. Before the designated rest time, Tang Qingxi instructed everyone on the necessary precautions for spending the night in the Soul Beast Forest. Once arrangements were made, she summoned Tang San and the others. Zhu Qing, let us trial the weapon you have been equipped with, Tang Qingxi announced, then turned to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, pay close attention. Once you have earned my approval through your own abilities, you too shall receive a set of equipment. Chapter 34, The Aspiration for Combat-Ready Support Soul Masters. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression dimmed slightly, a tinge of regret for her previous performance surfacing within her. By now, she could sense the shift in her peers' attitudes towards her, tinged with a hint of distance. Tang Qingxi has become the most unremarkable of them all. Upon seeing Zhu Zhiqing produce a hidden weapon at Tang Qingxi's gesture, Xiao shot a surprised glance at Tang San. Tang San nodded slightly, acknowledging, in accomplishing these feats, sister, she is far more skilled than I. Is this the weapon of the Haotian sect? Xiao inquired softly, her curiosity piqued. Tang San fell silent for a moment, uncertain whether to respond. Yes, Tang Qingxi nonchalantly urged. Come, try this. It is called the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang Qingxi first instructed Zhu Zhiqing to take hold of a black box, guiding her on its mechanism. Remember to hold it steady. The recoil is quite formidable. Release. At Tang Qingxi's command, Zhu Zhiqing activated the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in her hands. And with a series of explosive sounds, dark shadows shot forth rapidly. Humph. Zhu Zhiqing let out a muffled grunt, straining to stabilize the black box in her grasp. Tang Qingxi chose a close distance for her demonstration. Although there was some deviation due to the recoil, most of the crossbow bolts embedded themselves into the nearby tree trunks. Zhu Zhiqing heard the sound of the bolts piercing through the trees and striking the next one, causing her to draw a sharp breath. Such formidable power. Tang Qingxi then provided Zhu Zhiqing with another concealed weapon, allowing her to personally experiment with the various mechanisms and witness their potency. Tang Qingxi did not forget to impart a crucial reminder. These types of weapons are collectively referred to as concealed weapons, emphasizing the concealed aspect. When utilizing them, it is imperative to maintain secrecy and surprise to ensure maximum lethality. Furthermore, exercise caution to avoid inflicting harm upon yourself, especially with these particular devices, which are coated with potent poison. If struck by any of these, unless one is a high-level poison attribute soul master, death is virtually assured. This is a genuine means of safeguarding your life, so use it sparingly. I have also provided you with the antidote, should you inadvertently injure yourself or others. Consume it immediately. The concealed weapons Zhu Zhiqing received did not include the most lethal poison. The truly perilous toxins are those for which even an antidote is futile, as they conceal one's fate upon the first drop of blood, leaving no chance for detoxification. Zhu Zhiqing became considerably more cautious upon hearing this. As she pondered, Tang Qingxi recalled something and turned to Tang San. Tang San, let me have a look at the concealed weapon you possess. It seemed that this young man had no particularly formidable poison at his disposal. Tang San produced several of his concealed weapons. Upon inspection, Tang Qingxi confirmed that indeed, there were no materials available, even the more potent poisons were absent. Tang San nodded awkwardly. Upon returning, I shall provide you with a selection for you to equip yourself. Tang San's proficiency with hidden weapons is commendable. Thus, Tang Qingxi refrained from taking over the task entirely, casually handing the concealed weapons back to him. Tang San, thank you. Sister Shi. Ning Rongrong gazed at them in silence, then turned her attention to the colossal tree trunk pierced in the distance, her heart astonished by the formidable power of the so-called hidden weapon. Tang Qingxi cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and said, remember the method. With ambition and a desire for progress, if you commit to diligent training, you shall have your share. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly. Now, let us all return to rest. Gather our strength, for tomorrow I shall put you through your paces. With a wave of her hand, Tang Qingxi signaled her intent to retire as well. She planned to awaken in the middle of the night for both cultivation and sentry duty. In the quiet of the night, after completing her trainings, Tang Qingxi sat beneath a large tree at the edge of the tent. Gently stroking the fur of the white cat nestled in her arms, she inquired, do you wish to return for a visit? It is a rare opportunity. I could allow them to head back first. No need, the white cat replied softly. Even with your hidden strengths, traversing the depths of the Star Doe forest remains perilously dangerous. After so many years apart, I am not in a hurry. Very well. Tang Qingxi acquiesced, scratching the cat's chin gently, only to receive a playful swipe from its paw. However, it was merely a soft pat, devoid of any sharp claws. The forest was engulfed in darkness, with occasional rustling sounds emanating from the shadows. Tang Qingxi remained vigilant, attuned to the subtle noises of the woods. While no unusual disturbances arose from the forest itself, a tent below produced some sounds, and shortly thereafter, Ning Rongrong emerged, scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. She was looking for Tang Qingxi, yet the latter perched high in the tree remained elusive to her gaze. Tang Qingxi casually plucked a leaf, which fluttered downwards. The sudden rush of wind startled Ning Rongrong, causing her to nearly cry out. However, as a thought crossed her mind, she swiftly covered her mouth and looked up. Tang Qingxi rummaged through her bracelet and retrieved a luminous gem that she had carelessly tossed inside, giving it a gentle shake. Noticing this, Ning Rongrong approached the tree, recalling her mischievous childhood when she had climbed the trees of the Liuli sect, and she began to scale the bark. What is the matter? Once Ning Rongrong had ascended, Tang Qingxi made room for her to sit and inquired, leaning against the tree trunk with her knees drawn up. Ning Rongrong gazed at the leisurely cat that Tang Qingxi was petting, her mood somewhat somber. I can't sleep and I wanted to chat with you, Sister Shi. What would you like to discuss? Speak your mind. Observing Ning Rongrong's confusion, Tang Qingxi recognized that such bewilderment was often the precursor to transformation. And she willingly welcomed the conversation, aiming to subtly reshape Ning Rongrong's disposition. Am I really that inadequate? Ning Rongrong asked in a dejected tone. You're doing all right. Your personality has indeed been overly indulged, but it is not beyond redemption. Your talent is commendable, yet talent alone does not suffice, without diligent effort. Even the greatest aptitude amounts to nothing. Tang Qingxi responded with measured candor. In truth, Ning Rongrong's talent was notable. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda was inherently flawed or, one might say, incomplete. Given her age and the indulgence she had experienced, her current soul power level was quite impressive. However, if she continued on this path, it would amount to a waste of her potential. Having been at Shrek for several days, Ning Rongrong noted the lack of movement from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Likely recognizing this truth as well, she fell silent. Do you like those hidden weapons? Tang Qingxi inquired again. Ning Rongrong nodded eagerly, though she hesitated. As the hidden weapons Tang Qingxi had presented had sparked deeper thoughts within her. I am aware that your sect possesses a method of divided attention control, categorized into 5 realms. However, I can see that you have yet to fully master the most fundamental realm, the 3 apertures heart control. Once you achieve that mastery, I shall equip you with an appropriate set. Furthermore, after enhancing your collective physical capabilities, I will also arrange for your personal development. Do you wish to possess combat prowess? To truly motivate Ning Rongrong, it was essential to provide ample stimulation, and Tang Qingxi presented her with a formidable proposition. What auxiliary spirit master would not desire combat strength? Yet for most auxiliary spirit masters, it remained an elusive dream. No matter how hard they endeavored, their spirit abilities were inherently supportive. However, this was not a limitation for Tang Qingxi, who was not bound by the constraints of spirit rings or abilities. How can an auxiliary spirit master attain combat capability? Unless one possesses exceptionally rare spirit rings, all other rings contribute only to supportive spirit abilities. Ning Rongrong replied, her disbelief evident. Tang Qingxi cast a fleeting glance at her and inquired, Do I possess a soul ring? Do you presume I employ soul techniques? Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. Are you implying that you could impart your skills to me? Certainly not. I shall not teach you my unique abilities. However, I can instruct you in other arts that will bestow upon you a modicum of combat prowess. The martial arts of the Yihua Palace are not accessible to just anyone. Yet, as the esteemed leader of the Yihua Palace, I have traversed the martial world for many years, and I undoubtedly possess more than just a few sets of internal cultivation techniques. Really? What must I do to learn from you? Ning Rongrong's excitement surged instantly. Attend my lessons diligently, and when I deem you ready, I shall reveal my teachings. With that, Tang Qingxi gracefully waved her hand, and a white satin ribbon encircled Ning Rongrong's waist, gently lowering her from the tree. Retrieving the ribbon, Tang Qingxi leaned against the trunk, one leg bent, resting her arm upon her knee as she gazed contemplatively at the sky. The white cat, exuding an air of arrogance, climbed directly onto Tang Qingxi's head, leisurely crossing its paws and closing its eyes to rest. As Tang Qingxi observed the sky gradually brightening, the forest below remained shrouded in darkness. Tang San had risen early and leapt onto a tall tree. After a moment of cultivation, a look of delight appeared on his face. Observing this, Tang Qingxi lightly touched down beside him and asked, What is it? Have you made some progress? Miss, Tang San replied with a faint smile, then pondered for a moment before inquiring, I have broken through to level 30. Should I seize the opportunity to hunt for my 3rd spirit ring while we are still in the Star Dough Forest? After a brief contemplation, Tang Qingxi responded, The 3rd spirit ring, you say? It would be prudent. Your physical condition is quite commendable, allowing you to absorb a spirit ring beyond your limits. The difference for the 3rd spirit ring should not be too significant. If you encounter a suitable one, you may absorb it. If not, it is no matter. We can always return later. As dawn broke, everyone was roused by Tang Qingxi's call and gathered around. Originally, I planned to take you all to the outer region for training. However, Since Tang San has reached level 30 this morning and coincidentally, Teacher Zhao is present. I intend to remain here to see if I can help Tang San find a suitable spirit ring. Is that acceptable, Teacher Zhao? What? Zhao Wujie stiffened momentarily, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on Tang San. You are level 30? Indeed, Teacher Zhao, Tang San affirmed with a nod. The members of Shrek Academy were left in a state of astonishment. Tang Qingxi furrowed her brow slightly, wondering why these individuals were so astonished. Hadn't Tang San reached level 29 earlier? What was so surprising about his recent advancement to level 30? Shouldn't they have been somewhat prepared for this? Is there an issue? Tang Qingxi inquired once more. Zhao Wujie's expression grew serious. Tang San, tell me, how old are you this year? Please be precise down to the month. Tang San paused for a moment before responding. 12 years and 7 months. Let us proceed to seek the spirit rings. Tang Qingxi was not one to linger in astonishment, wasting precious time. Ah, Qingxi, achieving level 30 at such a tender age is remarkable. Tang San will be the earliest student in the history of Shrek Academy to attain the rank of Spirit Elder. Zhao Wujie could not quite fathom how Tang Qingxi remained so composed. Could it be that she possessed prior knowledge? Oh, do remember to jot that down when we return. Now, let us depart, Tang Qingxi casually remarked, gesturing for them to set off. The Stardow Forest was shrouded in dim light, and the available time for exploration was inherently limited. As she moved, Tang San and the others promptly followed suit. Zhao Wujie began to sense an underlying anomaly. Was Tang Qingxi forming factions within the academy? The students were supposed to stand united, yet it was evident that they had split into two distinct groups. He resolved to find an opportunity to discuss this matter thoroughly with Tang Qingxi. Brother, congratulations, Xiao Wu whispered as she sidled up to Tang San, her excitement palpable as she embraced his right arm. However, I shall soon catch up to you. Tang San harbored no doubts regarding Xiao Wu's words. After years of acquaintance, although he often broke through first, Xiao Wu, who appeared to exert little effort, would invariably close the gap in a remarkably short time. Tang San has always believed that if Xiao Wu were to train with even greater diligence, her strength would undoubtedly surpass his own. Regarding his choice of the third spirit ring, Tang San has formulated some plans and has also discussed them with Tang Qingxi. Tang San believed that the search should not be overly difficult, as some choices were rather common and merely required sufficient years. However, contrary to his expectations, 2 full days had elapsed, and despite the meticulous efforts under the guidance of Tang Qingxi and Zhao Wujie, a suitable soul beast remained elusive. The Millennium Soul beasts encountered were unsuitable for Tang San, while those deemed appropriate lacked the requisite age. Zhao Wujie appeared somewhat distressed. Tang Qingxi remained composed, continuously enlightening Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong about the various spirit beasts they encountered along the way. He also guided Tang San and his companions in their collaborative battles against these creatures, fostering a mutual combat synergy among them. Although Dai Mubai and the others occasionally fought together, the majority of the time, it was the 4 of them working in unison, with Tang Qingxi providing assistance and guidance from the sidelines. As night fell once more, it was time to rest. The students cooperatively assembled their tents and prepared their food, readying themselves for a well-deserved respite. Tang Qingxi continued to take turns keeping watch with Zhao Wujie. After dinner, Zhao Wujie instructed everyone to retreat to their tents for rest. But he beckoned Tang Qingxi to one side. Qingxi, have you not noticed that the students have clearly divided into 2 factions? Zhao Wujie said earnestly. The Shrek students should stand united. Aren't you still planning to participate in the Soul Master competition? How can the coordination among your group improve under such circumstances? Tang Qingxi looked at Zhao Wujie with surprise. Why must we be united? In the Soul Master competition, as long as Tang San and his companions can complete my training, they can participate with any 2 teammates. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting we abandon Dai Mubai and the others? They are not my students. What connection do I have with them? Tang Qingxi spread his hands. Am I the one choosing to forsake them? Over a year ago, did I not remind and assist Dai Mubai and Oscar? Did I not help Ma Hongjun resolve the flaws in his martial soul? Yet, what have they given in return? Those who have fallen have continued to decline, and those who are lazy remain so, even if the flaw in their martial soul is fixed. Their minds are still filled with frivolous thoughts. Such teammates are indeed unnecessary for me, and I still have others who can fill the remaining positions. From the very outset, Tang Qingxi never fully relied on Shrek Academy. After all, the institution scarcely admitted a handful of students each year, and those who were accepted merely possessed talent. She herself commanded a personal faction, nurturing a group of young men and women endowed with both aptitude and commendable character. In the past 2 years, I have invested a considerable sum into the school, all in pursuit of the Soul Master competition. Flanders had initially promised that I would have complete authority over the event. After all, I was responsible for securing the very spots for participation. Ultimately, the decision of who would compete was left to my discretion. Once the students graduated, they would inevitably go their separate ways. What unity could be expected? Tang Qingxi spoke with remarkable candor. At least when it came to the selection of participants for the Soul Master competition, no one from Shrek Academy dared to voice any objections. She invested her own resources without demanding anything from Flinder and the others, merely seeking to enlist the talents of Shrek's members for the competition. Flinder agreed and granted her the authority to proceed. Should there be any dissent, she could always withdraw from Shrek and form her own team, thereby dissociating the most significant benefits, namely the fame and fortune derived from the Soul Master competition, from Shrek entirely. Given her close ties with Tang San and Xiao Wu, the promised advantages to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing would ensure that these four would remain steadfast teammates. If Teacher Zhao truly had concerns, he could communicate with Dean Flinder before discussing them with me. Tang Qingxi's words rendered Zhao Wuji speechless. Well, I shall take my leave to rest now, Tang Qingxi remarked, waving her hand as she turned to retreat to her tent. However, after taking but a few steps, she suddenly halted, and Zhao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically. An intensely chilling aura emanated from Zhao Wuji, accompanied by a low growl as he summoned his martial spirit, the mighty Diamond Bear, to manifest. Tang Qingxi did not reveal her martial soul. Instead, she deftly retrieved the Rainfall Pear Blossom needles. Qingxi, take them away. Everyone, get out. Zhao Wuji bellowed, his deep voice resonating within the tent. Situated in the Star Doe Forest, the students were on edge and having not yet retired for the night. They swiftly emerged from their tents upon hearing his commanding call. Upon encountering Tang Qingxi wielding the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, Tang San's pupils constricted sharply. Sister Shi, what is the matter? The Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle could be regarded as Sister Shi's trump card. Her decision to reveal it indicated an imminent, formidable crisis. Gather together. Stand behind us, and if anything occurs, flee. Tang Qingxi approached Zhao Wuji, her left hand gripping the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle while her right palm emanated a faint glow, tinged with subtle hues of crimson and iridescence. Dai Bai and the others were bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired to provoke such anxiety in Tang Qingxi, who was typically unflappable, and Zhao Wuji, who usually maintained a composed demeanor regarding his strength. The white cat perched upon Tang Qingxi's shoulder suddenly brushed against his ear. Slightly tilting his head to meet the cat's gaze, Tang Qingxi took a few steps aside, listening as the feline whispered in his ear. I sense the presence of Erming, the Titan Great Ape. What brings it here, seeking you or Xiao Wu? Tang Qingxi was taken aback. A rose aura should be well concealed. Was it indeed searching for Xiao Wu? What could such a colossal creature possibly want here, if not to stir up trouble? At that moment, in the direction where Zhao Wuji and Tang Qingxi were gazing, two towering trees began to part slowly, revealing a massive figure that emerged silently from the shadows. Tang Qingxi sheathed the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, yet an intense headache plagued her. Upon sighting the looming figure, Dai Bai and the others found themselves momentarily breathless, finally grasping the source of Zhao Wuji and Tang Qingxi's anxiety. Before them stood a colossal entity, towering like a mountain, its physique adorned with terrifyingly robust muscles. To the eye, it resembled a hybrid of a monkey and a gorilla, its entire being cloaked in a velvety black hue, save for its lantern-sized eyes that shimmered with a yellow, crystalline luster. In the depths of night, it would be nearly impossible to discern its form unless it stirred. The king of the forest, the Titan Giant Ape. Tang San recognized this behemoth, his voice trembling slightly. The Titan Giant Ape reigned supreme within the Soul Beast Forest, possessing unparalleled strength and speed, with virtually no flaws in its offensive or defensive capabilities. Most terrifying of all, it could wield abilities akin to soul techniques. No one could ascertain the true nature of the Titan Giant Ape's skills, for those who had witnessed them were long deceased. Zhao Wuji and his companions could hardly fathom why this sovereign of soul beasts, typically dwelling in the heart of the Star Doe Forest, had made an appearance here. Respected king of the forest, we harbor no intentions of offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately, Zhao Wuji spoke solemnly. Aware that the Titan Giant Ape could comprehend human speech, especially one of such evident cultivation, far exceeding 10,000 years. The Titan Giant Ape paid Zhao Wuji no heed, but took a step forward, causing their hearts to leap into their throats. Is there a way for you to communicate with it, and persuade it to leave? Tang Qingxi whispered to the white cat. The white cat shook its head. Unless we reveal our identities. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji's mind raced, yet all he could think of was the phrase what to do. He acutely felt the immense pressure the Titan Giant Ape exerted upon him, a presence far more formidable than that of the legendary dragon and serpent couple, one he could not contend with. Before it, Zhao Wuji understood that even his own self-preservation was at stake. Yet, in that moment, retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wuji declared, I will hold it off. You all must consume Oscar's mushroom sausages and leave immediately. Qingxi, you two must depart. Act swiftly. I cannot endure for long. With that, Zhao Wuji inhaled deeply, his 7 soul rings radiating brilliantly. Do not rush. Tang Qingxi exclaimed. Zhao Wuji's current resolve was somewhat admirable, though perhaps a bit hasty. She then turned to Tang San and the others, commanding, everyone, step back and disperse. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Tang Qingxi realized that fleeing was not an option. They needed to ascertain the Titan Giant Ape's intentions. If a confrontation were inevitable, they must temporarily retreat to prevent being caught in the fray. Zhao Wuji, undeterred, lunged directly at the Titan Giant Ape. Tang San, cover everyone else's escape. I shall assist Teacher Zhao, Dai Bai instructed before charging forth with a fierce roar. However, as he initiated his white tiger transformation to rush in. Tang Qingxi delivered a swift kick, sending him away. I told you to step back. If assistance is to be given, it is not your place, aside from Zhao Wuji. I am the strongest here. Do not complicate matters. Ning Rongrong, provide support to Teacher Zhao. The rest of you, retreat. Oscar, summon and distribute the mushroom sausages. Understood. Ning Rongrong promptly replied, her voice soft yet resolute. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first grants strength, the second grants speed. The dazzling 7 treasures glazed tower spun forth from her palm, for beams of light simultaneously shooting towards Zhao Wuji and Tang Qingxi. Tang San, keep an eye on them. With that, Tang Qingxi had little choice. She leaped towards the Titan giant ape. Tang San had originally intended to intervene, but upon receiving an order from Tang Qingxi, he promptly positioned himself before the other students, declaring, everyone, heed Sister Shi. In chapter 37, both were taken away. Zhao Wujie had exerted his utmost effort, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's support, elevating his strength to new heights. He leaped high into the air, delivering a formidable Golden King palm strike upon the Titan Great Ape's crown. However, a scene that instilled terror in everyone unfolded as Zhao Wujie, after landing 2 powerful blows on the Titan Great Ape, was catapulted away like a cannonball. The Titan Great Ape seemed to underestimate Zhao Wujie's might, its massive head jerking back from the impact before it unleashed a deafening roar. At that moment, Tang Qingxi had also approached, her martial spirit manifesting and her domain activating. She could perceive a wave of black energy erupting from the Titan Great Ape, which was the force that had propelled Zhao Wujie away. Tang Qingxi's expression was grave, her eyes shimmering with a violet glow. In a flicker of movement, she leaped into the turbulent airwaves, using the Titan giant ape's immense form to propel herself, swiftly circling behind it and ascending. However, the force of the airwaves proved challenging for her. She could barely withstand their impact, and her upward progress was far from smooth. Tang San, how can we stand by while Teacher Zhao and Sister Shi resist the Titan giant ape without taking action? Dai Mubai, having received a heavy kick, rose unsteadily, his complexion still pale. Sister Shi must have her own plans. If we act recklessly, we may inadvertently complicate matters for her, Tang San replied resolutely. He was aware that Tang Qingxi possessed the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles, and at this moment, she might be searching for the opportune moment to strike. Against a soul beast as formidable as the Titan giant ape, even the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles required a vulnerable point to exploit. Their interference could lead to a chaotic situation, making it even more difficult for the young lady to act. I trust Sister Shi. Just stay put and don't create any more trouble. Zhu Zhiqing, rarely engaging with Dai Mubai, spoke up, albeit with an unkind tone. You, Dai Mubai exclaimed. Filled with urgency, Zhao Wujie had crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. Yet, the Titan giant ape showed no intention of attacking. It was circling in place, striving to reach around and grasp Tang Qingxi. While this hindered Tang Qingxi's ascent, it also momentarily occupied the Titan giant ape's attention. Realizing that she could not secure her hold, the Titan giant ape abandoned its pursuit of the tiny ant on its back and shifted its gaze toward Tang San and the others, specifically targeting Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's expression was equally grim, her brows furrowed tightly. The Titan giant ape extended its colossal hand, aiming to seize her. At that moment, Tang Qingxi had just climbed onto the Titan giant ape's shoulder and called out, "Do not harm anyone. You will regret it." Seeing that the Titan giant ape's target was Xiao Wu ignited a fierce anger within Tang San. With a sudden kick to the ground, he propelled himself upward. Leaping into action, his hands moved with lightning speed, launching a barrage of glimmering projectiles aimed at the Titan giant ape's eyes. Zhao Wujie quickly scrambled from the crater, activating his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar. This was his most domineering yet side-effect-laden soul ring skill. Once unleashed, the Martial Soul Avatar allowed him to utilize all soul skills below the 7th ring for 30 minutes without restriction, enhancing their power by 150%. However, each use of the Martial Soul Avatar diminished the user's attributes by 50%, requiring a full week to recover. Zhao Wujie was reluctant to employ it unless absolutely necessary. Yet, the Titan giant ape was swift and responsive. Before Tang San could intervene, it had already grasped Xiao Wu. The Titan giant ape merely closed its eyes to deflect Tang San's projectiles effortlessly. As Zhao Wujie prepared to charge again, the Titan giant ape feigned a counterattack. Tang Qingxi sighed, Aero. The white cat, Aero, released a fragment of its aura, causing the Titan giant ape to stand upright abruptly. Aero then commanded, Erming, don't dawdle, don't harm anyone, just leave without a word. With Xiao Wu captured, there was no chance of the Titan giant ape simply releasing her. There was no time to explain. With Tang Qingxi present, they could find a reason to regroup later. The Titan giant ape disregarded Zhao Wujie's imminent assault and Tang San's relentless projectiles, leaping into the air and vanishing into the forest with Xiao Wu and Tang Qingxi in tow. Xiao Wu, Zhao Wujie shouted, desperate to pursue. But he quickly realized his speed was insufficient. Xiao Wu, young lady. Tang San's eyes blazed with fury, his concern overwhelming even the need for formal address. Ning Rongrong, utterly exhausted from supporting Zhao Wujie, collapsed helplessly to the ground, breathlessly murmuring, Sister Shi, Xiao Wu Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing stood in stunned silence. Their faces a portrait of disbelief. Zhao Wujia, his martial soul avatar dissipating, wore a grim expression. How could the Titan giant ape appear at the outskirts of the Stardow forest? I'm sorry, everyone. It's my fault for being powerless to prevent it from taking Xiao Wu and Qingxi. It's not your fault, and Sister Shi is still here, Tang San reassured. Though he alone noticed the situation on the Titan giant ape's shoulder due to the insight granted by his purple extreme magic eye, Tang Qingxi was not constrained. Perhaps she had yet to discover the appropriate moment to strike. When confronting a being as formidable as the Titan ape, it is likely that the young lady would exercise caution in her approach. Alternatively, there may be certain restrictions preventing her from making a move. Tang San's voice was tranquil. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle tremors coursing through his entire being. Let us take a moment to rest. Then we shall reconvene in another location to deliberate further, Zhao Wujia sighed as he spoke. Tang San was on the verge of expressing his thoughts when he hesitated once more. He yearned to pursue, not necessarily to catch up with the Titan great ape, but in the hope that if the young lady could indeed rescue Xiao Wu, they might assist her. Yet he pondered a possibility. The young lady may have successfully ascended to the shoulder of the Titan great ape without taking action. Was it due to the timing not being right? Or perhaps her reluctance to act in front of others? Tang San requested a recovery sausage from Oscar, specifically the mushroom sausage that Tang Qingxi had instructed Oscar to prepare. Holding the sausage in his hand, Tang San consumed it and then glanced around, locating Zhu Zhuqing. I will go to assist Sister Shi, he said. You should lead them to retreat from the Stardow Great Forest. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Is this Sister Shi's arrangement? Tang San paused for a moment. Although Tang Qingxi had not yet provided him with any subsequent arrangements, he resolutely nodded his agreement. He could not rest easy without making the journey himself, especially since he had once vowed to protect Xiao Wu. At this moment, how could he possibly remain here? Very well, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a nod. Tang San stood behind Zhu Zhuqing, taking advantage of her cover to consume the mushroom sausage, and 6 ethereal wings manifested behind him. Tang San, what are you doing? Zhao Wujia's astonished voice echoed. As he spoke, Tang San's body ascended into the air. Chapter 38, The Man-Faced Demon Spider. At Zhao Wujia's exclamation, everyone turned their attention. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San together, Ning Rongrong suddenly seemed to comprehend something and made eye contact with Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Understanding dawned, 7 treasures. Famous for its swiftness. Ning Rongrong had just consumed a recovery sausage and, feeling somewhat revitalized, directed a radiant beam of light towards Tang San. Tang San. The speed enhancement effect can only last for 1 minute after leaving my soul power range. Understood. Tang San cast a deep glance at Ning Rongrong, then soared toward the direction where the Titan giant ape had vanished, propelled by the effects of the mushroom sausage. You all. Zhao Wujia glared at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, his anger rendering him momentarily speechless. Zhu Zhuqing, her expression stoic, replied, it was Shijia's arrangement. While her gaze remained fixed on the direction Tang San had taken, hoping fervently that Tang Qingxi and the others would return safely. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Tang Qingxi stood atop the shoulders of the Titan giant ape. Though the Titan giant ape moved swiftly, its motion was remarkably smooth, allowing the two to stand on its shoulders without feeling the slightest tremor. However, Xiao Wu occasionally cast curious glances toward Tang Qingxi, oblivious to Aro's adept control of her presence. At that moment, Xiao Wu found herself puzzled by the Titan giant ape's demeanor toward Tang Qingxi. Let us stop here. We'll have a hard time going any further. It seems we've distanced ourselves enough, and there are no signs of other soul masters around. Tang Qingxi whispered into the Titan giant ape's ear. Hesitant at first, the Titan giant ape ultimately complied, halting its movement and lowering its massive body. Tang Qingxi alighted gracefully, and Xiao Wu followed suit, her gaze firmly fixed on Tang Qingxi, clearly brimming with questions. However, Tang Qingxi was momentarily preoccupied with the Titan giant ape, furrowing her brow as she confronted it. What brings you out here? Do you wish to endanger Xiao Wu? How will she explain her escape from you when she returns? At this juncture, if her identity were to be revealed, no one could guarantee her safety. Xiao Wu's pupils constricted sharply. It seemed Tang Qingxi was fully aware of her true identity, yet there was an air of protection surrounding her words. This left Xiao Wu's mind in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape, upon hearing Tang Qingxi's admonition and recalling the aura she had exuded earlier, lowered its head in guilt, adopting a posture of contrition. Still bewildered, Xiao Wu instinctively chimed in. Ming is worried about me too. Wait, Sister Shi. What exactly do you know? Turning back, she pressed on eagerly. Do not inquire just yet. When the time comes for you to know, I shall inform you. Just understand that I will not harm you. If I intended to do so, you would already be a soul ring. Furthermore, Tang San is unaware, and I shall not disclose anything on my end. You may choose the moment to reveal the truth to him. Eruo did not seem inclined to recognize Xiao Wu at that moment, so Tang Qingxi refrained from mentioning it, casting a discreet glance at the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape obediently lowered its head, its large eyes curiously observing Tang Qingxi and the white cat perched upon her shoulder. Xiao Wu yearned to inquire further, but Tang Qingxi gestured for her to remain silent. We must reminisce later. We need to return swiftly. I have yet to discuss the subsequent arrangements, and I am uncertain of their actions. I fear they may pursue us, and the dangers lurking within the depths of the Stardow Forest are indeed numerous. Zhao Wujie has even utilized his martial spirit's true form. Our combat strength is insufficient. I worry we may encounter unforeseen troubles. Xiaowu was overwhelmed with questions but was not permitted to voice them, leaving her feeling quite distressed. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement with Tang Xingshi's words, albeit hesitantly murmuring, I am at level 30 now. You need not rush to acquire a soul ring. It does not necessitate hunting soul beasts. When the opportunity arises, we shall ensure you obtain your soul ring in a secluded area. All right, Xiaowu acquiesced, nodding her head. Tang Xingshi glanced at the Titan giant ape and advised, you must also convey to the sky blue python not to wander aimlessly in the forest. If the spirit hall discovers it, there will be grave consequences. The Titan giant ape nodded obediently. Are you akin to me? Do you know my mother? With a hint of doubt, Xiaowu pondered whether Tang Xingshi was also a 100,000-year spirit beast, given her profound understanding of the spirit beast around her. Although Tang Xingshi claimed to have been born in the Haotian sect, she had never revealed the Haotian hammer spirit, had she? Moreover, the inexplicable sense of familiarity she felt towards Tang Xingshi only led Xiao Wu to this conclusion. I will explain this later. For now, just know that I am not your enemy. Tang Xingshi deemed it inappropriate to elaborate further. Let us return. Indeed, Xiao Wu replied, turning to bid farewell to the Titan giant ape. Ming, take good care of Deming. I worry about our companions, so I shall return now. The Titan giant ape nodded. Subsequently, it emitted a deep, muffled roar, which, though not particularly loud, resonated for a full kilometer. All spirit beasts within this radius seemed to experience a tremendous fright and fled swiftly. Among them were some formidable spirit beasts. The Titan giant ape helped to drive them away, facilitating their return. Thus, Xiaowu followed closely behind Tang Xingshi, hastening back along their previous path. Meanwhile, Tang San, having consumed the flying mushroom sausage, found that its effects lasted only a minute. Despite Ning Rongrong's spirit assistance, he had barely flown a distance of 3,000 meters. During his flight, Tang San pushed the purple extreme magic eyes to their limit, yet he could not catch sight of the Titan giant ape. He had to rely on the traces he discovered along the way to pursue it. Fortunately, due to the Titan giant ape's enormous size, he could spot areas where the trees had been disturbed from a distance. After tracking for a while, Tang San paused and sat cross-legged against a large tree to regain his strength. He could not ascertain whether Tang Xingshi could truly contend with an entity like the Titan giant ape, but he was determined to see the outcome. Once he had recovered some energy and was preparing to continue his pursuit, a peculiar sound suddenly caught his attention. It resembled the rustling of leaves, prompting Tang San to become vigilant. He slowly rose to a defensive stance and cautiously turned towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged, a spider with a body diameter exceeding 1.5 meters, its 8 spear-like legs stretching over 3 meters in length, glistening with a glossy black exoskeleton. Tang San discovered it, and it, in turn, discovered Tang San, with its 8 elongated legs moving at a rapid pace. It reached Tang San in the blink of an eye. 2 of its front legs were raised high, piercing directly towards Tang San's head. Chapter 39, The Strength of Tang Xingshi. As the spider's body ascended, Tang San caught sight of its abdomen, enabling him to identify its species. Tang San swiftly rolled to the ground, evading the attack of the long-legged spider, yet his expression was markedly grave. He had not anticipated encountering such a creature in this location. The spider's lower abdomen bore white patterns that formed the grotesque visage of a human face, with 8 eyes shimmering with a faint purple glow affixed to its underbelly. However, 2 of those eyes appeared to have been shattered, a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh, while several cracks marred the exoskeleton of its abdomen. This was the face-devouring demon spider, a creature of terrifying reputation among soul beasts. It possessed a formidable exoskeleton, remarkable speed, and 8 razor-sharp legs laced with potent venom. Its silk, when expelled, was not only resilient and adhesive but also imbued with neurotoxic properties. It is worth noting that the face-devouring demon spider was among the soul rings that Master had designated for Tang San, and it was also a choice highly recommended by the esteemed lady, Tang Xingshi. Nonetheless, acquiring the soul ring was no simple feat. Even the esteemed lady had instructed that should she encounter the face-devouring demon spider, she would personally intervene to assist. Tang San never anticipated encountering a human-faced demon spider under such circumstances. Judging by its appearance, it evidently possessed over a millennium of cultivation, presenting a formidable challenge for him. The web emitted by the human-faced demon spider was instantaneous, capable of ensnaring an area tenfold its own size. Even with his skill in the Ghost Shadow Phantom, he would likely find it difficult to evade such an assault. Typically, those caught within its grasp would scarcely have time to escape before meeting their demise at the hands of the human-faced demon spider. However, given the current predicament and the speed of the creature, escape was not guaranteed. Reflecting on the injuries beneath the spider's abdomen, it was clear that this human-faced demon spider was not in its prime condition. Moreover, it could only expel its web 3 times a day, and upon their initial encounter, it had refrained from using its webbing ability. Tang San found himself compelled to take a gamble. The faceless demon spider, having endured battles, had already exhausted its supply of webbing. He did not aspire to slay the creature. Rather, he merely sought to inflict sufficient harm upon it to facilitate his own escape. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to linger, even if the young lady managed to flee with Xiao Wu from the Titan giant ape. The journey back could present encounters with other soul beasts. He was uncertain of the number of concealed weapons the young lady possessed. Thus, it was imperative to find the Titan giant ape's trail as swiftly as possible. Consequently, after evading the faceless demon spider's assault, Tang San unleashed the binding skill of his blue silver grass. Naturally, the creature's formidable strength rendered it capable of easily breaking free from his entanglement. And as a venomous being, the paralyzing toxin attached to the blue silver grass would have no effect. Hence, alongside summoning his martial soul, Tang San deftly retrieved a black box, the legendary Zhuge divine crossbow. His right hand swiftly manipulated the box, producing a series of mechanical clicks. At that moment, Tang Qingxi swiftly lifted Xiao Wu, employing lightness techniques to traverse the forest with remarkable speed, her figure gracefully leaping among the towering trees. Tang Qingxi unleashed her true speed, astonishing Xiao Wu, who could hardly fathom how someone merely a great soul master could move with such swiftness. Upon landing on the branch of a tall tree, Tang Qingxi halted her steps and listened intently. Subsequently, she activated her purple extreme demon eyes and discerned the sounds of battle. What had initially been a casual glance turned into a focused gaze, revealing none other than Tang San engaged in combat with the faceless demon spider. With a slight raise of her brow, Tang Qingxi realized that this was a fortuitous moment. Tang San's soul ring had found its place. Without hesitation, she leaped down. As she approached, Xiao Wu also caught sight of Tang San, its brother San. That is a human-faced demon spider. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over her. The human-faced demon spider was indeed a formidable foe. Stay here and don't come any closer. I will go to his aid, Tang Qingxi instructed. She assessed the age of the spider, estimating it to be over 2,000 years. The soul ring might be beyond Tang San's capacity to absorb, however, for the moment, the priority was to rescue him. A 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider was not something Tang San could easily contend with. It was somewhat surprising for Tang Qingxi to see Tang San ensnared in the spider's web. At this moment, Tang San was utilizing hidden weapons to stall for time, striving to complete the mechanism of the Zhuge crossbow as swiftly as possible, in response to the concealed projectiles aimed directly at its critical eyes. The man-faced demon spider swiftly crawled to the ground, the weapon striking its carapace and sparking a flurry of sparks. Just then, out of the corner of Tang San's eye, he caught sight of a familiar dark-hued petal, slicing through the air and colliding with the carapace of the man-faced demon spider. The creature let out a fierce howl, seemingly in great pain. "Young mistress," Tang San exclaimed with fervor, and as he turned his gaze, he spotted Xiao Wu's figure emerging into view, prompting a wave of relief and joy to wash over him. Indeed, the young mistress's prowess was beyond question. She had returned safely alongside Xiao Wu. Tang Qingxi, without uttering a word, did not restrain her formidable strength. She swiftly approached the humanoid spider. Her hand transformed into a claw, her skin pale as bone, emanating a chilling aura. The nails at her fingertips became remarkably sharp, and she pressed one claw directly onto the carapace of the humanoid spider. The shell, which Tang San could never penetrate, was effortlessly torn apart like paper beneath Tang Qingxi's claw. With a swift motion of her fingers, she lifted upward, extracting a mass that seemed to be intertwined with some visceral flesh. Xiao Wu stared in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. She was acutely aware of the formidable defense of the faceless demon spider's shell. The fact that Tang Qingxi could breach it solely with her bare hands was utterly terrifying. Tang San had also experienced the impenetrable hardness of the shell, and as he observed Tang Qingxi's techniques, he acutely recognized the disparity between them. His pursuit of the Tang Sex Xiantian treasure record had consumed an immense amount of his time. Unlike the young lady, who could venture forth and appreciate the vastness of the martial world, he was unable to even identify the martial arts moves employed by her. Amidst their astonished contemplation, the anguished cries of the human-faced demon spider grew ever more tormenting. It swiftly turned, raising its claws in an attempt to strike at Tang Qingxi. However, she deftly maneuvered, leaving behind 3 afterimages, rendering it momentarily unable to discern which to attack. Tang Qingxi has now observed the wound on the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider, which does not appear to be inflicted by Tang San. This indeed clarifies why Tang San, ensnared in spider silk, had not been seen. It seems this lad possesses quite the fortune. Had the human-faced demon spider been in its prime, by the time she and Xiao Wu arrived, they might have only had the opportunity to retrieve Tang San's remains. Tang Qingxi unceremoniously transformed her claws into palms, seizing the opportunity as the faceless demon spider lunged at her. She elevated her body, drawing closer to the grotesque creature. The sinister visage formed by the white patterns on the spider's abdomen loomed large before her, revealing its 6 malevolent, purple-hued eyes, brimming with animosity. Tang Qingxi, with an unwavering demeanor, swiftly unleashed her palms, imbued with the essence of ink-black plum blossoms, targeting the eyes of the faceless demon spider. In response to its anguished roar, she deftly pivoted and delivered a precise strike with the edge of her hand at the juncture of the spider's leg and body. Her soul power, inherently sharp and formidable, manifested as a blade, severing a segment of the spider's leg with ease. The heavy limb crashed to the ground, contaminating the surrounding flora with its venom, which gradually withered and decayed. Chapter 40. The Soul Bone of the Faceless Demon Spider. Tang Qingxi cast a calm glance before gracefully retreating, remarking, "Let Tang San take over. You should be able to handle it now." Since she intended to leave the soul ring for Tang San, it was only natural that she refrained from slaying the faceless demon spider outright. With a few swift strokes, she severely wounded the creature, rendering it incapable of exerting its full strength, thus making it manageable for Tang San. Indeed, Tang San comprehended Tang Qingxi's intentions as he re-engaged with his blue-silver grass. At this moment, only two pairs of eyes remained visible. The faceless demon spider, with its legs and carapace grievously injured, was engulfed in pain and fear. It harbored thoughts of fleeing, yet was thwarted by the entangling blue-silver grass. "Tang San, can you unleash the chaotic wind? Bring forth your Haotian hammer for a little exhibition. After all, there are no outsiders here." And it would be an opportune moment for Tang Qingxi to observe whether Tang San has mastered the supreme techniques of the Haotian clan. Tang San naturally obeyed the command, promptly stowing away the Zhuge Divine crossbow in the blue-silver grass. He then positioned himself before the human-faced demon spider, gripping a small, obsidian hammer in his hand. The chaotic cloak hammer method was one his father had taught him. "Sister Shi, you are truly formidable," Xiao Wu remarked, gazing at Tang Qingxi with a hint of admiration. Was this the true extent of Tang Qingxi's power? Such formidable offensive capabilities and piercing soul energy during the battle against Zhao Wujia. Tang Qingxi had not even exerted his full strength. Originally merely a participant in the classes alongside Tang San, Xiao Wu now earnestly anticipated Tang Qingxi's lessons. She recognized the necessity to grow stronger, to attain sufficient strength for self-preservation. Furthermore, despite Tang Qingxi's clear awareness of his own identity, he exhibited no intent to harm her, even displaying a certain degree of protection. Although Tang Qingxi did not explicitly state it, Xiao Wu was internally convinced that he must be a being similar to herself, albeit with a somewhat different cultivation approach. Her trust in Tang Qingxi deepened further. At this moment, Tang San's expression was grave. The young lady had already inflicted significant damage upon the faceless demon spider, and he knew that his performance must not falter. He could not afford to disappoint her. Grasping the Haotian hammer firmly, Tang San pressed his feet against the ground, channeling power through his calves as he propelled himself into a swift half-turn. The petite yet formidable Haotian hammer arced gracefully through the air, striking the faceless demon spider with a resounding impact. With a thunderous clang, the creature's body sank under the force of the blow, and immediately following the hammer's rebound, Tang San executed a rapid spin. The Haotian hammer rose once more, and with another resounding crash, it descended with even greater weight upon the faceless demon spider. Tang San moved swiftly, seizing the opportunity while the faceless demon spider was ensnared by the blue-silver grass, and without hesitation, he wielded the Haotian hammer with great force. The initial strike landed heavily, disorienting the faceless demon spider with its immense power. With each successive blow, the weight of the hammer intensified, leaving the already severely injured spider with little capacity to resist. The tremendous force of the Haotian hammer caused the fresh wounds inflicted by Tang Qingxi to erupt with flesh and blood. By the time the ninth strike descended, the area where the spider had been struck was a gruesome sight, and the creature itself was nearly buried in the ground, its breaths growing shallow and labored. Tang San then spun in place with the Haotian hammer, dissipating the force exerted by the weapon, before promptly retracting his martial soul. By wielding a conventional hammer, he could deliver a greater number of strikes. However, the burden of the Haotian hammer on his body and soul power was indeed considerable, and at this juncture, it was sufficient. The faceless demon spider had no avenue for escape. As the life force of the faceless demon spider diminished and faded away, flecks of blue and purple light began to coalesce above its form, signifying that the time to absorb the soul ring had arrived. Yet, Tang San was not in haste. He first seated himself cross-legged to recuperate his soul power. Upon the demise of a 1,000-year soul beast, the soul ring could remain for an hour, allowing for absorption within this time frame. The faceless demon spider was far from a benign soul beast. On the contrary, it was a malevolent and brutal entity. Absorbing its soul ring was no trifling task, and Tang San needed to ensure that his condition was restored to an optimal state. Otherwise, during the absorption process, he might be unable to withstand the onslaught of its violent energy, potentially leading to fatal repercussions. Indeed, seeing Tang San prioritize his recovery rather than immediately absorbing the ring, Tang Qingxi nodded in satisfaction. Tang Qingxi, accompanied by Xiao Wu, strolled over to Tang San's side, preparing to assist him in absorbing the soul ring for protection. Tang San, brace yourself mentally. It is imperative to remain wholly focused during the absorption of this soul ring, which originates from a soul beast over 2,000 years old. I trust your willpower will not let me down. Your physical strength is sufficient for this endeavor. It solely depends on whether your resolve can withstand the backlash of this soul ring. Tang Qingxi made sure to clarify the gravity of the situation, emphasizing that Tang San must not exhibit even the slightest lapse in concentration while absorbing the soul ring. Tang San was unable to ascertain the precise age of the face-devouring spider, but was startled to learn it had existed for over 2 millennia. However, Upon hearing the young lady mention that her physical resilience was sufficient to absorb its essence, Tang San resolutely nodded in agreement, affirming his understanding. Meanwhile, the keen-eyed Tang Qingshi caught a glimpse of a faint bluish-purple glow emanating from the indistinct mass of flesh on the spider's body. Drawing a long sword from her bracelet, she deftly probed the flesh, her brows furrowing in disbelief as she realized the implications. Could this be a manifestation born from the body of a mere 2,000-year-old spirit beast? Crouching down, her palm transforming to a hue akin to white jade, she delved into the flesh to confirm her suspicions. Tang Qingshi's expression grew grave. While she held little regard for spirit rings, the allure of spirit bones was undeniable, even for her. Little Wu, noticing Tang Qingshi's actions, exchanged glances with the two. Although the face-devouring spider had been slain by Tang San, it had only been spared to allow him to acquire a spirit ring, meaning in essence, it had been subdued by Tang Qingshi. What's wrong? Tang San inquired, sensing the atmosphere had shifted as he regained some composure. Tang Qingshi cast a glance at Xiao Wu, recognizing that she had grasped the situation as well. She then inquired of Tang San, "Are you aware of soul bones?" Soul bones? Tang San responded, utterly perplexed. Although the master had imparted to him a wealth of knowledge regarding the identification of soul beasts and soul rings, as well as the cultivation methods and various applications of martial spirits, he had never mentioned soul bones. Tang Qingshi fell silent for a moment before elucidating to Tang San. Soul bones are an extraordinarily unique entity, originating from soul beasts, yet their occurrence is exceedingly rare. Typically, an individual can absorb up to 6 soul bones, which correspond to the head, torso, and 4 limbs. Additionally, there exists a more exceptional and rare category known as external soul bones. It is often the case that even formidable soul masters, including Tidal Dolua, struggle to gather 6 soul bones, let alone obtain an external soul bone. Moreover, the preciousness of soul bones lies in their independence from the age of the soul beast from which they are derived. They possess the ability to grow and evolve alongside the enhancement of the soul master's own strength. Unlike soul rings, which can only be utilized by the individual who slays the soul beast, soul bones can even be traded. However, it is important to note that soul bones are a valuable commodity that is often in short supply. Chapter 41. The shameless world-defying dragon snake. Listening to Tang Qingshi's explanation of soul bones, Tang San immediately grasped their rarity and recognized that this particular soul bone could not be absorbed solely by himself. Given the exceptional value of soul bones, they rightfully ought to belong to the young lady. Wait. Tang Qingshi abruptly halted Tang San's words, her expression transforming into one of chilling coldness, even bearing a hint of murderous intent. Neither of you should speak. She swiftly concealed the flesh of the man-faced demon spider, ensuring that the soul bone within remained hidden, and then retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her palms, her gaze coldly fixed upon the depths of the forest. This journey through the Stardow Forest has indeed been fraught with unforeseen twists and turns, as if it were compelling her to utilize the rainfall needle. Soon, 3 uninvited guests emerged rapidly from the forest, 2 of whom were familiar faces. Upon seeing these 3 individuals, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a heavy sinking in their hearts. The group consisted of 3 soul masters, 2 of whom were the familiar snake lady Chao Tianxiang and her granddaughter Meng Yuran, whom they had encountered merely 2 days prior. Accompanying them was a gaunt, tall elder, appearing to be in his 70s, with a head full of silver hair. He held a silver dragon-headed cane, the dragon's head at its apex vividly lifelike and splendid. 8 soul rings danced rhythmically around him, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black. While the configuration of soul rings was not ideal, the presence of 8 rings signified a cultivation level of over 80, indicative of a soul dolua. Tang Qingshi did not need to guess to know that this person was the husband of the snake lady, Long Gong Mengshu. The family of 3 finally gathered together. Upon their arrival, Long Gong was somewhat astonished by the youthful appearances of Tang Qingshi and the others. His attention soon shifted to the grotesque, bloodied remains of the human-faced demon spider, which could only be identified by its spider legs. His expression changed slightly. Meng Yuran, upon seeing the 3, erupted with anger. How could this happen? Why, it's you again. What is going on? Long Gong Mengshu, noticing Meng Yuran's reaction, inquired with curiosity. The snake lady explained that these 3 were among those who had previously taken the Fengwei chicken crown snake from him. Given the current situation, it was evident that the human-faced demon spider they had been tracking had once again fallen into the hands of the same group. What a coincidence. Is this human-faced demon spider also prey you were after? Tang Qingshi continued to meticulously wipe the stains from her hands, though she was ready to draw her rain pear blossom needle at any moment, apologizing that they had already slain it. Long Gong Mengshu's tone was icy. Do you realize that we have pursued this human-faced demon spider for an entire day? If it weren't for its annoying web, it would have already become my granddaughter's soul ring. The human-faced demon spider is extremely rare, far more precious than the Fengwei chicken crown snake. Despite the immense pressure emanating from Long Gong Mengshu, Tang Qingshi remained nonchalant. We cannot be held responsible. Not only did we have no prior knowledge of your pursuit of this human-faced demon spider, but we could not simply allow it to attack us without retaliating. Besides, this human-faced demon spider is over 2,000 years old. Did you not examine it closely while hunting? Is your granddaughter prepared to absorb such a soul ring at the cost of her life? Upon hearing that the soul beast was over 2 millennia old, Long Gong's demeanor softened slightly, but he then expressed doubt. How do you know the age of this human-faced demon spider exceeds 2,000 years? Are you trying to evade responsibility? What responsibility do we have? You didn't inscribe your names on the human-faced demon spider, did you? As she spoke, Tang Qingxi picked up the spider leg she had previously severed and tossed it between the two parties. Examine this. The cultivation of the human-faced demon spider is generally assessed by the length of its legs. This leg exceeds 3 meters, a clear indication of its age surpassing 2 millennia. Since it is among your granddaughter's choices for a soul ring, you must have done some research, no? Long Gong scrutinized the length of the spider leg, acknowledging the truth in Tang Qingxi's words. Grandfather, they also took the Fengwei chicken crown snake from us. Since the soul ring is indeed unabsorbable by us. Meng Yiran refrained from further complaints, but an old score remained to be settled. Had they not stolen her Fengwei chicken crown snake, why would they have gone to such lengths to pursue this human-faced demon spider, only to end up with nothing? Long Gong gently patted his granddaughter's head to comfort her and turned to Tang Qingxi. Did the three of you jointly slay this human-faced demon spider? He had heard the snake lady mention that the formidable Zhao Wujing was their leader, yet he had not seen him during their discourse. Although the human-faced demon spider had been severely wounded by him earlier, a 2,000-year-old beast was still formidable. The trio's ability to kill it, especially given the gruesome state of the corpse, indicated their impressive strength. It was this very girl, with whom he conversed, who decisively claimed the Fengwei chicken crown snake during their earlier encounter. He could not deny the wisdom in her decision under those circumstances. With both intellect and prowess, Meng Shu admired their capabilities. Indeed, Tang Qingxi nodded. She was growing increasingly impatient. She wished to dismiss the trio amicably, yet they seemed to linger unnecessarily. The soul ring was gone. Why continue to dally? The corpse of the human-faced demon spider concealed a soul bone, an exceedingly dangerous object that could lead to significant trouble if discovered. She was already contemplating whether to assert her identity to drive them away. You previously seized my granddaughter's Fengwei chicken crown snake soul ring. This matter cannot simply be overlooked, Long Gong Mengshu stated. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi's expression turned icy. And what do you propose? Long Gong replied, I offer you 2 choices. The first choice is to join my family, and the previous conflict will be forgotten. The second choice is for each of you to leave behind an arm as compensation for my granddaughter before you can depart. At this, Tang Qingxi's expression turned to one of incredulity. What audacity! Tang Qingxi wore a contemplative expression. In the absence of discovering the soul bone, there was no necessity for her to reveal her true intentions and create a conflict. She opted instead to exert pressure through her status. However, with Xiao Wu present, it was rather unwise to disclose her identity without clarity. Yet, the very presence of Xiao Wu afforded her another alternative. In Tang Qingxi's hand, the martial soul manifested, and the domain of the god of death was instantly unleashed. He spoke. Tang San, reveal the hammer. Understood, Tang San replied, raising his hand to reveal the ebony Haotian hammer resting in his palm. The god of death's domain. The Haotian hammer martial soul? Long Gong Mengshu exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 42. The Master S theory is a mere farce. Are you certain you wish for us to make a choice? Tang Qingxi harbored a murderous intent within while maintaining a facade of calmness. It stands to reason that as a Soul Dolua, the elder must possess considerable insight. You should comprehend the implications of this. He wields the Haotian hammer, and we hail from the Haotian sect. The unfortunate misfortune that interfered with your granddaughter's acquisition of a soul ring is regrettable, yet it has transpired beyond our control. As juniors, we have no desire to provoke conflict with you, esteemed elder. We suggest you expedite your search for a soul ring for your granddaughter within the Stardow Forest. To pursue animosity with us would indeed be a perilous endeavor for you. Tang Qingxi unreservedly appropriated the esteemed reputation of the Haotian sect, which was undeniably preferable to being associated with the Spirit Hall. A shadow of apprehension crept across Long Gong's countenance. The Haotian hammer signified a direct disciple of the Haotian sect, one who possessed the terrifying domain of the god of slaughter. The significance of such an individual to a sect is immense. Although the Haotian sect had remained in seclusion for an extended period, this very mystery rendered their current strength inscrutable. Initially, Long Gong had relied on the possibility that the trio might have become separated from Zhao Wujia, contemplating an act of coercion. However, this circumstance had now transformed into a precarious dilemma. Even if he were to eliminate the three and erase all traces, Zhao Wujia would remain oblivious to the perpetrator's identity. Yet, given the prior discord between Shi Pui and Zhao Wujia's group, even the slightest suspicion could invoke the wrath of the Haotian sect upon them. Truly, the disciples of the top 3 sects are formidable. And it is we who have transgressed. Long Gong, ever adaptable and decisive, proclaimed, we shall take our leave at once. With that, he swiftly departed alongside the equally astonished Shi Pui and his granddaughter Meng Yiran, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Tang Qingxi stood with her hands clasped behind her back, and after confirming that the 3 presences had indeed receded, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, a look of deep annoyance crossed her features. With a stern expression, she directly addressed Tang San. Tang San absorbed the soul ring immediately, while simultaneously sensing the location of the soul bone. Secretly absorbed the soul bone as well. Sister Shi, Tang San hesitated, as he could sense that Tang Qingxi harbored intentions regarding the soul bone. If the young lady required it, then it rightfully belonged to her. Without further ado, he should simply absorb it. Tang Qingxi's expression was exceedingly severe. This was an order. Yes. Tang San quickly bowed his head in acquiescence, though a hint of confusion lingered in his heart. The reason for Tang Qingxi's insistence was that Zhao Wujie had arrived with his entourage. In the presence of the soul bone, Tang Qingxi held no trust whatsoever in Zhao Wujie. Having spent little time at the academy, she had little faith in the instructors there. She was acutely aware of the terrifying allure that soul bones held for soul masters. Furthermore, while engaged in a verbal spar with Long Gong, Tang Qingxi had been contemplating the rightful ownership of this soul bone. Indeed, she coveted the soul bone. Yet upon deeper reflection, she realized that it was not suited for her. The enhancement and effects of a soul bone are inherently linked to the soul beast from which it originates. In the future, should she encounter a soul ring from a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, she might consider it, as the spider's venom could prove somewhat beneficial to her. However, based on her analysis of the spider's other characteristics, the potential effects of this soul bone seemed misaligned with her own capabilities. Moreover, with Zhao Wujie present, the risks associated with collecting or absorbing the soul bone in his sight were considerable. Ultimately, she was not in need of soul bones. In fact, she already possessed one. Weighing the options, it appeared somewhat unwise. Although Tang San possesses a certain naivety and lacks worldly experience, his loyalty to the Tang sect and to himself appears commendable. Aware of the value of soul bones, he readily offers them without hesitation. His demeanor suggests it is not a calculated decision, but rather a sincere one. The soul bone itself, when paired with soul rings, can unleash its full potential. So what does it matter if this particular soul bone benefits Tang San? The enhancement it brings him can, to a significant extent, be utilized for his own advantage. Nevertheless, as a precaution, she must seek an opportunity to discuss matters with Tang Hao. A flurry of figures rushed in, led by Zhao Wujin, followed closely by other students from Shrek Academy. They appeared somewhat fatigued. Tang San's abrupt departure prompted Zhao Wujin to ensure he was not left alone in the Stardow Forest, and thus he led the search without pause. Qingxi, Xiao Wu, are you all right? Upon spotting Tang Qingxi and Xiao Wu, Zhao Wujin let out a sigh of relief. It seems you had a plan all along, Qingxi, but sending Tang San alone for assistance was rather perilous, he remarked lightly. Hearing this, Tang Qingxi cast a glance at Tang San, who, engrossed in absorbing the soul ring, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Tang Qingxi had no specific arrangements. Xiao Wu, with her unique identity, preferred not to let anyone follow her. She found it peculiar that Tang San was alone here. Previously, she had been distracted by the man-faced demon spider and its soul bone, leaving her unable to inquire about this. It seemed that this young man had taken it upon himself to pursue, only to be obstructed by the man-faced demon spider along the way. Fortunately, the spider had been injured by the Overlord Dragon Serpent. Otherwise, it would have indeed been a tragic fate. Naturally, Tang Qingxi refrained from voicing these thoughts, merely nodding and addressing Zhao Wujie, saying, I would appreciate it if Teacher Zhao could assist me in safeguarding Tang San, as he is currently absorbing a soul ring. Zhao Wujie turned his gaze towards Tang San, enveloped in a purplish-black glow, his form flickering in and out of visibility, and was taken aback by the formidable fluctuation of soul power. How many years of cultivation did this soul beast possess? He quickly glanced at the nearby corpse and inquired, what kind of soul beast is this? He could only identify it as a spider. The man-faced demon spider, with over 2,000 years of cultivation, posed a significant challenge for Tang San. It was crucial to ensure he remained undisturbed. Tang Qingxi remarked. Zhao Wujie exclaimed, a 2,000-year man-faced demon spider soul ring? This exceeds the absorption limit for someone above level 30. How could he possibly absorb this soul ring? Tang Qingxi cast a glance at him, a look of exasperation crossing her features. Have you also delved into the theories of that so-called master? The concept of an absorption limit is nothing short of a farce. I suspect he arrived at this figure by calculating the years of soul rings absorbed by various soul masters over the years. While it possesses some utility, its practicality is indeed limited. The upper limit for absorbing soul rings pertains to the physical and mental fortitude of the soul master. A soul master endowed with the body strength and mental power equivalent to a title de law at the 10th level can absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. Such absorption limits are merely for the consumption of ordinary soul masters. Each major sect has its own research methodologies. Tang San and his companions are indeed prodigies, and adhering to these limits would be a squanderance of their innate talents. Tang San's physical strength is sufficient to absorb this soul ring, yet the ferocity of the man-faced demon spider renders the task quite arduous and painful. As long as his willpower endures, he shall be fine. During the investigation into Tang San, I discovered he was a disciple of that master, which I found rather amusing. However, upon learning of Tang San's identity, it made sense. The master's theories seemed to be mere trifles for this young man, who had been abandoned in a small, destitute village by Tang Hao, utterly ignorant of the world. Chapter 43. Absorbing soul rings and soul bones. As Tang San commenced the absorption of the soul ring, he felt a tremendous surge of heat abruptly flooding into his body, which then began to sear him like a fiery blaze. The domineering nature of the man-faced demon spider dictated the ferocity of its soul ring. As its formidable aura entered Tang San, it forcefully began to alter his physique. Amidst the intense fluctuations of soul power, Tang San felt as though his body were on the verge of bursting, the excruciating agony causing him to spout a mouthful of blood. The onlookers surrounding him were taken aback, as they had all absorbed soul rings before, yet none had encountered such a situation. Their gazes instinctively turned towards Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi remained remarkably composed, advising to disregard Tang San's circumstances and to remain vigilant of their surroundings. It was merely a typical situation, indeed. Tang San's soul ring was exceptionally challenging, and the simultaneous absorption of a soul bone would undoubtedly amplify his suffering. It was time to temper his willpower. Tang San was gradually enveloped by a delicate crimson mist, a manifestation of his blood. Fine droplets of blood oozed from his skin, rising into the air with the vapor of his soul power, coalescing into a soft red haze. His brows were furrowed, lips pressed tightly together, and his body was in relentless convulsions, enduring excruciating agony. Tang Qingxi stood with her hands behind her back, her gaze firmly fixed on Tang San, scrutinizing his every move. Sister Shi, if this continues, little San may be in peril, Daimubai expressed his concern. Tang Qingxi remained expressionless, stating, so what? The process of absorbing the spirit ring cannot be interrupted. It all depends on whether he can endure this trial. She continued, to attain extraordinary strength, one must inevitably face certain trials and risks. With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Daimubai. At this moment, Xiao Wu, observing Tang San's predicament, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and couldn't help but grasp the hem of Tang Qingxi's garment. Tang Qingxi cast a glance at her, gently placing the white cat into her embrace before forcibly redirecting her attention. There is no need for such anxiety, as there is yet to be any imminent danger to life. As the crimson mist thickened, the bones of Tang San began to emit a series of crackling sounds. Nevertheless, the soul rings remained in a state of absorption, gradually merging with the energy within Tang San's body. The once profuse droplets of blood ceased to overflow, and his expression no longer bore such anguish, as a faint blue luminescence quietly emanated from within him. Tang Qingxi's lips curled slightly upwards, as Tang San had endured the ordeal. Accompanied by the release of a cerulean radiance, strands of blue-silver grass began to sprout around Tang San. The originally blue-black grass transformed into a deep violet, shimmering as if coated with a lustrous glaze. It is accomplished. Zhao Wuji's voice rang with surprise. However, Tang Qingxi remained fixated on Tang San, for the absorption of the soul ring was merely the first step. The true effect of the soul bone, once absorbed, remained uncertain. Just as everyone believed the situation was resolved, Tang San suddenly emitted a harrowing scream, his body convulsing violently, his chest thrust forward, arching his upper body in a most alarming manner. Gu Xiaowu, witnessing this scene, cried out in alarm. Yet, in the next moment, Tang Qingxi restrained her shoulder, gently patting it in an effort to soothe her. As the onlookers were taken aback, the sound of fabric tearing echoed through the air. Tang San's clothing split open, revealing concealed weapons cascading to the ground, while 4 fist-sized bulges emerged on either side of his spine. These bulges soon ruptured, and 8 spider-like legs grew at an astonishing speed, extending to over 3 meters before coming to a halt, their surfaces gleaming with a purplish sheen and appearing exceedingly sharp at the tips. Zhao Wujie, having witnessed numerous soul masters absorb soul rings, found himself astounded at this unprecedented spectacle. Observing the corpse of the man-faced demon spider nearby, he furrowed his brows, pondering, aren't those the legs of a man-faced demon spider? At that moment, 4 of the spider legs anchored themselves into the ground, lifting Tang San's body into the air, while the previously extended blue-silver grass cocooned him, enveloping him in a grand chrysalis. This scene left the members of Shrek utterly bewildered. Ma Hongjun could not suppress his thoughts, exclaiming, could it be that Tang San is transforming into a giant spider? That is impossible. Shiwu retorted sharply, glaring at him, aware of the existence of another soul bone. She understood the situation all too well. However, in the next moment, Tang Qingxi once again placed a hand on her shoulder, stifling any further words from Xiaowu, and calmly remarked, perhaps the soul ring has undergone a mutation. It is not a cause for concern. We shall wait and maintain our vigilance. Yet, this wait proved to be lengthy, lasting a full 12 hours before the cocoon of blue-silver grass finally burst open, gradually unraveling. By this time, the guards had shifted to a rotation system, yet Xiaowu remained steadfast in her watch, while Tang Qingxi continued to monitor Tang San's condition. As the blue-silver grass unfurled, revealing glimpses of the unfolding situation, Tang Qingxi deftly tossed a large cloak over Tang San, enveloping him within its folds before the grass could completely disperse. Tang San slowly opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed, when a cloak suddenly enveloped him, bringing him back to a state of clarity. Tang Qingxi averted her gaze and reminded, put away the spider legs, and then put on your clothes. Upon hearing Tang Qingxi's words, Tang Sen became acutely aware of the transformation in his physique. The spider legs had now integrated seamlessly into his being, with a mere thought. He retracted them. However, suspended in midair, the moment he withdrew the spider legs, he plummeted to the ground. "Be careful," Xiao Wu exclaimed as she swiftly caught Tang San's falling form. Once they landed safely, Tang Sen hurriedly donned his garments. "I have offended Sister Shi," he said, visibly anxious. "It is of no consequence," Tang Qingxi replied, her demeanor unchanged, accustomed as she was to such occurrences during her time testing medicines at Tang's sect. Satisfied that Tang San was unharmed, Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, who were on watch, called the others who were resting to rise. As they prepared to depart from the Stardow Forest, they instructed Tang San to respond with ignorance regarding his spider legs, suggesting it was either unknown or a mutation of a soul ring, and to refrain from mentioning the soul bone. Observing that the group was about to assemble, Tang Qingxi directly conveyed to Tang San and Xiao Wu in a hushed tone. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded obediently. Upon hearing that Tang San was safe, Zhao Wujia hurried over and asked, "Is Xiao San all right? By the way, what about the spider legs?" "I asked him to put them away," Tang Qingxi replied. Then shifted the topic. "Tang San, what is the effect of your third soul skill?" "It is the web, which is the specialty of the faceless demon spider. My blue silver grass should have undergone some mutations as well. The specifics will only be revealed through gradual experimentation. Moreover, I sense a significant increase in my soul power." Seemingly beyond level 30, Tang San reflected before responding. "Then what was the matter with your spider legs earlier?" Zhao Wujia inquired further. Tang San gazed at Tang Qingxi, shaking his head as he replied, "It is likely a mutation, though I am not entirely certain." Tang Qingxi recalled the previous circumstances. "Henceforth, your garments must be tailored, at the very least requiring an opening at the back. One cannot afford to ruin a piece of clothing with a single use." Chapter 44. Tang San. Matters should not exceed 3. The situation regarding the spider legs will be examined more thoroughly upon my return. It is time to depart from the Stardow Forest. Previously, in order to rescue Xiao Wu, I had expended considerable resources, and my combat strength is now insufficient. Teacher Zhao has also utilized his martial soul's true form, making it inconvenient for us to linger within the Stardow Forest any longer. Tang Qingxi showed little interest in lingering on such topics. As for confronting the Titan Great Ape, that was undoubtedly mere fabrication. However, she could hardly admit that she had effortlessly brought Xiao Wu back. Very well. Everything would be discussed upon their return. Zhao Wujia cast a surprised glance at Tang Qingxi, pondering what hidden card she had held that could contend with the Titan Great Ape. Fortunately, Tang Qingxi had crafted an aura of mystery and confidence about herself, which prevented Zhao Wujia from dwelling on it too much. Reflecting on the gains from their expedition to the Stardow Forest, a smile graced Zhao Wujia's face. Ultimately, all was well, and his spirits were lifted, despite the numerous troubles and dangers they had encountered. Both Oscar and Tang Sen had successfully acquired their soul rings and ascended to the status of soul sovereigns, yielding commendable results. It was time to return. Heading towards Shrek Academy, let us embark on our journey home. At this moment, Tang Qingxi revealed a faint smile. Indeed, there had been some tumultuous events, yet the outcomes were satisfactory. The others erupted in cheers, eager to return home. After enduring so much, the students longed to return to the academy, to recline comfortably in their beds and enjoy a peaceful slumber. However, since both Zhao Wuji and Tang Qingxi were not in their prime condition, the group proceeded cautiously as they exited the Stardow Forest. Once they finally emerged from the forest, it was as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders, and they felt significantly more at ease. "Let us press on a bit further. We can rest well in the town ahead," Zhao Wuji remarked with a smile. Tang Qingxi gently stroked the soft fur of the white cat perched on his shoulder, casting a wistful glance back at the starry great forest. He affectionately tapped the cat's head and said, "Let us depart." Subsequently, the group took a respite in the quaint little town for a full 2 days. While their spiritual and physical energies could have been replenished in a shorter span, it was the tension-laden state of their minds that required this extended period of relaxation. Tang Qingxi was rather indifferent. However, these students were ultimately still children, deserving of a modicum of indulgence. Upon witnessing Tang Qingxi safely return Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were profoundly curious and amazed by her prowess. Dai Mubai and the others were reveling in merriment and libations in the town, while Ning Rongrong, despite her desire to join in the festivities, found herself in an atmosphere where Tang Qingxi, along with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, were diligently cultivating within their chambers, eschewing any frivolities. Under such circumstances, Ning Rongrong gradually began to shift her mindset and convictions, exerting herself with equal fervor. Even Zhao Wujia found it somewhat difficult to overlook, yet since it was not Tang Qingxi compelling them to strive so hard, he refrained from commenting. Tang Qingxi observed their dedication with great satisfaction. 2 days later, the group set forth once more, journeying for an entire day before finally returning to Shrek Academy. The feeling of coming home was truly delightful. Oscar exclaimed exuberantly. Disturbed by the commotion, Tang Qingxi cast him a cold glance, prompting Oscar to immediately fall silent. Zhao Wujia shot him a warning look, admonishing, "Keep your voice down. Can't you see it's already dark? Head back to your dorms and rest. I will go report to the dean. Having traveled all day, everyone was weary and made their way to their respective dormitories. Tang-san, come with me. Tang Qingshi called out just as Tang-san was about to return to his dormitory. Tang-san paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, Sister Shi. Tang Qingshi directly brought Tang-san back to her residence. Naturally, the decor of her abode was exquisite. She simply fell onto the soft couch, reclining against it. Propping her chin up with one hand, her gaze fixed intently upon Tang-san. Can you guess why I summoned you here? Tang Qingshi appeared composed, even exuding a hint of languor. However, her reputation and prowess in the Tang sect during her prime were nothing short of remarkable. Tang-san held a profound admiration for her, which naturally afforded him some understanding. Observing her demeanor, he immediately knelt down, and as he reflected on all that had transpired, a chill ran down his spine. Tang-san recognized his error. He should not have taken matters into his own hands, thus placing himself in peril. It's good that you understand, Tang Qingshi remarked casually. Acknowledging the considerable trials Tang-san had endured, she granted him ample time to rest and recuperate, only settling the score upon their return to Shrek. You are indeed fortunate. Had that human-faced demon spider not been injured by the formidable dragon serpent and exhausted its web, do you truly believe you would have had any chance of survival? Tang-san lowered his head. However, Tang Qingshi did not genuinely intend to punish him. It was merely a gentle reminder. Ultimately, the outcome was still favorable. Rise, she said. You must remain more composed in the future and refrain from invoking my name lightly. Do you understand? With a wave of her hand, she continued. This time, I shall not impose any punishment upon you. But remember, Tang-san, there are limits to my tolerance. Upon hearing this, Tang-san's pupils instantly dilated, and his expression grew exceedingly grave. He immediately responded in a deep voice. Tang-san understands. How did you pursue him back then? Oscar sausage? Tang Qingshi inquired, noting that, considering the distance, Tang-san had indeed run quite a way. Tang-san responded truthfully, indeed. And Rong has also assisted me in enhancing my speed. Oh, very well, you may return. Once you have completed your training with the Purple Extreme Magic Eye tomorrow, come find me. We shall examine your soul bone and expedite your mastery of its utilization. Additionally, please summon Ning Rongrong. Understood. Tang-san exited the residence of Tang Qingshi. Shortly thereafter, Ning Rongrong received Tang-san's notification and hurried to Tang Qingshi's abode, exclaiming, Sister Shi. Tang Qingshi presented a booklet to Ning Rongrong, stating, This is the refined method for cultivating the art of distraction control that I have developed. I hope to witness you mastering the 3 apertures heart technique at the earliest opportunity. The notion of a refined method for distraction control left Ning Rongrong momentarily bewildered, her eyes widening in surprise. Tang Qingshi's knowledge of distraction control methods is one thing, but how does she possess the cultivation techniques as well? While these techniques may not be exclusive to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, they are certainly not ubiquitous. Moreover, the fact that Tang Qingshi can improve upon them is astonishing. Ning Rongrong instinctively began to peruse the material, yet merely skimming the contents revealed little. It was evident that there were some discrepancies compared to the techniques she was familiar with. It won't harm you. Feel free to practice. If you're truly uneasy, you can take it back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for your father to examine. Tang Qingshi reassured her, without concern for her hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongrong responded, Sister Shi, I trust you. However, since this is a modified method, may I bring it back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for others to use? While she was willing to trust Tang Qingshi for her own cultivation, it seemed only logical to advocate for the benefit of the entire sect, albeit knowing she would need her father's approval. That is fine. Just provide some compensation. Tang Qingshi replied decisively. In truth, it could be offered freely, but it was likely that Ning Fengji would be hesitant to accept such a favor without reciprocation. As individuals of his stature are well aware of the principle that one should not receive rewards without effort. Thus, it would be more prudent to request a nominal fee. Especially since the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was not lacking in funds. Chapter 45. Confronting Master Yu Xiaojing upon hearing Tang Qingshi's agreement. Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy. Yet, almost immediately, she wore an expression of hesitation, as if she were about to speak but held back. If there is nothing else, you may return to rest. If there is something on your mind, please feel free to express it, Tang Qingshi encouraged, her patience bolstered by Ning Rongrong's commendable recent performance. Ning Rongrong rubbed her hands together nervously and said, Sister Shi, I am not seeking hidden weapons for personal use. Rather, as you know, our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School holds a prestigious position, yet our direct disciples are primarily support-type soul masters. Although the Seven Treasures Tower possesses formidable support capabilities, it does not provide adequate personal protection. In encounters with adversaries, as you mentioned previously, we often become their primary targets. Your ingenious mechanical hidden weapons would greatly assist us, enabling the sect members to defend themselves. Therefore, I would like to inquire if I could place an order for a batch of these mechanical hidden weapons through the sect. Tang Qingshi smiled with satisfaction, acknowledging the consideration for her sect. This young girl indeed possesses remarkable potential. Ning Rongrong sighed, confessing, I had not considered this aspect. Yet Sister Shi's hidden weapons are undeniably powerful. Our sect does have numerous affiliated disciples, specifically assisting the auxiliary spirit masters for protection. However, they remain external forces, not truly belonging to us, and there is no guarantee against betrayal. Indeed, Tang Xingxi replied with profound meaning. Should an affiliated sect turn against us and ally with formidable battle spirit masters, you would be utterly defenseless. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, expressing, I have heard my father inadvertently mention an incident from many years ago when the sect faced a grave situation, resulting in significant losses. It seems the damage was quite severe, leaving my father and others reluctant to discuss it. Even I am unaware of all the details. The losses were truly catastrophic. Tang Xingxi silently contemplated for a moment before presenting a set of concealed weapons to Ning Rongrong. Tomorrow, seek out Tang San and allow him to guide you through the intricacies once more. Then, return to the sect with these, she instructed. I can sell them, but they are exclusively meant for the direct descendants of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, and the quantity required is substantial. Such a transaction is beyond your authority. Should you wish to proceed, have Sect Master Ning contact me at the appropriate time. Thank you, Sister Shi, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she accepted the concealed weapons with heartfelt gratitude. Tang Xingxi waved her hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for thanks. This is merely a transaction. Who would refuse a profitable business? If there's nothing else, you may return. I need to focus on my cultivation. All right. See you, Sister Shi, replied Ning Rongrong, her spirits high as she dashed out the door. As Tang Xingxi observed her departing figure, a faint smile gradually faded from her face. She gently stroked the white cat beside her, murmuring to herself, I wonder how the collection of materials for the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus and the Storm Pear Blossom Needle is progressing. If there is enough, I shall craft some as gifts for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Once I reach level 30, I must pay a visit to the Spirit Hall. With that thought, Tang Xingxi rose and returned to her room. While the other students of Shrek Academy, including Tang San, opted for rest, she remained resolute in her dedication to cultivation. Before dawn on the following day, Tang Xingxi decided to seize the fleeting moments between night and day to practice outdoors. However, as she stepped outside, she noticed a figure standing near the boys' dormitory not far away. The silhouette did not resemble Tang San, and it was still too early for the cultivation of the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. Tang Xingxi decisively activated his Purple Extreme Demon Eye, his gaze instantly becoming more piercing. He stepped forward, standing 3 paces away from the man, and spoke, Master Yu Xiaojiang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. The sudden voice startled Yu Xiaojiang, who turned to see Tang Xingxi, his surprise evident. He had not sensed anyone approaching or heard any footsteps when had this person arrived. Furthermore, Tang Xingxi's words seemed to carry a hint of mockery, prompting Yu Xiaojiang to furrow his brows. Are you the student Tang Xingxi from this academy? Yu Xiaojiang inquired. He had arrived at Shrek Academy a few days prior, just as the students had ventured into the Stardow Forest. However, having listened to Flanders recount information about the students, Yu Xiaojiang could surmise the identity of the girl before him. Indeed, Tang Xingxi nodded. Yu Xiaojiang endeavored to soften his stiff expression, saying, I have heard that your martial soul is quite unique, one that Flanders and the others have never encountered. Furthermore, it is said that you can break through without relying on soul rings. May I have a look? Certainly, Tang Xingxi replied amiably, raising his hand to reveal his martial soul. A dark-hued flower emerged, exuding a chill. Yu Xiaojiang scrutinized Tang Xingxi's martial soul closely, recognizing it as a novel variant, remarkably special, capable of breakthrough without the aid of soul rings. Yet, he could not deny its formidable nature. Tang Xingxi smiled slightly. I apologize, but this is not a mutated martial soul, and the fact that it does not rely on spirit rings to break through has no relation to the martial soul itself. Please refrain from evaluating me based on theories you have synthesized from a plethora of existing concepts. Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened. Indeed, his previous intuition had been accurate. This young woman seemed to harbor some disdain for him. I heard that you allowed Tang San to absorb a spirit ring beyond the limit. Do you realize how perilous that is? Consequently, Yu Xiaojiang became less courteous. His visit today was to assess Tang San's condition. Upon hearing this, Tang Xingxi found it even more amusing. A limit? Yu Xiaojiang, can you guess why the various sects scoff at your theories? The methods of spirit master cultivation have long been compiled by numerous sects. They simply remain undisclosed. The so-called limit on spirit rings is nothing more than a farce. Of course, it may hold some value for common spirit masters, but it is inapplicable to geniuses. The essence of the limit on spirit rings fundamentally hinges on the physical strength and mental fortitude of the spirit master. Throughout history, there have been countless individuals whose spirit rings exceeded the prescribed limits. However, these individuals were all geniuses, and acquiring information about them is often quite challenging. Yu Xiaojiang, you have no access to such knowledge, do you? Utilizing this theory to train Tang San is truly a disservice to him. At this point, Yu Xiaojiang's countenance had become exceedingly grim. I have heard some of your stories through Tang San. You deduce that he possesses twin martial souls based on his innate full spirit power derived from the blue silver grass, correct? Tang Xingxi inquired once more. Yu Xiaojiang finally felt a sense of assurance. I once investigated 647 individuals with the blue-silver grass martial soul, of which only 16 possess spirit power, and none exceeded rank 1. Since he has innate full spirit power, an innate spirit power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul. The blue-silver grass evidently cannot suffice. He must possess another martial soul. If there is a significant disparity in the quality of the martial souls of the parents, twin martial souls cannot be inherited. Even if they're inherited, the weaker martial soul would be consumed, ultimately resulting in the awakening of only one. In today's world, there are only 2 individuals with twin martial souls, including Tang San. And you, too, have likely not acquired the historical records of those with twin martial souls, have you? Your knowledge is far too superficial. However, you were fortunate enough to stumble upon a disciple with twin martial souls. Do you genuinely believe that Tang San's martial soul is merely the blue-silver grass? Tang Qingshi retorted without restraint. Chapter 46. Tang San, I am currently with Sister Shi. As a direct disciple of the Pope, and with the Pope Bibi Dong staunchly supporting her idea of breaking through without relying on spirit rings, Tang Qingshi was granted access to the same level of research materials as the Pope when studying martial souls. Furthermore, prior to her expulsion from the Haotian sect, Tang Qingshi, being in an alternate realm, naturally needed to acquire a sufficient understanding of this world and had extensively studied the various texts stored within the Haotian sect. The combination of these factors allowed Tang Qingshi to access a wealth of information far beyond Yu Xiaojiang's imagination. The materials he encountered during his time at the Spirit Hall are hardly noteworthy. Tang Qingshi, with each word and phrase, meticulously unveiled the predicament of Yu Xiaojiang from years past, leaving him in a state of profound embarrassment. Yet, he remained resolute, unwilling to concede defeat. That martial spirit of Tang San, identical to the blue-silver grass, is nothing but blue-silver emperor, the sovereign among blue-silver grass. A pinnacle martial spirit on par with the Haotian hammer. Otherwise, the existence of a twin martial spirit would be utterly impossible. In the case of ordinary blue-silver grass, it would simply be devoured by the Haotian hammer, leading to the awakening of only the Haotian hammer martial spirit. As Tang Qingshi toyed with the ink jade plum blossom in her hand, a half-smile graced her lips as she regarded Yu Xiaojiang. If you doubt this, you might inquire with Tang San's father, the illustrious title Dolua Tang Hao. It is quite remarkable that a title Dolua could have a son so oblivious, easily misled by others. Who exactly are you? The revelation of Tang San's true lineage left Yu Xiaojiang momentarily engulfed in uncertainty. Tang Qingshi did not respond to Yu Xiaojiang's inquiry. Instead, she posed another question. I have heard that you once uttered a profound saying. There are no useless martial souls. Only inept soul masters. Indeed, I shall prove this statement to the world. Tang Qingshi tilted her head slightly and inquired, are you using yourself as an example? How is it that after all these years, your seemingly useless martial soul has shown no progress whatsoever? Therefore, you are asserting that I, Xiao San, serve as your testament to the world. Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly attempted to clarify. Ha ha ha. Tang Qingshi burst into rare laughter, finding this person rather amusing. You intend to use a rare dual martial soul to substantiate your theory? What? Do you expect Tang San to conceal his Haotian hammer for a lifetime? To claim that the blue-silver emperor is merely the widely recognized useless blue-silver grass, thereby proving he is not a failure? Pray tell, what is your purpose in coming to Shrek Academy? Were you invited by Flander to teach? You insist there are no worthless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters. Yet why do you only wish to instruct those with exceptional martial souls? As Tang Qingshi spoke, Yu Xiaojiang's complexion grew increasingly pallid. After conversing for what felt like an eternity, with dawn nearly breaking, this individual had impeded his cultivation. Tang Qingshi turned to leave. You are from the Spirit Hall. Are you not? Yu Xiaojiang suddenly inquired. Upon hearing Flander mention that Tang Qingshi possessed the domain of the god of death, Yu Xiaojiang had his suspicions. Moreover, judging by Tang Qingshi's tone, he showed no respect for Tang Hao. Given the hostility directed at himself, the only conclusion he could draw was that she belonged to the Spirit Hall. However, Tang Qingshi remained silent. At that moment, Tang San happened to emerge from the door, surprised to see Yu Xiaojiang. Yet, he noted that Yu Xiaojiang's expression appeared rather grim, while Tang Qingshi's demeanor was equally frosty. Tang San paused at the entrance, momentarily feeling that he should not have ventured out. You've come out just in time. Your teacher has arrived. Let him guide you in understanding your third soul skill and the external soul bone you possess, which will save me a great deal of trouble. Tang Qingshi remarked before heading back to her residence. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was profoundly affected. It was evident that Tang Qingshi possessed an extraordinary understanding of matters concerning martial souls and soul masters. The external soul bone she mentioned must be the 8 spider legs he had heard about from Flander and Zhao Wujing the previous night, while he was still merely speculating. How could Tang Qingshi assert it was indeed an external soul bone? Nevertheless, Yu Xiaojiang felt a sense of relief that Tang Qingshi had refrained from discussing such matters in front of Tang San. Tang Qingshi harbored a profound disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. However, she had no intention of voicing her sentiments in front of Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang, although he had his own motives for utilizing Tang San, did possess a degree of goodwill. Unfortunately, his own inadequacies rendered him incapable of offering substantial kindness. As for herself, She found it reasonable to extend a bit more care towards Tang San, given his status as a disciple of Tang Man. Yet this was also rooted in his utility to her. In essence, there was little distinction between them. Thus, there was no need to interfere in the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. Her position dictated that as long as Tang San did not resort to taking drastic actions against Yu Xiaojiang or Tang Hao, he would continue to heed her guidance. After mastering the purple extreme demon eye and practicing her internal energy for a while, Tang Qingxi ascended to the rooftop of the female dormitory, patiently awaiting her companions. Soon, Zhu Shuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong emerged, instinctively donning their armor upon seeing her, to which Tang Qingxi responded with a smile. Meanwhile, the boys' dormitory exhibited no signs of activity. As Xiao Wu prepared to seek out Tang San, Tang Qingxi leaped down from the eaves, announcing, Tang San's teacher has arrived. Let us proceed directly to the cafeteria. Surprised by the unexpected visit of the master, Xiao Wu realized that it often meant Tang San had matters to discuss. And she nodded in agreement, following Tang Qingxi. Shijia, I wish to return to the sect today and may not be able to participate in the training. Is that all right? Ning Rongrong inquired. Having discussed the matter of hidden weapons the previous day, Tang Qingxi understood her intentions and readily assented. Of course, the sooner you go, the sooner you shall return. All right. At that moment, outside the academy, Yu Xiaojiang, having learned about Tang San's third soul skill and the transformation of the blue silver grass, signaled for Tang San to unleash his soul bone. 8 spider legs unfurled from Tang San's back, shimmering with a purplish light. Observing the spider legs with curiosity, Yu Xiaojiang questioned Tang San. Xiao San, I heard Zhao Wuji mention these spider legs yesterday. He said Tang Qingxi indicated this was a mutation of the soul ring. Why is it referred to as an external soul bone today? Tang San pondered for a moment before replying. Sister, she once mentioned that soul bones are exceedingly precious and advised me to refrain from casually revealing the acquisition of such a treasure. This particular soul bone rightfully belonged to Sister Shi. Since you have already absorbed it, she has no means to reclaim it, regardless of who Tang Qingxi may be. Her awareness of Tang San's father's identity would deter her from attempting to seize the soul bone. Tang San shook his head, stating that Sister Shi had discovered the soul bone before he absorbed it. Later, perhaps due to concerns for Teacher Zhao and the others, she simply allowed him to absorb it alongside the soul ring. Furthermore, the faceless demon spider was indeed defeated by Sister Shi. Yu Xiaojiang fell silent for a moment, astonished that Tang Qingxi could relinquish the soul bone. In any case, I now assign you a training task, to swiftly master the usage of the external soul bone. I understand. Sister Shi has mentioned this matter before. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Xiaojiang remained silent for a while longer, suggesting, let us dine first. Starting today, I will reorganize your training schedule. Upon hearing this, Tang San hesitated, saying, I am currently training under Sister Shi. Chapter 47. My students, my arrangements. She is still young. Although she may possess a distinguished background and access to much information, her arrangements for training may not necessarily be reasonable or suitable for you. Yu Xiaojiang frowned involuntarily, stating, I will remain in the academy to guide you in your training. As for your companions in the academy, each one of you can be described as a genius. Without appropriate training methods, your talents will be squandered. Listening to Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang San felt a sense of discomfort. He was well aware of the young lady's exceptional training capabilities. Furthermore, her training regimen was intricately linked to the Xiantian treasure record, the existence of which he could not disclose to Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San also discerned certain limitations in his teacher's theories, a realization he could comprehend. Although he remained unaware of the young lady's true identity in this world, it was evident that she held a position of considerable prestige, allowing her access to information beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Additionally, she was a prodigy within the Tang sect, and her remarkable talents remained unaltered upon arriving in the Dolua continent. For Yu Xiaojiang, an ordinary person, to possess and impart such extensive knowledge was indeed impressive. Rest assured, teacher, the training methods arranged by Sister Shi are exceptionally suited to me, and several other students in the academy are also following her curriculum. Tang San reflected before articulating his thoughts. Yu Xiaojiang's brow furrowed even deeper. Hadn't Tang San only recently joined the academy? How could he place such unwavering trust in Tang Qingxi? Observing the situation, Yu Xiaojiang chose not to pursue the matter further. He would discuss it with Flander, the dean, who could make the necessary arrangements. After attending his classes, they would undoubtedly recognize whose training methods were more reasonable. On the way to the dining hall, Tang San donned his iron armor. Having returned to Shrek Academy, it was imperative that he wear it. This morning, he had refrained from putting it on as the young lady had requested to see his soul bones, and wearing the armor would have hindered that. What is this? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, puzzled by Tang San's iron armor. This is required by Sister Shi. We must wear it every day except when we sleep to strengthen our physical resilience. Tang San explained. That simply cannot be. Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed anxiously. While it is essential to engage in weighted training, enduring such prolonged burdens could adversely affect your skeletal development. Tang San quickly reassured, Teacher, please do not worry. Sister Shi has arranged medicinal baths for us, which will alleviate any negative effects. The burdens she bears are far greater than ours, yet she remains unaffected. Yu Xiaojiang found himself momentarily speechless, sensing a hint of crisis. Upon their arrival at the academy's cafeteria, they discovered Tang Qingxi and the others enjoying breakfast. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the meals prepared for everyone, nodding in satisfaction. Flander has done well. The provisions are excellent. Tang Qingxi scoffed lightly upon hearing his words, remarking, "This is my arrangement." Flander is notoriously stingy and would never part with his resources. Yu Xiaojiang's expression stiffened, just as Flander ambled in with an awkward grin, saying, "The academy incurs considerable expenses throughout the year, and indeed, there are areas where we find ourselves lacking." Upon Flander's appearance, Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor softened somewhat, and he hastily replied, "Flander, I intend to remain here for a while, for the sake of Tang San and the peculiar talents you have recruited. It is imperative that we begin now to guide them with the most effective cultivation methods, ensuring they evolve into a formidable collective in the future. You previously mentioned that if I were willing to stay, you would delegate authority to me. Is that correct?" Flander, well aware of Yu Xiaojiang's determination to undertake significant endeavors, concealed his delight behind a calm facade, yet inwardly he was elated. To prevent any second thoughts from Master, he promptly responded, "Of course, whatever you wish to do. Just keep me informed. The academy's teachers are at your disposal. However, for any expenses incurred, you will need to consult Qingxi. The academy's financial situation is rather dire." Yu Xiaojiang frowned once more, questioning, "Consult a child?" Tang Qingxi also raised an eyebrow. "Flandra, I am now considered a teacher at the academy. Can I also be assigned as per his discretion?" "Rest assured, Qingxi, he is indeed a master, possessing unparalleled theoretical knowledge," Flandra replied, still basking in the joy of having the master's attention, cheerfully speaking. Tang Qingxi's expression darkened as she addressed Flander, asserting, "Let it be known. My courses and my students are solely under my purview, and I will not tolerate any interference from others. Arrange your affairs as you see fit, but should this continue, I shall withdraw all financial support and remove my students from the academy." Upon hearing her resolute declaration, Flander's demeanor shifted noticeably. He glanced between Yu Xiaojiang and Tang Qingxi. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the two esteemed figures of the academy were at odds. "Given your youth, can you truly guarantee that the training methods you propose are appropriate?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired. Tang Qingxi cast a disdainful glance at Yu Xiaojiang, questioning how this individual dared to challenge her. "My prowess stands as a testament to the validity of my cultivation methods. When it comes to the understanding of martial souls, I possess an abundance of information, some of which remains undisclosed and inaccessible to the average person. I hold in-depth knowledge regarding the geniuses and premier martial souls of past generations. Considering my foundational skills and physical attributes, I have managed to survive and emerge from the city of slaughter at such a young age. What evidence do you have to substantiate your claims?" Tang Qingxi's imposing gaze bore into Yu Xiaojiang. "Tang San is my proof. I have the ability to endow the blue-silver grass martial soul with such combat capabilities," Yu Xiaojiang began, but abruptly halted, recalling Tang Qingxi's earlier remarks regarding Tang San's martial soul. "Ultimately, Tang San's current strength can largely be attributed to my guidance. Firstly, he is not as formidable as I am. Secondly, Tang San, is your current power truly reliant on this individual?" Tang Qingxi's icy gaze shifted towards Tang San, while Yu Xiaojiang directed his attention to him as well. Tang San felt a sudden chill run down his spine. His teacher had indeed imparted a wealth of knowledge about this world. However, a significant portion of his current comprehensive strength was still largely derived from the Xiantian treasure record, with his most formidable combat abilities almost entirely reliant upon it. He could not possibly erase the existence of the Xiantian treasure record in front of the young lady. As Tang San fell into a moment of silence, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze gradually turned incredulous. With a sigh, Tang San chose to speak candidly. "Teacher, you have certainly taught me a great deal, which has greatly aided the enhancement of my martial soul. Yet, my strength is not solely dependent on my martial soul. Are you referring to those hidden weapons? To me, they seem somewhat trivial, merely playthings. However, the power of some hidden weapons is indeed astonishing, which is why I refrained from intervening. You cannot rely solely on these," Yu Xiaojiang lamented. Tang San shook his head. "No, I have previously demonstrated certain combat techniques beyond soul skills. In truth, there is much more, and even the enhancement of soul power relies on these. However, I cannot divulge the specifics to you." Tang Qingxi scoffed at the remark regarding the Tang sect's hidden weapons. "Is this truly how you perceive the Tang sect's hidden armaments? To make such a judgment without knowing the entirety of the situation? Have you considered that there may be far more formidable concealed weapons that remain unseen by you? Is there not a modicum of rigor in your theoretical studies?" Tang San's lack of support and Tang Qingxi's skepticism rendered Yu Xiaojiang even more uncomfortable, observing the escalating tension. Flander felt compelled to intervene. "Qingxi, as a junior, it is essential to show some respect to your elders. And Xiaojiang, why not first assess the training regimen that Qingxi has devised for them? If you still find it unsatisfactory, we can discuss it thereafter." With a tone laced with sarcasm, Tang Qingxi remarked to Tang San and the others, "You may choose whom to follow. If you choose this master, then shed your armor. If you decide to follow me, after breakfast, we shall run 20 laps around the village. For specific details, consult the chef in the dining hall. I have an outing today and will arrange further matters upon my return. Understood, Sister Shi, Zhu Qing promptly replied. Xiao glanced at Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, nodding in agreement. Although Ning Rongrong remained silent, it was merely because she was returning to her sect today and would not be training. Her armor, after all, was not something she intended to remove. Tang San remained silent, as he felt it was only proper to show some respect to his teacher. Yet, the armor was indeed worn upon his body. Tang Xingxi set down her utensils and prepared to leave. However, before stepping out, she cast a glance at Tang San and spoke in a tone as sharp as a blade. Tang San, although I have departed from Tang's sect, I shall not permit anyone to provoke its hidden weapons. In consideration of him being your teacher, I shall refrain from taking action today. But should there be a next time, do not think that even with the golden iron triangle and their soul fusion skills, they could withstand the might of Tang's sect's hidden weapons. Do you comprehend my meaning? Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a chill run through him and quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement. Although he did not fully grasp what the golden iron triangle entailed, he understood Tang Xingxi's implication clearly. If Yu Xiaojiang were to utter such disparaging remarks about Tang's sect's hidden weapons again, it would be tantamount to courting death. Wait for me, Shijie. Let us depart from the academy together. Ning Rongrong chimed in, as she too was on her way out, promptly following in Tang Xingxi's footsteps. Tang Xingxi slowed her pace, waiting for Ning Rongrong to catch up before they exited together. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Zhu Zhuqing silently finished her breakfast and went out to begin her warm-up jog. Xiao glanced at Tang San, who still had some words to share with Yu Xiaojiang. So she first accompanied Xiao outside. In the blink of an eye, only Flander and Yu Xiaojiang remained. Flander let out a long sigh, feeling quite troubled. He had initially thought that Yu Xiaojiang staying behind was a fortunate occurrence, but to his surprise, Tang Xingxi seemed to harbor such animosity. Do you two have a grudge against each other? I do not understand why she would come to Shrek. But it is quite possible that she is a disciple of that person, which explains her hostility towards me. Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned solemn. Flander had also entertained this suspicion and understood who Yu Xiaojiang was referring to. However, she is connected to the Haoyan sect, and her domain of the god of death might be. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. Tang San is his son. I have met him, and he has never mentioned Tang Xingxi. Does Tang Xingxi possess the Haoyan hammer? Tang San's father? Flander exclaimed in surprise. That indeed cannot be the case. To be honest, I know that Tang Xingxi has affiliations with the Spirit Hall, and the bishop there holds her in high regard. However, if she is indeed that person's disciple, how could she coexist so harmoniously with Tang San? I cannot fathom her intentions. Yu Xiaojiang was equally perplexed, especially upon learning that Tang Xingxi had actually given a soul bone to Tang San. Such a valuable item, how could Tang Xingxi part with it? At that moment, Tang San returned to the dining hall. Teacher. Yu Xiaojiang appeared somewhat disheartened, his expression slightly forlorn. Tang San, do you trust Tang Xingxi so much? Teacher. There are certain matters between us that I regret cannot be disclosed to you. Rest assured, the training methods she has arranged for me and the other students are indeed suitable. Tang San looked apologetically at Yu Xiaojiang and reminded him, Teacher, please refrain from stating that hidden weapons are frivolous. My hidden weapons, like other skills, have their lineage, and so does Sister Shi. Her expertise in this area far surpasses mine and can provide me with greater enhancement. Moreover, Sister Shi does not tolerate provocation regarding this. How potent can your hidden weapons be? Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing Tang San's reminder, felt even more incredulous. They cannot be provoked? Well, I cannot yet manufacture more powerful hidden weapons, but Sister Shi possesses some. I cannot ascertain just how formidable they are. However, previously, she saved Xiao from the Titan giant ape, presumably relying on her hidden weapons. Tang San truly did not know the extent of the rainstorm pear blossom needles in the hands of the young lady, but he could make an estimate. By the way, Teacher, do you know about the golden iron triangle's martial soul fusion skill? Hearing Tang San's words, both Yu Xiaojiang and Flander's expressions changed. Why do you inquire about the golden iron triangle? I am merely curious about the strength of this martial soul fusion skill. Tang San replied, genuinely intrigued by the power of the technique the young lady had specifically mentioned. The two exchanged glances, and Flander said solemnly, the golden iron triangle consists of me, Xiaojiang, and another partner. Our martial soul fusion skill can contend with Tidal Dolua. Tang San was taken aback. He had initially intended to relay the young lady's words. However, recalling that she had deliberately emphasized her message, he deemed it prudent not to articulate it directly. Instead, mentioning the Titan great ape, he now felt an immense sense of relief for not having conveyed her words verbatim. Nevertheless, he remarked, the concealed weapon in Sister Shi's possession is capable of countering your soul fusion technique, and yet, it is not even the most formidable among them, merely ranking among the top. His resolve to create premier concealed weapons for the Tang sect in this world had intensified. What? Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, his voice nearly cracking with astonishment. This was followed by a profound silence, his spirit visibly diminished as he said, it seems there remains much I am unaware of in this world. Although he was reluctant to believe that they could counter their soul fusion techniques, the Titan great ape was certainly a being that could pose a challenge even to them. The fact that Tang Xingxi had managed to extricate Xiao from the clutches of the Titan great ape served as undeniable evidence. Xiao Gang, Your theories are already quite impressive, Flander quickly interjected, attempting to console him. After finally witnessing Yu Xiaojiang regain some semblance of composure, he was now disheartened by Tang Qingxi's revelations, and his spirits fell once more. A sense of discontent stirred within him as he contemplated whether it was wise to allow Tang Qingxi to remain at the academy. If her identity truly bore connections to the spirit hall, or even to that individual, keeping her around might not be prudent, for there could be ulterior motives at play. Chapter 49. New training. Tang San felt immense gratitude for the care his teacher had shown him over the years. He would forever regard him as his mentor. Yet, witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's despondent demeanor left Tang San in a quandary. Let us proceed with training. I will observe the regimen that Tang Qingxi has organized for you, he suggested. Yu Xiaojiang weakly waved his hand in dismissal. Tang San observed Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor, still feeling a twinge of hesitation. However, Yu Xiaojiang insisted that he first venture out to participate in the training, prompting Tang San to comply and step outside. Xiaogang and Flander watched Yu Xiaojiang with persistent concern. Yu Xiaojiang managed to muster a strained smile, assuring them, I am fine. I just wish to be alone for a while. His silhouette appeared slightly hunched as he slowly walked away under Flander's anxious gaze. Flander furrowed his brow, contemplating that perhaps he should have a conversation with Tang Qingxi. Meanwhile, upon arriving in Soto City, Tang Qingxi and Ning Rongrong parted ways. Ning Rongrong was taken away by members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while Ning Fengji had arranged for someone to keep a watchful eye nearby. Tang Qingxi arrived at an unremarkable blacksmith shop on the outskirts of Soto City. The establishment was devoid of customers, and the three attendants present appeared utterly disinterested in their duties, each engrossed in their own cultivation. Upon hearing the footsteps and seeing Tang Qingxi enter, the trio promptly rose, kneeling on one knee in deference, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the young lady. Tang Qingxi produced a piece of paper and handed it to a middle-aged man behind the counter. According to the specifications on this order, please manufacture a substantial quantity of concealed weapons. Although Ning Rongrong had yet to return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Tang Qingxi was confident that as long as Ning Fengji was not foolish, he would choose to procure the hidden armaments. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. Is the young lady finally ready to sell these weapons? Allowing ordinary individuals to possess the means to slay spirit masters and spirit beasts would undoubtedly create a sensation across this continent. Not quite, Tang Qingxi replied firmly. This is merely an order. Do not display anything related to concealed weapons in the shop. What about the weighted inner armor I requested previously? She shook her head decisively. She had no intention of allowing Tang Sec's concealed weapons to proliferate across this land. This blacksmith shop was merely established for her convenience and communication. After all, it was impractical to trek into the mountains for every little matter. When funds ran low, she would send those young ones to various cities to compete in the Great Soul Arena. Understood, the middle-aged man responded respectfully, hurrying into the warehouse to retrieve the inner armor. He felt a deep sense of regret that the young lady remained unwilling to sell those extraordinary weapons. Tang Qingxi casually stored the inner armor into her bracelet and instructed, Inform the children that an assessment will be conducted shortly. I shall select 2 or 3 individuals to accompany me in my duties. Having retrieved the inner armor and conveyed her orders, Tang Qingxi then stepped outside. Tang San has long harbored the ambition to revitalize the Tang sect in this realm, yet his humble beginnings left him devoid of the necessary resources and capabilities. Fortunately, such endeavors are no longer required of him, for Tang Qingxi has already accomplished this task. Her sharp retorts towards Yu Xiaojiang are not merely a consequence of possessing superior information. Rather, they stem from her extensive practical experience. During the 6 arduous years she dedicated to breaking through levels without relying on spirit rings, she was not isolated in her efforts. Instead, she engaged in profound theoretical research and amassed a wealth of practical studies involving various martial spirits, whether potent or feeble, and even those devoid of spirit power. Her achievements extend far beyond the singular feat of transcending levels without the aid of spirit rings. Tang Qingxi firmly believes in the adage that there are no worthless martial spirits, only inept soul masters, and she has truly embodied this principle. Even if her accomplishments are rooted in the ways of the world, she has nonetheless achieved tangible results. Had Yu Xiaojiang chosen any disciple other than Tang San, he would not have faced such disdain from Tang Qingxi. It is ironic that he selected the one individual least capable of validating his theories, all the while audaciously seeking to prove his worth to the world. Without Tang San, he might have fared better. Although his martial spirit and cultivation may have been lacking, he at least possessed a martial spirit fusion technique that could offer some validation. Yet, he boldly proclaimed that there are no worthless martial spirits, only worthless soul masters, while choosing a disciple endowed with 2 top-tier martial spirits. Is that not absurd? It is also worth noting that he has provoked individuals he ought not to have crossed. For human sentiment is often biased, and from the outset, Tang Qingxi harbored no favorable impression of Yu Xiaojiang. Upon returning to the academy, Tang San and his companions continued their laps. Tang Qingxi and the others stood at the entrance, halting them as they returned from their lap. Subsequently, he retrieved a similar set of weighted inner armor he wore himself. The inner armor is ready. Change into it and follow me. With the inner armor in place, Their movements would not be hindered by the cumbersome outer armor, allowing Tang Qingxi to organize further training. The three of them, panting and exhausted, swiftly changed out of their heavy armor without delay. Run, move. With a wave of his hand, Tang Qingxi led the trio outside the academy. The individuals Tang Qingxi had hired also lifted the tables and drinks, trailing behind the group. Tang Qingxi led them to the edge of a cliff nestled within the forest outside the academy. The cliff was not particularly high, yet it was graced by a waterfall that cascaded down, polishing the rocky face to a smooth sheen. Beneath the waterfall lay a deep pool, where the water flowed in and, from a small opening at the edge of the pool, rushed forth to form a swift and meandering stream that wound its way into the distance. Tang Qingxi arrived at the riverbank, approximately a kilometer away from the deep pool, where the hired staff had set up tables and refreshments in the adjacent clearing. From this point, the objective was to wade across to the deep pool, swim through it, and then ascend the cliff beneath the waterfall, all without the aid of soul power. However, today, the use of soul power is permitted. After traversing the deep pool, the participants should first climb up the cliffs flanking the waterfall. Upon reaching the top, they are to return the same way before continuing onward. Tang Qingxi instructed that in the near future, the routine would involve running around the village in the morning and training here in the afternoon. Today would be dedicated to acclimatization, while the following day would present specific requirements for repetitions. Should they fail to meet these, the training duration would be extended. In the initial training phase, they would be permitted to utilize their soul power. Otherwise, Tang Qingxi feared that these individuals might sink into the depths of the abyss, necessitating her strenuous efforts to rescue them. Tang San and his companions nodded in agreement. With a wave of Tang Qingxi's hand, they each entered the water. Although the current was swift, they were able to maintain their footing in the river, which was shallow enough to reach only their abdomens. However, advancing proved to be a formidable challenge, as the muddy riverbed and the oncoming flow hindered their progress. Seeing the three begin their training, Tang Qingxi instructed the hired personnel to keep watch along the way, while she approached the edge of the deep pool. From her bracelet, she retrieved a piece of cold jade as a seat and settled herself upon it, beginning her internal cultivation. It was imperative for her soul power level to ascend. Regardless of her overall strength, it was unbecoming for a teacher to possess a lower soul power than that of her students. A swift breakthrough would enhance her capabilities significantly. Chapter 50, Conversations by night. Shortly after Tang San and the others commenced their training, Flanders, Yu Xiaojiang, and 3 other students from Shrek Academy arrived. Tang Qingxi has changed his training location, and Dai Mubai and the others are somewhat curious. Flander accompanies Yu Xiaojiang to observe the nature of Tang Qingxi's training. Could you please share a brief outline of your training plan? Yu Xiaojiang inquired. Tang Qingxi paused her cultivation upon their arrival and remarked, First, there will be a series of training aimed at enhancing physical attributes, including strength, speed, and stamina. Following that, we will focus on mental fortitude and reflexes. Once these aspects are comprehensively improved, we will proceed to the teaching of combat techniques and practical applications. What level of strength do you ultimately wish them to attain? Yu Xiaojiang inquired further. The training objectives for physical attributes and mental prowess are set at level 40 with a 10,000-year soul ring. The goal for combat training is to secure the championship in the Soul Master competition, Tang Qingxi replied with a light tone. However, upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang gasped in shock. A level 40 10,000-year soul ring? That could be fatal. As long as they adhere to my training regimen diligently, there will be no issues. Tang Qingxi said calmly. Her gaze shifted towards Tang San and the others, who were struggling through the river. It was evident that their arduous journey was painful. Yet their desire to grow stronger necessitated such trials. Without tempering, jade cannot be shaped, Yu Xiaojiang pondered, slightly bewildered. He had indeed surmised that Tang Qingxi was affiliated with the Spirit Hall and was quite certain of his assumption. Yet, why did she need to form a separate team to compete in the Soul Master competition? Since the Master is here at the Academy to teach, these 3 are perfect candidates. They may not wish to participate in my course, but they can serve as a comparison for the teaching outcomes on both sides. Yu Xiaojiang mused. Although he observed, Tang Qingxi preferred not to have an unsightly presence hovering beneath her nose. Dai Mubai and the others might choose not to attend her class, but they still had to partake in the Academy's curriculum. Tang Qingxi held a low opinion of Yu Xiaojiang, yet deemed him competent enough to teach Dai Mubai and his companions, thinking it better to distract him and reduce his presence around her. After contemplating Tang Qingxi's words for a moment, Yu Xiaojiang did not object. He indeed wished to validate his own capabilities. If he could yield superior results from his teachings, it would serve as proof of his skill. Very well, Flinder. I shall be responsible for instructing the 3 of them, he declared. Dai Mubai and his companions were momentarily taken aback, being so clearly assigned. Flinder had no objections to Yu Xiaojiang's decision, so it was settled. Subsequently, Tang Qingxi lost interest in them, as she still had her own training to attend to. Yu Xiaojiang observed Tang Qingxi's cultivation state more closely and noted that it seemed quite distinct from the typical meditative state of a soul master. He vaguely perceived that beneath her, the frost-laden cold jade exuded an aura of chill, which Tang Qingxi was gradually absorbing into her practice. Tang Qingxi is a figure that piques his curiosity immensely. Achieving a breakthrough without relying on soul rings is indeed a singular occurrence throughout history. How could this be accomplished? If Tang Qingxi were truly affiliated with the Spirit Hall, such a prodigy could elevate the institution to unprecedented heights. However, the nature of Tang Qingxi's relationship with the Spirit Hall remains rather ambiguous. What brings the Spirit Hall personnel to Shrek? And why would they grant soul bones to Tang San? Given their awareness of Tang San's father's identity, there seems to be no justification for such an act. Starting tomorrow, we will begin special training for the three of you, Yu Xiaojiang instructed Dai Mubai and the others, before refraining from lingering any longer. He indeed needed to ponder the matter further. Today, there will be no classes. You may take the time to relax. However, be prepared. For tomorrow will usher in rigorous days ahead, Flinder added, observing the situation. He wished to have a conversation with Tang Qingxi, but clearly, the present moment was not suitable. Tang Qingxi, please come to my office this evening. Tang Qingxi slightly raised her eyes to glance at the somewhat serious-faced Flander, nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. The shift in address indicated a growing wariness towards her. Regardless, she felt indifferent. If she were to leave, it would not be a significant matter. She had her reservations about the Shrek environment anyway. Subsequently, Flander departed, while Dai Mubai and the others lingered for a while longer. They hesitated, secretly deliberating whether to join Tang Qingxi in her training. After all, they were all members of the same academy, and continued separation would not bode well for their collective future. They were not oblivious, sensing that if things continued this way, they might find themselves sidelined in the Soul Master competition. However, with Flander presenting new arrangements, and the harshness of Tang Qingxi's training evident, they ultimately chose to depart quietly. Tomorrow's lesson from that master would likely be far from easy. They needed to cherish the little time they had today. Finally settling down, Tang Qingxi watched as Zhu Qing fell into the rushing waters, only to rise again with a tear in her arm, blood seeping from the wound. It seemed she had been injured by the rocky bottom or some other object. Her expression remained utterly impassive as she withdrew her gaze and resumed her training. By nightfall, the three were carried back to their dormitory, utterly covered in mud and looking quite disheveled. Tang Qingxi concluded her training and sought out Flander. Upon entering Flander's office, without waiting for an invitation, she pulled a chair and seated herself, directly inquiring, "What matters require your attention, Principal?" Flander's expression turned grave as he asked, "Tang Qingxi, what is your true origin?" Tang Qingxi tilted his head, scrutinizing Flander. "What is the matter? Hasn't the Academy always refrained from inquiring about one's origins during admissions? When an individual may potentially become a source of instability for the Academy, I feel compelled to ask." Tang Qingxi propped her head on one hand, indifferently retorting, "Have I become an unstable factor? Flander, perhaps you should ponder this. Without me, how much longer can your Academy's financial situation endure?" Flander fell silent for a moment. Indeed, he could not refute this point. Thanks to Tang Qingxi's investments over the past 2 years, the Academy had maintained a semblance of stability. However, this is merely an institution of learning, and is your purpose here truly to acquire knowledge? Wasn't my intention made abundantly clear from the outset? It is solely to gather participants for the Soul Master competition, Tang Qingxi replied with a casual gesture. Merely for the Soul Master competition, and not to win over the Academy's students? Flander's gaze sharpened slightly. Tang Qingxi maintained her composure, even harboring a hint of amusement. Firstly, what relevance does this have to you? Once the students graduate, they are free to choose their own paths and go wherever they please. Secondly, most of the Academy's students possess considerable backgrounds, and you are well aware of this. Who do you think I can win over? As for those two without any connections, I have not engaged with them at all. If this is all there is to it, I shall take my leave, as I am preoccupied with my cultivation. If you cannot accommodate me, feel free to say so. I will exit the Academy of my own accord. Chapter 51. 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. The origins of Tang Qingxi were of little consequence to Flander. She was merely a means to an end for Yu Xiaojiang. Had she chosen to act as if nothing had transpired, maintaining her composure, she would have coexisted peacefully with them, continuing her teaching duties. However, should she desire to stir up trouble, she would depart without hesitation. The mere fact that Flander had sought her out prompted Tang Qingxi to adopt a more forthright demeanor. She already harbored significant grievances towards Flander. The Academy's rules were indeed quite burdensome, and she questioned Flander's rationale behind establishing such regulations. Despite having invested a considerable sum, the process of recruitment seemed fraught with additional costs. A multitude of young students, still naive and inexperienced, were often led astray. Out of respect for his position as the principal, Tang Qingxi had been quite lenient. Otherwise, she would have confronted Flander long ago. After speaking her mind, she noticed Flander lapse into silence once more, prompting her to rise and leave. Flander was indeed powerless to act. He was unwilling to bear the repercussions of a fallout with Tang Qingxi. Once Tang Qingxi departs, it remains uncertain how many students Shrek Academy will retain. It is worth noting that the few students under Tang Qingxi's tutelage were recently admitted to the Academy and possess a rather tenuous sense of belonging. In the end, Flandra could only let out a helpless sigh. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tang Qingxi resumed her cultivation. By the following day, after affording them an opportunity to adapt, Tang San and his companions were prohibited from utilizing their soul power. The training environment appeared increasingly chaotic. After half of the afternoon training session, Tang Qingxi even took the initiative to summon a faculty member to oversee the deep pool, instructing him to retrieve those who were gradually sinking beneath the surface. During this interval, Xiaowu emerged from the water and approached Tang Qingxi. Noticing that Tang San and the others were at a distance, she inquired, "Sister Shi, when should I generate my soul ring?" Tang Qingxi replied, "The generation of your soul ring is theoretically contingent upon the limits your body can withstand. The strength of your physique can enhance the longevity of your soul ring, so it is prudent to exercise patience. The efforts you have invested in your cultivation during this period will not be in vain once you possess your soul ring. It will naturally serve as a means of advancement." Tang San possessed commendable physical attributes, and conveniently located within the Stardow Forest, he decided to acquire a soul ring. Otherwise, the frequent trips back and forth would prove rather cumbersome. On the other hand, Xiaowu did not require such excursions and could afford to withhold her progress for the time being. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu nodded in agreement and returned to the river to continue her training. Upon returning to the Qibao Liuli sect, Ning Rongrong hurriedly sought out Ning Fingxi. Bursting into the sect's grand hall, she found her father, the sect master, engaged in his duties. "Father, the little demoness has returned. What is the matter? Couldn't you stay at Shrek Academy?" Ning Fingxi was somewhat taken aback by Ning Rongrong's swift return. She playfully pouted, feigning annoyance. "What are you saying, father? I was doing just fine at Shrek. I've come back with important news that will greatly benefit our sect." "Oh? What significant benefit?" Ning Fingxi inquired, suppressing a smile. Ning Rongrong eagerly presented the modified method of the distraction control technique given to her by Tang Qingxi. "Father, take a look at this." Ning Fingxi examined the document curiously. "This is the distraction control training method?" "No, it seems somewhat different. It's been improved by Sister Shi. I tried it before returning. And it is indeed easier to comprehend and allows for faster cultivation, with no issues detected." Ning Rongrong exclaimed. "Do you think we can promote this training method within the sect?" "Sister? Who is this? Your school's teacher?" Ning Fingxi had a general understanding of Shrek Academy but had not investigated its students in depth. "She is a senior, Tang Qingxi, who entered 2 years before me and is incredibly talented. She is practically a teacher for me now, as I'm currently training under her guidance. This distraction control method was something she insisted I master swiftly." After a thorough examination, Ning Fingxi deemed the modified version viable. "Did this senior simply provide you with this training method and allowed you to bring it back to the sect? That seems exceedingly generous. This method could be of great use to the Qibao Liuli sect. To promote it within the sect, we would need to compensate her," Ning Rongrong replied. "Oh." Ning Fingxi nodded. "Indeed, we should offer some form of gratitude. How much would it be?" Ning Rongrong shook her head. "Father, please wait. I have more to show you. If you find this intriguing, you can negotiate the price with Sister Shi yourself." With that, she produced the hidden weapons crafted by Tang Qingxi. These are hidden weapons, made by Sister Shi, quite powerful and usable even by those without soul power. Our sect's direct disciples are all support-type soul masters, and I believe equipping them would provide a certain level of self-defense in combat. Hidden weapons? Ning Fingxi picked up a black box from the table, scrutinizing it. "How does one use this?" "Grandfather Jian, my little treasure has returned." "You weren't wronged while I was away, were you?" At that moment, an elder clad in white entered the hall. "Grandfather Jian, I missed you," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, rushing toward him and leaping into his embrace. This elder was none other than the Qibao Liuli sect's renowned title Dolua, Jian Dolua Qinshin, famed for his formidable offensive prowess with a soul power level of 96. However, Ning Rongrong quickly remembered that her father was still examining the hidden weapons, and she exclaimed, "Father, please don't tamper with them. I'll demonstrate the power of these hidden weapons." "Hidden weapons?" Jian Dolua regarded the term with curiosity. Ning Rongrong returned to retrieve the black box from her father's hand, which contained the Zhuge Divine crossbow. She surveyed the room and fixed her gaze on Jian Dolua. "Would you like to give it a try? With your prowess, you wouldn't be harmed, and you could assess the power of these hidden weapons afterward." "A small box, is it a weapon?" Jian Dolua scrutinized the black box, then nodded. "Very well, child, go ahead and demonstrate. I shall defend myself." In truth, the proper use of these hidden weapons lay in their stealthy deployment, catching opponents off guard. However, Sister Shi had instructed Ning Rongrong to master the 3 apertures heart control technique before she was fully equipped. This set was provided to her as she intended to purchase it for the sect. Due to her limited experience, she could only employ the basic methods at this time. She was merely testing the power. Ning Rongrong loaded the Zhuge Divine crossbow, the metallic clicks resonating sharply as she explained. Ning Fingxi's gaze remained fixed on his daughter. His curiosity piqued regarding the weapon that had inspired her to return to the sect. Chapter 52. The fragmented Shrek Academy. With a resounding bang accompanied by the sharp clatter of metal, 16 jet black iron arrows erupted from the Zhuge Divine crossbow. However, the crossbow had been further enhanced by Tang Qingxi, increasing its power while also amplifying its recoil. Due to her inexperience, Ning Rongrong's wrist faltered from the recoil, causing the arrows to veer slightly off course. Nevertheless, given the proximity to Jian Dolua, the deviation was minimal, and the arrows swiftly reached him. Startled, Jian Dolua instinctively raised his right hand. Decades of battle experience allowed him to immediately gauge the intensity of the incoming attack. with fingers poised like blades. His palm flipped upward as if tearing through the air, and a white stream of energy surged forth from his hand. In that moment, it was as if a colossal sword had materialized before him. The sound of rapid detonations followed as the white light he unleashed splashed against the arrows, creating ripples in the air. A few arrows, having strayed off course, were left unimpeded, piercing deeply into the hall's wall, accompanied by the sound of shattering air. Good heavens! Jian Doluo marveled. The power of these hidden weapons is indeed remarkable. Their impact is formidable, easily overwhelming soul masters below the 40th level. Even those above that threshold must exercise caution to avoid significant injury. Indeed, this is not even the most potent state of these hidden weapons. As I'm still unfamiliar with them, fearing self-harm, Sister Shi did not apply poison to the arrows. With poison, their lethality would be even more terrifying. Moreover, the more individuals using the Zhuge Divine crossbow simultaneously, the greater its power. As Sister Shi has stated, this crossbow is particularly suited for the sect's defensive measures. For ordinary self-defense, she recommends other hidden weapons, as the Zhuge Divine crossbow serves best as a backup against formidable foes. Many of the other hidden weapons can be fired silently, and with adept use, they can strike unseen. Ning Rongrong wholeheartedly promoted the hidden weapons crafted by Tang Qingxi. Subsequently, she conducted experiments with the other hidden weapons as well. Jian Doluo nodded in approval. These hidden weapons are indeed impressive. What do you think, Father? If our sect's direct disciples were to possess these hidden weapons while under attack, who would dare to target support-type soul masters? Such sudden assaults would allow our disciples to evade danger with ease, unless faced with an exceptionally powerful adversary. Ning Rongrong looked at Ning Fingji with anticipation. Ning Fingji was indeed astonished by the power of these hidden weapons, and Jian Doluo now turned to him. Sect Master, if at all possible, we must do everything in our power to recruit the creator of these hidden weapons into our sect. Jian Doluo's words were grave, and his tone had shifted to a more formal address, indicating the seriousness with which he regarded the matter. Ning Rongrong blinked in response. Despite her lack of knowledge regarding Sister Shi's background, she recalled Sister Shi's previous remarks and surmised that she might not be easily persuaded. Nevertheless, she chose to remain silent, knowing that her father would handle the discussions later. Ning Fengji nodded solemnly, acknowledging the validity of Ning Rongrong's observations. These hidden weapons were indeed well suited for the disciples of their sect. As a sagacious sect leader, he promptly declared to Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, it would be prudent to keep this matter confidential from anyone within the sect for the time being. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to Shrek Academy to meet the Sister Shi you mentioned." Ning Rongrong rubbed her hands together, feeling slightly embarrassed as she inquired, "If you are not too busy, Father, why not set off today?" "Ah, is it that your heart longs to leave the sect so soon that you can hardly bear to stay another day?" Ning Fingji chuckled, observing his daughter with amusement. Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head. "No, Father. I merely took leave to attend to this matter. I have already missed 2 days of training. Given my already subpar physical condition, falling behind further would only make it more difficult for me to keep pace with the others." Regarding Tang Qingxi's previous assertion that if she performed well, she could be taught useful combat skills, Ning Rongrong refrained from mentioning it, planning instead to surprise the sect later. Ning Fingji, hearing her words, looked at her with disbelief. What had transpired at Shrek Academy that had brought about such a transformation in her? Having been raised in indulgence, he had once worried that her temperament would be detrimental to her training. However, witnessing this change, he felt compelled to support her. After arranging some internal affairs of the sect, Ning Fingji departed with Ning Rongrong under the protection of Jian Doluo. At Shrek Academy, aside from Ning Rongrong, who was on leave, the other students had commenced their specialized training. Yu Xiaojing had decided to instruct Dai Mubai and the others, and quickly prepared to begin their training. Occasionally, one could see Tang San and Dai Mubai running around the village together. However, there was still a noticeable disparity between the two groups. Tang San and his companions were impeccably dressed, their weighted inner armor concealed beneath their attire. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and his group struggled under the burden of bamboo baskets filled with stones, the contents rattling painfully as they ran, the baskets pressing uncomfortably against them. With only 3 students available, Yu Xiaojing found it challenging to implement his original teaching plan, which had been designed for a full class, including random sparring exercises. Now, with merely 3 participants, he could only arrange for Ma Hongjun to spar with Oscar and Dai Mubai. He felt too embarrassed to seek Tang Qingxi's cooperation, especially since she had evidently not yet begun her combat training, focusing solely on enhancing the physical conditioning of Tang San and the others. To enrich their practical training, Yu Xiaojing decided to take them to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. However, Oscar, being a food-type soul master, found himself in a rather awkward position. In one-on-one matches, he, as a support soul master, could hardly contribute, and in 2-on-2 scenarios, he could only team up with Dai Mubai. His soul abilities offered little assistance to Dai Mubai, and there was no way for Dai Mubai to take on 2 opponents alone. Thus, Oscar could only watch from the sidelines as Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun engaged in one-on-one duels. Before long, Ning Fingji and Ning Rongrong arrived at Shrek Academy. Where is Sister Shi, and what about Xiaowu and the others? By the afternoon, Ning Rongrong had only seen Dai Mubai and the others running with their bamboo baskets. but Tang Qingxi and the others were nowhere to be found. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's question, Oscar, panting, paused to respond. Sister, she took them in that direction. Training by the cliff. All right then, father, let me lead you there. Regardless of Tang Qingxi's status as a junior, she ought to return to the academy to meet Ning Fengji. However, Ning Rongrong was too eager to reach the training site. Ning Fengji did not mind and followed closely behind his daughter as they headed in the direction pointed out by Oscar. Oscar stood rooted in place, wide-eyed. Recalling Ning Rongrong's identity, she was the daughter of the renowned top support Soul Master, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 53. Ning Fengji arrives at Shrek's sister Shi. Spotting the cliff from a distance, Ning Rongrong quickened her pace and rushed over to where Tang Qingxi was meditating by the waterfall. Tang Qingxi lifted her gaze and beheld the individuals accompanying Ning Rongrong as they descended from the icy jade pedestal. The white cat, which had been dozing on the grass nearby, was abruptly roused. Upon spotting Ning Fengji and the sword Dolua, it promptly stood up and gracefully leaped onto Tang Qingxi's shoulder, casting several furtive glances at Xiaowu. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, having climbed up the cliff, looked on with curiosity at the two individuals brought by Ning Rongrong. Tang Qingxi first glanced at Xiaowu and gestured for her to remain on the cliff temporarily before approaching. I'm back. She greeted Ning Rongrong and handed over her weighted inner armor, saying that it would be beneficial for training without the burden of the previous heavy iron armor. Good. Ning Rongrong replied as she eagerly changed into the inner armor. How shall we train today? Today, you will first acclimate yourself. You may utilize your soul power. From over there, that familiar table, start from that position, wade through the river, swim across the deep pool, climb the cliff, and then return the same way. Understood? Tang Qingxi pointed out the locations to Ning Rongrong. Understood. Ning Rongrong nodded, then turned her gaze toward the two figures in the river, their bodies covered in mud. Barely distinguishable. She furrowed her brow but said nothing more, simply greeting Ning Fengji and Sword Dala before preparing to leave. Father, Grandfather Jian, I'll go train now. You may continue your discussion. All right, go ahead. Ning Fengji couldn't help but chuckle at Ning Rongrong's evident reluctance, paired with her unusually enthusiastic demeanor. Sword Dolua watched with a hint of sympathy, recalling how Ning Rongrong had never endured such messy and arduous training before. Lord Ning, Senior Sword Dolua. Tang Qingxi greeted the two with a slight bow, acknowledging their esteemed status. After all, in terms of outward identity, they were indeed her seniors. And Sword Dolua's strength commanded her respect. However, she was somewhat surprised that Ning Rongrong had brought them here so directly. It would have been courteous to entertain them. Yet this location was clearly unsuitable for hosting guests. You are Tang Qingxi? I have heard much about you from Rongrong. At such a young age, you possess remarkable abilities. Your future achievements are boundless. Ning Fengji, noticing Tang Qingxi's calm demeanor in the presence of both him and Sword Dolua, did not hesitate to offer his compliments. You flatter me, Lord Ning. I assume your visit pertains to the techniques of concealed weapons and distraction control. This place is not ideal for discussions. Perhaps we should return to the academy? Tang Qingxi could not allow these two to remain here, with Xiao Wu's relatively low strength. It was indeed unsafe for her to stay under the watchful eyes of a tidal Dolua. Nodding in agreement after observing Ning Rongrong, who was struggling through the river, Ning Fengji decided to return to Shrek Academy with the three of them. Tang Qingxi led them directly to her residence, the finest building in Shrek Academy, which was also the most suitable for her private guests. Once away from Xiao Wu, the white cat perched on Tang Qingxi's shoulder resumed its languid demeanor, tucking its paws beneath itself and lazily flicking its tail. Upon reaching her abode, the cat leapt onto a nearby shelf to rest. Tang Qingxi brewed a pot of tea and invited Ning Fengji and the Sword Dala to take a seat, while she settled across from them. Throughout the journey, Ning Fengji had been observing Tang Qingxi, recognizing her extraordinary demeanor, which hinted at a noble lineage. It seemed unlikely that she could be easily recruited into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Sword Dolua's attention, however, was primarily drawn to the white cat on Tang Qingxi's shoulder. He could readily discern that it was a 10,000-year soul beast. To keep such a rare creature as a pet, and to have it so well behaved, was indeed an extraordinary feat. Ning Zhongshu, I am typically straightforward. Since you are here, it is reasonable to assume you are interested in purchasing hidden weapons and the cultivation methods for improved distraction control. Why not start by stating your price? Tang Qingxi remarked candidly after taking a sip of tea. Ning Fengji smiled slightly, not rushing to discuss the price. Although he sensed that recruiting Tang Qingxi would not be an easy task, he felt compelled to make an attempt. You need not worry about the financial aspect. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is among the wealthiest in the entire Soul Master realm. However, I would like to inquire first whether you would consider joining our ranks. The sect would provide you with the finest cultivation resources and the highest treatment, with a status potentially exceeding that of Rongrong. The benefits and status promised by Ning Fengji were essentially second only to the two titled Doluos of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and to some extent, they could be considered equal. However, some resources Tang Qingxi might not yet be able to utilize. During their journey, Ning Rongrong had shared much about Tang Qingxi, her ability to surpass soul masters of over 10 levels higher without relying on soul rings, her 20-some levels of soul power, and her capacity to withstand the soul skills of a soul sage. Her strength was undeniable, and theoretically, she could counter the arguments of the master while also crafting exquisitely intricate hidden weapons. She was truly a prodigy. Ning Fengji found it hard to fathom how someone of her age could achieve such remarkable feats. Ning Fengji's recruitment efforts were, for Tang Qingxi, both unexpected, yet within the realm of reason. It seemed that Ning Rongrong had not divulged much about her identity to Ning Fengji. However, it was understandable. Rongrong could not know the specifics of Tang Qingxi's background, and her hints at an extraordinary lineage were rather impolite and unsuitable for sharing with Ning Fengji. Tang Qingxi could only respond with a smile. I am deeply sorry, Master Ning, but I cannot possibly join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The forces backing me would never permit such an alliance. Ning Fengji was not surprised by Tang Qingxi's firm rejection. Despite her youthful age, her remarkable achievements suggested that without the support of a powerful faction, even the most exceptional talent and intelligence could not reach such heights. He had come with the intention of making an attempt to recruit her, unwilling to abandon the endeavor so easily. Noticing that Tang Qingxi did not explicitly mention her backing forces, Ning Fengji refrained from probing further. Very well, it is a pity. Let us discuss the matter of concealed weapons instead. Sure, please go ahead. I wonder if you would be willing to sell us the methods for crafting concealed weapons. You may set any price you desire. I shall not negotiate. Ning Fengji spoke with great confidence. Though he appeared elegant and refined, there was an undeniable grandeur in his words, reflecting the demeanor befitting a sect leader. In response, Tang Qingxi could only shake her head once more in refusal. The methods for crafting concealed weapons are not for sale. I only offer the finished products, ensuring both quantity and quality, along with a complete set of usage instructions and application techniques. Chapter 54. Discussing business with Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji had not anticipated such an outright refusal from Tang Qingxi. Concealed weapons inevitably suffer wear and tear if they truly prove to be of significant utility. Would the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect then find itself perpetually reliant on Tang Qingxi in this regard? Observing the contemplative expression on Ning Fengji's face, Tang Qingxi maintained her calm demeanor. The set of concealed weapons I provided to Rongrong is particularly suited for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Should you be interested in a long-term collaboration, I would offer complimentary repairs for any damages incurred. As Ning Fengji returned to the present, he discerned from Tang Qingxi's tone that discussions regarding the methods of crafting concealed weapons were evidently off the table. Although Tang Qingxi appeared to be merely a teenager, the composure and calmness he exuded, coupled with the insights he gleaned about his character from Ning Rongrong prior to their meeting, made it clear that he was not easily swayed. At that moment, Ning Fengji could only inquire, what about the consumption of hidden weapons? For instance, the crossbow bolts of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. When purchased, an additional set of loaded bolts is included, as is the case with other hidden weapons, along with instruction on how to load them. However, subsequent purchases will be necessary, though the price is quite reasonable, so you need not worry, Tang Qingxi replied. Ning Fengji then asked, I heard from Ning Rongrong that your hidden weapons can all be poisoned? Indeed, you may poison them yourself or purchase poison from me. I only sell lethal poisons, capable of swiftly ending a life. The price of the poison is determined by the level of soul master it affects. Currently, I do not sell to those at the soul Doloa level or above, Tang Qingxi explained. Taking a sip of tea, he added, the price of the poison can be quite high, and I would advise against purchasing it at this moment. If you are interested, you may contact me once the sect members have become proficient with the hidden weapons. Otherwise, there is a risk of self-harm. Ning Fengji was somewhat taken aback by this statement, pondering if the poison in Tang Qingxi's possession could indeed challenge even a soul Doloa. However, he had merely asked out of curiosity, as he could prepare his own poisons. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengji said, I have reviewed all the hidden weapons that Rongrong brought back to the sect. Let us proceed with the purchase of 500 sets. At the price of 10,000 gold soul coins for each set, what do you think? Tang Qingxi nodded, acknowledging that the price was acceptable. However, she mentioned that the production of the concealed weapons would require time, proposing a staggered delivery of 100 sets each month. A deposit of 1 million would be required up front, with subsequent payments upon delivery. Is that agreeable? She inquired. No problem, Ning Fengji replied, showing no objections. It was evident that Tang Qingxi had developed a rather sophisticated method for the sale of concealed weapons. Yet, Ning Fengji was curious about one aspect. Your concealed weapons possess considerable power, yet I have never heard of them being mentioned on the mainland. Surely, their sales must be substantial. The concealed weapons are not yet available for public sale, Tang Qingxi explained. Currently, only the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has engaged in large-scale purchases. And that is solely due to my connection with Rongrong. Although concealed weapons are indeed lucrative, as a novel foreign entity, possessing them confers a significant combat advantage. As their numbers increase, that advantage diminishes. Moreover, these weapons, capable of granting ordinary individuals the ability to harm soul masters, could undoubtedly incite considerable turmoil if they were to become widespread. Thus, despite their profitability, they cannot be sold indiscriminately. Money, after all, is only needed to cover expenses. Just the Seven Treasures Glazed sect alone can yield substantial profit for her. Ning Fengji contemplated this deeply, recognizing the potential repercussions of such weapons entering the market. Not making them publicly available served as a strategic safeguard for the Seven Treasures glazed sect. In that case, he said, the improved version of the distraction control technique should be offered as a gift. No need to negotiate further. Tang Qingxi replied. As she had no intention of profiting from it, it was a reasonable gesture given the circumstances. Ning Fengji did not refuse her generosity. Understanding that if the concealed weapons proved effective, it would foster a long-lasting business relationship, and he would inevitably find himself providing financial support to Tang Qingxi in the future. Tang Qingxi was responsible for a single repair. Should further damage or even total loss occur, it was unequivocal that he would have to purchase again from Tang Qingxi. Ning Fengji directly produced a gold soul coin stored value card. Very well. Here is a deposit of 1 million gold soul coins. Good. Tang Qingxi accepted the card, then retrieved a sheet of paper to draft 2 agreements, upon which he inscribed his name and affixed the Tang clan seal. The Tang clan? Ning Fengji inquired, raising an eyebrow. Is this the force behind Tang Qingxi? Yet, I have not heard of it before. Tang Qingxi offered no explanation, and Ning Fengji, in turn, stamped the document with the emblem of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, and both parties secured their respective agreements. Very well, Sect Master Ning. I have another business proposition I wish to discuss with you. Once the agreements were safely stored, Tang Qingxi broached a new topic. What kind of business? Are there more valuable items for sale? Ning Fengji asked with curiosity. Tang Qingxi shook her head, stating that is not the case. Rather, I wish to procure some ores from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. I am aware that the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda possesses an exceptional ability to appraise treasures, and I believe they could yield a considerable amount of exquisite ores. Would it be possible for you to sell me a batch? The materials required for the Tang sect's hidden weapons, particularly the Rainflower Needle, are indeed challenging to obtain, even for a formidable force such as the Spirit Hall. The resources they can secure are limited. In fact, the core material for the Rainflower Needle was acquired through serendipity, and this essential component is hardly recognized by others. Tang Qingxi felt compelled to place her hopes on the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, for those exquisite ores, akin to the core materials for the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle, were likely unknown even to Ning Fengji. Nevertheless, the unique characteristics of his martial soul would undoubtedly reveal the worth of such materials. If they were to be encountered, it was plausible that they could be reclaimed by the sect. Given the historical legacy of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, it was entirely possible that they possessed the very materials she sought after years of accumulation. Acquiring them would certainly be more convenient than dispatching someone to search for them. Ning Fengji regarded Tang Qingxi silently for a moment before nodding with a smile. Very well, but you must specify which ores you require. Furthermore, the sect possesses a batch of remarkably precious ores that remain unidentified. Naturally, Ning Fengji was eager to engage in this trade. The Seven Treasure glazed tile school was one of the wealthiest entities on the Dolua continent, largely thriving on the sale of valuable treasures that disciples recovered but the sect had no use for. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi maintained her composure while secretly feeling elated, as she sensed that the Seven Treasure glazed tile school undoubtedly had the exquisite ore she desired. In that case, perhaps on a chosen day, or when the hidden weapons are delivered, I shall make a visit to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school to see if they possess what I seek. We can discuss matters then, shall we? The exact types of ores Tang Qingxi sought remained unspoken. The immense value of those unrecognized ores was clear to Ning Fengji, yet their obscurity rendered them unsellable. This presented an opportunity for Tang Qingxi to procure them at a relatively lower price. Providing Ning Fengji with insights could indeed enhance his prospects of selling them at a premium. During their negotiations, both conducted themselves as businesspersons, unable to be entirely candid. She could even ascertain that once Ning Fengji received the hidden weapons, he would undoubtedly arrange for someone to devise methods for their disassembly and production techniques. Chapter 55. Tang Qingxi at level 30. All right, Ning Fengji acknowledged with a nod. After concluding their discussions, Tang Qingxi intended to continue her training, prompting Ning Fengji to depart with the sword Dolua. Ning Rongrong was engaged in her training, so Ning Fengji refrained from interrupting and prepared to return to the sect with the sword Dolua. Tang Qingxi warranted a thorough investigation regarding her origins, as well as the Tang sect. Ning Fengji found himself genuinely curious about the kind of force capable of nurturing such remarkable offspring. During their discussions, he had often regarded Tang Qingxi as an equal, unable to perceive her as a mere junior. Her demeanor, capabilities, and intellect were all exceedingly exceptional. Coupled with her extraordinary talent, it would not be long before the name Tang Qingxi resonated throughout the continent. Once Ning Fengji departed, Tang Qingxi chose not to return to the cliffside, as there were eyes watching. Instead, she remained at her residence to continue her training. Concerning the crafting of hidden weapons, she had previously arranged for 100 sets to be produced, and Ning Fengji made no alterations to her plans, thus saving her an additional trip. 3 months later, Tang San and the others underwent significant transformations under Tang Qingxi's tutelage. Their physical prowess experienced remarkable enhancements, exhibiting comprehensive improvements. Ning Rongrong had fully mastered the 3 apertures mind control technique and received a set of hidden weapons allocated by Tang Qingxi, intensifying her training efforts. During this period, Tang Qingxi took Xiao Wu out for an excursion, and upon their return, she had attained the Soul Master realm. Flinder reproached her for the perilous undertaking of hunting for soul rings without prior notice, as she had directly taken Xiao Wu along. Tang Qingxi certainly had no intention of greeting him. After all, they were not genuinely embarking on a quest for soul rings, and bringing them along would be quite the inconvenience. Meanwhile, on Yu Xiaojiang's side, Ma Hongjun had also made significant progress over the past 3 months, breaking through to the 29th level. Yu Xiaojiang placed great importance on this and, along with Flinder, accompanied Ma Hongjun to the Star Doe Forest to hunt for soul rings. After breakfast that day, Tang Qingxi did not hastily send Tang San and the others off to training. Instead, he gathered them together to announce an important matter. I have reached the 30th level and will be entering seclusion for a period to facilitate my breakthrough. Thus, I shall be leaving the academy. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Sister Shi, you've advanced 5 levels in just 3 months? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief. Zhu Zhuqing's expression also changed noticeably. This was truly extraordinary. Tang Qingxi, who originally had the lowest soul power level, had swiftly reached the 30th level. Given her already formidable combat prowess, it was unimaginable what her strength would become after breaking through to Soul Master. Although they had primarily focused on enhancing their physical strength during this period and had not devoted much energy to training their soul power, even if they had dedicated themselves entirely to cultivation, achieving a 5-level advancement would have been utterly unattainable. Tang Qingxi had occasionally trained alongside them, making her rapid progress all the more astonishing. Tang Qingxi paid no heed to their astonished expressions and continued. During my absence from the academy, training will proceed as usual. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, keep a close watch on them. Tang San, indeed. Zhu Zhuqing, all right, Sister Shichi. Upon my return, I shall alter the training methods to be more targeted. Furthermore, I will bring along 2 to 3 individuals to train with you, who will also be your companions as we prepare for the Soul Master competition, ensuring you are mentally ready. At this juncture, Dai Mubai and the others had just finished their meal and stepped out. Upon hearing this, they all turned their attention to Tang Qingxi and Dai Mubai. With a hint of curiosity, inquired, Sister Shichi, are those the reserve candidates for the Soul Master competition? Tang Qingxi cast a glance at him, offering no response. All right. Everyone proceed to training. With that, she turned and strode out of the academy. Tang San and his companions promptly exited the academy at a brisk pace. Dai Mubai and the others were enjoying a day off, having finished their meal and prepared for a well-deserved rest. Oscar's expression bore a hint of gravity. After 3 months, he was nearly certain that Sister Shi intended to sever ties with them. The Soul Master competition seemed to hold little relevance for them now. This was, in fact, understandable, as they had not trained alongside Sister Shi from the outset. The lack of synchronized training would inevitably lead to a decline in their collaborative finesse, and it was evident that Sister Shi had little regard for the Master. Initially, they believed that with just the 8 of them, none could be left behind. Yet now Sister Shi had openly included others, signifying a clear abandonment of their group. Oscar found himself in deep contemplation, pondering whether they had truly disappointed Sister Shi. Presently, Tang Qingxi hardly acknowledged Dai Mubai and the others, who, in their hearts, harbored a tinge of envy towards Tang San and his group. After all, they possessed a complete set of hidden weapons for self-defense, while Dai Mubai and his companions were left empty-handed. Moreover, relating to the Soul Master competition, they had yet to grasp a crucial realization. They had all assumed that the competition would be fought under the Academy's banner, believing they would inevitably participate together, as the Dean would never permit their separation. However, Oscar had now come to understand that the Soul Master competition was originally intended for Sister Shi's participation, a notion that Flander and the others had never considered. This matter was entirely under Sister Shi's purview, and the decision of who would partake rested solely with her. Sister Shi herself held little attachment to Shrek Academy. It was merely a temporary sanctuary for her. This was evident during the earlier conflict between Tang Qingxi and Yu Xiaojiang, where she displayed a readiness to depart at a moment's notice. Upon leaving the academy, Tang Qingxi arrived at the blacksmith shop she had established in Soto City. The young lady has arrived, exclaimed Chang Zong, the nominal manager of the shop, hurrying out to welcome her inside. Have the 100 sets of concealed weapons been completed this month? Tang Qingxi inquired. They have been finished, and we are preparing to deliver them to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School tomorrow. Tang Qingxi nodded. All right. This time I shall accompany you to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Tang Qingxi had not just recently achieved the 30th level, rather, she had done so several days prior, yet she did not rush into seclusion for a breakthrough. During this period, her primary focus was on cultivation, which she has now completed. There were still some matters to attend to, such as the acquisition of exceptional ores, a topic she had previously discussed with Ning Fengxi. I would soon be departing from Soto City for a duration of approximately 2 weeks to a month. Upon my return, I would conduct assessments of the children to select candidates. Tang Qingxi had mentioned this before, albeit without specifying a precise timeline, thereby granting them an opportunity to intensify their training. This trip away from the academy would also serve to address this matter. With my departure scheduled for tomorrow, Tang Qingxi opted not to return to Shrek and instead settled in Soto City. That evening, while she was admiring the nocturnal scenery of Soto City from her room, her peripheral vision caught sight of three familiar figures, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Ma Hongjun appeared to have encountered some trouble, sporting a bruised and battered visage. Yet he strode ahead with an air of indignation. The direction in which the trio was headed pointed toward a secluded corner of Soto City. Tang Qingxi had heard whispers about that particular area, prompting her to furrow her brow. Chapter 56, The Unpleasant Uncle. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun's disheveled appearance and his evident ire, Tang Qingxi might have assumed he was leading Dai Mubai and Oscar on a frivolous escapade. Of course, Dai Mubai would never deign to frequent such establishments. Tang Qingxi merely glanced at them, indifferent to their intentions. However, just as she was about to withdraw her gaze, she noticed Tang San and his companions trailing behind, following Dai Mubai at a short distance. Observing this, Tang Qingxi subtly lowered her eyes and gracefully leaped out of the window, landing effortlessly in front of the four. Sister Shi. Upon seeing Tang Qingxi, Tang San and his friends were taken aback. Didn't Sister Shi say she was going into seclusion? Tomorrow, Tang Qingxi replied, tilting her chin towards the direction in which Dai Mubai and his group had departed. It was evident that the four had followed them. Yet it seemed that Dai Mubai and his companions were unaware of the situation. Tang San's face displayed a blend of embarrassment and helplessness. Today, Ma Hongjun and his companions had a day off, and he had ventured into a rather disreputable area of Soto City, where he had attempted to vie for a certain individual against an uncle named Bulu. Unfortunately, he was unable to prevail and ended up in a confrontation. That man was from the Soul Sect, and Ma Hongjun was no match for him, suffering considerable defeat. To add insult to injury, after losing the fight, he was humiliated by the uncle and returned to the academy. Upon learning this, Dai Mubai and the others felt compelled to seek revenge for Ma Hongjun, considering they were all from the same academy. Thus, I decided to accompany them to assess the situation. In truth, I was not particularly inclined to intervene, especially since they had already endured a long day of training. However, out of concern for their safety, I conferred with Xiao Wu and the others, discreetly following them to observe the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi furrowed his brow. It seemed that Ma Hongjun was truly beyond redemption. Go ahead, assess the situation and consider whether intervention is necessary. Tang Qingxi gestured dismissively, allowing them to proceed without further obstruction. Understood, Tang San replied with a nod. Subsequently, Tang Qingxi chose to depart, not accompanying them. With Tang Qingxi's permission, Tang San felt a greater sense of assurance as he followed, maintaining a respectful distance to avoid detection by Dai Mubai and the others. Should their intervention prove unnecessary, he intended to remain inconspicuous, as if they had not arrived at all. Tang Qingxi was not completely indifferent. She had no intention of intervening but quietly followed Tang San and his companions after taking a detour. She wanted to observe how these four would ultimately handle the situation. Before long, Ma Hongjun arrived with Dai Mubai and the others at their destination, which was a row of modest single-story houses nestled in a corner of Sotua City. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow in dismay, remarking, "Fatty, these houses barely reach 3 meters in height, and many are somewhat dilapidated. A few pink lanterns hang at the entrance, where several heavily made up, not-so-young women are attempting to entice passers-by." Oscar couldn't help but smirk, his appreciation for Ma Hongjun's taste decidedly lacking. Ma Hongjun chuckled awkwardly. "It's cheap here, offering great value for money. You must believe that even in a humble abode, one might find a golden phoenix, though it heavily relies on luck. Is that really necessary?" Oscar retorted, unable to hide his exasperation. "Did Sister Shi not help you resolve your issues? Your needs aren't as pressing as before." Dai Mubai shot him an irritated glance, saying, "From now on, do not admit to knowing me. I know you are desperate, but I never imagined you would stoop to such a disreputable place. Those golden phoenixes are old enough to be your aunts. Come on, Dai Lauda, don't mock me." Ma Hongjun replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "Let us focus on the task at hand. Wait here, I will check if that scoundrel has left." As he spoke, Ma Hongjun hurried toward his dubious establishment. Oscar surveyed the surroundings, noting, "This place is quite secluded, making it suitable for action." He then began to chant a soul incantation, preparing for the impending confrontation. Tang San and his companions concealed themselves at a corner, observing the situation at the entrance of the grass hut from a distance. Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly, contemplating, does Ma Hongjun frequent such places? They had never trained together, and with the separation of male and female dormitories, Zhu Zhuqing had little understanding of Ma Hongjun and his companions. Tang San, upon hearing this, pressed his lips together and remarked, "He doesn't come around often, does he? He has been training all this time and hasn't been seen leaving. To be honest, I don't really know him well. After returning to the dormitory each day, I am utterly exhausted and only wish to rest, so communication is limited." Moments later, Ma Hongjun dashed out excitedly and announced to Dai Mubai and the others, "Great news. That guy hasn't left yet. He's just settling his bill and will be out shortly. Brothers, if we succeed in avenging me this time, I shall treat you all to a splendid meal." Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively. "Stop with the nonsense. We wouldn't dare accept your invitation. Your taste is questionable." Just then, a figure emerged from the thicket. The trio stood in a shadowy corner opposite the thicket, and given the darkness, it was difficult to see clearly. It's him. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth. The figure walking out was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark skin and a short stature. His right hand was bandaged, and he ambled down the street while humming a tune. Shall we go? Ma Hongjun's fists clenched tightly. Let's go? With a commanding shout from Dai Mubai, he and Ma Hongjun surged forward. Oscar, lacking combat prowess, remained hidden in the shadows. The two intercepted the middle-aged man, with Ma Hongjun sneering, "You dare to strike me? I have come to seek revenge." "Ah, isn't this the little brat from before? This isn't a place for you." The man smirked upon seeing Ma Hongjun. "I'll come and go as I please. It's none of your business." Ma Hongjun retorted rudely, unleashing his martial spirit. The man waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, so you seek revenge? I'm in a good mood today. Let's have some fun. This isn't a suitable place. Shall we change venues?" "Very well," Dai Mubai nodded. The man, not taking them seriously, cheerfully led them to a nearby secluded alley. He showed no urgency to release his martial spirit, merely beckoning to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. "Come. Let me see your abilities. Can they truly hold their own?" Tang San observed from a distance, while Ning Rongrong whispered. It is said that he belongs to the Soul Sect, yet Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun should not be underestimated, even if they're only soul respect level. I'm uncertain. This man seems to be a control-type soul master and possesses decent defenses, which may counter Ma Hongjun's abilities. It will depend on whether Dai Mubai can manage him. Tang San, having listened to Ma Hongjun recount previous encounters, had a deeper understanding. At that moment, Tang Xingxi stood on an unobserved rooftop. Her eyes shimmering with a violet hue, her expression indifferent as she watched the imminent confrontation in the alley. Chapter 57. Completely abandoned. Dai Mubai's eyes gradually turned a sinister red. His opponent was a Soul Sect member of uncertain power level, and he had easily bested Ma Hongjun in their previous encounters. He could not afford to be careless. A pale light suddenly erupted from Dai Mubai, his arms stretching wide. His chest puffed out, his bones crackled, and his muscles swelled instantly. Dai Mubai's martial spirit, the White Tiger, had fully manifested. Ma Hongjun swiftly completed his own martial spirit manifestation, a fierce purple flame erupting, the scorching heat spreading through the air. Sensing the high soul power emanating from Dai Mubai, the man's demeanor turned serious. Observing the young boys before him, he realized their soul powers were formidable. The man then unleashed his martial spirit, summoning two half-spherical shields that he casually placed atop his head. Having fought previously, Ma Hongjun was aware that his Phoenix Fire line was restrained by this man, so he refrained from attacking immediately. Dai Mubai unleashed his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, his already imposing physique swelling even further. Silver blades sprouting from his tiger-like paws, enveloped in a radiant golden light. With a low roar, he charged at the man. The man promptly activated his second soul skill, expanding the two shields to trap Dai Mubai within. Seizing the opportunity during their clash, Ma Hongjun immediately employed his first and second soul skills, launching the enhanced Phoenix Fire line toward the man. The man reacted swiftly, taking cover behind his martial spirit. Dai Mubai, having activated his White Tiger Diamond Transformation, was not confined for long and soon broke free from the man's control. However, in the next moment, the shields expanded again, ensnaring both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, pinning them to the ground. Even with Dai Mubai exerting his utmost effort, he found his attacks absorbed as if striking into cotton. "Still playing, are we, little boys?" The man, sensing their struggles within his grasp, stood outside with a smile. "My heavenly double shields are not easily dealt with. It seems they are at a disadvantage." Ning Rongrong observed from afar, somewhat disheartened. Not only are they at a disadvantage, but the defeat is quite decisive. This man may appear rather unseemly, yet his strength seems considerable. Tang San discerned much from their brief skirmish. That martial spirit belonged to the control category, yet it indeed possessed remarkable defensive capabilities. Not only countering Ma Hongjun's flames, but also exhibiting a certain capacity to dissipate force, making it difficult for Dai Mubai to unleash his full potential. Xiao Wu turned to Tang San and asked, "Brother San, shall we offer our assistance?" Tang San cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Sister, she had instructed him before leaving that he and Zhu Zhuqing were to jointly oversee matters. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not express her opinion. She merely regarded the barrier enveloping Dai Mubai with a frigid gaze. "I shall lend a hand," Tang San sighed as he spoke. If he had not come, it would have been one thing, but now that he was present, he could hardly stand by while the two were pinned to the ground. Initially, Ma Hongjun had sought his company, but after a day of rigorous training, Tang San was fatigued and his physical condition was not at its peak. Furthermore, the situation was not particularly grave. To put it plainly, it was merely a case of rivalry and jealousy, with Ma Hongjun simply outmatched, leaving little room for right or wrong. Tang San declined the offer for assistance, yet to his astonishment, Dai Mubai readily accepted and dragged Oscar along with him. Initially contemplating the possibility of defeat, he had hoped to rely on Oscar's mushroom sausage to flee, but was unexpectedly pinned to the ground, rendering the mushroom sausage useless. Subsequently, Tang San ventured into the alley, releasing his blue-silver grass martial soul, while Bulu continued to tease Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun verbally. Tang San swiftly cast a web to ensnare Bulu. Tang San deliberately muted the sound of his footsteps, and by the time Bu Lu sensed an impending ambush, it was already too late. Simultaneously, Tang San unleashed his first soul skill, which swiftly ensnared Bu Lu in blue-silver grass, rendering him utterly incapable of evading. Consequently, Bu Lu found himself thoroughly bound by Tang San's web. As a control-type soul master with commendable defensive capabilities, Bu Li's martial spirit lacked offensive power, once restrained. He was left powerless, his defenses relying solely on his martial spirit, while his physical resilience was rather feeble. The toxins from the web quickly infiltrated Bu Li's body, and soon he could no longer sustain his martial spirit. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun broke free from their bindings and were poised to retaliate when they beheld Tang San standing firm, with Bu Lu ensnared on the ground by the blue-silver grass. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. "Third brother, you have arrived. You are truly remarkable." "Thank you, Xiao San." Dai Mubai appeared somewhat awkward. He had held a degree of confidence before arriving, yet he was taken aback by the swiftness of their defeat. Fortunately, Tang San had come to their aid. With Bu Lu having lost his capacity to resist, Tang San retracted the blue-silver grass and inquired, "Is everyone all right? Then let us depart." Ma Hongjun, still feeling aggrieved as he had not even laid a finger on Bu Lu, who had been vanquished by Tang San, dashed over to Bu Li's side and kicked him forcefully several times, grumbling, "This is what you get for hitting me. For calling me insignificant." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he grinned mischievously. "You all go ahead. I will catch up shortly." Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Don't go too far." "Understood," Ma Hongjun replied. As they exited the narrow alley, Dai Mubai noticed that Xiao Wu and the others had also arrived. Oscar was trailing behind, having joined them first, while Dai Mubai's gaze instinctively settled on Zhu Zhuqing's face. However, Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained stoic, offering him no more than a fleeting glance before turning away. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu remained silent, eager to return to the academy for some much-needed rest. As Dai Mubai and Tang San disappeared around the corner, a peculiar smile graced Ma Hongjun's face as he raised his right hand, from which a swirling mass of purplish-red flames erupted. "Ah!" Before Tang San and his companions could venture far, an unearthly scream echoed through the air. Soon, the rotund figure of Fatty came bounding up, brimming with excitement. Without waiting for anyone to inquire, he eagerly declared, "Rest assured, I have not harmed him. He is alive, after all. Killing him would only sully my hands." At this moment, Tang San appeared to be deep in thought. The cries were so agonizing that it was evident that Ma Hongjun must have committed some significant act. If it were merely a minor grievance from before, departing would have sufficed. Given the current circumstances, he felt it was imperative to eradicate the issue entirely. Just as he contemplated whether to return and address the matter, Tang San's expression suddenly sharpened. With a subtle movement of his hand, a slip of paper was deftly pinched between his fingers. The paper had arrived silently, unnoticed by anyone else. Tang San was taken aback. This technique could only belong to the young lady. Had she also arrived? He stepped closer to the edge and glanced at the card in his hand. Henceforth, regardless of life or death, he would no longer concern himself with their affairs. Tang San turned his gaze towards the direction from which the paper flew, nodding slightly. He sighed inwardly, realizing that Ma Hongjun and the others had been completely abandoned by the young lady. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi gracefully descended into the alley, observing the pitifully curled up and moaning Bu Lu, who was regaining a modicum of mobility. With a flick of her hand, a glimmer of silver light flashed from her fingertips as she turned and stepped into the shadows, the cries behind her gradually fading away. Chapter 58. The tragic end of Bu Lu. As Tang San had remarked, despite any disdain, Tang Qingxi still assisted in the aftermath, primarily due to her ties with Tang San and his companions, though she resolved there would be no second chance. The alley fell silent once more until the sound of approaching footsteps echoed, steadily drawing nearer. The old madam from the chicken coop had mentioned that someone was seeking trouble with Bu Lu, and he had run in this direction for a confrontation. Where was he? Surely he hadn't met his demise. A voice, rich and resonant, broke the silence. "This fool insists on acting alone and now expects us to search for him. Why is it so quiet? There is not a sound to be heard. Is this the right direction?" Another voice rasped like a duck's quack. The two men ventured deeper into the alley, but at first glance, they saw nothing amiss. "What is that smell?" one inquired, sniffing the air. Detecting an unusual odor, a metallic tang of blood mixed with a foul stench of decay. Stepping into a pool of viscous blood, the man with the duck-like voice exclaimed, "What is this water? Which bastard has been urinating everywhere?" Yet his companion remained silent, gasping in horror. "These are Bu Li's clothes and belongings." Amidst the murky liquid, the tattered remnants of Bu Li's garments lay, barely recognizable, but still adorned with the accessories he wore. Shining a softly glowing stone downwards, their expression shifted dramatically, and they rushed to a corner, unable to suppress their retching. "That can't be Bu Lu, can it?" The man with the duck voice stammered, trembling. The pool of blood contained remnants of flesh and shattered bones, and considering Bu Lu's missing presence, the conclusion was unmistakable. Bu Lu had met a grim fate. The man with the magnetic voice felt a chill run down his spine. Have we encountered a poison attribute soul master, or is this the effect of a martial soul? The man has been obliterated. Was he that old madam claiming it was merely a pair of teenagers? How could they have done this to Bu Lu? There must be others involved. Faced with such a gruesome scene, the two men dared not linger within the alley, fearing the one responsible for Bu Li's demise might still be nearby, out of respect for their long acquaintance. They reluctantly gathered a few of Bu Li's accessories and hastily departed the alley. However, they did not venture far, after resting nearby for a night. They returned to observe the situation. To their dismay, they saw personnel from the Spirit Hall had arrived and were cleaning up the alley. Another chill ran down their spines. The presence of the Spirit Hall meant that the individuals involved in the incident were connected to them. What had Bu Lu done to provoke the Spirit Hall? Who knew? Initially considering reporting the incident to the city guards, they now dared not to speak of it and quietly left Swoto City. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi had joined a cargo convoy departing from Swoto City. En route to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ma Hongjun, too, had become more subdued following the incident, refraining from visiting Swoto City in the days that followed. Days later, Tang Qingxi arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, where she was directly welcomed due to her ongoing dealings with them concerning concealed weapons. The main edifice of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School resembled an opulent castle, grand and majestic in its construction. Tang Qingxi was graciously welcomed into the grand hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After 3 months apart, Ning Fengji's demeanor was tinged with complexity upon their reunion. He had previously arranged for an investigation into Tang Qingxi, following her remarkable achievement of advancing in rank without relying on spirit rings. The Spirit Hall had imposed a stringent confidentiality on her information. Nonetheless, prior to this, some rumors had surfaced, albeit in a jocular manner. It was said that Pope Bibidon had taken on a disciple endowed with innate full spirit power, yet this disciple had not ascended to the Spirit Master realm for years, as she whimsically desired to break through without absorbing spirit rings. Thereafter, no further news had emerged. Regarding Tang Qingxi, Ning Fengji had not unearthed particularly useful information. He merely discovered a potential connection to the Spirit Hall, including her ties to the Tang sect, but there were no substantial leads. Yet, recalling the rumors he had once heard and the current circumstances surrounding Tang Qingxi, it was highly probable that she was indeed the very disciple of the Pope who had been the subject of mockery in the past. This realization elucidated why her identity was so meticulously protected, evading his inquiries. It also explained why Tang Qingxi remained impervious to his overtures, with such prodigious talent and capability. She was undoubtedly destined to become the Pope's successor. The terms offered by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were hardly enticing enough. Even a promise of the position of sect master might not sway her. What puzzled Ning Fengji was her choice to forsake the Spirit Hall for Shrek Academy. He had heard from Ning Rongrong that Tang Qingxi was amassing a team in preparation for the Spirit Master tournament. Given her strength, participating alongside members from the Spirit Hall would make it nearly impossible for any academy to rival them in the upcoming competition. There were many aspects he found perplexing, potentially entangled with the internal affairs of the Spirit Hall, and he yearned to glean insights through Tang Qingxi. Unfortunately, after their initial encounter, he understood that despite her youthful appearance, she was not easily deceived. Master Ning, Tang Qingxi addressed, her gaze encompassing the vigilant sword Dao Qinshin and another figure, tall yet emaciated, standing beside Ning Fengji. This must be the other title de law of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, Bon de la Guro. Junior pays respects to Sword Dolua and Bon Dolua. Tang Qingxi was not particularly adept at addressing Ning Fengji as a senior, yet he managed to do so. For the latter was indeed several generations his senior when their ages were combined. However, it seemed that these two individuals held a certain wariness towards him. Tang Qingxi could easily deduce the circumstances. Someone of Ning Fengji's caliber would certainly conduct inquiries before engaging in a long-term collaboration, if only out of sheer curiosity. While their understanding of her identity was limited to mere speculation, the formidable influence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would ensure that no significant clues eluded them. Please, take a seat, Ning Fengji beckoned, as attendants promptly brought forth tea and delicacies. Regardless of Tang Qingxi's status, the current transaction afforded her certain advantages. Ning Fengji had meticulously scrutinized the previous mind control techniques, confirming their flawless execution, thus permitting business discussions to proceed as intended. Ning Sect Master, you are too courteous, Tang Qingxi remarked as she settled into her seat. Might I inquire if you could present some exquisite ores for my perusal? I am particularly interested in those that even you may not recognize. Her request bore the semblance of a visit to the storeroom of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Though such an endeavor was patently implausible, among the continent's elite powers, a certain wariness prevailed, and it was commendable that Ning Fengji had not outright terminated the negotiations. Chapter 59. The abundant treasures of the Seven Treasures, I have already dispatched someone to retrieve them. It will only be a moment, Ning Fengji assured. Noting Tang Qingxi's apparent interest in the obscure ores, he was curious to discern whether she possessed knowledge of these minerals. If she did, it would indeed be remarkable. At such a young age, her insights surpassed those typically expected. Very well, Tang Qingxi replied, leisurely sipping her tea and savoring the pastries as she awaited the ores. May I pose a question that piques my curiosity? Ning Fengji inquired, striving to maintain a warm demeanor. Certainly, please proceed. Why did you choose to attend Shrek Academy? With your prowess and capabilities, Any institution would vie for your enrollment, even the Spirit Hall, he inquired, feigning a posture of innocent curiosity. Tang Qingxi gently swirled the teacup in her hand, remarking, I heard that Shrek exclusively admits monsters. So I decided to go there and team up with a few to compete in the Soul Master tournament. However, it turns out that Shrek Academy is not even qualified to participate in the tournament. Tang Qingxi smiled gently at the words, we can simply purchase a spot. Or when the time comes, we can directly seek out a prestigious academy with available slots. I am confident in the growth potential and strength of the selected members. No academy would reject a team poised to reach the finals. Initially, Tang Qingxi had intended to secure a quota, but her plans had since evolved. Flinder's lack of ambition was disheartening. Why should the prestigious title of Soul Master Tournament Champion be bestowed upon Shrek? Over the past 2 years, she had extended considerable support to Shrek, and it was Flinder who owed her, not the other way around. It remained to be seen which fortunate academy would seize this opportunity. With over 2 years remaining until the Soul Master Tournament, Tang Qingxi was not anxious about securing a spot. Indeed, we might consider the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy. I could facilitate an introduction for you, Ning Fengji suggested tentatively. The Tiando Royal Academy is certainly commendable, especially since they have slots for 2 teams. If Sec Master Ning is willing to assist, I express my gratitude in advance. I shall rely on your help when the time comes, Tang Qingxi replied readily. Tang Qingxi's prompt agreement and her apparent delight in her proposal brought her a sense of joy. Ning Fengji couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did this not strike a blow to the Spirit Hall? Was she truly a direct disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Had he misjudged her? Participating under the auspices of the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy was indeed a favorable opportunity for Tang Qingxi. It was akin to delivering resounding slaps to the face of the Spirit Hall. After all, Bibi Dong would hardly concern herself with such matters. Her aim was to confront Qian Dalu directly, stripping the Spirit Hall of its fade and making it clear that the era of the Qian family had long passed. Why couldn't they simply allow her to cultivate peacefully within the Spirit Hall? Instead, they compelled her to emerge and challenge its authority. Although this meant Tang Qingxi could not gather forces to undermine Qian Dalu within the Spirit Hall, her departure would facilitate her dealings and alliances with other factions. Observing Ning Fengji's evident confusion, Tang Qingxi merely smiled and chose not to elaborate further. Soon, samples of the ore were presented, and as she opened the boxes, her pupils momentarily widened. Quickly regaining her composure through her remarkable ability to manage her expressions, she casually examined the samples. Indeed, they were all premium ores. And she required superior materials for her upcoming experiments with more potent hidden weapons. As Tang Qingxi picked up a seemingly ordinary gray ore, she inquired, what type of ore is this? It appears rather unremarkable. Ning Fengji shook his head, replying, I do not recognize it, despite its ordinary appearance. My martial soul indicates that this ore holds immense value. However, it remains unidentified, and its extreme toughness seems to hinder its forging. Interesting, Tang Qingxi remarked casually. I'll take a couple of pieces back for further study. This ore is likely difficult to sell, given its anonymity and forging challenges. Perhaps we should price it more modestly. An ore that no one buys, no matter its intrinsic worth, is ultimately meaningless. If I can uncover something useful, it may help you, Sect Master Ning, to increase its value. How could she not recognize this ore? Yet, she could not allow Ning Fengji to know that she was aware of its significance. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect had indeed proven to be fortuitous. It possessed nearly all the premium ore she required. Particularly this piece in her hand, the core material for the Storm Pear Blossom Needle, the Silver Mother from the depths of the ocean. The only other piece she had previously obtained was a lucky find. This sect possessed only 2 pieces, both stored in their warehouse for over a century. Ning Fengji replied, hesitating for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, something that had remained unsold for a century, no matter how precious, was still a fact. Moreover, the wealth of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect was not dependent on the value of this singular treasure. Tang Qingxi selected several types of ore. After determining the desired quantity, Ning Fengji promptly dispatched someone to make arrangements. The overall weight was not substantial. Concealed weapons like the Storm Pear Blossom Needle could not be mass-produced, as crafting a single piece required considerable effort and focus. Thus, there was no need to purchase such exquisite ores in large quantities, especially since the reserves of deep-sea silver and the Silver Mother from the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile sect were also limited, with core materials being scarce. There was naturally no requirement to procure additional supplies. What is the approximate price? Tang Qingxi inquired. 1 million, Ning Fengji estimated and quoted. Tang Qingxi nodded readily, acknowledging the successful collaboration with the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile School, a substantial deal indeed, with a price tag of 1 million not posing any issue. In that case, let us forego the payment for the concealed weapons delivered today. Simply bring the ores directly to me. Very well. A delightful partnership, Master Ning. Tang Qingxi expressed with genuine satisfaction, recognizing that the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile School had not come in vain. As she spoke, once the ores arrived, Tang Qingxi promptly stored them within her bracelet and prepared to take her leave. Are you returning to Shrek? Allow me to arrange for someone to escort you back. Ning Fengji offered. Tang Qingxi smiled meaningfully and said, there's no need for that. I must return to the Spirit Hall. So I won't trouble Sect Master Ning with my departure. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback, even after holding a high position for many years. He could not conceal the astonishment on his face. He had cautiously and indirectly probed for quite a while without uncovering anything substantial. Yet, Tang Qingxi had directly revealed her intentions. What was the point of his earlier inquiries? Sect Master Ning must have been quite curious about my reasons for visiting Shrek Academy. The Spirit Hall is not a monolith. There is an ongoing power struggle between the Pope and the Grand Elder, Qian Daolu. Even as the Pope's direct disciple, I have faced numerous obstacles from the Grand Elder in my pursuit of becoming the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. However, if I can secure the championship of the Soul Master competition after distancing myself from the Spirit Hall, I will indeed claim the title of Saintess. Having said this, Tang Qingxi waved her hand and began to walk away. With someone like Ning Fengji, the more secrets there are, the more cautious he becomes. It is better to be forthright to prevent him from swaying Ning Rongrong to his side. As for the internal conflicts within the Spirit Hall, they will inevitably come to light, and Ning Fengji is a wise man who will keep what he hears to himself. Chapter 60. Returning to the Spirit Hall. Tang Qingxi departed, leaving Ning Fengji with an increasing sense of perplexity. Was there truly discord within the Spirit Hall? What was the significance of Tang Qingxi divulging this information to him? However, with a clearer understanding of Tang Qingxi's identity, Ning Fengji felt somewhat reassured. As the unknown often breeds greater unease, having located Chang Zong, who had completed the delivery, it became evident that the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile sect would not incur any expenses this time. Thus, Tang Qingxi set forth with the caravan, departing from the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile sect. Subsequently, Chang Zong and his entourage returned to Suodo City, while Tang Qingxi made his way towards Spirit City. The distance from Tiando to Spirit City was considerable. Even at full speed, it took Tang Qingxi 7 days to arrive. In comparison to the capital of Tiando, Spirit City was markedly smaller, even lacking 1/10 of its area. Yet, it stood as a place of immense aspiration for the majority of soul masters in the Dolua continent. Despite its modest size, the city walls of Spirit City were constructed to the specifications of the imperial capital, soaring to a height of 80 meters. With a thickness exceeding 30 meters, entirely fashioned from granite. This city had not existed prior, being wholly financed by the Spirit Hall. Remarkably, Spirit City was not shaped like an ordinary square city, but rather took the form of a hexagon, featuring 6 formidable walls. Each wall was patrolled by soul masters clad in the Spirit Hall's distinctive uniforms. Adorning these 6 walls were grand bas-reliefs, each symbolizing one of the 6 illustrious and powerful spirits known for their renown along the great roads. Within Spirit City, the atmosphere felt quite desolate. The streets were sparsely populated, and shops were few. The establishments primarily catered to the needs of soul masters, offering a range of items, including even spatial storage soul guide devices, albeit of modest quality and capacity. Tang Qingxi entered the Spirit Hall city and made his way towards the central hill around which the city was established. Atop this hill stood 2 remarkably prominent structures. The most magnificent one, located halfway up the slope, featured a column design and a dome, its surface adorned with a golden material that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. This was the Hall of the Pope. The Pope of the Spirit Hall resided there, and naturally, Tang Qingxi's abode was also within its confines. The other structure, situated at the summit of the hill and only about 1/3 the size of the Hall of the Pope, was a building that gleamed as white as jade. This was the highest sanctuary of the Spirit Hall, the Dolua Hall. To the outside world, it was a place reserved solely for the deceased titled Doyuos, often regarded as their final resting place. However, within its walls resided a living individual, a person long withdrawn from the world, known only to a select few high-ranking soul masters of advanced age, the former Pope of the Spirit Hall, the Grand Offering Qian Daolu. Gazing at the Dolua Hall, Tang Qingxi's expression momentarily turned cold. Qian Daolu possessed truly formidable cultivation and immense strength. Regrettably, his family upbringing was lacking, resulting in a son of questionable character. Retracting his gaze, Tang Qingxi proceeded directly towards the Hall of the Pope. At this moment, the atmosphere within the conference hall of the Hall of the Pope was solemn. Tang Qingxi approached the entrance of the conference hall and noticed several vigilant palace knights guarding the vicinity, indicating that a significant assembly was underway within. Lacking the inclination to intrude upon their deliberations, she chose to bypass the hall and proceed inward. Upon reaching the Pope's private chambers, she casually set her white cat upon the table and discarded her outer garments before collapsing onto the soft couch. After a grueling 7 days of travel, fatigue had taken its toll, and she sought solace in slumber. The white cat remained perched on the table for a while, observing as Tang Qingxi's breathing gradually steadied. After surveying the surroundings, it leaped onto the couch, curling up on the broad armrest and closing its eyes in repose. When Tang Qingxi finally awakened, the sky had surrendered to the darkness of night, and a soft, comfortable blanket had been draped over her. The chamber was enveloped in shadows, illuminated only by a lamp adorned with luminous gemstones, its light faintly veiled beneath a cover. Dressed in a delicate white gown, Bibi Dong, having shed the opulent regalia of the Pope, sat at the table with her long hair cascading around her, her countenance serene as she perused a book by the dim light. The white cat lay beside her, its head curiously peering at the text within the pages. Tang Qingxi turned over, stretched lazily, and remained reclined, saying, "Why remove the cover just to read? What can one see with so little light? Are you awake?" Bai Bai Dong, hearing the voice, turned her head and replied softly. As she spoke, she set aside the book in her hands and approached, sitting sideways beside the soft couch. She reached out to tuck the disheveled strands of hair from Tang Qingxi's face behind her ear. In response, Tang Qingxi promptly yawned, her body clearly indicating that she had not yet had enough rest. Bai Bai Dong couldn't help but chuckle, finding it rare to see Tang Qingxi so relaxed. However, Tang Qingxi did not allow herself to remain in this state for long. She soon sat up on the couch and inquired, "How is your internal cultivation progressing?" "I have already reached the 6th level of the Mingyu Divine Skill," Bai Bai Dong replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow and smiled. "No wonder they are so intent on controlling you. Your martial arts talent rivals my own from years past. Although you may still be a touch slower than I was. I had the foundation of the Tang sect to build upon, while you, as someone who has never been exposed to such training, have made truly remarkable progress." Bai Bai Dong let out a soft sigh and forced a smile, wishing that she could forego such giftedness. "I asked you to prepare earlier. Are you ready?" Tang Qingxi decisively shifted the topic. Bai Bai Dong nodded in response. "Is everything in order? Have you reached level 30? "Yes," Tang Qingxi affirmed with a nod. "You were just in the Slaughter City a few months ago, and now you are already at level 30? Bai Bai Dong chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Tang Qingxi's hair, quickly withdrawing her hand afterward. Although she understood Tang Qingxi's background and recognized that this individual had lived as many years as she had, the youthful visage of Tang Qingxi, coupled with an air of innocence during moments of quietude, made one feel an irresistible urge to reach out and touzle her hair. Tang Qingxi cast a fleeting glance at Bibi Dong and said, "You can take Aru with you." Aru nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Tang Qingxi placed the exquisite ore he had purchased from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School onto the table. "This is what I acquired from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School," he remarked, glancing at Bibi Dong. "I sold a batch of concealed weapons to them, which ought to enhance their self-defense capabilities. Additionally, I procured these materials. You can begin crafting the components for the Storm Pear Blossom Needle." "Understood," Bibi Dong replied. Gathering the ores. That son of Tang Hao is indeed intriguing. Leaning back against the soft couch, Tang Qingxi began to share his experiences from recent days. Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "What do you mean?" "He hails from the Tang sect," Tang Qingxi stated plainly. "He is an outer disciple with commendable talent, though he likely hasn't ventured far from the Tang sect and possesses a rather naive disposition. Nonetheless, he holds great respect for my identity and is quite obedient." Chapter 61. Using Tang San to command Tang Hao. "Is Tang San from your region? Did he once belong to your sect?" Bibi Dong exclaimed. Both she and Aru were aware of Tang Qingxi's past but had not anticipated the existence of another individual from a different realm in this world. "Indeed. This could work to our advantage," Tang Qingxi contemplated. "I have sensed Tang Hao's presence recently, yet he has refrained from making any moves against me. Perhaps it would be prudent to negotiate. We require greater strength. Moreover, the conflicts of the past are not pertinent to us. Our adversary is Qian Daolu, and his grievances lie with Qian Xuanji. We could enlist him in seeking vengeance against the Qian family. You may pursue this idea, but do exercise caution, regardless of circumstances. Tang Hao will likely harbor no fondness for the Spirit Hall," Bibi Dong cautioned, her concern for Tang Qingxi evident. Noticing her worry, Tang Qingxi offered a reassuring smile. "Do not fret. I shall remain vigilant. Besides, should negotiations falter, I possess means of self-protection." With that, Tang Qingxi began to stretch his body. "Well, I must prepare for my breakthrough. Are you not going to rest a bit longer?" Bibi Dong inquired. "Not at all." "Very well, I shall escort you." Bibi Dong led Tang Qingxi out of the dormitory into a specially constructed room nearby, erected over the past 2 years. The walls of this chamber were painted black, starkly contrasting with the architecture of the Papal Hall. The door was constructed from dark ore. Bibi Dong pressed a mechanism on the wall, and the stone door slowly creaked open. A chilling gust swept forth, instantly coating the floor at the entrance with a thin layer of ice. This room was specially designed. Its surface is crafted from exceptionally resilient and temperature-insulating minerals, with an additional layer of ore within. The materials were sourced from the most frigid regions, possessing extreme cold temperatures. At the center of the room lay a bed of cold jade, extracted from the depths of an iceberg. Tang Qingxi felt the frigid temperature and nodded with satisfaction. "I shall take my leave and enter seclusion to strive for an early breakthrough." With that, Tang Qingxi waved his hand and stepped inside, promptly closing the stone door behind him to prevent anyone passing by from suffering the cold. The temperature within was such that even Tang Qingxi, who had long cultivated on a cold jade bed and possessed formidable resistance to the chill, found it somewhat unbearable, let alone others. Tang Qingxi settled cross-legged upon the cold jade bed, commencing her cultivation of internal energy. The room was suffused with an intense chill, tendrils of frigid air swirling around her, gradually being drawn into her dantian. Surrounding her, a dense mist of cold began to envelop her form, thickening until she was entirely obscured, her figure rendered indistinct. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Tang San and his companions trained independently for several days under the vigilant supervision of Tang San and Zhu Shuqing, maintaining an unwavering intensity in their regimen, even after the passage of 3 months. They had learned to identify their own limits and strive to push beyond them through diligent practice. However, they were halted by Tang San and Zhu Shuqing, who had planned certain arrangements before their departure, albeit without explicitly stating them to avoid any premature relaxation. Following 3 months of rigorous physical training, it was now time for their cultivation training to commence in earnest. Tang San and Zhu Shuqing, in contrast, reduced the intensity of their training, omitting the morning running sessions and instead dedicating the morning to soul power meditation. The afternoon still involved aquatic training, yet the intensity was not as rigorous as before, allowing for a recovery period that did not leave them utterly drained of vitality. Instead, they engaged in soul power cultivation even in a state of extreme fatigue. In the evening, after completing his training, Tang San was ready to embark on his own meditation. After much inner turmoil, Oscar knocked on Tang San's door. "What is it?" Tang San inquired upon opening the door and seeing Oscar. Oscar rubbed his hands together and said, "Tang San. No, I mean Brother San. When Sister Shi returns, could you please ask her if I might join her training sessions?" Tang San was somewhat astonished. "Weren't you complaining about the exhaustion earlier? Why are you now considering joining us?" He knew that although the intensity of their training had diminished over the past 2 days, it was merely because Sister Shi had instructed them to focus on elevating their soul power levels. Once Sister Shi returned, the training would undoubtedly intensify further. Tang San was acutely aware of this. Sister Tang Qingxi had mentioned that future training would be more targeted and certainly not easy. Oscar's decision to join them was not solely based on the reduced training intensity. Having spent considerable time at this academy, he felt a deeper connection than Tang San and the others. He understood that Tang Qingxi might soon find herself at odds with the director, and he was conflicted about whether to approach her. The gradual change in Tang Qingxi's demeanor and her increasingly distant attitude towards them, coupled with her earlier brusque and even disdainful behavior towards Yu Xiaojiang, weighed heavily on his mind. He realized that remaining under Yu Xiaojiang's tutelage would likely exclude him from the Soul Master competition, an event he still held aspirations for. However, the authority to make decisions rested firmly in Tang Qingxi's hands. "No, third brother. I simply wish to train under Sister Shi. Regardless of how arduous or challenging the training may be, I am willing to endure it. Training under Yu Xiaojiang is not without its difficulties either. While the intensity may not match that of Tang Qingxi's, it is still far from easy, and the conditions do not compare favorably. Furthermore, their training methods differ. Yu Xiaojiang emphasizes combat experience and physical prowess, yet for Oscar, the overall enhancement he seeks is more comprehensive under Tang Qingxi's guidance. Tang Qingxi's training encompassed more than mere physical conditioning. Although he had not engaged in combat experience training, he had not acquired much combat knowledge either. Yu Xiaojiang took them to the Grand Soul Arena for training, but as Ma Hongjun reached level 30, the focus of combat experience training shifted primarily to him and Dai Mubai. Oscar had limited opportunities to participate and often found himself on the receiving end of blows. He could only engage in 2-on-2 matches, and following Dai Mubai was somewhat preferable, given his relatively stronger capabilities, allowing him to confront their opponents. However, when paired with Ma Hongjun, the latter struggled against their adversaries, making Oscar the primary target due to his role as a support-type Soul Master. Consequently, Ma Hongjun often found himself injured or knocked out early in the match. Hearing that Tang Qingxi would have targeted training in the future, Oscar felt a glimmer of hope. Tang San pondered for a moment and said, "I can inquire, but I cannot guarantee that Sister Shi will be willing to accept you." "All right, thank you," Oscar replied. He did not expect a certain outcome but felt it worthwhile to make an effort. "You continue your training. I won't disturb you." Oscar kept his intentions regarding Tang San discreet. He was quite astute and sensed that Tang Qingxi's attitude toward Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun was less than favorable. He held a flicker of hope, though the two were indeed challenging. Chapter 62, The Artisan Tower at the Spirit Hall. Tang Qingxi had already spent a full 10 days in the stone chamber. Bibi Dong, cradling a white cat, arrived at the entrance of the stone chamber. "It's been 10 days. I wonder how long it will take Qingxi to break through this time. It shouldn't take too long. She has been at level 30 for a while now. This step is merely the final hurdle in her breakthrough," she replied. The white cat, Aru, had been with Tang Qingxi throughout, possessing more precise knowledge of the situation, yet it was still uncertain how long it would take. "Let us just wait patiently," she added. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. She merely intended to take a glance. She had never harbored concerns regarding Tang Qingxi's abilities. This individual had accomplished far more than she ever dared to imagine. Just as Bibi Dong prepared to turn away, the stone door creaked open, and Tang Qingxi emerged, exuding a chilling aura and a sharp presence. She first closed the stone door behind her and, as she stepped forward, her aura gradually receded until it was entirely subdued, presenting a calm and serene demeanor before Bibi Dong. "Oh, did you know I would emerge today? You're waiting outside." Tang Qingxi expressed her surprise upon seeing Bibi Dong. "No, I just came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. And you successfully broke through?" Bibi Dong replied casually while stroking the white cat in her arms. Aru tilted her head in contemplation, enjoying the sensation of being petted but sensing that the intentions behind her current form were not entirely straightforward. Indeed, Tang Qingxi affirmed, this breakthrough went more smoothly than I anticipated. After all, it is merely a re-examination for me, having gone through it once before. It was naturally much easier than in my previous life. As she spoke, Tang Qingxi reached out to stroke the white cat as well. Aru, how is the progress on the concealed weapon components? Tang Qingxi inquired, playfully flicking Aru's ear before retracting her hand just before Aru could swipe at her. I have successfully crafted everything I was confident in. The remaining components have been entrusted to the artisan tower, which has completed their production. I will take you to see them, Bibi Dong replied, leading the way ahead. Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Have you invited Lu Gao over? Tang Qingxi had previously contemplated that relying solely on her own efforts to craft hidden weapons was exceedingly laborious, and her current abilities were insufficient to forge devices such as the rainy pear blossom needle, while Bibi Dong possessed the requisite strength. It would be impractical for her to dedicate excessive time to the study of hidden weapons. Her focus should be on enhancing her own power. These concealed armaments are not within the grasp of just anyone, and of the 3 Grand Master artisans on the continent, 2 bore a grudge against the Spirit Hall, leaving only Lu Gao as a potential collaborator. However, merely producing components for hidden weapons would not grant them access to the core of Tang Sect's techniques. Although an invitation had been extended to Lu Gao, it was met with refusal, as he held a negative perception of the Spirit Hall. Nevertheless, Tang Qingxi did not possess the leisure to persist in pursuing Lu Gao. His refusal was accepted without further issue, allowing Bibi Dong the opportunity to try again. I have shown him a portion of your blueprints for the hidden weapons, she remarked, and he expressed a keen interest, coming solely to undertake the manufacturing of these devices, explicitly stating that his aim was to explore the pinnacle of forging, rather than to pledge allegiance to the Spirit Hall. With that, Bibi Dong led Tang Qingxi to seek out Lu Gao. She entrusted the white cat to Tang Qingxi, and as she turned, her previously gentle demeanor transformed into one of authority and superiority. The workshop for forging concealed weapons was conveniently located adjacent to Tang Qingxi's residence within the Spirit Hall. However, she harbored a dislike for living there and often sought refuge at Bibi Dong's quarters for the comfort of her soft couch. Upon entering the forging room, a wave of heat enveloped her, yet the atmosphere was notably tranquil. At the sound of the door opening, a short and stout elder, who had been engrossed in some research at the table, turned around with an impatient expression. Didn't I mention not to disturb me lightly? The elder, appearing to stand at around 1.60 meters, was considerably shorter than Tang Qingxi, with unkempt hair that seemed to have gone unwashed for quite some time. He wore a loose-fitting robe, and his face was speckled with metallic dust. Tang Qingxi caught a glimpse of the crafted weapon components on the table. Ignoring the height of the building, she placed the white cat upon her shoulder and approached the table to begin her inspection. Truly, the work of a master craftsman. It was commendable. She had been invited to forge these components, yet the Pope, who stood nearby, remained silent as she examined the pieces. Lu Gao regarded Tang Qingxi with suspicion, inquiring, "Who are you?" "She is my disciple, the very one I mentioned to you, the one who illustrated the blueprints." Bibi Dong interjected on Tang Qingxi's behalf. 3 years ago, I sent someone to summon you. You were supposed to bring the schematics for the hidden weapons. Tang Qingxi casually remarked. Finding no faults or missing parts, she retrieved a box, entirely black, yet subtly reflecting a golden hue under the light, and began to carefully place the components inside. "From whence does your method of weapon fabrication originate?" Lu Gao questioned, unable to believe that Tang Qingxi possessed the capability to create such armaments. Tang Qingxi smiled upon hearing this. "Is it possible for you to tell me?" Lu Gao fell silent for a moment, then ceased to dwell on the matter. "I have examined the finished product of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and attempted to assemble these components, yet I find myself unable to succeed. May I disassemble that Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle to examine it?" Lu Gao harbored immense curiosity regarding this concealed weapon, eager to uncover all its mysteries. Tang Qingxi nearly rolled her eyes at him. "It's impossible. If you dismantle the Storm Pear Blossom Needle, it cannot be restored. Do you wish to take it apart? Provide me with double the materials required to create this concealed weapon, and I shall allow you to proceed. Alternatively, if you guarantee it cannot be restored, you must compensate me with double the materials. If you can restore it, I will acknowledge your skill. Otherwise, you may attempt whatever you desire." Lu Gao fell silent. The rarity of the minerals required for such a weapon astonished him. Given his status, he could not easily procure double the materials. Nor was he confident in his ability to restore it. "Are you capable of assembling these? Do you possess the assembly instructions? May I see them?" "That is not possible. If I didn't believe you had the component diagrams, I wouldn't even let you access them. You must understand the significance of such a weapon without loyalty. How could one be granted access to its core?" In truth, most individuals would struggle to replicate her assembly techniques. Yet Tang Qingxi felt compelled to respect Lu Gao's expertise, as he was reputed to be a master craftsman. The precision of the components he created was remarkable and should not be underestimated. "It matters not whether you pledge allegiance to the Spirit Hall, simply be loyal to me. If you are willing, I shall teach you everything." Lu Gao had already demonstrated his tangible value with the crafted components. Tang Qingxi believed that such talent deserved to be cultivated, regardless of past refusals. Only loyal to you? Lu Gao glanced at Bibi Dong, whose expression remained impassive. Can such words be spoken in the presence of the Pope? Are you suggesting to abandon the Spirit Hall? Indeed, you need not remain in the Spirit Hall. I have another place where you may explore and study various types of concealed weapons. You are free to dismantle them at your leisure. Tang Qingxi had already secured the components and closed the box. Chapter 63. A fate worse than death, I will consider it. Lu Gao hesitated momentarily, opting to explore other inquiries. What purpose does that box serve? He was quite intrigued by the black box in Tang Qingxi's hands. It contained a type of mineral that was not easily forged, and he noted a distinct metallic scent emanating from it when opened. Can you guess? Since you were contemplating. Why should I divulge anything to you? Then what of the blade core said to have been refined over several years beneath the furnace? How many lives have you sacrificed for that blade? It exudes a sinister aura. Why do you create such wicked weapons? Lu Gao inquired. I have not sacrificed anyone. It has merely been nourished with blood. As for the reason behind its creation, would you believe me if I said it was for slaying deities? Tang Qingxi smiled as she looked up at Lu Gao. Merely nourishing it with blood cannot account for such malevolence, Lu Gao stated, unable to accept her words. And what of this talk of slaying gods? Are you jesting? Very well, if you refuse to answer, I shall refrain from questioning further. That depends on whose blood is used and the strength of that individual. However, it is inevitable that 2 living sacrifices will be required. And they must be of tidal Dolua caliber. Upon finishing her statement, Tang Qingxi smiled meaningfully and turned to leave. I shall proceed with the assembly. Ensure the fire in the furnace is maintained. Continue forging the remaining components. In such a brief span, it would be impossible to forge a complete storm pear blossom needle. Yet thanks to the previously crafted components, she could gather all the necessary parts. Bibi Dong followed closely behind Tang Qingxi as they exited. Arriving at Tang Qingxi's own residence next door, Tang Qingxi sat at the table and began assembling the components from the box with remarkable speed, her hands moving so swiftly that they seemed to leave behind afterimages. Bibi Dong sat nearby, and the white cat that had jumped onto the table after Tang Qingxi took her seat gazed intently, both of them captivated by her dexterous movements. Tang Qingxi gradually assembled the components in her hands, and the concealed weapon began to take shape, meticulously completed piece by piece. After a considerable period, a fully formed rainstorm pear blossom needle emerged in Tang Qingxi's grasp, radiating sharpness and danger. The white cat, Aro, gazed blankly at Bai Bai Dong, asking, Can you understand it? Bai Bai Dong nodded in response. However, mastering it entirely will require time. Aro slumped onto the table, feebly stating, I truly lack this talent. It leaves me feeling dizzy. Each possesses their own strengths, and there is no need to force understanding. Ning Fengqian's talent is indeed rare. Tang Qingxi examined the rainstorm pear blossom needle in her hand, confirming its integrity before returning it to its box. Bai Bai Dong remained silent, reflecting on how such talent had transformed her from Ning Fengqian into Bai Bai Dong, trapped within the confines of the Spirit Hall. All right, I shall go draw blood, Tang Qingxi announced as she stood. Upon hearing this, Bai Bai Dong's expression darkened, followed by a cold chuckle. Go ahead. Tang Qingxi extracted a short dagger, weighing it thoughtfully in her hand before proceeding towards the wall with a box in tow. Why does she consistently eschew her own dwelling? It is precisely because within that abode resides an entity that she finds insufferable. Yet, there exists no alternative, for the sake of security and to avoid detection. Her options are limited to her own residence or that of Bibi Dong. The notion of residing with Bibi Dong is utterly distasteful to her. Thus, she has opted to remain in Tang Qingxi's quarters instead. Tang Qingxi stepped rhythmically on the tiles beneath her feet, meticulously manipulating the intricate mechanisms on a nearby cabinet before finally unlocking the convoluted contraption. The entire wall ascended by half a meter, revealing another barrier behind it. Pushing open the stone door embedded in the wall, she entered the dimly lit secret chamber. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a faintly glowing, everlasting soul-guiding lamp affixed to the wall, which emitted a repugnant, decayed odor. The chamber's walls were enshrouded in a layer of specialized material designed to thwart any probing scrutiny. The interior was sparsely furnished, featuring merely a jade stone bed upon which lay a tattered figure. Chains forged from the same peculiar material coiled around the individual's neck and limbs, while their shoulder blades, wrists, and ankles were impaled by nails thicker than fingers, each extending over half a meter in length. These cruel spikes pierced through flesh and were driven deep into the stone bed, stained with nearly inky clots of blood. Tang Qingxi approached the stone bed, her gaze cold and indifferent as she regarded the lifeless figure sprawled upon it. It's been a long time since we last met. I have returned, she remarked, brandishing the short knife in her hand. Care to venture a guess as to where this blade might find its mark today? At this moment, the person on the bed finally exhibited a flicker of response, revealing an intricate tapestry of emotions, regret mingled with resentment, ultimately giving way to a profound sense of dread. Tang Qingxi placed the box on the ground and swiftly cut open the man's wrist. Blood immediately poured forth, cascading into a small depression beneath his wrist, then flowing along a channel to the edge of the bed, ultimately dripping into the black box on the floor. It was indeed an exceedingly astute decision made by Feng Qin not to allow you to perish easily. The blood of a titled Dolua is far too valuable. In the past, crafting the Storm Pear Blossom Needle required the sacrifice of a life, yet with your blood, a mere box suffices, and it can be reused. Tang Qingxi's merciless blows struck deep at this individual. However, as he felt the life force ebbing from his body, the man upon the stone bed gradually succumbed to despair. His gaze fixed upon the dimly lit ceiling, rendered speechless. He found himself almost incapable of utterance, having spent countless years in an unrelenting darkness, devoid of the opportunity for human interaction. Even when someone occasionally entered to provide nourishment or clean, they would first render him unconscious. These visitors appeared like phantoms, and he had never even glimpsed their faces. He recognized their identity. They were once his subordinates. Yet, he never anticipated that the titled Dolua he had dispatched to Bei Bei Dong's side would ultimately become her most devoted supporter. Indifferent even to the sight of him imprisoned in this wretched state, he could scarcely fathom how he had fallen to such depths. Tang Qingxi patiently awaited, occasionally inflicting another incision upon her wrist. Once the blood within the box overflowed, enveloping the Storm Pear Blossom Needle, filling the container to its brim, she extracted a vial of powder and sprinkled it over the sanguine pool. This powder possessed remarkable hemostatic properties, effective even against the titled Dolua, though it caused a modicum of pain. The individual on the stone bed convulsed in agony. Yet, this was not the end. Tang Qingxi subsequently severed a piece of flesh from his abdomen, deftly inserting it into the black box with a short blade, making minimal contact with the man. After scattering a bit more of the powder, she turned and departed. There was no further treatment for his wounds. A titled Dolua of level 95 possessed sufficient regenerative capabilities, rendering additional care unnecessary, if not unworthy. Upon exiting the secret chamber, she observed the door close behind her, and Qian Xuanji's gaze returned to a state of chilling silence. This character has been forcibly animated by my will. I cannot resign myself to allow him to perish merely as a backdrop in the narrative, though it defies logic. Readers who encounter this should refrain from dissecting the rationale or plausibility of my personal intentions. Chapter 64, titled Dolua. Blood Sacrifice and Hidden Weapons. As Tang Qingxi emerged from the secret chamber, the mechanisms of the door gradually reverted to their original state, and she took care to erase all traces of her presence. Bibi Dong rose from the table and followed Tang Qingxi back to the forge. At this moment, Lu Gao was not engaged in crafting components. Instead, he was studying the blade blanks obscured by the flickering flames beneath the furnace, their forms barely discernible. While referred to as blade blanks, they were, in truth, shapeless masses of ore, continually refined by Tang Qingxi at the furnace's base. This was a mineral more challenging to process than the deep-sea silver mother, requiring prolonged calcination. Furthermore, this furnace was also utilized for the smelting of other materials intended for hidden weapons, with fragments of various exceptional ores being amalgamated into the mix. Tang Qingxi allowed him to conduct his research, as long as he refrained from tampering with the knife mold. Otherwise, dire consequences would ensue. After stating this, Tang Qingxi cast the black box into the furnace and poured an entire vial of blood into the flames. This was the blood of a millennia-old fire attribute soul beast, capable of amplifying the temperature of the fire. By this time tomorrow, the box would be retrieved, and the Stormy Pear Blossom Needle would be fully forged. With a final reminder, Tang Qingxi departed from the forge, while Bibi Dong attended to matters concerning the Spirit Hall. Tang Qingxi went to the storage room to gather some items. As she awaited the completion of the Stormy Pear Blossom Needle, she wandered through the Spirit Hall with Aro, seeking a diversion. Just as she was meandering, a voice called out to her from behind. Tang Qingxi turned around and saw a figure approaching, her gaze calm. Is there something you need? The newcomer was clad in the standard attire of the Spirit Hall disciples, with long hair neatly arranged behind. Those enchanting and alluring eyes quietly regarded Tang Qingxi, and then, with a slight smile, the person spoke. It has been a long time. Qingxi, you have finally returned. Do not let any discord with the elders trouble you. With your return to the Spirit Hall, our golden generation shall grow even stronger. No team in the Soul Master competition will be able to rival us. Tang Qingxi fell silent for a few seconds. Hulaina, you are overthinking. The wager that has been established cannot be altered. It not only reflects my credibility as a disciple of the Pope, but also that of the esteemed elders of the Elder Hall. I have returned merely for a brief matter and shall depart shortly. Furthermore, I have already prepared a team to participate in the Soul Master competition. You, along with Xiaoyu and the others, should strive even harder. Hulaina was taken aback. So, it is just a temporary return? Can nothing be reconciled? We are both from the Spirit Hall, and I do not wish to face you in the Soul Master competition. Moreover, you are a few years my junior, having stagnated at level 10 for nearly 6 years. If you are to participate in the Soul Master competition, it should be in the following session, not this one. Your achievements surpass those of any Soul Master in history, and your talent is indisputable. The elders may simply have had reservations about your initial refusal to absorb spirit rings. But once your soul power advances, I believe they will reconsider. Hulaina spoke with sincere conviction. Tang Qingxi smiled slightly and waved her hand, saying, You will never comprehend the true reasons behind this. Rather than getting entangled in such matters, it would be wiser to devote yourself to diligent cultivation. The elders have coerced me into forming a team to confront the Spirit Hall, and whether we can preserve its dignity now rests upon your shoulders. Although we are only a few years apart, do not let that lull you into complacency and grant me the opportunity to surpass you. Despite being rivals, Tang Xingxi did not hesitate to offer words of encouragement. Hulaina was merely thrust into opposition by the elders. She was not inherently aligned with them. At least not in the past. Her talent was commendable, leaving room for potential acquisition. As for whether she could overcome Hulaina, Tang Xingxi held absolute confidence. She possessed the ability to engage in battles beyond her level and, as one of the most formidable forces in the martial world, she would not be inferior in this realm. Moreover, Hulaina was inherently restrained by her. With a control-type Sky Fox martial soul, her primary ability was enchantment, which was ineffective against Tang Xingxi. Just the ZG Demon Eye from the Tang sect could partially resist her allure. And with the soul transfer technique from the 9 manual, she could directly counter it, effectively neutralizing Hulaina's advantages. Sighing, Hulaina could only respond with a sense of resignation. Tang Xingxi waved her hand and returned to Bibidong's residence. Casually, she took out the cold jade base and placed it on the ground, then sat cross-legged upon it, consolidating her newly attained internal power. As dusk approached, Bibidong returned and found Tang Xingxi just emerging from her meditative state. She could not help but exclaim, "You truly do not allow yourself a moment of respite." "No. I even took a brief stroll around the Spirit Hall," Tang Xingxi replied, although her excursion lasted only about 10 minutes. "By the way, how has the attitude of the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall, led by Evil Moon Huliana, been lately? Are they leaning towards Qiandalu?" "Not at all." Bibidong shook her head. "I have been quite attentive to them. Qiandaoliu's subordinates seem to be too proud to take any action. Be sure to observe them closely." After all, Tang Xingxi spends most of her time away from the Spirit Hall, and it remains uncertain how much influence she can wield over them. Careful observation is essential. After arranging the soft couch, Tang Xingxi decided to relax for a while and retire early, lying down directly. "Why don't you come to bed? I see you can't stretch out properly on that couch. I should have given you a larger one," Bibidong remarked, noticing Tang Xingxi lying there with her legs slightly curled. "No need." Tang Xingxi shook her head in refusal. "I need to get up in the middle of the night." As for the white cat, Aru, it had already jumped onto the bed and was dozing off with its paws tucked under its chin. The next day, Tang Xingxi checked the time, retrieved the black box from the furnace, and took out the Storm Pear Blossom needle. After tempering it, the needle was finally completed. Examining the Storm Pear Blossom needle in her hand, Tang Xingxi nodded in satisfaction. She then looked towards the building and said, "Consider it well. Those willing to pledge allegiance to me should come find me in Suatua City." With that, she left the forge. Having successfully made a breakthrough and crafted an additional Storm Pear Blossom needle, with everything she needed in hand, it was time to return to Shrek. "Are you leaving already?" she thought to herself. Naturally, she had to bid farewell to Bibidong before departing. "Be careful in the Spirit Hall. Do not expose yourself under Qiandalu's watchful eye," Tang Xingxi cautioned with concern. "Rest assured, I will be careful. You too. Take care and avoid any mishaps." "I will await your return," Bibidong replied. Equally worried for Tang Xingxi, especially since she was under Tang Hao's scrutiny, Tang Xingxi smiled gently, assuring, "There is no need to worry about me. After all, I possess the life-saving means you provided. However, that could only be utilized once." Bibidong assisted Tang Xingxi in adjusting her collar, visibly reluctant. Chapter 65. The despondent Tang Hao. After a heartfelt farewell, Tang Xingxi took her white cat, Aru, and stepped out of the Spirit Hall. On her journey back to Shrek, she did not rush, taking nearly 10 days to reach the vicinity of Soto City. Regrettably, it seemed that she would not be able to enter Soto City anytime soon. Tang Xingxi took a shortcut, avoiding the official road, and found himself amidst a dense grove of trees. Before him stood a tall figure, blocking his path. Clad in a simple black robe, his disheveled black hair fell loosely over his shoulders. His face bore the marks of time, etched with the trials of life. And his murky eyes seemed to reflect the twilight of existence, despite his outward appearance suggesting he was merely in his 50s or 60s. Tang Xingxi gazed at the person blocking his path, his emotions swirling within him. Is this truly the once mighty Hao Doluo, reduced to such a state? Was it not you who severely injured Qian Xuanji and caused one of the 2 titled Doluos from the Spirit Hall to be killed and the other gravely wounded? How is it that you now appear as though you have been utterly vanquished by Qian Xuanji? Tang Xingxi suddenly found herself devoid of any expectations for Tang Hao, questioning how he had become such a disheveled figure. Previously, upon discovering Tang Hao's whereabouts, she learned that he was working as a blacksmith in a small village, which she had initially assumed was a guise to conceal his identity. However, she never anticipated that he would present himself in such a sorry state. Tang Hao paid no heed to Tang Xingxi's words and solemnly inquired, "Are you affiliated with the Spirit Hall?" "Indeed, and what of it?" Tang Xingxi responded without hesitation. Fully aware that Tang Hao had followed her to the Spirit City, and her identity was unmistakably clear, Tang Hao did not immediately resort to violence against Tang Xingxi, nor did he take any rash actions. Although he had not ventured into the Star Do Great Forest upon his return to Tang San, he naturally became aware that Tang Xingxi had bestowed an external spirit bone upon him. This revelation only deepened his desire to unravel Tang Qingshi's intentions rather than acting impulsively, as the significance of the external spirit bone was undeniably profound. Knowing what transpired in the past, are you not afraid that I might strike you down here and now? Tang Hao inquired coldly. In this world, who does not possess a few trump cards? You may attempt to act if you wish. Tang Qingshi replied with an air of invulnerability. What exactly are your intentions? Tang Hao demanded, brandishing the Haotian hammer. Tang Qingshi curled her lips, candidly admitting that her initial intentions were somewhat ulterior, wishing to discuss a collaboration with him. You harbor a grudge against the surname Qian, and I too have my own grievances with him. However, I have abandoned such aspirations. I refuse to ally myself with those who willingly wallow in degradation. Nonetheless, Tang San possesses considerable talent and wields dual martial spirits. Our lineages share a certain connection, and prior to the Soul Master competition, I will certainly take the time to nurture his abilities. Who do you deem a waste? Tang Qingshi's words provoked Tang Hao, whose expression darkened, and an imposing aura began to emanate from him. There is no need for you to flaunt your presence before me. You are well aware of my domain of the God of Slaughter. At your age, what do you possess to challenge me? Tang Qingshi was unreserved in her rebuttal, showing no concern for Tang Hao's prowess. I find it perplexing that Tang San, being your son, is so utterly ignorant, easily swayed by Yu Xiaojiang. Is he truly your son, or did you merely pick him up on the road? From what I've heard of Tang San's upbringing, is it so wrong for him to label you a waste? If you can't even safeguard your own wife, let alone raise your son correctly, what purpose do you serve? The fact that Tang San has not become a failure under your care speaks volumes about his resilience. What business do you have in that? Tang Qingshi felt an urge to scold him. Were it not for Tang San's origins from another world, possessing memories and self-sufficiency, and his diligent efforts, he might have easily been rendered a failure, or worse, lost entirely under Tang Hao's neglect. Tang Hao's Haotian hammer suddenly expanded, revealing 9 spirit rings. With the dazzling blood-red 100,000-year spirit ring gleaming at the top, Tang Qingshi waved his hand, and a resplendent 9-colored brilliance erupted, revealing a delicate pagoda in his palm. A similarly crimson soul ring encircled the pagoda, exuding an equally formidable aura, rivaling that of Tang Hao. Have you been angered by shame? Did I speak falsely? In Tang San's childhood, did you truly treat him kindly? Tang Hao widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, 100,000-year spirit ring. How could you possibly endure it? He paused momentarily, realization dawning upon him. Have you undergone the sacrifice of a 100,000-year spirit beast? Otherwise, with Tang Qingshi's level of spirit power, it would be impossible for her to withstand a 100,000-year spirit ring. At a glance, Tang Qingshi noticed the white cat perched on her shoulder, exuding an aura and speaking in human language. She is merely unique, and through my soul bone, she can harness my soul ring abilities. Aru, tilting her head to scrutinize Tang Hao, acknowledged the man's union with a 100,000-year soul beast and their offspring, feeling a twinge of admiration. Yet, upon learning more about Tang San's circumstances, skepticism crept in. Do you truly love that soul beast, the Blue Silver Emperor? Is your affection genuine? Or merely a ruse to deceive her for her soul ring and bone? Otherwise, why treat your son in such a manner? I genuinely love Ayin. Tang Hao's expression darkened with indignation and surprise. You are a 100,000-year soul beast? This is clearly a mere 10,000-year soul beast. And her soul ring and bone have been absorbed. You should have perished long ago. Qingshi and the resurrected Bibi Dong. Has the Blue Silver Emperor truly perished? The Emperor was renowned for her tenacity, with few capable of ending her existence, save for a deity. I was not sacrificed but killed. Back then, Feng Qin was powerless. Her body obliterated, and her soul took refuge with another soul beast upon resurrection. Given the Blue Silver Emperor's vitality, her condition should be even more favorable. Perhaps she has retained her original form? You profess to love her, yet have not considered rescuing her, allowing her to languish in a forsaken village? Aru, with unparalleled insight into soul beasts, understood the depth of the situation. Although the notion of saving a deceased 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a soul ring and bone might baffle the denizens of this continent, with Tang Qingshi's innovative mindset, there was nothing too audacious to attempt. Moreover, with Tang Qingshi present, Aru found herself increasingly disdainful of Tang Hao. Without comparison, there is no pain. Both Feng Qin and Tang Qingshi faced arduous circumstances while striving to reclaim their souls. So how could Tang Hao remain so inactive, especially while professing love, yet neglecting their child? Such contradictions were impossible to overlook. Tang Hao's expression was momentarily intricate, yet the aura surrounding him had undeniably diminished, lacking the apparent hostility that was previously evident. After much internal struggle, he finally inquired, how is it possible? What enables you to possess consciousness to act and to engage in conversation with others? In response, Aru remained silent, merely directing her gaze towards Tang Qingshi. Tang Qingshi smiled sarcastically. You wish to resurrect the Blue Silver Emperor? Come back when you possess some semblance of a person, and only then will you be deemed worthy and willing to collaborate with me. Until then, I shall consider it, for I am under no obligation to assist you. As demeanor left feeling apprehensive about their collaboration, it was difficult to ascertain his true capabilities. She certainly had no obligation to assist him, as the bore no connection to her. Chapter 66. The expansion of Shrek. What is the nature of your martial soul? Previously, had been astonished by his 100,000-year soul ring, and had become engrossed in a debate regarding the paying little heed to the martial soul she had just revealed. The concept of a soul ring skill was also somewhat perplexing to him. Now, as he reflected calmly, he wondered if had just displayed the 7-treasure glazed tile. It bore a striking resemblance, yet he sensed something was amiss. However, had already retracted her martial soul, leaving unable to discern any further. Are you from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect? Yes, retorted, knowing full well she could not divulge such information. Clarifying the existence of this martial soul would entail significant implications, and she could not allow to be privy to such knowledge. Moreover, if even a whisper of her possession of this martial soul were to escape, would be left to face the dire consequences. Tang San's presence here is indeed quite significant. Without him, Tang Hao might have directly struck after realizing his identity. The audacity to use Tang San as a means of intimidation only chilled Tang Hao's gaze. Yet, he pondered about Ayin. Whom are you intending to confront? Hasn't Qian Xuanji already met his demise at my hands? And he has a father, the esteemed Qian Daolu, the high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall. However, given your current state, how much of a tidal Dolua's prowess can you truly manifest? Tang Qingxi scrutinized Tang Hao once more. Unable to bear the sight of him, it is indeed remarkable that a tidal Dolua could be reduced to such a pitiful state. Can you truly revive Ayin? Tang Hao inquired again. I cannot assure you of her resurrection, as I am currently unaware of her condition. However, I have successfully revived a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years, albeit not entirely. It can at least walk, jump, and speak. Nevertheless, this is not the time for such discussions. As it stands, you do not possess sufficient value to warrant my efforts. I had not expected much from our collaboration in the first place. With that, Tang Qingxi brushed past Tang Hao and departed. Tang Hao did not intervene. He merely stood in place, lost in contemplation. Tang Qingxi did not immediately return to Shrek Academy. Instead, he first visited the blacksmith shop within the city before departing once more. He journeyed to the depths of the mountains beyond the city, traversing a cave concealed amidst the thickets and vines. Before him lay a profound mountain path, where torches flickered intermittently, illuminating the trail and revealing numerous cavities embedded within the rocky walls. Tang Qingxi strolled leisurely with her hands clasped behind her back. Although Changzong typically spent most of his time within the city, he seldom ventured here, requiring a heightened sense of caution with each step. After all, a single misstep could prove fatal. Upon reaching the end of the mountain path, a vast expanse unfolded before her eyes, accompanied by the incessant clang of iron being forged echoing through the air. In the grand dome-shaped cavern, a group of individuals, ranging from their teenage years to their 20s, engaged in practice on the open ground. Flanking the area were several hollowed-out caves, from which the sounds of blacksmithing emanated. This must be the final batch of concealed weapons, she mused. Considering the time elapsed since her last visit, including her recent breakthrough, over a month had slipped by. Indeed, she nodded in affirmation. Tang Qingxi cast a glance at the individuals engaged in their practice. Upon noticing her presence, they promptly ceased their activities and knelt on one knee, greeting her. We have the honor of meeting the young lady. Please take a moment to rest. I shall soon conduct your assessment, she instructed, gesturing for them to relax. Turning to Changzong, she added, kindly compile the current spirit power levels of each individual. Understood, young lady. Subsequently, Tang Qingxi proceeded to the forging department. She examined the quality of the concealed weapon components, which, for the most part, met her standards. However, the current batch of artisans could only produce relatively rudimentary armaments. She yearned for Lu Gao to oversee the forging process, for his skill would yield a far greater variety of weapons. Her expectations for her subordinates were not limited to mere replicas akin to those of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. She demanded something more formidable. Yet, the creation of such advanced weaponry posed significant challenges, with some requiring her personal assembly, which was rather cumbersome. Lu Gao's involvement at the Spirit Hall was equally troublesome. Once the components for the Storm Pear Blossom needles were completed, she would need to find time to return for assembly or arrange for the parts to be delivered, both of which were inconvenient. After swiftly assembling a couple of Zhuge crossbows, Tang Qingxi stepped back outside. Approximately half an hour later, she instructed Changzong to summon everyone. The group was not large. She had always prioritized quality over quantity, resulting in the elimination of many over the years. Now, only 18 remained. Those over the age of 23, please step forward and line up. This portion of individuals would exceed the age limit by the time the Spirit Master Tournament commenced. Thus they were naturally excluded from consideration. When Tang Qingxi initially selected her candidates, there was a notable age disparity, and subsequently, she supplemented her team with a batch of individuals who were considerably older. Otherwise, nurturing them from a young age would have proven to be a slow endeavor. As a result, nearly half of the participants stepped aside, and she intended to retain a portion of them. Those who had studied the Xiantian Baolu were instructed to step forward and form a line on the side. This segment of individuals would not accompany Tang Qingxi, as they had already mastered the assembly of concealed weapons, making their expertise essential here. The blacksmiths, responsible primarily for crafting components, would rely on additional personnel for the assembly process. A few more individuals exited, leaving only 7 remaining. Holding the soul power level statistics sheet passed to her by Chang Zong, Tang Xingxi began to call names and arrange matchups for sparring. Some engaged in more than one bout, prompting Tang Xingxi to contemplate the optimal pairing for her current team. As the sparring sessions drew to a close, she found herself deep in thought. The 7 individuals gazed at Tang Xingxi with palpable tension, for she had bestowed upon them immense growth, allowing them to experience a newfound strength. Among them were those previously deemed talentless or without prospects, some even classified as possessing a wasted martial soul. Tang Xingxi had truly granted them a second chance at life. What Tang Xingxi desires is primarily a strong offensive capability. With Tang San's control, Zhu Zhuqing's agility, and the support from Xiao Wu, the absence of a dedicated support type in her roster is notable. In terms of ranged capabilities, she herself is proficient in both ranged and melee combat. Gu Xiong, step forward. Tang Xingxi directed her fingertip towards the name of a soul master possessing a rolling pin martial soul on the list. This martial soul could be deemed rather inadequate, having awakened without any soul power. However, this individual is particularly suited for the cultivation of internal skills. The internal energy developed through this practice is equivalent to soul power in this realm, and at the age of 16, their soul power level stands at 32. Compared to Dai Mubai and Tang San, this is relatively insignificant. Yet, this individual was not brought in for training immediately after awakening. Rather, they were introduced at the age of 9, requiring adaptation to the entirely different system of internal martial arts, starting from a point of having no soul power. When considered, their progress has been quite rapid. Although their rolling pin martial soul is not impressive, it has undergone some transformation following the enhancement from the first soul ring, resulting in an increase in length. The second soul ring augmented its hardness, and the third soul ring increased its weight, allowing it to be utilized as a blunt short staff. Chapter 67, The Innately Soul Powerless Young Soul Master. Though Tang Xingxi acquired the Nine Manual through the prestigious Huashan sword competition, her journey to mastering its secrets was far from smooth. Instead, it unleashed a tempest of turmoil and bloodshed across the martial world, as news of its existence leaked, attracting countless covetous eyes eager to possess the Nine Manual. Tang Xingxi could not recall the exact number of lives she had taken, yet amidst the chaos, she had acquired quite a few things. The internal skills of the Yihua Palace and the Nine Manual were passed down with utmost caution. Now, only Ning Fengqin, also known as Bibi Dong, had cultivated the Mingyu divine skill of the Yihua Palace. Even the Xiantian treasure record of the Tang sect was not easily transmitted, as it was only shared when a group of skilled artisans for crafting hidden weapons was needed. However, during the initial turmoil, Tang Xingxi had also obtained a portion of internal martial arts from other sects, which she disseminated without hesitation. For they bore no personal significance to her. If they could be of use, so be it. Fortunately, her memory was remarkably sharp. Having initially sought to broaden her understanding by studying various schools of thought, she retained a considerable amount of knowledge. Gu Xiong's training involved the dog-beating stick technique acquired from the Beggar's Sect, combined with the remnants of a manual from an unknown lineage, the sunsetting skill. She had also imparted additional staff techniques for him to refine and enhance his abilities. Observing Gu Xiong practice, he displayed a vigorous yet agile combat style, fitting for a powerful offensive role. Next, Li Wenrui stepped forward. This young woman was not a waste of a martial soul but rather a prodigy, possessing an ice sword martial soul and innate full soul power, excelling in the study of internal martial arts. Tang Xingxi had recruited her to explore breakthroughs without relying on soul rings. However, she had not allowed Li Wenrui to genuinely attempt such a breakthrough, as Tang Xingxi had discerned that perhaps only she had the potential to achieve it, thanks to her 2 superior internal skills. Now, at 15 years of age, Li Wenrui stood at the 35th level of soul power, demonstrating formidable strength, suitable for a primary attacker. You 2 will suffice. Pack your belongings and join me shortly. 7 individuals will be adequate, and I do not require substitutes. I prefer to keep my personnel discreet, Tang Xingxi commanded. Understood. Gu Xiong and Li Wenrui bowed in acknowledgement, while the other 5 displayed expressions of disappointment. Continue to strive. Your time will come, and do not let me down. Tang Xingxi encouraged before selecting a few from the crowd of individuals aged 23 and above to serve as temporary sparring partners and departed with her chosen ones. She assigned an additional task to these few and led Gu Xiong and Li Wenrui back to Shrek Academy. By this time, dusk was approaching, and Tang San and his companions were concluding their training for the day, returning to Shrek as well. Sister Shi is back. Zhu Zhiqin was the first to spot Tang Xingxi, though her emotions were typically reserved, soon followed by Ning Rongrong, who called out excitedly. Tang San and Xiao Wu followed Ning Rongrong's gaze and swiftly approached Tang Xingxi. They soon noticed a young man and woman behind Tang Xingxi. These 2 are your future companions, Tang Xingxi introduced. Gu Xiong, with the Wuhuan of a rolling pin, possesses innate 0 soul power and is a 16-year-old with a soul power level of 32. Li Wenrui, wielding the ice sword Wuhuan, has innate full soul power and is 15 years old with a soul power level of 35. Both are formidable assault-type soul masters. Ning Rongrong felt as though she had misheard something. Did I hear incorrectly? This brother Gu Xiong has what, innate soul power? Full soul power, right? A rolling pin Wuhuan, are you expecting it to have soul power? Tang Xingxi shot her a sideways glance. How could he cultivate soul power? If he has innate zero soul power, isn't it impossible for him to cultivate it all? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Li Wanrui was younger and boasted a higher soul power level, Gu Xiong's uniqueness undoubtedly captured everyone's attention. Yet, Gu Xiong merely stood quietly behind Tang Xingxi. Neither servile nor arrogant. Tang Xin fell silent, then cast a probing gaze towards Tang Xingxi. He was aware that his innate full soul power stemmed from the Xiantian treasure record. He wondered if Gu Xiong's abilities were derived from the same source. Tang Xingxi nodded slightly. Very well, everyone should return to rest. Tomorrow, you will each familiarize yourselves with your respective martial spirits. We shall convene at the cafeteria entrance after breakfast in the morning. Subsequently, I will arrange for you to engage in practical combat and other training sessions. As of now, there are still vacancies in the dormitories, so there is no need for additional arrangements. Tang Xingxi sent them away and intended to return to her rest. However, scarcely had she returned to her residence when Tang San came knocking at her door. Miss, he inquired, is there something you need? Tang Xingxi asked. Tang San scratched his head and said, Oscar approached me earlier, inquiring if I could ask you whether he might participate in the training. He is willing to endure any hardship. Oscar? Tang Xingxi pondered for a moment. If he can withstand the challenges, then he is welcome to join. A food system soul master with innate full soul power deserves respect. It remains to be seen whether Oscar has shed his previous indolent demeanor. While I am not averse to accepting him in training, whether he will accompany us to the Soul Master competition will depend on his performance during our sessions. Having received confirmation, Tang San prepared to depart. Wait, Tang Xingxi called out, retrieving the rain blossom needle. Previously, she had to carry it with her at all times, allowing Tang San only fleeting glimpses. Now, with an extra one on hand, she decided to entrust it to him for research, but added, you may study it for a fortnight, but do not damage it. Thank you, miss. Tang San exclaimed, holding the exquisitely sharp rain blossom needle, his excitement palpable. Return safely, she instructed. Yes, Mississippi. Upon returning to his dormitory, Tang San found Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun heading to the Great Fighting Soul Arena once again, while Oscar had opted to stay behind, curiously observing Gu Xiong as he packed his belongings. Oscar, sister, she has agreed to your participation, Tang San announced. Sharing the good news. Is that true? Oscar replied, elated, then turned to Gu Xiong and inquired, is this brother brought back by sister she? Tang San nodded, affirming, indeed. He will train with us from now on. His name is Gu Xiong, wielding the rolling pin as his martial soul. At the age of 16, he possesses a powerful soul force of 32, classified as an assault-type soul master. Greetings, I am Oscar, a food-type soul master. Oscar introduced himself, extending a cordial greeting to Gu Xiong. Gu Xiong appeared somewhat taciturn, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Oscar's mind registered the implication, wait, a rolling pin as a martial soul? Tang Xin smiled and said, you might not believe this, but he possesses no innate soul power. Oscar gasped in disbelief, gazing at Gu Xiong. Gu Xiong, though of ordinary appearance, bore a countenance of unwavering determination. Goodness, I finally comprehend what it means to have a martial soul without any waste. It is only the soul master who can be deemed inadequate. How is this possible? To have no innate soul power, yet reach the rank of soul master at the age of 16. This is truly astonishing. The young lady has granted me the methods of cultivation, bestowing upon me a new lease on life. Gu Xiong finally spoke, his voice imbued with profound reverence for Tang Xingxi. Chapter 68. The monster under Tang Xingxi's command. What kind of cultivation method is this? How can it enable someone without innate soul power to cultivate? Oscar inquired with intense curiosity. I cannot divulge the specifics, but it is indeed quite marvelous, Gu Xiong elaborated, growing more talkative as he spoke of Tang Xingxi. The young lady has enabled someone like me, who was originally incapable of cultivating soul power, to do so. And she can also enhance those with great innate talent, such as Li Wanrui, who is the strongest among us of similar age. Who is that? Oscar was taken aback. She is also someone who trains with us, a girl you will meet tomorrow. She wields an ice sword martial soul, possesses full innate soul power, and is at level 35 at the age of 15, Tang San introduced. Level 35 at 15 is not particularly rapid, considering that individuals like Tang San and Xiao Wu reached the rank of soul master at 12, Gu Xiong added. She too attempted to break through like the young lady without relying on soul rings, but ultimately, only the young lady succeeded. Li Wanrui was halted midway before acquiring her soul ring to commence her cultivation. Otherwise, her soul power level would undoubtedly be higher now. She is formidable. Her first soul ring is a millennium old, while mine is merely over 700 years. My heavens, Oscar exclaimed, utterly astonished. In the presence of Gu Xiong and Li Wanrui, what were they, the Shrek Academy students, but mere curiosities? Just comparing their first soul rings was unfathomable. What could the ages of their second and third soul rings possibly be? Moreover, The emergence of these two individuals served as living testimony to the efficacy of Tang Qingxi's teaching and training methods. Tang Qingxi once proclaimed that it was indeed highly likely for Tang San and the others to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the 40th level. Oscar felt that his current choice was exceedingly wise. Tang San had always held great confidence in Tang Qingxi's training abilities, having witnessed them during their time at Tang Men. He merely smiled at Oscar's astonished expression. After receiving Tang San's response, Oscar sought out Dean Flender that very evening to discuss the matter. Flender, feeling quite helpless, noted that Tang Qingxi had managed to recruit yet another individual, which would undoubtedly be a significant blow to Yu Xiaojiang. Oscar, have you given this enough thought? Dean. Sister, she has brought back two individuals, one of whom possesses a useless martial soul, a rolling pin, and was born without soul power. Yet, under Sister Shi's guidance, he has now reached the soul master level. Gu Xiong's existence reinforced Oscar's conviction in his choice. What did you say? Flender, despite his extensive experience, found this hard to believe. How could this be possible? Moreover, the two individuals brought back by Sister Shi boasted the first soul rings of 700 and 1,000 years, respectively. Tang Qingxi had provided proof for her earlier claims. Yu Xiaojing indeed seemed impressive, having trained Tang San, who possessed innate full soul power. However, in comparison to Gu Xiong, who shared a useless martial soul and was born without soul power, this was rendered inconsequential. Furthermore, some of Yu Xiaojing's theories had been convincingly refuted by Tang Qingxi with solid evidence. The disparity in their training capabilities was glaringly evident. Therefore, Dean, I truly wish to train alongside Sister Shi, Oscar stated, bowing his head, having spent several years at Shrek. He held deep feelings for the place and did not wish to oppose Flender. Yet, witnessing the progress of Tang San and the determined pursuits of Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong ignited a sense of motivation within him, prompting him to contemplate his future. Flender found himself at a loss for words. How was he to broach this topic with Yu Xiaojing? Xiaoyou, let us not rush. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow to decide? Flender suggested, uncertain of the situation regarding the two individuals brought by Tang Qingxi. It would be more prudent to discuss it once they had met them. Oscar hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Xiaowu and her companions were curiously observing Li Wanrui. Unlike Gu Xiong's awkwardness, she spoke more when discussing Tang Qingxi. Her demeanor, however, was entirely cold, and she showed no inclination to engage in conversation, quietly tending to her belongings. Wenrui, let us assist you, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu offered, eager to forge a connection with Tang Qingxi's companion. Yet, Li Wenrui merely shook her head. No need, I don't have much luggage. She continued to organize her things without further interaction. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were at a loss for how to help. Zhu Shiqing, whose temperament was similar to Li Wanrui's yet curious, joined the observation. With a soul power of 35. She was second only to Dai Mubai in terms of soul power level at Shrek. However, the individuals under Tang Qingxi's guidance were likely to be second only to her in strength, certainly surpassing Dai Mubai. This realization placed some pressure on Zhu Shiqing, as she and Ning Rongrong were still yet to reach level 30. Tang Qingxi possessed formidable strength, and upon her return, there was no doubt that her soul power had ascended to the 30th level. Thus, she resolved to exert even greater effort. Consequently, Zhu Shiqing did not linger but retreated to her chamber to meditate and cultivate her soul power. The following morning, as everyone gathered in the dining hall for breakfast, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had returned to the academy rather late, learned that Tang Qingxi had brought back two individuals. Although these newcomers were not officially students of Shrek Academy, they had been admitted by Tang Qingxi, who had arranged for their accommodation and meals at her own expense, leaving no room for objection. Yu Xiaojing and Flender were equally intrigued by the two individuals brought back by Tang Qingxi. After finishing breakfast, when Tang San and the others convened, they observed with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun in tow. At that moment, Oscar was still accompanying Yu Xiaojing and had already conversed with Tang Qingxi during breakfast. They all displayed their martial souls, commencing with Tang San's introduction. Tang Qingxi prompted everyone to showcase their martial souls, and as they did, the manifestation of their abilities captivated attention. Particularly Tang San's blue silvergrass and Gu Xiong's rolling pin, which stood out conspicuously. Tang San, I am Tang San, nearly 13 years old, with the martial soul of blue silvergrass, a 33rd level control system spirit master. Xiaowu, my name is Xiaowu, 12 years old, possessing the beast martial soul of a rabbit, a 33rd level assault system spirit master. Zhu Zhuqing, I am Zhu Zhuqing, 12 years old, with the beast martial soul of a spectral cat, a 29th level agility system spirit master. Next is Ning Rongrong. I am Ning Rongrong, 12 years old, wielding the tool martial soul of the 7 treasure glaze tile, a 28th level support system spirit master. After the four have introduced themselves, Gu Xiong speaks. I am Gu Xiong, 16 years old, with the tool martial soul of a rolling pin, a 32nd level assault system spirit master. Then comes Li Wanrui. I am Li Wanrui, 15 years old, possessing the tool martial soul of an ice sword, a 35th level assault system spirit master. A wave of astonishment arises, not unexpected and certainly not the first time. A rolling pin martial soul? Yu Xiaojiang expresses surprise. Is this a situation akin to Tang San's? His research into the rolling pin martial soul reveals that very few have been able to cultivate it. Even those with a rare innate awakening of first or second level soul power cannot reach the soul sovereign realm at this age. Chapter 69. Yu Xiaojiang, whose face ached at this moment. Apart from Tang Qingxi and Li Wanrui, everyone was scrutinizing the martial soul displayed in Gu Xiong's palm, which resembled a wooden stick no longer than an arm, truly resembling a rolling pin. Yu Xiaojiang could not restrain his curiosity and approached for a closer inspection. Confirming that this martial soul was indeed a rolling pin, he could not help but excitedly inquire of Gu Xiong, "What is your innate soul power level?" This undoubtedly would become a piece of highly significant information. Tang Qingxi cast a blank glance at Yu Xiaojiang. She had long since endured the ridicule, devoid of any inclination to mock him further, for it bore no significance. When Gu Xiong was questioned, he candidly replied, "Innately devoid of soul power." Devoid of soul power? Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, incredulous. "That is impossible. Do not jest. What is your innate soul power?" "I possess methods for training those without soul power, applicable whether one is devoid of or possesses full soul power. This is precisely why I do not permit you to interfere with my training. Your contributions can only yield conventional improvements, whereas I am capable of guiding them to transcend the ordinary." Furthermore, both Gu Xiong and Li Wanrui absorbed soul rings that were beyond the limits. Li Wanrui's third soul ring approached 5,000 years, which serves as the foundation for my setting a goal of 10,000 years for their fourth soul ring. Even more demanding are the requirements for Li Wanrui's fourth soul ring. Merely surpassing 10,000 years is insufficient unless suitable talents are utterly unattainable to warrant a reduction in standards. What I can achieve extends beyond this. My training methods can even endow support-type soul masters with combat prowess. Tang Qingxi spoke calmly. Upon hearing her words, Oscar's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. His previously resolute determination had now become unbearable. He glanced at Flander with an urgent expression, revealing a hint of remorse. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was still immersed in the impact of Tang Qingxi's statements when Oscar took the initiative to speak. "Teacher Yu Xiaojiang, I apologize, but I am preparing to train with Sister Shi." Oscar's decisive declaration startled both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had also been significantly affected. The two of them felt a stirring of emotions. However, Ma Hongjun still feared Tang Qingxi, while Dai Mubai was concerned whether Tang Qingxi would accept them if they approached her. They decided to observe Oscar's request first, waiting to see if Tang Qingxi would agree. Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing this, abruptly turned around, trembling slightly. Was the gap between him and Tang Qingxi truly so vast? Gu Xiong indeed possessed a martial soul akin to a rolling pin, a rarity in itself. Such martial souls were as uncommon as the awakening of soul power. Similar to the case of Blue Silvergrass, he still harbored a faint glimmer of hope that Gu Xiong might, like Tang San, be a twin martial soul user, which would validate his theories. Yet, it became painfully clear that this was not the case. Even his own students had begun to place their trust in Tang Qingxi's teachings, rendering his previous assertions, believing that the comparison of their teaching styles would illuminate his capabilities, utterly misguided. The comparison indeed showcased Tang Qingxi's superiority, and the students had made their choice. Stricken by this realization, Yu Xiaojiang staggered back a step, his face ashen. Flander, noticing this, quickly supported Yu Xiaojiang and expressed his concern. Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang felt dizzy, and Tang San, upon observing this, could not help but voice his worry, rushing to Yu Xiaojiang's side. "Teacher, are you all right?" At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang still entertained a flicker of hope. If Tang Qingxi truly possessed the ability she claimed, perhaps his own martial soul could be salvaged. Regrettably, his pride prevented him from bowing to Tang Qingxi, and he believed that even if he did, it would be of no consequence. Flander, too, contemplated this notion, pondering whether it might inspire Yu Xiaojiang to regain his vigor. Then, "Qingxi, might your training methods also be beneficial for Xiaojiang?" Tang Qingxi cast a glance at Flander and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. "Ah, you truly dare to inquire. Surely, you are aware of my identity. With Yu Xiaojiang still alive, it is merely for the sake of his esteemed connection to Tang San that such questions arise. Is there even any significance in posing this question? If his strength were to increase, it would only render him intolerable to me. For the sake of self-preservation, I suggest we leave it at that." Having said this, she turned her gaze away from Yu Xiaojiang and instead looked at Oscar. "Oscar, introduce yourself." "Certainly, I'm Oscar. 14 years of age, with the martial soul of sausage, and I am a 31st level food system soul master," Oscar cheerfully responded. Upon witnessing Tang Qingxi accept Oscar, Dai Mubai felt a flicker of interest as well. However, Tang Qingxi did not spare him or Ma Hongjun a glance. She casually tossed a piece of weighted inner armor to Oscar and beckoned. "All right, follow me." Oscar, taken aback by receiving the weighted inner armor, wondered if it was truly meant for him. He decided to give it a try, recalling that it had been discarded by Tang San. The weighted armor was replaced in accordance with the advancements of Tang San and his companions, and the removed pieces would be sent back to be melted down and forged into other items. Nevertheless, Tang Qingxi still possessed a few spare pieces as backups. Though not custom-made, they were essentially intended for Oscar. She had an inkling that Oscar was quite intelligent, albeit a bit sluggish previously. If he could comprehend the advantages and disadvantages, he would inevitably find his way. Not bad. It fits. Fortunately, Oscar's physique was relatively similar to Tang San's, though the weight of the armor was somewhat burdensome. Even though he had trained diligently alongside Yu Xiaojiang, he still found a considerable gap when compared to Tang San. The armor felt heavy upon wearing it, but Oscar chose not to voice any objections. Upon Tang Qingxi's call, Zhu Zhuqing and the others decisively followed suit. Although Tang San harbored some concerns regarding Yu Xiaojiang's situation, he too promptly joined them. While he was unaware of the underlying conflict between Yu Xiaojiang and the young lady, her animosity was unmistakably evident. He dared not defy her for the sake of Yu Xiaojiang, for such an act could unduly jeopardize his teacher. Should the young lady truly harbor intentions of harm towards his mentor, he would undoubtedly be powerless to intervene. As Tang Qingxi departed with her entourage, the atmosphere among the remaining four, Flander and others, turned palpably awkward. Yu Xiaojiang observed that it would take some time for the tension to dissipate. Flander's expression mirrored his discontent as he quickly instructed Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. You two should engage in independent training. With that, he supported Yu Xiaojiang and departed. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Though Ma Hongjun harbored trepidation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of discontent brewing within him. We once had Xiao Ao and the others. The atmosphere in the academy was quite harmonious. Ever since Sister Shi returned, everything seems to have changed. The Shrek Academy had unmistakably been fractured by Tang Qingxi's influence, even managing to sway Oscar to her side. Dai Mubai's countenance was equally grim. He could no longer deceive himself. With Tang Qingxi's team now sufficiently populated for the Soul Master competition, it appeared she had no intention of leaving a place for him and Ma Hongjun. At this moment, a feeling of urgency washed over Dai Mubai. In the absence of hope, he had indeed chosen a path of decline, yet now, not only was there the formidable Tang Qingxi, but also Tang San and a host of other prodigies. With hope rekindled, he yearned to fight for his place, only to realize, to his dismay, that it seemed he had little room to contend. Such a realization was a source of profound anguish. Chapter 70. The Formation of the Shrek 8 Monsters. Tang Qingxi arrived at the edge of the cliff with a slightly expanded team. However, upon their arrival, they found a considerable number of individuals already present, bustling with fervor. Many trees in the vicinity had been felled, clearing a vast expanse of land, seemingly for the construction of some facility. Tang San and his companions were somewhat perplexed. How could this place already be occupied? Upon seeing Tang Qingxi arrive with her entourage, the individuals who were supervising and laboring halted their tasks and knelt before her, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the young lady." Tang Qingxi waved her hand, urging them to proceed. Indeed, which esteemed family does Sister Shi belong to? Ning Rongrong inquired with great curiosity. Tang Qingxi was addressed in this manner by those around her. It suddenly dawned on her that, during their time in the Starry Forest, Tang San had also referred to her in the same way when he was in a state of urgency. Tang Qingxi cast a sidelong glance at Ning Rongrong, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, yet she remained silent. Ning Rongrong instinctively recoiled, saying, "Sister Shi, I shall refrain from asking any further." Tang San, Ning Rongrong, you shall join forces to confront Li Wenrui. Engage in a friendly spar to familiarize yourselves with each other's martial spirits and combat skills. Li Wenrui is prohibited from attacking Ning Rongrong, while Tang San is forbidden from employing hidden weapons. Beyond these stipulations, there are no further restrictions. The others shall observe closely. Tang Qingxi led them to the cleared area, standing at the edge, and designated the three individuals to engage in a sparring session. Tang San and Ning Rongrong exchanged a glance, and he stepped forward to the open space, gesturing for her to remain in place. This was essentially a sparring session between himself and Li Wenrui, but the young lady seemed to believe the disparity between them was too great. Hence she decided to assist him with her enhancements. Li Wenrui then approached, standing opposite Tang San. Each revealed their martial spirits. Tang San's palm cradled the blue silver grass, which danced lightly in the air, accompanied by 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Ning Rongrong also summoned her martial spirit, the 7 treasure glazed tower, which radiated brilliance as 2 yellow soul rings illuminated. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being strength and the second, speed. 2 beams of colorful light cascaded down upon Tang San. With a flick of her wrist, Li Wenrui grasped her martial spirit, the ice sword. And her 3 purple soul rings appeared strikingly impressive before she extended her hand, signaling, "Please." Tang San was not courteous. His first spirit ring illuminated, causing the blue-silver grass to surge forth wildly from beneath Li Wenrui's feet. The thorn-covered, vine-like blue-silver grass coiled around Li Wenrui's form. Li Wenrui's first spirit ring glowed, emanating a chilling aura that froze the blue-silver grass into ice. With a swift spin, she broke free and charged directly towards Tang San. Tang San furrowed his brow. The elemental soul skills capable of influencing the blue-silver grass seemed to render it utterly ineffective. However, it was also true that Li Wenrui's ice attribute was exceedingly formidable. Even the blue-silver grass, immensely resilient due to the amplification of 3 soul rings, was reduced to a fragile state, easily shattered upon contact. As Li Wenrui approached, Tang San raised his hand, unleashing his second and third soul skills in succession. Numerous strands of blue-silver grass erupted from Li Wenrui's surroundings. Although quickly frozen due to her ice attribute, they momentarily hindered her movements. Soon after, a massive web surged towards her. There was no time to evade. Li Wenrui's eyes narrowed, and with a swift thrust of her ice sword, she struck the connection points of the web. Her second soul ring glowed, enveloping her in a protective ice shield while the web ensnared her. Nevertheless, the presence of the ice shield prevented any contact with Li Wenrui. In their initial clash, Li Wenrui had already discerned the toxic nature of Tang San's blue-silver grass, sparing her from a hasty engagement. With a decisive slash, she cleaved a gap in the web and leapt through. The web was indeed formidable. She could not simply dismantle it. Targeting its nodes and relying on the ice shield for additional freezing was essential for her to break free. However, what appeared to be a troublesome situation for Li Wenrui was met with sheer astonishment by Tang San. He had not anticipated that even his third soul skill would only restrain her for a fleeting moment. How was he to contend with that? A control-type soul master incapable of controlling their opponent was rendered nearly futile. As Li Wenrui advanced with her sword raised, Tang San hastily employed the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to retreat a couple of paces, aiming to seize her wrist. If his soul skills proved ineffective, he still had the Xiantian treasure record at his disposal. Yet, before he could execute the Crane Capture Dragon technique, Li Wenrui had already evaded his grasp. Engaging with martial arts from the rivers and lakes was second nature to her. In a swift counter, she thrust her sword once more, forcing Tang San to evade once again. Tang Qingxi gazed calmly, recognizing that the martial arts within the Xiantian treasure record were rather ordinary. The only notable technique was the myriad of hidden weapons. Tang San possessed the elusive skill of ghostly shadow, yet Li Wenrui had also mastered a similar agility, matching his speed closely as she pursued him relentlessly. Were it not for the speed enhancement bestowed upon him by Ning Rongrong, he would have found himself utterly overwhelmed. In a moment of desperation, Tang San's garments billowed, and 8 purple-black spider spears unfurled, lifting him off the ground to evade Li Wenrui's strike. Subsequently, he anchored himself with 4 of the spears while the remaining 4 darted towards Li Wenrui. She raised her sword to defend, and the sound of clashing metal echoed, sparks flying in all directions. Tang San once again employed the technique of entanglement, swiftly followed by a web, which momentarily constrained Li Wenrui. Subsequently, 2 spider spears were thrust downward. Li Wenrui deftly evaded the spider spears, sweeping her longsword in a graceful arc. The third spirit ring illuminated, and a chilling sword aura was unleashed, slicing through the web and hurtling directly towards Tang San. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to swiftly retreat while simultaneously employing his spider spear for defense. With 2 resounding clashes, he was astonished to see his spear severed. In the blink of an eye, Li Wenrui darted forward, her longsword poised to strike. Undeterred, Tang San, having only exchanged a few moves, refused to concede defeat. He raised his hand, a flicker of black light appearing as an unassuming hammer materialized within his grasp, colliding with the advancing sword. With a sharp clang, both Tang San and Li Wenrui were forced to retreat several paces. Li Wenrui, taken aback, glanced at the hammer in Tang San's hand before casting a sidelong look at Tang Qingxi. Although Li Wenrui's lineage could not compare to the esteemed backgrounds of Ning Rongrong and Tang San, it was by no means lacking. She quickly discerned the truth. Dual martial souls. This marks Tang San's inaugural revelation of his alternate martial spirit before Ning Rongrong and the others, instantly eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps. My goodness, little San has truly been adept at concealing this. Could it be that he possesses the rare dual martial spirits? Tang San, wielding the Haotian hammer, promptly unleashed the chaotic wind. However, thanks to Li Wenrui's noble lineage, she was well acquainted with the chaotic wind and did not afford Tang San the opportunity to fully utilize it. Instead, she charged forward, thrusting her sword directly at Tang San's wrist. Tang San could only evade momentarily, followed by yet another series of collisions. However, it was not long before Tang San's complexion turned pale. Even though the Haotian hammer had not yet been infused with spirit rings, its mere utilization was immensely taxing, and Tang San could hardly endure for long. While Li Wenrui maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, Tang San felt an overwhelming pressure. In reality, Li Wenrui's wrists were also beginning to tingle, yet overall, her condition was far superior to that of Tang San. Chapter 71. The martial arts of the Jianghu bestowed upon the extraordinary. All right, that's enough. Tang Qingxi called to a halt. Tang San immediately stowed away the Haotian hammer. Still panting heavily, Li Wenrui also sheathed her ice sword, flexing her wrists. Let us take a moment to rest, suggested Tang Qingxi, waving her hand. Oscar, with a sausage in each hand, cheerfully responded, all right, Sister Shi. He promptly extended his finger, exclaiming, I have a big sausage. After reciting the soul incantation, he instinctively cast a glance at Li Wenrui. Initially, when they first heard his soul incantation, Tang San and the others had expressed their reluctance. However, this time, Oscar could not suppress his laughter, while Li Wenrui remained unfazed, calmly accepting his sausage. He then glanced at Gu Xiong, who merely regarded him with slight surprise. yet did not exhibit any signs of resistance. Li Wenrui promptly retreated behind Tang Qingxi, while Tang San pondered as he walked back. Even when he had yet to reach level 30, he found it less strenuous to contend with Dai Mubai, whose soul power exceeded that of Li Wenrui. Truly, she was a product of meticulous nurturing. Tang Qingxi then turned to the others. Gu Xiong, you have sparred with Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing. Shall we engage in a 2-on-1 match? Xiao Wu hesitated, but Li Wenrui, possessing a higher soul power than Tang San, would not be at a disadvantage with Ning Rongrong's support. After all, her soul power surpassed that of Gu Xiong. Yes, do not worry. We shall strike with confidence. Tang Qingxi replied with a faint smile. Gu Xiong had already stepped into the open space, awaiting his opponents, while Zhu Shiqing followed suit, compelling Xiao Wu to join them. Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing activated their martial spirits, while Gu Xiong revealed his rolling pin. His soul rings illuminated, and the originally wooden rolling pin elongated, transforming into a black short staff that he gripped tightly. Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing lunged forward simultaneously, with Zhu Shiqing reaching first, unleashing her feline claws with full force toward Gu Xiong. Gu Xiong, wielding his staff, defended himself without allowing even the slightest opening for Zhu Shiqing's attack. As Xiao Wu arrived, she swung her long whip from behind, attempting to ensnare Gu Xiong before executing her waist-bow technique. However, Gu Xiong agilely evaded Xiao Wu's whip, striking at Zhu Shiqing with his staff, prompting her to retreat to avoid the blow. When Gu Xiong turned his attention to Xiao Wu, she immediately employed her second soul skill, enchantment. Gu Xiong momentarily froze, a wave of dizziness coursing through his mind. He swiftly closed his eyes and focused his inner strength. Hearing the whip slicing through the air, he instinctively raised his staff to block, stepping back as the whip entwined around the staff. At that moment, Zhu Shiqing seized the opportunity to attack again. Gu Xiong, using sheer strength, dodged with Xiao Wu, flinging her towards Zhu Shiqing. He then struck the staff against his palm, liberating it from the entangled whip. With his eyes now open, Gu Xiong pointed the staff forward, tapping Xiao Wu at her waist. A sudden numbness enveloped her body, rendering her powerless as she stumbled and nearly fell, but Zhu Shiqing was there to catch her. Gu Xiong swept his staff horizontally and continued his assault. Zhu Shiqing and a slightly recovered Xiao Wu quickly dispersed, fixating on Gu Xiong. Xiao Wu finally activated her third soul skill, teleportation. In an instant, she vanished from her spot, reappearing behind Gu Xiong, where her black scorpion braid ensnared his neck. Sensing the force constricting around him, Gu Xiong instinctively leaped upward in response. His ascent was so swift that Xiao Wu could not execute her follow-up attack before he had vaulted over her head and landed back on the ground, seizing her braid. They stood in mutual constraint as Zhu Shiqing launched another attack. Xiao Wu refused to relent, charging toward Gu Xiong, lifting her leg to kick him. Gu Xiong bent his knees and lowered his center of gravity, swinging his staff down towards her leg, while a golden light enveloped him, deflecting Zhu Shiqing's phantom 100 claws with a clattering sound. Xiao Wu unleashed enchantment once more. However, Gu Xiong, having anticipated this, closed his eyes the moment their gazes met. Yet, the suddenness of the enchantment caused his staff to falter slightly. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wu evaded the staff and attempted to use her waist bow to throw Gu Xiong into the air. Yet, she found it exceedingly strenuous. As Gu Xiong maintained his stability, countering her with an upward thrust of his staff, the staff swung down forcefully, prompting Xiao Wu to hastily evade and draw back her whip. Gu Xiong did not cling to the whip, and they both retreated, creating distance between them. Standing side by side, Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing wore solemn expressions. Gu Xiong spun his staff rapidly, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris, his formidable aura pressing down upon Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing. The two were forced to retreat repeatedly, and the relentless flurry of the staff left no openings for counterattack. Cornering them toward the edge of the open space, Gu Xiong came to a halt, holding his staff diagonally toward the ground. All right, let us all return. Tang Qingxi summoned everyone back. So, have you all become familiar with each other's abilities? Sister Shi, he is incredibly formidable, Xiao Wu remarked with deep emotion. It left her utterly helpless. Zhu Shiqing remained silent, lost in thought as she reflected on the techniques displayed by Gu Xiong. Her own attacks had proven ineffective, while it appeared he had scarcely employed any soul skills. Tang Qingxi presented several booklets, all pertaining to internal martial arts from a bygone era. She had made some modifications based on the learning adaptations of Li Wenrui and others, rendering them more comprehensible for individuals of this world. Aside from Tang San, everyone received 2 volumes. Study these on your own once you return. Feel free to approach me with any queries. However, do not delve too deeply. These serve merely as supplements to enhance your abilities. Since you have not engaged with this discipline from a young age, it may not be suitable for in-depth study. Your primary focus should remain on cultivating soul power and honing your martial spirits. Learn what you can, and as long as you can apply it in practical scenarios for your advancement, that suffices. Ning Rongrong glanced through the booklet in her hands and found it somewhat perplexing at first glance. However, upon examining the other volume, although she was uncertain about the practice methods, she grasped the essence of its content. Her eyes sparkled with realization. Sister Shi, is this not the method you previously mentioned that could enhance my combat prowess? Tang Qingxi nodded affirmatively. Indeed. However, the additional training time is at your discretion. Ensure it does not interfere with your regular practice. Are Gu Xiong and the others training in this manner? Does that mean I could potentially match their prowess? Ning Rongrong inquired eagerly. Not quite. Comparatively, your foundation is more rudimentary and thus easier to grasp, yet its overall potency cannot rival that of their training. If you pursue their techniques now, it will hinder the advancement of your own martial spirit. This also serves as a measure of your innate talent. Should any of you exhibit a high adaptability and remarkable aptitude, I would consider providing you with superior training. This is why I am not inclined to teach you step by step. It is not easy for individuals from this world to embrace the martial arts of another realm. For those who begin from a young age, it may be more feasible. But for those who start later, unless they possess exceptional talent, focusing on foundational skills suffices and can yield significant improvement. Chapter 72. Comprehensive Training Next. I will announce your upcoming training regimen. The training equipment is still under construction. Li Wanrui and Gu Xiong will organize their own schedules. In the morning, training will continue in the river, while in the afternoon, Zhu Zhuqing will enhance agility and speed, Xiao Wu will focus on agility and strength, and Ning Rongrong alongside Oscar will work on increasing physical endurance. During this time, the use of soul power is permitted. Train for 1 hour and cultivate for another. Tang Xingxi announced a new training direction for everyone, yet notably, Tang San was absent from this announcement. She turned her gaze towards Tang San and said, Tang San, your training will be distinct from theirs. Curiously, Tang San inquired, Sister Shi, what kind of training will it be? Tang Xingxi presented the method of distraction control to Tang San, saying, practice this in your spare time. As a control-type soul master, it will prove useful. Furthermore, from this moment onward, focus on refining your chaotic cloak and spider spear. Begin with the chaotic cloak, head directly beneath the waterfall to practice, exhaust your soul power, and request a sausage from Oscar to commence your training. Your blue-silver grass is indeed unique. However, considering your current level of soul power, it is premature to delve into its study. Tang San's mastery of the chaotic cloak is sufficiently comprehensive. The reason I have assembled you all is to prepare for the Soul Master competition, where 7 participants will take the stage, each with their designated roles. Li Wanrui and Gu Xiong will serve as the primary attackers, while Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu will provide auxiliary support. I will take on a versatile role, capable of both offense and defense, with Tang San focusing on defense to protect Rongrong. As for Rongrong, she will function as the support and diligently work to enhance her own survivability. Despite this arrangement, typical teams rarely have the opportunity to launch an attack on Rongrong. In the Soul Master competition, other teams are not formidable enough to pose a threat. Our greatest rival remains the Spirit Hall team, whose 3 members from the Golden Generation have all surpassed level 40 and are expected to reach level 50 by the time of the Spirit Master competition. Tang Xingxi believed that it was essential to instill a sense of pressure in these youngsters, ensuring they understood that the Soul Master competition was not a trivial affair, albeit not insurmountable. Have they already reached level 40? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong expressed their astonishment. Their own soul power levels hovered around 30, with the highest being Li Wanrui at merely 35. Indeed, the prospect of surpassing 40 seemed quite distant. After all, during this period, not only had they been diligently training, but the Spirit Hall was also advancing at a swift pace. Therefore, let us strive onward without trepidation. My purpose in guiding you through this training is not to pit you against equally matched opponents. Very well, the training facilities are yet to be completed. So today we shall train in the river. Once constructed, these individuals will serve as your sparring partners, and you will engage in practical exercises daily. Initially, you will be their punching bags. Tang San was instructed to commence his chaotic cloak practice, while the others were to ascend from either side of him, mindful of dodging and the impact of the water currents, and they were permitted to utilize their soul power. With this exposition concluded, Tang Xingxi promptly ushered everyone into training. However, the emphasis on evasion and water impact left many momentarily perplexed. The water's force was not unfamiliar. They had all endured it previously, and they had acclimated. What was there to evade? Was the difficulty being intensified? Once the training commenced, they soon comprehended the situation, standing on the slippery and uneven stones. With a waterfall cascading above, maintaining balance proved challenging. The inertia from the weight of the Haotian hammer rendered Tang San's stability even more precarious. Li Wanrui and Gu Xiong joined them, with Li Wanrui charging ahead. Upon reaching the base of the waterfall, Tang San inadvertently slipped and fell. Li Wanrui swiftly evaded. But Tang San, wielding the Haotian hammer, splashed a significant amount of water into the deep pool, previously quite graceful. With her upper body remaining dry as she navigated the river, Li Wanrui was now thoroughly drenched by the spray. Nevertheless, she paid it no mind and continued her ascent to the cliff's summit. Gu Xiong soon followed, while Tang San, having learned from his prior fall, climbed back up, focusing on acclimating to the sensation of wielding the Haotian hammer while standing on the stones. As the rushing water collided with the Haotian hammer, he felt an immense force in his hands. He barely managed to swing the hammer before striving to stabilize himself. Just then, Gu Xiong arrived, only to be met with a deluge of water from Tang San's swing. Shortly thereafter, Tang San fell again, prompting Gu Xiang to hastily step aside. Meanwhile, witnessing the unfolding chaos from the waterfall, Zhu Qing wisely opted to maintain her distance from Tang San, especially when the deep pool was involved. However, she too was caught by the waves created by his fall, submerging her momentarily and causing her to swallow a mouthful of water before resurfacing. Third brother, you have single-handedly elevated the difficulty of our training, Zhu Qing remarked, wiping the water from her face after emerging. Ahem. Tang San coughed awkwardly, asserting, a higher difficulty yields greater training benefits. With that, he resumed his arduous climb upon the stones. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing quickly ascended past Tang San. While the subsequent group, including Xiao Wu, were inevitably affected to some degree, Tang Qingxi observed them, retrieving a translucent blue orb resembling a precious gemstone from her bracelet, and casually tossed it into the abyssal pool. An invisible wave of energy instantaneously emanated outward, transforming the entire pool into a deep azure hue, while a vortex quietly formed. The swirling motion was not rapid, yet it inexplicably instilled a sense of pressure. Tang San, striving to maintain his balance atop a stone while wielding the Haotian hammer, froze. Gazing perplexedly at the depths below and casting a questioning glance at Tang Qingxi. You shall perceive it for yourself, Tang Qingxi cryptically replied, declining to elucidate the phenomenon. Subsequently, she commenced her own training, channeling her soul power with utmost vigor, her figure darting swiftly through the thicket. Xiao Wu and the others were compelled to halt, their gazes unable to keep pace with Tang Qingxi's velocity. Only Tang San, relying on his purple extreme demon eye, could barely discern her movements. Previously, Tang Qingxi had either trained alongside them or practiced in solitude, never revealing her true training intensity or genuine prowess. At this moment, the others were left in awe at her astonishing speed. Is this truly Sister Shi's real velocity? Zhu Zhuqing murmured in a daze, catching only fleeting shadows of Tang Qingxi. Such terrifying speed begs the question, how formidable is Tang Qingxi's strength? Nevertheless, the group, acutely aware, returned to their training after merely a couple of glances. They were intrigued by the alterations in the pool, yet upon re-entering, they failed to perceive any significant difference. Although a vortex was present, the pressure it exerted was minimal, far less troublesome than the issues initiated by Tang San above. However, upon traversing the pool, they soon recognized the distinction. The fatigue was profound, yet not of a physical nature, but rather an exhaustion of the spirit. Tang San, having plunged into deep abysses on several occasions, was among the first to perceive the distinction. This peculiar sense of fatigue led him to a sudden realization. This time, it was a genuine and comprehensive enhancement. If he was not mistaken, its purpose was to strengthen one's mental fortitude. No wonder they were surprisingly permitted to utilize their soul power. Chapter 73. The Trial for Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Qingxi paused, noticing that many had once again traversed the deep pool, their ascent of the cliffs considerably slowed. A faint smile graced her lips. Observing Oscar's current condition, it was evident that Yu Xiaojiang's training had yielded some results, though it was regrettable that he could never quite compare to her. After all, it was not merely a theoretical matter. In terms of resources, she was leagues ahead of Yu Xiaojiang. Subsequently, Tang Qingxi ceased to concern herself with the situation there, having already set forth her requirements, allowing them to train independently while any issues would be addressed by others. The following day, a portion of the training facilities was completed, and Zhu Zhuqing along with Xiao Wu experienced the plum blossom pulse, enduring a series of attacks that left them tumbling. After a month, as the group began to acclimate, Tang Qingxi introduced further challenges by incorporating a gravitational field. The internal martial arts she imparted had clearly tested their adaptability and revealed the varying levels of their innate talents. Zhu Zhuqing emerged as the most gifted and adaptable, with Oscar following closely behind. Xiao Wu, however, displayed the least talent, or rather, the greatest difficulty in adaptation. Perhaps akin to a roe, as soul beasts, they inherently differed from humans, making the acceptance of such a radically different system quite arduous. Zhu Zhuqing's talent was undeniably impressive, even eliciting a sense of regret from Tang Qingxi for not being able to cultivate it more effectively. However, determining which superior internal martial arts to assign her required careful consideration, and the primary dilemma lay in the fact that while Tang Qingxi could casually offer foundational skills, providing something of greater value to someone outside her circle posed a significant challenge. That evening, Tang Qingxi summoned Zhu Zhuqing to her residence. Pouring a cup of tea for Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Qingxi reclined against the soft couch and inquired, "What insights have you gleaned from the cultivation methods I have provided?" Zhu Zhuqing sat upright, her expression exceedingly earnest, replying as if answering an exam question. "I feel that my cultivation speed has slightly improved. This seems to be a complete system of cultivation distinct from our previous methods, which relied solely on meditation to enhance soul power." Here, Zhu Zhuqing found herself perplexed. With such a comprehensive cultivation system at her disposal, why had she never heard of it before? What identity and background does Tang Qingxi possess that allows her to present such remarkable techniques? She inquired, "Sister Shi, if this method of cultivation were to be disseminated, it would surely cause quite a stir." "A stir?" Tang Qingxi chuckled softly. "You are among the fastest cultivators in this batch from Shrek. which is why you perceive the distinction. In reality, however, individuals like Rongrong and Xiao Wu likely remain oblivious to it even now. Moreover, this rate of enhancement cannot truly be considered rapid. The most fundamental practices indeed do not yield a swift progression in cultivation, which is precisely why I am reluctant to reveal advanced internal techniques. Of course, such profound skills cannot be grasped within a mere month. Even Zhu Zhuqing might not have sufficient time to comprehend their essence, let alone practice them. The value of basic internal techniques is indeed present and not insignificant, yet it is not excessively high. Techniques like my improved method of distraction control can be monetized, as many factions would eagerly seek to acquire them. But that is the extent of it. The fundamental internal practices still hold significant utility for me, serving as excellent means to win hearts without the fear of encountering traitors who could bring substantial backlash. Advanced internal techniques, however, are a different matter entirely. They must not be practiced by traitors or those with impure intentions. Zhu Zhuqing, do you desire to learn something superior? Tang Qingxi asked candidly. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened momentarily before she regained her composure. There are conditions, aren't there, Sister Shi? Indeed, Tang Qingxi affirmed with a nod. What you have received is merely the most basic. In truth, it pales in comparison to what Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong possess. Not to mention that what they received was not the most formidable. Thus, to obtain something better, one must heed Sister Shi's commands, just as Li Wenrui and the others do. The relationship among Li Wenrui, Gu Xiong, and Tang Qingxi is strikingly reminiscent of a master-servant dynamic. Tang Qingxi replied, no. They are my subordinates. This is one of your choices, the other is to become my disciple. But this path demands a higher standard and offers a more potent method of cultivation. Each individual possesses a unique aptitude for internal energy cultivation. And as the former leader of the Hua Palace, I have a discerning judgment in this regard. From my observations, Zhu Zhuqing indeed aligns well with a particular internal energy technique, though the requirements are indeed stringent. What are these requirements? Although there is merely a 2-year age difference between them, Tang Qingxi's abilities have already left Zhu Zhuqing in awe, and she feels that she has only scratched the surface of Tang Qingxi's prowess, making the prospect of a master-disciple relationship far from unacceptable. Moreover, the cultivation method offered is significantly superior. I will assess whether you meet the specific requirements on my own. I sought you out today merely to gauge your intentions. After all, regardless of the choice you make, you will need to follow me in the future. Tang Qingxi is well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's family background, which adds an element of complexity to her decision. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing responded, I have no qualms about following Sister Shi, but concerning my family. While they cannot dictate my decisions, I cannot guarantee they won't interfere or attempt to obstruct my choices. That poses no issue. Your resolve is sufficient. Should you meet the requirements, I will bear the pressure from your family on your behalf, Tang Qingxi stated decisively. Sister Shi is fully aware of my family background. Is she not? Zhu Zhuqing confirmed. Tang Qingxi nodded. Very well. Although I am unaware of the specific requirements, I shall strive to meet them, Zhu Zhuqing declared with unwavering determination. Tang Qingxi tilted her head and scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing, noting that mere effort would not suffice for this request. I must remind you, should you choose this path and fail to meet the requirements, the first option will be lost as well. I only wish to become stronger. Zhu Zhuqing had no reason to decline a superior method of cultivation. Very well, may your desire for strength remain unwavering. Tang Qingxi smiled, for now. Focus on mastering the fundamentals swiftly, as it will facilitate your future practice of more advanced techniques. Understood, Sister Shi, Zhu Zhuqing replied before returning to her dormitory. Once Zhu Zhuqing departed, the white cat, Aro, leaped onto the soft couch and playfully pawed at Tang Qingxi. Are you taking on another apprentice? She inquired. This girl certainly possesses potential, but whether she can meet the expectations remains uncertain. Tang Qingxi expressed her honest thoughts, acknowledging the talent, but not entirely placing her faith in Zhu Zhuqing. Shortly after Zhu Zhuqing left, a knock echoed through the room. It was Dai Mubai. Unable to contain himself any longer, he approached Tang Qingxi and asked, Sister Shi, are we not participating in the Soul Master competition with Ma Hongjun? Tang Qingxi gazed at Dai Mubai, pondering whether the first trial had indeed arrived. Dai Mubai, do you wish to participate in the Soul Master competition? While I have no intention of taking you along, you are welcome to join the training. Whether you can change my mind rests solely upon you. Chapter 74. A request at the Great Soul Arena. The following day, after breakfast, Dai Mubai joined Tang San and the others in gathering together. Yu Xiaojiang observed that only Ma Hongjun remained among his students, who was also a disciple of Flander. He surmised that Ma Hongjun had refrained from leaving out of respect for Flander, and thus remarked, it seems I truly cannot compare to Tang Qingxi. Ma Hongjun, you should go as well. Ma Hongjun felt a chill run down his spine. He dared not comply. Having once been foolish enough to tease Tang Qingxi, he had narrowly escaped with his life, an experience that left a profound shadow of fear in his heart. Teacher, I would prefer to continue learning from you, he said with a nervous smile, rubbing his hands together. Under Yu Xiaojiang's tutelage, he had made considerable progress and did not feel compelled to seek instruction from Tang Qingxi. Besides, he held little ambition and was indifferent to the Soul Master competition. Are you certain you wish to continue training with me? Yu Xiaojing, believing Ma Hongjun was merely trying to spare his feelings for Flanders' sake, felt a flicker of comfort. Yes, I am certain, Ma Hongjun nodded emphatically. Very well. A smile crept onto Yu Xiaojing's stiff face. I shall devote myself to nurturing your talents. Tang Qingxi led her companions to the precipice, where Oscar approached Dai Mubai. Big boss Dai, you have come too? He inquired. Indeed, or else I would truly miss the opportunity to participate in the Soul Master Tournament, Dai Mubai replied. The crucial point is that our current team genuinely holds promise for competition in the tournament. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff, Dai Mubai joined the others in their training. Yet, as the session progressed, he began to sense an unsettling discrepancy. It appeared that he was far too at ease. While everyone else donned weighted inner armor, he did not. Perhaps it was simply that the available armor was unsuitable for him. However, he lacked the cultivation methods that Oscar had boasted about in their dormitory. A flicker of doubt crossed Dai Mubai's mind. As for Zhu Zhuqing, he had long wished to cultivate a closer relationship with her, yet their previous separated training schedules allowed them mere glimpses of each other each day. Now that they were finally training together, their routines diverged once more. During a break, he attempted to approach Zhu Zhuqing, but she promptly returned to her training. It was rare for her to not immediately resume training, and as she focused on enhancing her soul power, Dai Mubai felt it was inappropriate to interrupt her. Zhu Zhuqing was wholly absorbed in her training, oblivious to Tang Qingxi's expectations. She could only strive to excel in what she could control. Dai Mubai mistakenly believed that she was deliberately avoiding him, while in reality, Zhu Zhuqing had merely condensed her rest period, leaving no time for distractions. Zhu Zhuqing, must you avoid me so? He called out, finally seizing an opportunity to confront her. As he approached, Zhu Zhuqing rose to head towards the training facilities once more, and Dai Mubai, feeling a surge of impatience, shouted after her. She cast him a bewildered glance. I am busy training. What do you want? She responded. Why do you keep avoiding me? Dai Mubai pressed, his expression stern. Zhu Zhuqing appeared even more perplexed. I still need to train. If you have something to say, say it. If not, then train. She had no inclination to argue or explain herself. Tang Qingxi had assured her that if she chose to follow her, the weight of her family's expectations would be borne by herself. What, then, was Dai Mubai to her? She had traveled great distances to arrive at Shrek. Not primarily for him, but for her own future. She did not wish to risk being rendered powerless or meeting her demise at the hands of her sister due to Dai Mubai. If they ultimately failed, neither would emerge unscathed. Now, with the opportunity to challenge the cruel familial rules directly before her, she was determined to invest every ounce of her effort. With that, Zhu Zhuqing turned to continue her training. Dai Mubai, wishing to articulate something further, attempted to catch her arm. However, despite the disparity in their soul power levels, Zhu Zhuqing's agility had become remarkably swift, and with a deft sidestep, she departed decisively. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai seeking Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Qingxi observed from a distance. Noticing Dai Mubai's persistent attempts to engage, she coldly interjected, Dai Mubai, refrain from disrupting others' training. Do you truly wish to enhance your abilities? Given Dai Mubai's demeanor, how could one expect him to be a worthy companion in the Soul Master competition? With Tang Qingxi's pointed remarks, Dai Mubai's expression stiffened, and Zhu Zhuqing returned to her training area, leaving him no choice but to turn back and continue his practice. In the afternoon, a group of Soul Masters, who frequently frequented the Grand Soul Arena and were employed by Tang Qingxi, arrived to spar with Tang San and his companions. However, she was somewhat taken aback when the arena's supervisor also made an appearance and approached her directly. Greetings, the newcomer said politely, a smile gracing his face. I am Ao, the supervisor of the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Supervisor Ao, I recall you. What brings you here? Tang Qingxi inquired. Although the Shrek Academy's graduation requirements included silver and gold badges, she held little regard for them. It had been a while since she visited the Grand Soul Arena. Despite the larger crowds that provided ample opportunities for practical experience and financial gain, Tang Qingxi was not in need of money. She preferred to spend her resources on time, hiring others rather than dealing with the hassle of back and forth. Is it because of my influence that the number of Soul Masters participating in the arena has diminished? She pondered. I come on behalf of the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City, with a request for Miss Tang, who has achieved 12 consecutive victories, along with her students, to participate in a team battle, Supervisor Ao stated, his expression somewhat grave. Tang Qingxi raised her eyebrows slightly and inquired, what troubles have arisen at the Grand Soul Arena? Supervisor Ao sighed and replied, I shall speak candidly. 3 days ago, several prominent nobles from Soto City summoned a team of Soul Masters, all of whom are silver ranked. For 2 consecutive days, these nobles have placed substantial bets on them, and the results have been utterly predictable. Typically, Soul Masters of the silver rank possess a level above 40. However, every member of this team is a Soul Sovereign. The Grand Soul Arena lacks any competing silver-ranked teams of Soul Sovereigns, while the copper-ranked teams are wholly incapable of contending. If this continues, the Grand Soul Arena cannot sustain the ongoing losses. Today, those nobles have further increased their stakes. You, having achieved an extraordinary 12 consecutive victories at the Grand Soul Arena, have garnered attention. Some Soul Masters who have come to engage in battles have mentioned that you also lead students who are quite formidable, most of whom are at the Soul Sovereign level. They wish to invite you to lead a team into battle, with the Grand Soul Arena willing to offer compensation. A silver-ranked team of Soul Sovereigns? Tang Xingxi was unconcerned about the remuneration. However, after such extensive training, it would be beneficial to take the team out for some practice and synergy. I presume their soul power levels are not low. Most of my team members are only in their 30s and have yet to attain the status of Soul Sovereigns. Chapter 75, Preparing for the Royal Combat Team. Supervisor AO nodded, somewhat awkwardly. Indeed, what's more, they all possess the optimal soul ring configurations. When matched against the other teams at the Grand Soul Arena, they hold a significant advantage in soul skills. Furthermore, Supervisor AO was aware that some of the individuals under Tang Xingxi's guidance even surpassed the optimal soul ring configurations. Moreover, the Soul Masters who mention the likes of Shrek have a high regard for these young men and women, recognizing their formidable capabilities. Tang Xingxi's remarkable 12 consecutive victories were indeed a testament to his prowess in surpassing formidable opponents with ease. He had previously inquired with another frequent competitor at the Great Soul Arena, Shrek Academy, and learned that the then-novice Tang Xingxi had triumphed over Soul Sovereigns. And now he had ascended to the rank of Soul Sovereign himself. In this moment of urgency, he unhesitatingly sought to summon Tang Xingxi. Miss Tang, your esteemed party has received our invitation, and should you secure victory in this soul battle, the arena is prepared to offer a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. Added Supervisor AO. For Tang Xingxi, 10,000 gold soul coins were of little consequence. However, she was intrigued by the offer. 10,000 for each participant? She inquired. Supervisor AO was momentarily at a loss for words, but noting that Tang Xingxi did not appear overtly resistant to his proposal, he steeled himself and confirmed, indeed. Although the initial plan was to allocate only a total of 10,000 gold soul coins, the Great Soul Arena had already incurred losses exceeding that amount in recent days. A few extra 1,000 coins could indeed alleviate the troubles faced by the arena, and thus, he was willing to proceed. Please provide me with the details of that team. I shall review them first. Expressing interest is one matter, but agreeing to the proposition is another, she asserted. Very well, I have brought the materials, Supervisor AO replied promptly. You may examine them before responding. I shall await your decision. Supervisor AO adopted a humble demeanor. Despite having assessed Shrek Academy, which appeared somewhat impoverished, he recognized that Tang Xingxi did not share the same plight, given her daily expenditures on hiring personnel. Whether the offer of gold soul coins would sway her remained uncertain, and he could only do his utmost. Tang Xingxi took the documents and unfolded them in her hands, which neatly recorded the general information about the team. The team was named the Imperial Combat Team, consisting of 7 members, all of whom were holders of the Silver Soul Badge. The captain was named Yu Tianheng, a level 39 Assault System Soul Master with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul. The vice captain, Du Guyan, possessed the Emerald Lizard Martial Soul and was a level 38 Control System Soul Master. Team member 1, Shurimo, wielded the Black Tortoise Martial Soul and was a level 38 Defense System Soul Master. Team member 2, Shurimo, also possessed the Black Tortoise Martial Soul and was a level 37 Defense System Soul Master. Team member 3, Yufeng, had the Windbell Bird Martial Soul and was a level 36 Agility System Soul Master. Team member 4, AOC Luo, utilized the Ghost Leopard Martial Soul and was also a level 36 Agility System Soul Master. Team member 5, Yi Lingling, possessed the 9-Heart Begonia Martial Soul and was a level 35 Support System Soul Master. All members were equipped with a combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, with the presence of the Emerald Lizard, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and 9-Heart Begonia. What could this group possibly seek in Soto City? After reviewing the documents, Tang Xingxi remarked with a smile. She was quite familiar with these 3 martial souls. The most representative soul master of the Emerald Lizard was the title Dolua Dugubo, and she knew that Du Guyan was the granddaughter of the poisoned Dolua. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, it was well renowned, particularly as one of the 3 major sects in the 7 great sects. And this individual was a relative of Yu Xiaojiang. Furthermore, the 9-Heart Begonia was a king-level support martial soul known for its healing prowess. Miss Tang, do you know them? Upon hearing Tang Xingxi's tone, Supervisor AO sensed an implication. Indeed, Tang Xingxi replied, though she did not disclose the origins of this group. This battle can indeed be fought. It is beneficial to encounter a team that will participate in the Soul Master competition in advance. Naturally, as she prepared for the Soul Master competition, Tang Xingxi had familiarized herself with the renowned academies likely to field their teams. This particular team was highly likely to represent the Tiando Royal Academy and participate as a seed team in the competition. The information she possessed was far more comprehensive than what the supervisor of the Great Soul Arena could provide. I accept your invitation. I will bring my team to the Great Soul Arena tonight. Tang Xingxi closed the documents and agreed. Good, Supervisor AO sighed with relief, as long as you agree. I shall await you at the Great Soul Arena tonight. Watching Supervisor AO walk away, Tang Xingxi proceeded to pay the individuals she had hired and sent them back. Then, raising her voice, she summoned her inner strength to ensure her words reached everyone's ears. Everyone, cease training and gather here. In truth, Tang Qingxi felt confident in the abilities of her trained team and did not need to intervene in the forthcoming battle. However, having not engaged in combat for a while, she felt a slight itch to spar, eager to stretch her muscles. Primarily, she did not intend for Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong to take action. She needed to keep some cards close to her chest. Upon hearing Tang Qingxi's command, the group halted their training and assembled around her. Sister Shi, do you have any new arrangements? Oscar inquired curiously. Tonight, I will take you to the Great Soul Arena to engage with a team that will also participate in the Soul Master competition, Tang Qingxi responded. Handing the documents to Tang San. A team for the Soul Master competition? The group quickly gathered to examine the documents. Wow, Oscar gasped, unable to suppress his astonishment. The lowest soul power level is at least level 35. The captain is also from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is one of the premier beast martial souls, renowned for its formidable attack capabilities. Ning Rongrong recognized the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul. Yet another martial soul caught her attention, causing her expression to turn solemn. In the Nine-Heart Begonia, this support soul master must be dealt with swiftly during the competition. Indeed, the Nine-Heart Begonia is a rather unique martial soul, possessing exceptional healing capabilities and exclusively focused on healing, regardless of the number of soul rings. It possesses only one soul skill, which provides comprehensive area healing. Tang Qingxi nodded in agreement. As a leading figure among auxiliary spirit masters, Ning Rongrong clearly understood the effects of the Nine-Heart Sitang. Moreover, the blue scale serpent spirit is something some of you may have heard of. Is that individual known as the Poison Overlord, related to the title Dolua of the Blue Scale? Dai Mubai's expression changed, and he asked urgently. Indeed, he is the grandson of that individual. And those two Xuanwu Tortoise spirits are also among the finest in defensive capabilities. It is likely that this will be the seed team from the Tiando Royal Academy. In the Soul Master competition, you must first defeat the teams from the Tiando region to reach the finals. I never expected to encounter them at the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. This is quite intriguing. We must not let this opportunity slip by. Let us advance and engage with them ahead of time. Tang San and the others felt an undeniable pressure, yet Tang Qingxi remained remarkably composed. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong would not take the stage, merely observing from the sidelines. Now, everyone should rest and recuperate their soul power and condition in preparation for the battle. Chapter 76. Pre-battle arrangements. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong are not participating? This could pose a challenge, right? Upon hearing that, Dai Mubai felt a sudden wave of uncertainty, realizing that the two strongest individuals, aside from Tang Qingxi, would not be joining the fray. Tang San and his companions felt a certain pressure within. It was evident that this would serve as a test of their training efforts over the recent days. Winning was not their foremost concern. For Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong would refrain from intervening, yet Tang Qingxi was present. What weighed more heavily on their minds was the necessity of their own performance at that moment. They simply could not afford to falter. Tang Qingxi urged everyone to promptly restore their spiritual energy and condition. Consequently, some took the opportunity to rest while others engaged in their training. Yet an air of solemnity enveloped them all. Regardless of their individual strengths, they had yet to partake in a collective combat scenario. Tang Qingxi said little, instead focusing on replenishing her soul power depleted during training. After a considerable amount of time, the group exchanged glances, contemplating the impending battle that awaited them in the evening. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was somewhat complex as she turned to Tang Qingxi and announced, Sister Shi, I have broken through to the 30th level. Wow, you are all astonishing. With someone reaching the 30th level at just 12 years old, Oscar exclaimed in surprise. He had previously thought his own achievement of reaching the 30th level at 14 was quite impressive, only to be continuously overshadowed by his peers. Indeed. Keep up the excellent work. Let us keep your level under wraps for now, and in a few days, I will take you to hunt for soul rings. Tang Qingxi encouraged, genuinely appreciating Zhu Zhuqing's dedication and commendable progress. All right, Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Although her breakthrough was a noteworthy event, the group's primary focus remained on the imminent confrontation that awaited them later that night. Tang San studied the information that Tang Qingxi had just provided. The materials were relatively straightforward, yet he had already grasped the essential details. Upon observing that everyone had regained their composure, Tang Qingxi spoke. Let us each share our thoughts regarding the impending duel tonight. As others hesitated and deliberated on how to articulate their views, Ning Rongrong took the initiative and declared, our foremost objective must be to focus on the support-type Soul Master. The healing prowess of the Nine-Heart Sitang is exceedingly formidable. My father once remarked that the Nine-Heart Sitang is a marvel among soul abilities. With such a soul, it is exceedingly difficult to perish. Therefore, once the battle commences, we must prioritize removing her from the battlefield. Otherwise, before her soul power is exhausted, inflicting damage upon any adversary will prove to be a formidable challenge. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi nodded in acknowledgement, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead directing her gaze towards the others. Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before articulating in due course. I shall endeavor to approach that support-type Soul Master to see if I can neutralize her. The Soul Master wielding the Nine Hearts Si Tang weapon indeed requires prompt resolution. Just as Ning Rongrong has indicated, the most prudent approach would undoubtedly be for Tang Qingxi to take action, as she is certain to eliminate that Soul Master without any unforeseen complications. Zhu Zhuqing firmly believed that no one on the opposing side could impede Tang Qingxi. However, Tang Qingxi chose not to express her opinion on the matter, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to step forward, for she was the swiftest among them, second only to Tang Qingxi. It was clear that the adversaries would protect the support-type Soul Master, and given her soul power level of nearly 30, coupled with the absence of a third soul ring, she might struggle to cope with the situation. Indeed, we will strive to contain the other opponents, Tang Sen concurred, adding that the young lady had previously mentioned that the Nine Hearts Si Tang Soul Master was not to be underestimated and required focused attention. He continued, in addition to the support-type Soul Master, their captain and vice-captain warrant special vigilance. That Bai Lin Snake Soul Master is adept with toxins, is she not? It is rather peculiar for a Snake Soul Master to lack control skills. She resorts to poison to manipulate the battlefield? Precisely. Tang Qingxi refrained from offering her own opinions for the time being, observing their thought processes. However, elucidating doubts posed no challenge, and she noted that Oscar's second soul skill would hardly withstand the venom of the Bai Lin snake, at best providing brief control over the toxins. The Tang clan is equally proficient in the art of poison. Previously, Tang Qingxi had provided Tang San with ample materials for concocting toxins. A master of poison must also possess the ability to resist and counteract it. Tang San pondered over the remaining materials in his possession and remarked, I shall concoct another batch of antidote for the venom of the emerald-scaled serpent shortly. Uncertain of the extent to which the venom, enhanced by the soul ring, could affect him, he questioned whether his antidote would suffice. However, with Oscar's sausage as a safeguard, even if it did not entirely neutralize the toxin, it would significantly mitigate its effects. Furthermore, an idea struck him. After considerable discussion, the group reached a consensus on a general strategy. Yet, at this juncture, they were only aware of the opponent's martial soul's broad characteristics, lacking knowledge of the specific soul skills. In the heat of battle, adaptability would be paramount. Subsequently, Tang Qingxi led the team back to Shrek Academy, intending to have a meal before embarking towards Soto City. Both Flander and Yu Xiaojiang were aware of Tang Qingxi's invitation to the Grand Soul Arena, where he was set to face a soul fighting team. The fact that they sought out Tang Qingxi, who had not visited the arena in quite some time, suggested that the Grand Soul Arena had exhausted its options, and the strength of this team was undoubtedly formidable. Intrigued, they awaited the team's return and proceeded to the cafeteria to inquire about the matter. Tang Qingxi casually handed over the information provided by Supervisor AO, mentioning that it contained details about an acquaintance of someone. Such a team? Yu Xiaojiang expressed his surprise, simultaneously pondering the origins of these individuals and questioning why they had come to Suatua City. The background of that team had been clearly articulated by Tang Qingxi, rendering Yu Xiaojiang's attempts at discretion utterly futile. Tang Qingxi held a certain anticipation for this confrontation, especially with Ning Fingji facilitating connections. She could potentially secure a spot for herself in the Spirit Master Tournament representing the Tiando Royal Academy. As an institution established by the Tiando Empire, it was entitled to at least 2 team slots, one seed team automatically qualifying for the finals, while the second team would participate in the preliminary rounds on the Tiando side. Vying for a place in the ultimate competition, Tang Qingxi initially hoped to secure a spot in the second team. Yet she also dared to dream of a seed team position. Achieving that would certainly simplify matters, sparing her the trouble of confronting the teams from Tiando in the preliminary rounds. After all, most teams had been at the mercy of their bullying during the Soul Master competition, with only a select few capable of putting up a meaningful fight. This glimmer of confidence was something Tang Qingxi possessed. How do you plan to arrange things? We will be facing teams with a minimum level of 35. Flander inquired with genuine concern. Qingxi, the 2 individuals you brought along must participate, correct? Unfortunately, the opposing team consisted of only 7 members, which meant Tang Qingxi's side could field only 7 as well, leaving no room for the entire roster. In response, Tang Qingxi shook her head. No. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong will not take the field. What? Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow in disapproval. Do you feel confident about defeating them under these conditions? Tang Qingxi replied, it's merely a training exercise. Winning is not the sole objective. Her confidence in overcoming the challenge was unwavering, regardless of whether Tang San and his companions could hold their own. However, she would not openly divulge that she would ensure their success. Her priority was to guarantee that Tang San and his team gave their utmost effort. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement. The opponents were from the Tiando Royal Academy, and there was little concern that they would resort to underhanded tactics. In terms of victory, the stakes were not as high as they might seem. Winning would be advantageous, but losing could also serve to motivate Tang San and his companions to strive harder. As they were no longer under his direct supervision, Yu Xiaojiang refrained from further commentary. This was the first time these students would engage in a team battle, and both Flander and Yu Xiaojiang were keen to witness the prowess they would display. Let us proceed to the Great Fighting Soul Arena together, Flander suggested. Of course, Tang Qingxi replied, feeling a sense of relief at the absence of unnecessary interference. The challenges and setbacks of recent days had indeed contributed to her growth. After finishing their meal, Tang Qingxi led the group towards Suatua City. Upon arriving at the Great Fighting Soul Arena, they spotted Supervisor Ao anxiously awaiting at the entrance. He was somewhat worried that Tang Qingxi might stand him up, given that no deposit had been made. However, upon seeing her approach with the group, his spirits lifted, and he hurried over to greet her. "Miss Tang, you have finally arrived." Tang Qingxi paused for a moment, glancing at the sky. Her arrival was not particularly late. Is the soul battle about to commence? Supervisor Ao did not mention that it would start this early, she mused. No. Supervisor Ao hastily interjected, sensing her misunderstanding. "Allow me to escort you to the lounge. You will be notified shortly before it begins." "All right," Tang Qingxi replied, casting a sidelong glance at Supervisor Ao. What was the urgency reflected in his demeanor? After all, they were an esteemed team specially invited to the Grand Soul Arena. And Supervisor Ao had arranged for them a VIP lounge. The VIP lounge was opulent, spanning over 200 square meters, with enormous genuine leather sofas that could comfortably accommodate a dozen individuals. The decor was predominantly golden, exuding a magnificent aura. On the crystal coffee table before the sofas lay an array of exquisite delicacies and various beverages. On one side of the room, a large transparent crystal allowed a clear view of the central soul battle arena outside, while maintaining the privacy of the lounge from the outside. As they entered the room, Tang Qingxi and Dai Mubai appeared unfazed, yet Tang San and Xiao Wu could not help but gaze around in astonishment. Flender, who accompanied them, was particularly captivated, almost yearning to take something back with him. Supervisor Ao warmly welcomed them. "By the way, let us give your team a name. I will handle the registration for you. We must follow the procedure for the upcoming soul battle, but I will assist you in managing it." "A team name?" Tang Qingxi expressed little interest in the naming process. Settling onto the sofa and looking at Tang San. "Why don't you all decide on one?" Tang San and the others pondered for a moment. "How about calling ourselves Shrek?" Flender suggested. It could help boost Shrek's reputation a bit. Tang Qingxi was indifferent, and the others had no objections. So Supervisor Ao proceeded to manage the matter. In another equally luxurious VIP lounge, 7 distinct young men and women, all appearing to be in their 20s, were resting inside. Sitting in the center of the sofa was a tall youth with long black hair, clad in blue attire. He seemed unremarkable, yet exuded an aura of danger as he leaned back, resting with closed eyes. Beside him, a seemingly languid young woman rested against his shoulder. Her deep purple short hair, giving her an air of vigor, complemented by her striking green eyes that added an enigmatic quality. By the window, 2 handsome young men with golden short hair lounged, enjoying drinks and engaging in light conversation, appearing exceedingly relaxed. On the floor against the wall, 2 robust men with square jaws sat cross-legged in meditation, emanating a sense of gravitas. The final woman stood in the darkest corner of the room, clad in black with her face veiled, her eyes devoid of any emotion. These 7 individuals were the members of the royal battle team that Tang Qingxi and her companions were destined to face. The seated young man and woman were the Captain Yu Tianheng and Vice Captain Gu Duyin. The 2 handsome young men by the window were the Wind Bell Soul Master Yu Feng and the Ghost Leopard Soul Master Aoc Luo. The meditating brothers were the 2 Xuanwu Turtle Soul Masters, while the shadowy figure in the corner was Yi Lingling, the 9-Heart Begonia Support Soul Master of the royal battle team. They awaited the impending team battle, and just then, the door to the lounge swung open, admitting a newcomer. The presence of this individual caused everyone in the room, including Captain Yu Tianheng, to rise and respectfully salute. Teacher, the young man who entered appeared to be around 30, with an ordinary appearance and simple attire. His expression bore a hint of peculiarity, which puzzled Yu Tianheng. He stepped closer and quietly inquired, "Teacher Qin, what troubles you?" Qin's brow furrowed slightly. "I just received a brief dossier regarding your opponents for tonight's match from the City Lord. Take a look." He moved to the sofa behind the crystal table, sitting down as a flash of light revealed a piece of fabric inscribed with text, which he unfolded on the table. The members of the royal battle team quickly gathered around, and upon inspecting the contents, their expressions turned strange. Weren't they specifically invited by the Grand Soul Arena? Yu Tianheng remarked in bewilderment. The dossier indicated that only 2 members of the opposing team were above level 30, one of whom was a food system soul master. The rest had soul powers as low as 25, although one individual had a unique record of 12 consecutive victories, defeating a soul master more than 10 levels above him in the 12th match with apparent ease. While she certainly possesses the ability to battle beyond her level, considering her soul power, there are only 2 with the strength of a soul master, and the food system soul master lacks combat prowess. How could this team dare to compete? Most of them only participated in a match or 2 a few months ago, so the data is outdated. Qin Ming pointed out the 2 individuals who had reached soul master strength, his expression serious. Only these 2 are noteworthy. One's information is from a month ago, and the other's is a few days old. At present, their true strengths remain uncertain. Do not underestimate them, even if many profiles are months old. A few months should not yield significant improvements. The handsome youth Yu Feng shrugged. The Shrek team consists of 7 members with a bronze soul badge. Yet, only the captain with 12 consecutive victories has reached the bronze rank. Does such a team merit a battle against us? Vice Captain Gu Diyin pondered aloud, equally perplexed. Teacher Qin cautioned, do not underestimate this team. If they lacked ability, the Grand Soul Arena would not have invited them. But the disparity in strength is substantial. Interjected Ghost Leopard Soul Master AOC Luo. And one of them wields a blue-silver grass martial soul. Are they jesting? The members of the Royal Battle Team scrutinized the dossier, attempting to comprehend why this team had been specially invited by the Grand Soul Arena. Captain, Tang Qingxi. Martial Soul, Inkjade Plum Blossom, Level 25 Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, unknown. Team member, Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, Level 29 Control System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team member, Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Rabbit, Level 29 Close Combat Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team member, Zhu Zhuqing. Martial Soul, Ghostly Spirit Cat, Level 27 Agility System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team member, Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glaze Tower. Level 26 Support System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team member, Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage, Level 31 Food System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 38 Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Beneath this information, a note read, aside from Oscar and Dai Mubai, all other members' information is 4 to 5 months old, rendering their current strengths unknown. Special attention should be paid to Captain Tang Qingxi, who, at level 25, previously triumphed easily over a level 38 Bronze Badge opponent. Alas, there is nothing particularly impressive here. Although the Bronze Badge Soul Masters of the Grand Soul Arena are not formidable, her ability to battle beyond her level indicates some skill. Ultimately, we should only be wary of Tang Qingxi and Dai Mubai. The others do not pose a threat. I suggest we focus our efforts on defeating these two. One of the team members concluded. After scrutinizing the information thoroughly, Du Guyin could not help but let out a scoff. Yinzi, I have repeatedly advised against underestimating our opponents. Especially when the data is inherently inaccurate, Teacher Qin interjected with a cold huff, causing the members of the Imperial Battle Team to immediately rein in their expressions. Feeling hesitant to speak. Despite their rebellious natures, they held a profound respect for their current mentor. Teacher Qin, whose full name is Qin Ming, is 34 years old and recently crossed the threshold of level 60 to become a Soul Emperor. Reportedly the second youngest Soul Emperor in the annals of the Wuhuan Hall's records. For each member of the Imperial Battle Team, achieving the status of a 34-year-old Soul Emperor is the ultimate goal. Yu Tianheng gestured to Du Guyin, signaling her to refrain from further comments. Then turned to Qin Ming and inquired, Teacher Qin, what particular aspects of the Shrek team should we be cautious about? Judging from their martial spirits, the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile undoubtedly merits attention. However, their levels are significantly above ours. Even with the assistance of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, the gap remains substantial. Furthermore, there is the 38th level Soul Master with the White Tiger martial spirit. As for their captain, I have never encountered the existence of a martial spirit named Imoyume Hua, and the Soul Rings are intriguingly unknown, which indeed poses a perplexing conundrum. If she managed to triumph over her opponent without utilizing her soul abilities, she certainly warrants our utmost vigilance. Qin Ming nodded slightly. Your analysis is quite commendable. The information we possess about the Shrek team is limited, as they were summoned to the Great Soul Arena on short notice, leaving no time for comprehensive data collection. Everything will become clear only when we engage directly. Remember my words, never underestimate any opponent. Given that the Soto City Great Soul Arena has specifically invited them, they must possess a certain level of assurance. With time pressing, Qin Ming rose and led the way outside. As he walked, he silently sighed within. If the Shrek team indeed hails from that esteemed academy, they must not be taken lightly, lest we suffer considerable setbacks. Yet perhaps this is for the best. An overly smooth path of growth is often more prone to fracture. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi had also received notification from Supervisor AO, leading her group out of the VIP lounge. The central arena of the Great Soul Arena was aglow with resplendent golden lights from Soul Guide devices. In the heart of the colossal fighting stage, the ground suddenly elevated to reveal a circular platform 2 meters in diameter, slowly rising, with a golden hollow column visible beneath. A young lady emerged from within. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, donned in an elegant white dress, exuding beauty, and held a sound amplification soul guide, her face adorned with a professional smile. It is an honor to once again meet all esteemed guests. The lady in white waved at the audience. The platform that had brought her up quietly descended, returning to its original position without leaving a trace. It is a privilege to host the grand team battle for all our esteemed guests tonight. I hope everyone enjoys themselves thoroughly. This evening features a highlight match, and we have arranged only this one battle. Both teams are remarkably youthful and formidable, truly prodigies. I, Dodo, will provide commentary throughout the event. Now, allow me to introduce the teams. Imperial Battle Team, Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Spirit, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Shrek Team, Captain, Tang Qingxi, Martial Spirit, Imoyume Hua. As the host, Dodo merely provided a brief introduction to the martial spirits of both teams. omitting any mention of their soul power levels. The Great Soul Arena was unable to ascertain the soul power levels of the Shrek team, and Supervisor AO had kept their levels confidential as a precaution. He knew the Imperial Battle Team had investigated the 7 members of Shrek, but time constraints had likely hindered them from obtaining the most timely information, thus catching the Imperial Battle Team off guard. Now, without further ado, let us invite both teams to take the stage. Dodo expressed her anticipation for the splendid performance these talented Soul Masters would deliver. As she spoke, a burst of white light suddenly emanated from her, and a pair of pristine wings unfurled behind her, 3 yellow soul rings appearing around her. With the illumination of her 3rd soul ring, she gracefully soared into the air. She was also a Soul Master of the Soul Master rank, possessing the White Dove martial spirit, with the 3rd soul ring granting her the ability to fly. Simultaneously, 2 doors on either side of the fighting stage opened silently. The members of both teams entered in an orderly fashion, making their way towards the center of the arena. On the left side, the Imperial Battle Team entered, with Yu Tianheng leading the way, and Du Guyan instinctively nestled beside him. Following them were the Shijia brothers, then Aosa Luo and Yu Feng, with the 9-heart Begonia Soul Master, Yi Lingling, bringing up the rear. In this instance, Tang Xingxi naturally took the lead, with Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing trailing behind her, followed closely by Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar brought up the rear. As both teams made their entrance, the eyes of Tang Xingxi and Yu Tianheng collided in midair. Yu Tianheng appeared somewhat astonished, for the members of the opposing team seemed rather youthful. Many appeared to be merely in their teenage years, and possessing such formidable soul power was indeed extraordinary. In fact, Yu Xiaojiang had previously suggested that they conceal their true capabilities to better mask their actual situation. However, Tang Xingxi expressed indifference to this notion and, feeling no inclination to prepare at the last minute, opted to emerge as they were. Tang Xingxi cast a fleeting glance at Yu Tianheng, her disdain for the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus family evident. She quickly shifted her gaze towards the host, intrigued by the pair of small, white wings that appeared quite amusing. Attention, esteemed Soul Masters participating in the team battle. You now have 1 minute to summon your respective martial souls. You may only engage in combat once I declare the beginning. Continuing until one side concedes, is entirely incapacitated, or is thrown off the soul battle platform. Floating gracefully in midair, Dodo flapped her snow-white wings while softly addressing both teams, her melodious voice signaling that the fight was about to commence. At the entrance where the Imperial Battle Team made their appearance stood their leader, Teacher Qin Ming. Meanwhile, on the Shrek side, spectators such as Li Wenrui and Flinder had gathered. Flinder's gaze quickly fell upon Qin Ming, 100 meters away, and his expression shifted in surprise. So it is this lad. The master, puzzled, inquired, "Do you know the opposing team's leader?" Flinder chuckled mischievously, "A secret. I shall reveal all once the soul battle concludes." On the central soul battle platform, in unison, all 14 participants released their martial souls. On Shrek's side, Dai Mubai stood at the forefront, unleashing a mighty roar that caused his muscles to swell instantaneously, claws springing forth from his tiger-like paws. His piercing gaze fixed intently on Yu Tianheng. Behind him, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also activated their martial souls, while Tang Xingxi stood at the rear, the plum blossom of ink and jade gently swirling in her palm. Last in line, Ning Rongrong released her martial soul, a dazzling display of multicolored light, while Oscar had already prepared his sausages, ready to adapt and create according to the evolving battle circumstances. Tang San stood in front of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the bluish-purple blue-silver grass subtly emanating from his body, endlessly releasing and occupying the ground on their side. Simultaneously, for strands of blue-silver grass silently entwined around the waists of Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong Oscar, the 5 formed a cohesive unit centered around Tang San. Meanwhile, the most agile Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Xingxi did not require Tang San's blue-silver grass for auxiliary control. The information was exceedingly unreliable. Yu Tianheng observed the 7 adversaries unleashing their martial souls and soul rings, his expression turning serious. The records indicated that only 2 had reached the Soul Sovereign realm. Yet in reality, only 2 had not. Apart from Tang Xingxi, who still had not revealed her soul rings, the others boasted the optimal soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. The formation of the Royal Fight Team differed somewhat from that of Tang Xingxi and her companions. They were led by the defensive spirit masters of the Xuanwu Turtle, the Shijia brothers, at the front. After releasing their martial souls, the 2 leaned forward, their backs slightly arched, as earthy yellow light coalesced to form a massive dark yellow turtle shell. Through the gaps between the Shijia brothers, Yu Tianheng was visible, a dazzling blue light bursting forth from his forehead, subsequently enveloping his entire body, as blue-purple lightning swirled around him. His right arm was entirely covered in blue-purple scales. His hand transformed into a dragon's claw. Behind Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan's green eyes became exceptionally sharp, an icy aura devoid of any human emotion emanating from her. Her legs merged into a thick serpentine tail. The ghost leopard spirit master, Osro, underwent minimal transformation. His hair turned black, and his pupils became vertical slits, exuding an air of latent danger. The most dramatic transformation was that of the wind bell bird spirit master, Yu Feng, whose arms morphed into brown-yellow wings, now soaring above, surveying Tang Xingxi and the others from a height. Due to the dense formation of the Royal Fight Team's front line, Tang Xingxi and her companions could not see the auxiliary spirit master, Yi Lingling. The battle commenced. The floating announcement heralded the beginning, akin to igniting a fuse. With a mighty roar, Dai Mubai charged at the opponent, enveloped in a layer of golden light after deploying the White Tiger shield, his formidable aura rendering him strikingly impressive. However, the Shijiao brothers remained unfazed. As Dai Mubai barreled toward them, they stood their ground with unwavering resolve, directly blocking his path. Dai Mubai stomped powerfully on the ground, launching himself into the air, his tiger claws aimed at the heads of the two. Concurrently, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tiles enhancement of power and speed further amplified Dai Mubai's momentum. Yet, the Shijiao brothers effortlessly neutralized Dai Mubai's assault. Their heads suddenly retracted into their turtle shell, leaving Dai Mubai's claws to merely scrape against the hard shell, sparking a shower of sparks, the recoil numbing his claws. At that moment, a blue figure rushed towards Dai Mubai, a stout dragon arm shimmering with brilliant blue, and before he arrived, blue lightning had already coalesced into claw shapes in midair, hurtling toward Dai Mubai. Just then, an arcane force enveloped them, causing Dai Mubai to feel a sudden lightness and swiftly pivot to evade. Yu Tianheng felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition creeping in. Meanwhile, Tang Xingxi emerged from behind, confronting these foes with a measure of mercy, striving to suppress the murderous intent within their domain. At this juncture, Xiao darted past them, directly engaging the charging ghost leopard spirit master, Osro, while Zhu Zhuqing sought her opportunity. Tang Xingxi gazed at the dragon claw of Yu Tianheng, which crackled with lightning, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She raised her hand, forming a claw with her pale, bone-like fingers, directly facing Yu Tianheng's formidable appendage. The robust dragon arm collided with her slender arm, resulting in an astonishing clash. Chapter 80, Battle against the Emperor Fighting Team. Yu Tianheng appeared genuinely astonished. Was Tang Xingxi truly daring to absorb his attack? Such audacity was remarkable, perhaps a byproduct of her previous triumph over Soul Respect opponents. Yet, he was not to be compared with the Soul Respect fighters of the Great Soul Arena. However, upon impact, Yu Tianheng felt an overwhelming force that widened his eyes in shock. In the next instant, not only did his claw ache painfully, but he found himself uncontrollably propelled backward by Tang Xingxi's strike. The lightning-infused dragon claw dissipated in the face of the surrounding chill emanating from Tang Xingxi. Their leader had been sent flying at the very first confrontation, leaving the Shijiao brothers utterly astonished, who promptly shielded Yu Tianheng to prevent Tang Xingxi from pursuing further. They attempted to delay her while instructing Dai Mubai to be cautious, but how could Tang Xingxi refrain from chasing? She leaped gracefully, her toes lightly landing upon the Shijiao brothers' protective shells, simultaneously as the attention of the Emperor Fighting Team was fixated on Yu Tianheng. Zhu Zhuqing's figure flickered as she dashed toward the rear of the Emperor team, taking advantage of the distraction. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai swept his leg in a powerful arc aimed at the feet of the Shijiao brothers. The protective shell of the brothers crashed to the ground, their legs retracting into it just as Dai Mubai's kick was about to connect. At that moment, Tang San, entangled in Dai Mubai's waist with his blue-silver grass, exerted force to pull him back by a meter, causing the kick to miss its target. The defensive prowess of these two tortoise spirit masters was such that, at this stage, their comrades were largely unable to breach it. Only Tang Xingxi dared to try. However, it was evident that Tang Xingxi had no intention of engaging the Shijiao brothers. She had more pressing objectives. Dai Mubai's weakened kick against the shell seemed likely to cause more harm than good, as its true purpose was merely to distract the Shijiao brothers. And Tang San's cooperation with Dai Mubai was serendipitous. Behind the Shijiao brothers, the control-type spirit master, Goody Yin, was also observing the battlefield, noting Zhu Zhuqing's intent to dash towards the rear. Moreover, as Tang Xingxi bypassed the Shijiao brothers, her target was not Yu Tianheng, but rather Goody Yin. Realizing this, Goody Yin's second spirit ring flared to life, exuding a green mist that enveloped the entire arena. At that moment, the members of the Emperor Fighting Team, during the brief intermission, hastily consumed something, rendering them unaffected by the green mist. Surprisingly, the Shrek team members mirrored this action, each taking something that allowed them to remain unscathed by the toxins. As Tang Xingxi approached, Goody Yan's expression shifted drastically. Yu Feng returned to protect Yi Lingling. Goody Yan called out, fully aware that her own safety was in jeopardy. However, as long as Yi Lingling was present, her healing capabilities could restore any injuries quickly. With Yu Tianheng sent flying by a single blow and unaffected by her toxic mist, Goody Yan recognized her inability to withstand Tang Xingxi's might. At that moment, the priority was solely on Yi Lingling. Initially airborne, Yu Feng's target was to confront the opposing support spirit master, but Tang San's blue-silver grass continuously obstructed him. As flames erupted behind him, Yu Feng had no choice but to retreat. With Yu Feng's departure, Tang San found it considerably easier, no longer needing to guard against him, allowing him to unleash a torrent of blue-silver grass to ensnare the Shijiao brothers, coordinating his assault with Dai Mubai. He remained vigilant of Xiao Wu's situation, who was locked in a back-and-forth struggle with the ghost leopard, Osro, with neither gaining the upper hand. Observing Tang Qingxi charging at Gu Diyan, Yu Tianheng's second and third spirit rings blazed with brilliance. At this juncture, he could no longer hold back. The combat prowess of this team surpassed their expectations, particularly that of their captain, Tang Qingxi, who had yet to reveal a single spirit ring but had succeeded in sending him flying. Such a phenomenon was terrifying. It was evident that, compared to the data they possessed, the other team members had made significant advancements, yet their overall strength remained inferior. The gravest concern lay with Tang Qingxi, whose power eclipsed his own, exhibiting formidable speed and strength. In that fleeting moment, Yu Tianheng sensed an enigmatic force, likely a manifestation of her innate domain. Despite appearing younger than himself, she possessed strength that surpassed his, coupled with an innate domain. Encountering such a formidable prodigy was indeed alarming. It became clear that one should never underestimate any opponent. Yu Tianheng bellowed in fury, unleashing the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit, activating his 1,000-year soul skill, Thunder Fury. In an instant, a dazzling blue lightning surged forth from his body, accompanied by an explosive force. The effect of Thunder Fury was to thrust the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit Master into a rampaging state for a limited duration, augmenting his lightning power by 100% and soul power by 50%. If he did not actively cease the skill, it would persist until his soul power was fully expended. Each activation of Thunder Fury entailed significant consumption and placed considerable strain on his body. Had it not been for the overwhelming threat posed by Tang Qingxi, Yu Tianheng would never have so readily unleashed his third soul skill. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Tang San cautiously unleashed a wave of entanglement towards Yu Tianheng. However, the blue-silver grass proved utterly incapable of withstanding the explosive energy. It was instantly reduced to charred remnants, scattering in all directions. Consequently, Tang San no longer cast a glance at Yu Tianheng, dedicating himself entirely to assisting Dai Mubai in confronting the Shi brothers. As for Tang Qingxi's predicament, he harbored no concern. His confidence in the young lady's prowess was unwavering and absolute. With a thunderous roar, Yu Tianheng unleashed a formidable surge of thunderbolts that coiled around him, amplifying in intensity. In an instant, these bolts transformed into countless arrows of lightning, hurtling outward in all directions. The barrage aimed at Tang Qingxi was particularly overwhelming, and the extensive reach of the lightning arrows also encompassed the positions of Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. The ghostly leopard, Osiro, opted to retreat momentarily, while the Shi brothers took refuge within their protective shell, leaving Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai exposed to the onslaught of lightning arrows. Yet, the two were still entwined with the blue-silver grass at their waists, prompting Tang San to promptly pull them back to safety. Tang Qingxi sensed the explosive energy behind her, while in front of her, Du Guyan once again exhaled a denser mist of poison in an attempt to confine her. She merely smiled lightly, and in an instant, only a fleeting shadow of her remained. The arrow of lightning pierced through that shadow, causing it to shatter in an instant. Yet Tang Qingxi's figure had vanished. Yu Tianheng was taken aback, having unleashed his most formidable attack, the thunderous fury in the state of Thunder's Wrath, only to find that his target had disappeared. It was as if all his power had been cast into the void. At this moment, Du Guyan's expression changed dramatically as she abruptly turned around. Chapter 81, Battle Against the Imperial Battle Team. From the very beginning, Tang Qingxi's actions were mere feints, with her only genuine curiosity regarding Yu Tianheng's abilities. Her true objective was, in fact, Yilingling. Both Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan realized this when they noticed Tang Qingxi's disappearance. Indeed, as Du Guyan turned to look, Tang Qingxi's figure had already approached Yilingling. Yu Tianheng exerted himself in pursuit of Tang Qingxi, yet he could only watch helplessly as she distanced herself further. Gather, Du Guyan shouted. The Shijiao brothers and the ghostly leopard Osro swiftly returned, regardless of whether they could intercept her. It was imperative to prevent Tang Qingxi and Zhu Shiqing from rejoining their team. Although this maneuver placed Yilingling in a perilous situation, it equally severed Tang Qingxi and Zhu Shiqing from Tang San and his companions, plunging them deeper into the territory of the Imperial fighting team. In truth, Zhu Shiqing's initial strategy was to exchange herself for Yilingling, intending to drag Yilingling down from the soul fighting platform. Given her lower soul power level and the absence of a third soul ring, it would be relatively challenging to confront the members of the Imperial fighting team directly. Securing Yilingling in exchange would be a worthwhile trade. Without the healing support of a healing-type soul master, the Imperial fighting team could not withstand them. Especially with Tang Qingxi present in the front line, their chances of victory were negligible. However, it was precisely because Tang Qingxi had joined the fray that she rejected Zhu Shiqing's strategy, deeming it unnecessary. Meanwhile, Yu Feng was being restrained by Zhu Shiqing. With the winds rising and swirling, Yu Feng decided to abandon his reservations. The purple soul ring radiated brightly as his wings vibrated violently. A surge of azure soul power was suddenly unleashed, coalescing in the air into a colossal bird shape that swooped down towards Tang Qingxi. However, due to the hasty release of this soul skill, he was still occupied with obstructing Zhu Shiqing, resulting in a flight path that was not very high. The consequence was that he was thoroughly wounded by Zhu Shiqing's phantom claws. Yet, despite such a heavy toll, he was utterly unable to impede Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi skillfully executed her agility to evade the assault launched by Yu Feng. With a graceful leap, she landed upon Yu Feng's back, who was soaring high to evade Zhu Zhuqing's pursuit. Utilizing this momentum, she propelled herself forward, simultaneously driving Yu Feng downward. The spot where Yu Feng descended was positioned between Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Tianheng. Observing that he could not catch up with Tang Qingxi, Yu Tianheng, who was poised to strike at Zhu Zhuqing with his Thunder Dragon Claw, was compelled to retract his force. Yi Lingling, recognizing her inability to escape, promptly unleashed her soul technique, aiming to at least aid in Yu Feng's recovery. Soon after, accompanied by a subtle fragrance, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, taking the form of delicate petals that gracefully floated down upon Yu Feng, gently merging into his being. The wounds upon Yu Feng's body began to heal at an accelerated pace. Tang Qingxi gazed at the pink and white begonia flower cradled in Yi Lingling's hands, remarking, "This flower is quite lovely." The flower palace was predominantly inhabited by flower enthusiasts. And though Tang Qingxi initially did not share this affinity, her prolonged stay inevitably influenced her. The exquisite form of the begonia captivated her attention for a moment. Yet she soon callously seized Yi Lingling, a support-type soulmaster with no means of resistance, and dashed towards the edge of the stage, carelessly casting her down. At that moment, Yi Lingling could only helplessly retract her martial soul, bow her head, and stand at the foot of the stage for a brief moment before making her way toward Qin Ming. With Yi Lingling dealt with, Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind Tang Qingxi, joining her at the side. From the onset of the skirmish to Yi Lingling's ejection from the soul fighting platform, the entire episode transpired in a remarkably brief span. Yu Tianheng could hardly fathom that a team they had initially dismissed could so swiftly reduce their ranks by one. The Shrek team was already formidable, and now, with the absence of Yi Lingling, who possessed remarkable healing abilities, they faced an impending challenge. Tang San and his companions advanced their formation, preparing to support Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing. The Shijia brothers, masters of the Xuanwu turtle spirit, stood resolutely before them. With a low, thunderous roar, both activated their second soul rings, causing their turtle shells to emit a subtle yet radiant glow. Create a shield. They bellowed in unison as the turtle shells on their chests and backs detached, transforming into two enormous turtle shell shields in their hands. Stripped of their protective shells, their once robust physiques appeared surprisingly diminished and frail, as if the turtle shells were manifestations of their very bones and essence. While the royal fighting team often drew attention due to Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, in terms of combat prowess, the Shijia brothers were not far behind. The Xuanwu turtle spirit also ranks among the elite, though they seldom needed to unleash its full might in typical battles. However, at this moment, the royal fighting team found themselves at a disadvantage, and the Shijia brothers were determined to unleash their strength. Exchanging a glance, they shouted in unison as they hurled their colossal turtle shell shields toward Tang San and Dai Mubai. The shields soared through the air with a breathtaking velocity, their formidable presence striking awe and fear. Remarkably, trailing behind each shield was a yellow soul power, connecting the shields to the brothers' hands. The sharp edges of the turtle shell shields cleaved through the air, emitting a piercing howl. Simultaneously, Yu Tianheng, accompanied by Aosu Luo and the rejuvenated Yu Feng, surged forth towards Tang San and his companions. Tang San furrowed his brow, perplexed by the decision to leave only Du Guyan to contend with the young lady and Zhu Zhuqing, while the others gathered their strength to address them first. To this point, Du Guyan had yet to employ her third soul skill, a clear testament to the confidence in her ability to withstand Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing. However, the thought of Du Guyan being a poison master elicited a smirk from Tang San. To wield poison in front of the young lady was indeed a case of hubris, a miscalculation of grand proportions. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi stood resolutely beside Zhu Zhuqing, who had just consumed a recovery sausage provided by Oscar, replenishing her expended stamina and soul power. Du Guyan let out a piercing shriek, her emerald eyes transforming entirely to a deep violet hue. Even the green scales of her serpentine tail shimmered with a faint lavender glow. With a wide-open mouth, she unleashed a thick cloud of purple mist that swiftly spread through the air, surging toward Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing. The toxic fog acted as a barrier, isolating Du Guyan from Tang Qingxi, while also forcing the two young women toward the edge of the battle arena. Du Guyan recalled Qin Ming's admonition. Her third soul skill possessed a potency so fierce that even Yu Tianheng dared not approach it carelessly. A mere touch could lead to a swift demise, turning one into putrid sludge within moments. Nevertheless, Tang Qingxi and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves at the edge of the arena, and by merely leaping off, they could evade the toxic mist. Du Guyan's intention was clear. She aimed to drive them down, where they would join Yi Lingling in their fate. Tang Qingxi gazed at the encroaching toxic mist, inhaling the foul stench that had already permeated the air. Her expression revealed not a trace of trepidation, but rather a subtle smile. Chapter 82, Clash with the Royal Combat Team. Both concealed weapons and poison are the hallmarks of the Tang clan, instilling genuine fear among those in the martial world. As the consummate master of the Tang clan's extraordinary techniques, Tang Qingxi regarded the act of employing poison before her as akin to a novice attempting to showcase their skills before a master, much as Tang San had contemplated. Tang Qingxi lightly waved her hand, retrieving a water jar from her bracelet and casting it into the poisonous mist before her. With a decisive strike, she shattered the jar, dispersing the water infused with the antidote to snake venom into the air like a delicate fog. In an instant, the noxious purple mist, upon contact with the aqueous vapor conjured by Tang Xingxi, began to dissipate, losing its color until it became imperceptible, leaving only a trace of dampness in the atmosphere and upon the battle platform. Tang Xingxi waved her hand, leading Zhu Qing directly out of the poisonous mist. In truth, she herself was impervious to the toxins. It was only due to Zhu Zhuqing's presence that she needed to exert effort to disperse the miasma. How could it be? How could you disrupt my azure scale purple poison? Upon witnessing the breach in her poisonous fog, Du Guyan's expression faltered completely, leaving her in a state of shock. This day was undoubtedly the most devastating for her. Her pride in her poison was rendered utterly futile against this team. Why? This rendered her nearly ineffective on the soul fighting platform. Yu Tianheng had already entangled himself in combat with Tang San and the others. Unable to attend to Du Guyan's situation, and knowing she was about to employ her third soul skill, they felt quite assured. When Yu Tianheng collided with Dai Mubai, the latter decisively activated his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. He summoned his second soul ring, releasing a sphere of milky white light that clashed with Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw. The shockwave generated by their soul skills caused Tang San and his companions to retreat slightly. Xiao continued her confrontation with the ghost leopard Osro, while the greatest pressure fell upon Oscar. The Windbell Bird Soul Master, Yu Feng, hovered in the air, its wings like razor blades, ready to dive down and launch an attack on Ning Rongrong. Tang San exerted himself to shield Ning Rongrong, yet he also had to contend with the Shijia brothers, leaving him vulnerable at times. In that moment, Oscar resolutely drew a dagger, for the training he received under Tang Xingxi was not in vain. Although he could not hope to confront Yu Feng directly, he could at least provide a modicum of defense for Ning Rongrong when Tang San was preoccupied. It was imperative that Ning Rongrong's amplification not be interrupted. With a sausage clenched between his teeth, Oscar brandished his dagger and confronted the razor-like wings of Yu Feng. The impact sent Oscar crashing to the ground, sliding several meters, a metallic sweetness flooding his throat as he hastily swallowed his sausage. Xiaoyao, Ning Rongrong called out in concern. I'm fine. Despite the blow, Oscar's expression was unexpectedly animated. He relished the notion that, as a food-type soul master, he could defend someone. Moreover, he was protecting the one he secretly admired. From the moment Ning Rongrong entered Shrek Academy, Oscar had harbored feelings for her. However, due to her personality, he had hesitated. Now, witnessing her remarkable transformation, he found his heart stirred anew. Yu Feng hovered in the air, perplexed by the situation. How could even a support-type soul master exhibit such combat prowess? While not overwhelming, it was astonishing that a support type could withstand one of his strikes. Meanwhile, Tang San employed the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to meet the incoming turtle shield. The internal energy of Xian Tiangong surged through him, his palms shimmering with a jade-like luster. Though the four turtle shields appeared to block Tang San's path, he deftly maneuvered around them, evading the direct assault. Swiftly, he struck the leftmost shield with both palms, then darted to strike another, activating the Control Crane Seizing Dragon technique. He harnessed the force of the powerful soul energy within the turtle shield, redirecting it forcefully. The four shields were on a collision course, and simultaneously, a muffled grunt escaped the Shijia brothers as the soul energy connecting to the turtle shield suddenly retracted, altering their trajectory. The target of the turtle shield shifted, instead aiming at the blue silver grass he had released. A series of sharp slicing sounds ensued as the strands of blue silver grass connecting to the other team members were severed. At that moment, Tang Xingxi approached Du Guyan. Aware that her toxins held no effect, Du Guyan realized she could never match Tang Xingxi, yet she refused to concede and lashed out with her serpent tail toward him. Tang Xingxi swiftly grasped the serpent's tail, dragging Du Guyan down to the ground. At this moment, Yu Feng turned back briefly, intending to check whether Du Guyan had successfully forced the opponent off the Soul Duel platform, so he could lend support. Yet, upon turning, he was met with an alarming scene. Yinzi, he exclaimed, and Yu Tianheng immediately sensed something amiss, his expression shifting dramatically upon glancing back. He promptly exchanged a glance with the Shijia brothers and broke free from Dai Mubai to assist Du Guyan. Dai Mubai attempted to intervene, but the Shijia brothers wore serious expressions, their bodies glowing with a violet luminescence as they finally unleashed their millennial-old soul ring technique. At this moment, Yu Feng and Osro also withdrew. As Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai were poised to pursue, Tang San sensed an impending danger. Do not chase. Return. Uncertain of the Shijia brothers' third soul technique, Tang San deemed it wiser to exercise caution. The four turtle shell shields were swiftly recalled by the Shijia brothers, each shell shattering into 16 diamond-shaped fragments under the influence of the violet light, instantly shooting forth and nearly sealing off all space before the two Xuanwu turtle soul masters. The explosive soul technique of the Xuanwu turtle was a wide-area attack, excelling in both offense and defense. The two turtle shells shattered into 32 pieces each, swirling violently within a 10-square-meter radius, the intense sound of air being torn asunder distorting the atmosphere, resembling a colossal meat grinder. The two separated laterally, maximizing the effectiveness of their third soul technique while avoiding mutual collision. As Yu Tianheng and his companions retreated, they deliberately drew the enemy towards the center. Fortunately, Tang San's timely warning halted Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, who promptly withdrew. Observing the escalating situation, Xiao Wu directly employed her third soul technique to teleport back a distance, while Dai Mubai, aiming to stay closer, was struck a couple of times by the outermost fragments. However, he activated the White Tiger Shield, sustaining only minor injuries. After retreating, he consumed Oscar's sausage, suffering no significant harm. Yet, the swirling turtle shells obstructed their path, leaving Tang San and his companions to watch as Yu Tianheng and his team rushed back to support De Guyen. Chapter 83, Battle Against the Imperial Fighting Team Sister Shi. Upon witnessing Yu Tianheng's return, the situation shifted to a 2-against-many scenario for her and Tang Qingxi, causing Zhu Zhuqing to feel a twinge of anxiety. She was not concerned about Tang Qingxi's abilities. Even if he couldn't win, he could evade. Her worry lay in the possibility of becoming a burden to him. Tang Qingxi directly led Zhu Zhuqing, holding on to Du Guyan, as they retreated to the edge of the soul-fighting platform. Du Guyan, who had been unceremoniously dragged along the ground, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. She even momentarily dispelled her martial soul, but Tang Qingxi's reflexes were astonishingly swift. With the serpent tail gone from her grasp, she swiftly seized Du Guyan's ankle, continuing to drag her along. There's something off about your body, Tang Qingxi suddenly remarked. You still dare to humiliate me? Du Guyan, misunderstanding, thought Tang Qingxi was referring to her figure. No, why are you poisoned? Tang Qingxi said with a serious expression. Is there something wrong with your martial soul? Or is this the nature of your family's martial soul? How could one cultivate poison to the point of self-poisoning? I suggest you return and inquire with your grandfather. What did you say? Du Guyan was left in a state of shock. Tang Qingxi shrugged, casting aside Du Guyan from the soul-fighting platform, leaving behind a remark. If I can neutralize your poison, you should know that my mastery of toxins surpasses yours. Perhaps you should consult your grandfather about this. If you continue in this manner, your body will not survive for many more years. She was well aware that Du Guyan's earlier release of toxic mist was merely an attempt to force them off the platform. It posed no real threat to her. Nevertheless, she chose to respond with a degree of leniency. Once off the soul-fighting platform, Du Guyan remained perplexed. With her renowned poisonous scale, serpent martial spirit, and a grandfather who was a titled Dolua famous for his expertise in toxins, how could it be that she harbored poison within her body and was not expected to live for long? Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi turned back to face Yu Tianheng and the others. Just hold off that ghost leopard spirit master. I shall have another bout with this blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. It had been some time since she had engaged in a direct confrontation, so she flexed her wrist and addressed Zhu Zhuqing. Understood, Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Yu Tianheng, still harboring some confusion, noted that Tang Qingxi had yet to reveal any soul rings or demonstrate a single soul skill. Was she truly so arrogant that she deemed them unworthy of her abilities? Are you still refraining from using your soul skills? Yu Tianheng pondered this matter persistently. Tang Qingxi did not respond to the question. Instead, she merely waved her hand and said, Come on, exchange a few moves. Your soul power must be dwindling. There is no need to waste time. Yu Tianheng's expression darkened instantly. He had been maintaining the state of Thunder Fury, and indeed, it could not last much longer. With 2 of his teammates already lost, if his soul power were to deplete, the royal fighting team would almost certainly concede defeat. Yet, he was unwilling to accept such a fate. Thus, Yu Tianheng refrained from further dialogue, raising his dragon claw and advancing towards Tang Qingxi. Meanwhile, Wind Chime Bird Soul Master Yu Feng and Ghost Leopard Soul Master Osro were preparing to launch an attack on Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Qingxi, with the ink jade plum blossom swirling in her hand, plucked 2 petals and sent them flying towards the base of Osro's wings with a flick of her wrist. The petals approached at an astonishing speed. Yu Feng had no time to evade and was struck at the base of his wings. A sudden numbness enveloped him, accompanied by an intense chill that penetrated deeply, rendering him unable to move his wings and causing him to plummet from the sky. His wings reverted back to arms, yet he remained frozen, unable to lift them for a considerable time. Yu Tianheng's countenance shifted. What was this? A soul skill? However, he had no time to concern himself with Yu Feng, as Tang Qingxi was now advancing towards him. In stark contrast to Yu Tianheng, whose body crackled with surging lightning, Tang Qingxi exhibited little fluctuation in her soul power. When Yu Tianheng swung his dragon claw and collided once more with Tang Qingxi, the difference became even more pronounced. He found himself utterly unable to budge her. Before him stood a figure that appeared delicate and emitted minimal soul power fluctuations, yet her body seemed to harbor immense strength. Even in the state of Thunder Fury, he could not displace Tang Qingxi. He could not comprehend how a plant-type martial soul, without any martial soul manifestation, could possess such unyielding might. Moreover, with each collision, a bone-chilling cold surged into his dragon claw, causing Yu Tianheng to involuntarily shudder. No wonder Yu Feng had been knocked down so easily. Nevertheless, activating Thunder Fury had its advantages, while Tang Qingxi's palm had struck his dragon claw aside. At least he was not sent flying this time. Aware that his soul power was nearly depleted, Yu Tianheng raised his dragon arm and let out a dragon's roar, once again unleashing the might of Thunderbolt. With the remnants of his soul power, he forcibly directed the energy of Thunderbolt solely towards Tang Qingxi. Tang Qingxi did not evade this time. Instead, a chilling aura emanated from her, within which faint glimmers of golden light could be discerned. In an instant, a furious tempest of lightning engulfed Tang Qingxi, while Yu Tianheng staggered, utterly drained of strength. On Osro's side, the third spirit ring illuminated, and his vertically slit pupils contracted sharply. Amidst the swirling purple light of the spirit ring, the bones of his body cracked audibly and astonishingly. A leopard-shaped silhouette separated from his form, uniting with him as they surged towards Zhu Shiqing. The third spirit ability, Shadow Clone of the Ghost Leopard Spirit Master, was unleashed. Zhu Shiqing felt an intensified pressure. She was already at a considerable disadvantage against Osro, who wielded a third spirit ring. Had it not been for Tang Qingxi's rigorous training over the past days, she would have been utterly defenseless. Yet, facing Osro's full might proved daunting. For he was no ordinary spirit master, but a member of the seed team from the Tiando Royal Academy, as Tang had described. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded. Amidst the surging lightning and enveloping chill, Tang Qingxi's figure remained obscured, yet suddenly, an inky radiance surged forth, striking Osro's clone. The clone faltered momentarily, contorting dangerously, nearly collapsing. Osro involuntarily let out a muffled groan, his form momentarily halting. The injury to his clone affected him, after all, as it was intrinsically linked to his martial spirit, with a trace of coldness seeping through to his body. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Shiqing swiftly retreated to distance herself from a potential devastating blow. As the rampaging lightning began to dissipate, unable to be sustained by Yu Tianheng's spirit power, the chilling mist also lifted, revealing the unscathed Tang Qingxi standing calmly with her hands behind her back, as if untouched by the chaos. Yu Tianheng was left utterly astonished. Having borne the full brunt of his own thunderous might, Tang Qingxi emerged not only unscathed but even had the capacity to counterattack Osro mid-battle. This individual was truly formidable. And Yu Tianheng's composure began to unravel. Meanwhile, the Shurjia brothers pressed towards Tang San and his companions, yet they found themselves soaring into the air. Tang San, accompanied by Xiao Wu, along with Dai Mubai and Oscar who were with Ning Rongrong, soared into the sky with wings sprouting from their backs, leaving the Shurjia brothers utterly helpless. They flew directly towards Tang Qingxi. The role of Oscar in this battle extended far beyond mere recovery and detoxification. As Chapter 84 concluded, the Huangdou team conceded defeat. Faced with such circumstances, Yu Tianheng let out a weary sigh, realizing that there was no turning back. Tang Qingxi possessed the formidable capability to dismantle their team members one by one. In the presence of such a formidable opponent, Yu Tianheng found no glimmer of opportunity and was utterly exhausted. At this moment, Qin Ming approached the edge of the battle platform and, gazing up at the astonished host Dodo, remarked, announced the result. We concede. Previously, he had noticed Flinders standing at the entrance of the Shrek team, astonished that Shrek Academy had recruited such a prodigy. To be frank, the term genius seemed insufficient to describe Tang Qingxi, even with his level of strength. Qin Ming felt he could not fathom Tang Qingxi's abilities. Du Guyan stood behind Qin Ming, her expression one of resignation. They had indeed lost. Yet, within her heart, there was a stubbornness. This defeat was not merely against the team but against Tang Qingxi himself. With his resistance to toxins and lightning, coupled with prowess in both ranged and melee combat, it was unfathomable for such an extraordinary being to exist. The aerial spirit master and host Dodo had her gaze fixated on Tang Qingxi throughout the battle, utterly mesmerized. She even forgot to commentate, as she could not comprehend Tang Qingxi's tactics. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Dodo awakened from her stupor and hastily declared the outcome. In the team battle, the Huangdou team concedes, the Shrek team wins. Upon hearing the result, Dai Mubai and the others wore complex expressions. In truth, they had not gained the upper hand. Dai Mubai and Oscar had sustained injuries, and Xiao Wu had faced perilous moments. Yet, while they valiantly resisted the Huangdou team's onslaught, Tang Qingxi had swiftly eliminated two members of the opposing team, subsequently rendering Yu Tianheng powerless, depleting his soul power, and injuring Yu Feng and Oscar. This victory could be said to have been secured solely by Tang Qingxi's efforts. Sister, she is incredible. Sister, she is extraordinary. Oscar cheered, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, the members of the Huangdou team bore no significant injuries. The chill within Oscar and Yu Feng had gradually dissipated with the circulation of their soul power. While Yu Tianheng was merely exhausted from expending his energy, Tang Qingxi exhibited remarkable restraint. For it is highly probable that he will engage with the Royal Academy of Tiando in the future. Such an exceptional training team is not worth incurring enmity. However, each of his opponents wore a grim expression as they descended from the battle platform and approached Qin Ming, murmuring apologies for their defeat. The recollection of Qin Ming's admonition to not underestimate the Shrek team stung painfully in their minds, igniting a flush of embarrassment. While Tang Qingxi was undeniably formidable, his peers were not to be dismissed, especially as they appeared considerably younger than themselves. The thought of facing opponents of comparable age sent a chill down their spines. Yet, Qin Ming's demeanor remained untroubled. A gentle smile graced his lips, for he perceived this outcome not as unfavorable. Yu Tianheng lowered his traditionally proud head, acknowledging, "The responsibility for today's loss lies with me. I underestimated them." Tianhing, the fault does not rest solely upon you, but rather on me. As the control-type Soul Master and the soul of the team, I failed to adequately direct our efforts. I too underestimated them. Upon realizing that the Biling Green Mist was ineffective, I should have anticipated their means of counteracting the poison and not face Tang Qingxi alone. Du Guyan's voice trembled with emotion, her confidence in her poison leading to her downfall as she followed Yu Lingling and was subsequently cast aside by Tang Qingxi. Rarely had she shed tears throughout her sheltered life, having navigated her years with relative ease. Her unique poison control abilities, her prestigious background, and her soul power surpassing that of most peers placed her atop the proverbial pyramid. This defeat struck her harder than anyone else. She found herself entirely ineffective on the battlefield, and now, in this moment of humiliation, tears streamed down her face, her composure shattered. Seeing her distress, Yu Feng and Osro wished to offer words of consolation, but were silenced by Qin Ming's raised hand. Although this match resulted in defeat, it is, in fact, a blessing, Qin Ming said with a smile. Yu Tianhing paused, glancing at Qin Ming, a dawning understanding illuminating his thoughts. Unable to restrain himself, Osro inquired, Teacher Qin, how can such a dismal defeat be considered a good thing? Qin Ming responded calmly, because you have enjoyed an unbroken string of successes, while encountering setbacks is disheartening. They do not inflict irreparable harm. Failure is not to be feared. It is the inability to learn from failure that is truly daunting. Remember, there are always those more capable than yourselves, and the world is vast. I believe you will strive to enhance your abilities in the future. The Shrek team has not only bested you, but has also awakened you. Each of you possesses remarkable talent and potential. And I leave you with a single piece of advice. He paused, sweeping his gaze over the members of the Royal Battle Team. Grow through failure. The team repeated Qin Ming's words in unison. Grow through failure. With a wave of his hand, Qin Ming dismissed them. All right, return to rest. Recover swiftly. I have another engagement. With that, he turned and strode away. The members of the Royal Battle Team gathered themselves and headed towards the passage, but before departing, Du Guyan cast one last glance at Tang Qingxi. The words previously spoken by Tang Qingxi lingered heavily in her heart. She noticed the gaze directed towards her. Just ask your grandfather. I cannot deceive you. After speaking, Tang Qingxi led the Shrek team towards the entrance passage. Upon reaching Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang, she could see the complexity of Yu Xiaojiang's expression. Tang Qingxi was indeed stronger than he had imagined. Furthermore, she had trained Tang San and the others exceptionally well, allowing them to hold their ground even against opponents with significantly higher soul power. Remarkably, even Oscar managed to withstand the assault from a battle soul master. What a splendid performance! Despite feeling a slight resentment towards Tang Qingxi, Flanders could not help but commend the brilliance of their battle. It was no wonder that Tang Qingxi chose not to include Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong. Their presence was unnecessary. We rely on Sister Shi, and we must strive even harder, Zhu Zhuqing remarked. She felt the most impacted. Having spent the majority of their time in soul battles alongside Tang Qingxi, who consistently resolved their conflicts. Indeed, we are primarily here to assist Sister Shi in drawing the opponent's attention, Tang Sen concurred. Acknowledging their reflections and possessing a clear understanding of themselves, Tang Qingxi felt quite content. Especially with their performance today, let us keep pushing forward. When we meet again in the Soul Master competition, I am confident you will be able to triumph over them. Chapter 85, Senior Qin Ming. You have trained intensely for a considerable time. I will grant you 3 days of rest. With that, Tang Qingxi announced her decision. Tang San and the others were momentarily taken aback, only to break into joyous laughter soon after. Though the physical exhaustion from their relentless training could be alleviated with medicine, the mental fatigue had been steadily accumulating. Finally, the prospect of 3 days of respite allowed them to unwind, filling their hearts with an indescribable happiness. Even Zhu Zhuqing showed a hint of relaxation. Oscar, in a burst of delight, could not help but cheer exuberantly. Tang Qingxi did not particularly feel pity for them. Rather, he had merely commenced his mental fortitude training, which indeed posed a considerable challenge, necessitating adequate rest. At that moment, a figure approached leisurely. It was none other than Qin Ming, the leader of the Imperial Combat Team. He stepped before Flander and performed a respectful bow, saying, Director Flander, how do you fare? Disciple Qin Ming pays his respects. Flander adjusted his crystal spectacles perched on the bridge of his nose, a hint of amusement gracing his features. I was beginning to think you had forgotten us, you rascal. Your strength has certainly grown. It seems you shall soon catch up to us old-timers. Qin Ming stood with utmost respect, hands at his sides, affirming, regardless of the circumstances, the director will always be my mentor. And I shall forever remain a disciple of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing these words, Tang San and the others displayed expressions of surprise. This individual was evidently the leader of the royal fighting team, yet from his words, it was clear that he had previously been a student of Shrek. Tang Qingxi remained remarkably composed. She was well aware of the information regarding the team from the Tiando Royal Academy and naturally recognized that Qin Ming was their instructor. Indeed, Qin Ming displayed considerable talent, and she had previously investigated his background, discovering that he had emerged from Shrek Academy. Flinder raised his hand and patted Qin Ming on the shoulder, remarking, After all these years away from the academy, you still carry yourself so rigidly. Allow me to introduce you. This is Master, and these little prodigies you encountered on the soul fighting platform are all current students of the academy. Is this the esteemed Master? Qin Ming exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Yu Xiaojiang and respectfully performing a disciple's bow. Greetings, Master. Are these students your prodigies? They are exceptionally talented. At this, Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned slightly awkward as he shifted his body, dismissing the gesture. They are not my students, and there is no need for such formality. Qin Ming was taken aback by Yu Xiaojiang's refusal to accept his bow. Regardless of whether these children were indeed taught by Yu Xiaojiang, he was, after all, a teacher at the academy, and it seemed appropriate to pay his respects. Flinder chuckled from the side. You are the teacher of his nephew. In that regard, you are peers, and he certainly would not adhere to your formalities. Observing their nostalgic exchange, Tang Qingxi lost interest and waved her hand. Let us be off, it's late. We should procure some late-night snacks and stay in the city. We can either return in the morning or allow you the freedom to explore. As Tang Qingxi spoke, the crowd began to disperse. Qin Ming, taken aback, noticed that neither the dean nor the instructors had given any instructions, yet the students were leaving as they pleased. Flandra chuckled awkwardly and added, They've just finished the soul battle and are quite fatigued. This isn't really the place for conversation. Let us find somewhere to chat. It's been years since we last met. Qin Ming readily nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over Tang Qingxi and the others, filled with curiosity about these younger students. Though they appeared quite youthful, many had already reached the Soul Lord level, showcasing an astonishing pace of cultivation. Notably, Tang Qingxi exhibited remarkable strength, having never displayed her soul rings. It was evident that she either concealed them exceptionally well or had truly never employed her soul skills. This team was evidently younger and more exceptional than the members of the Royal Combat Team cultivated by the Tiando Royal Academy. As they exited the central soul battle area, Supervisor Ao awaited them outside, prepared with the promised rewards for Tang Qingxi. Upon seeing her emerge with the others, he swiftly donned a beaming smile and approached, showering her with unabashed flattery. Miss Tang, thanks to your efforts, it's clear that those you've trained are truly top-tier talents. Enough, Tang Qingxi interjected, raising her hand to halt his praise. Just give me the payment. Of course. Supervisor Ao promptly handed her a card containing 70,000 gold soul coins. Tang Qingxi casually tossed the reward to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, share this among those who participated on the Duhan platform. With that, she led her companions onward, wary of any further flattery from Supervisor Ao. Is there truly a reward? Tang Sen inquired, perplexed. Tang Qingxi nodded, acknowledging, the Grand Soul Arena specifically invited us, so naturally, they must provide compensation. The teams within the arena are ill-equipped to contend with the Royal Fighting Team. These makeshift squads, assembled merely for monetary gain, stand no chance against the elite forces of Tiando. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes widened slightly. You are aware of our background, Qingxi? Indeed, Tang Qingxi responded. I assembled this group specifically to participate in the Soul Master Tournament, and naturally, I conducted an investigation into the teams involved. I must admit, this year, the Tiando Royal Academy has finally produced a respectable team. In the past, the teams fielded by the Tiando Royal Academy were rather unimpressive. But the Royal Fighting Team is commendable. Isn't the Tiando Royal Academy an institution established by the Tiando Empire? Does this mean that this team is the strongest in Tiando? Tang Sen inquired with curiosity. Tang Qingxi shook her head, expressing her skepticism. Not necessarily. In previous editions of the Soul Master competition, the teams from the Tiando Royal Academy failed to secure a spot in the top 3, often overshadowed by the 5 elemental academies within the Tiando region. This year, the teams from the 5 elemental academies are formidable as well. If it weren't for the seed team designation granted to the Royal Academy, one might speculate that they could struggle even to reach the finals. Tang Qingxi spoke bluntly, causing Qin Ming to feel somewhat embarrassed, yet he could not retort. Historically, the teams from the Tiando Royal Academy had been rather mediocre, which seemed a waste of resources. The Tiando Royal Academy is the largest advanced Soul Master institution in Tiando, yet it relies heavily on its royal affiliation for such resources and facilities. Regrettably, this royal background also means that the students are predominantly aristocrats, most of whom are pampered and seldom produce any noteworthy individuals. The Royal Battle Team was fortunate to have encountered talents like De Guyin, Yilingling as they matured, along with Yu Tianheng. One wonders what the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan thinks. Traditionally, such direct descendants would be nurtured within their sect. Yet they allowed him to attend the Tiando Royal Academy. Without this, they would struggle to form a competent team. Moreover, there is also Senior Qin Ming, who does not treat them as treasures to be coddled. Chapter 86, enrolled at the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon hearing these words, Qin Ming coughed a couple of times. Junior, I am currently a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. All right, I shall say no more. Tang Qingxi understood and gracefully refrained from further comments. Qin Ming found himself increasingly curious about Tang Qingxi. Her background seemed to indicate that she possessed a thorough understanding of the Royal Battle Team's profiles. The group subsequently reserved rooms at a hotel and settled in the restaurant. Order whatever you desire, Tang Qingxi stated directly. Although it should ideally be the elder's responsibility to pay, she never expected Flander to be generous. After taking a seat, Qin Ming continued to observe the members of Shrek Academy. I have a question. How old are you, juniors? Upon hearing this, Flander couldn't help but swell with pride. Providing a detailed introduction to Qin Ming. After Flander's description, Qin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Most of them are only 12 or 13 years old. While he was aware that these children were young, their remarkable strength at such an age was astonishing. The academy now boasted so many exceptionally talented students. Its future truly appeared promising. This remark embarrassed Flander. As he pondered how long these students could uphold Shrek Academy's reputation, the future was uncertain. However, such matters were clearly inappropriate to discuss at this moment, and Flander could only smile. Qin Ming's emotions were still somewhat heightened, especially you, Junior Tang Qingxi. As the team captain, possessing a soul power level of 30 that surpasses Tianheng, truly a monster among monsters. However, I have always been curious. During the soul battle, it seems I have never witnessed your soul rings. Is there a particular reason you have concealed them? If that were indeed the case, he would not press further. Tang Qingxi contemplated for a moment. Her situation was not something she could not disclose, yet she feared that Qin Ming would inquire excessively, leading to a great deal of unnecessary discourse. It was Flander who first provided an explanation. She was an unprecedented entity, capable of transcending without relying on the absorption of soul rings, for she possessed none. What? Qin Ming stared in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at Tang Qingxi, left speechless for quite some time. After a prolonged silence, Qin Ming exhaled deeply, casting his gaze between Tang Qingxi and Tang San, Daimubai, and the others. It is truly a pity. If you were not affiliated with Shrek, I would have endeavored to bring you to the Royal Academy. With your inclusion, the prospects for victory in this year's Soul Master competition for the Tiando Royal Academy would be significantly enhanced. As he spoke, a spark of inspiration flashed across his face, igniting a renewed excitement. Actually, it is still feasible. Even if you are from Shrek Academy, you can still affiliate with the Royal Academy. Upon hearing this, Flander became immediately agitated. These students were uncertain about their retention, and now Qin Ming sought to poach them. Qin Ming, what are you implying? These children belong to Shrek. Director, please do not misunderstand. I am not suggesting they join the Tiando Royal Academy. What I mean is they could register under our name. Didn't Qingxi mention her desire to participate in the Soul Master competition? However, Shrek Academy lacks the quota, does it not? The Royal Academy possesses 2 slots. One of these could be allocated to them. They could register under the Tiando Royal Academy for the competition, fostering greater interaction between the 2 academies, while simultaneously enjoying the resources of the Tiando Royal Academy prior to the event. Qin Ming hastily clarified. Though he acknowledged that securing the quota might require some negotiation, yet, considering their talents, it should not pose an issue. Upon mentioning the Soul Master competition quota, Flander found himself at a loss for words, as he too was curious about how Tang Qingxi intended to address this dilemma. Yu Xiaojing nodded in agreement. Indeed, this notion is quite commendable. Compete? Does the Tiando Royal Academy possess a team that can rival ours? Tang Qingxi had already contemplated such possibilities, puzzled as to how the Royal Academy could field a competitive team. Recently, the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning, approached the academy regarding arranging a team to affiliate under our banner to secure a quota for the Soul Master competition. Master Ning held that team in high regard. The academy consented, yet we must await the arrival of that team to assess their capabilities before making a definitive decision. Qin Ming continued. It is precisely for this reason that I conceived of this approach. Tang Qingxi was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a smile. There's nothing to dispute about. She gestured toward Ning Rongrong. Surely you recognize this child's martial spirit. Qin Ming looked at Ning Rongrong, recalling her displayed martial spirit, and suddenly realized, is it that Ning Zongju is primarily recommending you? Indeed, it is so. I previously discussed this matter with Ning Zongju, and he agreed to facilitate our introduction. Tang Qingxi was surprised by Ning Fingji's remarkable decisiveness, having already engaged in discussions with the Tiando Royal Academy. Qin Ming couldn't help but smile with delight. That's splendid. I was somewhat concerned. After all, the Tiando Royal Academy has been producing fewer formidable soul masters in recent years, and their standing has been declining. The academy's leaders are desperately seeking talent from genius academies. If you go there, they might go to great lengths to utilize their connections to retain you, which would truly undermine our academy. However, with Ning Zongju's recommendation, they will likely exercise some caution. Flander, standing aside, revealed a hint of bitterness. Such thoughts were indeed sound. But should they truly go and represent the Tiando Royal Academy at a grand event like the Soul Master competition, even nominally, Tiando Academy would undoubtedly proclaim them as their own. And who would remember Shrek then? Yet, this matter was clearly beyond his control. Tang Qingxi had already assembled a complete team, and those children were all nurtured by her. To them, their dean held little significance. Qin Ming remained oblivious to the underlying issues, assuming that since Shrek had attempted to secure spots from other academies, it was a plan initiated by Flander. Before long, we will be heading there. The resources of the Tiando Royal Academy are too valuable to squander, especially for mimicry training. They should be utilized. These students have nearly reached their limits. With a better training environment, Tang Qingxi would certainly strive to obtain it. Enough, Tang Qingxi, I cannot agree. Flander erupted, unable to contain himself. They ultimately belong to Shrek. You cannot dictate everything. At Shrek, they can still receive an excellent education. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the turn of events. What is going on? Chapter 87. Confronting Flander. You dare speak to me of education? Flander retorted angrily, while Tang Qingxi shot him a sidelong glance. What have you taught them? I educated these individuals. What has Shrek imparted to them? Let us not even mention Tang San. Consider Daimubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. When I left Shrek 2 years ago for training, what were they like? Upon my return, they remained unchanged. What have you taught them? Don't tell me Shrek has produced exceptional talents. Have you considered what your admission requirements are? With such criteria, you admit over 60 students, but graduate only a handful. Reflect on whether your graduation standards are too high or if you simply haven't taught them well enough, resulting in such a meager graduation rate. Those 60-odd students, had they enrolled at the Tiando Royal Academy, would likely graduate in much higher numbers according to your standards. Believe it or not, I previously refrained from discussing this with you. But today I will be clear, were it not for Xiao Wu and Tang San's connection to Yu Xiaojiang. Do you think I would come here and invest in maintaining the Academy's operations and constructing dormitories? I have already shown you enough courtesy by not directly taking my students away, merely seeking a nominal spot at Tiando Royal Academy to leverage it while still graduating from Shrek. If you continue down this path, I see no reason to retain the Shrek name. What is the difference if they graduate from Tiando Royal Academy? If you disagree, then procure a spot for the Soul Master competition. Your Shrek Academy can't even manage to register. Flander was left speechless by Tang Qingxi's retort. The issue of the Soul Master competition spots was indeed a sore point. He glared at Tang Qingxi, his anger steadily rising. He could no longer tolerate Tang Qingxi's negation of the Academy's past accomplishments. Flander, Yu Xiaojiang interjected, his expression changing. Calm down. Qin Ming was even more astonished. These students were taught by Tang Qingxi? Was there such a profound conflict between her and the dean? Was this plan not even the dean's idea? He instantly regretted bringing up this topic, realizing that it was futile. Tang Qingxi already had Ning Zhongju's backing, and whether he mentioned it or not would not alter the outcome. Moreover, Tang Qingxi's remarks were indeed rather harsh. Junior sister, such words are unwise. If there are plans, let us discuss them properly. As tensions escalated, Tang San and the others found themselves unable to interject, lacking any thoughts on what to say. Daimubai and Oscar were particularly caught in a dilemma, especially since they had been specifically mentioned by Tang Qingxi. Yet they were at a loss for words in this situation. Though Flander was filled with rage, Tang Qingxi met his gaze without fear. Yet Flander found himself powerless, his anger gradually dissipating, replaced by despondence. Suddenly, a more formidable aura descended upon them, causing everyone's expressions to change dramatically. Flander and Qin Ming instantly became alert. Who is it? Tang Qingxi raised her eyebrows and instructed the students, help yourselves to the food. After you finish, take a break and feel free to move about. I have matters to attend to, and will be heading back to Shrek directly. After speaking, she cast a glance at Flander, adding, think carefully for yourself. I must handle my affairs now. With that, Tang Qingxi strode out. Flander remained seated, increasingly despondent. It was no wonder Tang Qingxi exuded such confidence. She had a formidable ally backing her. Her imposing presence and strength surpassed his own, at least at the level of a Sol Dolua, if not higher. Yu Xiaojiang said, patting Flander's shoulder, signaling him to follow. They walked to a secluded area where Yu Xiaojiang advised, Flander, you have just come to a clearer understanding of Tang Qingxi's authority. Her decisions are beyond our influence, and she has indeed provided Tang San and the others with better opportunities for growth and a brighter future. It would be wiser to maintain a cordial attitude. As she mentioned, those children will still graduate from Shrek. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang, who had once been full of pride, found that much of his defiance had diminished in the face of adversity. The theories he had cherished now seemed insufficient when confronted with the palpable evidence of Tang Qingxi's capabilities, making him acutely aware of his own shortcomings. The character of Tang Qingxi is not to be evaluated by Yu Xiaojiang, yet her capabilities are undeniably formidable. Initially, he harbored concerns regarding the inherent opposition between Tang San and Tang Qingxi, fearing it may pose a detriment to Tang San. However, Tang Qingxi has willingly relinquished her soul bone and shares an extraordinary ancestral connection with Tang San. This apprehension is shared by another individual, yet that person has remained inactive, allowing Yu Xiaojiang to set aside his worries. Moreover, Tang Qingxi's every action and intention indeed proves advantageous to Tang San and his companions. With her personal prowess and the talents of Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong, it is evident that Tang Qingxi possesses the ability to assemble a formidable team for the Soul Master competition. Her eagerness to devise means for Tang San and his group to participate is immensely beneficial to them. It is crucial to acknowledge that the rewards from the Soul Master competition have always been exceedingly valuable, holding great significance for Tang San and his allies. The path chosen by Tang Qingxi undoubtedly facilitates their journey. Tang Qingxi's intentions were indeed sound, and Yu Xiaojiang himself fully agreed. He might have contemplated the same course of action. However, Flander was excessively obstinate, somewhat ensnared in his own stubbornness. With a heavy sigh, Flander acknowledged that he could not alter the present circumstances. Xiaojiang, he began, while Yu Xiaojiang attempted to console him. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi journeyed beyond the city, seeking a secluded and deserted spot before finally halting his steps. Cloaked in a black robe that concealed his visage, he appeared as nothing more than a faint silhouette against the night. Upon his pause, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows. "Are you looking for me? What is it?" Tang Qingxi inquired. "To discuss a collaboration," replied the figure in a raspy, subdued tone as he removed his hood. It was none other than Tang Hao. Yet he no longer bore the disheartened demeanor that Tang Qingxi had previously encountered. His unkempt hair had been trimmed to a neat buzz cut, and although traces of hardship remained etched upon his face, he no longer exuded despondency. His gaze, once clouded, now appeared considerably clearer. "A collaboration? What can you offer me now, given your current state?" Tang Qingxi remarked, observing the significant transformation in him, suggesting that there was indeed much to discuss. Tang Hao retorted, "What do you desire? Naturally, it is your combat prowess, but can you obey my commands?" Tang Qingxi inquired again. Initially, her intentions were not so ambitious. To command a titled dual-level individual is indeed a formidable challenge. She merely wished to collaborate with Tang Hao on certain matters. However, at this moment, she felt emboldened to raise the stakes. Upon hearing her words, Tang Hao fell into silence for a moment, refraining from giving a direct answer. "And what of the white cat?" Chapter 88. Is this truly the illustrious blue-silver emperor species? As Tang Qingxi spoke, she removed the necklace from around her neck, the pendant being a crystal-clear gem of a delicate azure hue. With a flick of her fingertip, a soft glow emanated, and the white cat leaped forth, scaling Tang Qingxi's arm to perch upon her shoulder. This is a soul guide artifact that allows living beings to reside temporarily within it. During the previous battle, it enabled her to remain inside for a while. The white cat, lazily yawning upon Tang Qingxi's shoulder, playfully tapped her shoulder. "What is it? Did you disturb my slumber?" Tang Qingxi gently stroked the soft fur of the white cat, soothing her morning grumpiness. Tang Hao observed the interaction between the person and the beast, his gaze subtly shifting. Tang Qingxi appears to have a profound bond with the soul beast, which is why their interaction is so relaxed. "What would you have me do?" Tang Hao inquired again. "In any case, it is certainly not a matter of confronting the Haotian sect or engaging in senseless slaughter." Tang Qingxi made this very clear. She does not expect to fully control Tang Hao, but rather hopes that he can be of use when needed. Tang Hao lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment before affirming, "Are you certain you can resurrect Ayin?" "I am uncertain. I need to ascertain the current state of the Blue-Silver Emperor. We can discuss it further after I have assessed the situation. After all, the greater my assurance, the stronger my bargaining position." With a person of Tang Hao's disposition, Tang Qingxi refrained from engaging in any insincere pleasantries, articulating her thoughts with utmost clarity. Tang Qingxi possesses a remarkable grasp of the situation, particularly as Tang Hao has sought her assistance once more. Furthermore, a ruse depiction of the vitality of the Blue-Silver Emperor suggests that the condition of that esteemed entity may very well surpass even a ruse expectations. Tang Hao gazed intently at Tang Qingxi, engulfed in hesitation, uncertain whether to disclose the circumstances surrounding Ayin. He had yet to fully trust this individual. Having arrived at this juncture, was it truly the time for doubt? Hadn't he taken this time to deliberate? What, then, was the purpose of seeking him out? Tang Qingxi, arms crossed and leaning against the tree trunk, remarked, "If you desire my assistance in resurrecting the Blue-Silver Empress, I must be apprised of the situation. Can you truly expect me to simply wave my hand and bring her back to life?" Tang Hao let out a long sigh. The temptation to resurrect Ayin was overwhelming. Moreover, Ayin herself had already lost her soul rings and bones, leaving one to ponder what ulterior motives Tang Qingxi might harbor against her. After Ayin's tragic demise years ago, she had left behind a seed. I am aware that it represents her, yet it has lost a millennium's worth of cultivation and must regrow. Do you possess a method? Even if it resembles this white cat? Indeed, I always believed that with the renowned vitality of the Blue-Silver Emperor, she could not have perished completely. The white cat, Aro, spoke up in response. Are you certain that it is indeed her? Her soul remains intact and has not dissipated? Tang Qingxi inquired. Tang Hao, I do not fully comprehend the concept of souls, yet I can sense her essence emanating from the blue-silver grass that sprouted from those seeds. From what I have gathered, her condition is considerably better than Arua's. At least her physical form remains intact. The primary focus is merely to expedite her growth. There are indeed various methods to achieve this, and she is not merely a singular blue-silver grass. It should not take an entire 100,000 years of cultivation for her to recover. As for your request, it is quite manageable. As long as we ascertain that her soul persists, all that is needed is a suitable vessel for her to inhabit. Tang Qingxi pondered, stroking his chin, and said, Since you have sown the seeds, could you take me to see them? Certainly, Tang Hao nodded. Having made a decision, there was indeed no need for further hesitation. Let us embark on this journey immediately. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. I still need to practice with them, so I will first inform them of my absence. Tang Qingxi was quite straightforward, and it was also an opportune moment to give Tang San and the others a break, allowing him to address any matters at hand. With that, Tang Qingxi turned and made his way back, saying, "Please wait for me here for a moment." Tang Qingxi returned to the hotel and informed Tang San and Zhu Shiqing of her impending journey before reuniting with Tang Hao. "I cannot hire a vehicle for this trip. If the spirit hall discovers my whereabouts, it could lead to trouble. I must trouble you to accompany me on this journey." Tang Hao was taken aback. "Are you still afraid of being discovered by the spirit hall?" Tang Qingxi cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "I am unafraid, but what about you? Do you wish for the Blue Silver Emperor to meet his demise? Although it is highly probable that Qian Daolu is aware that Qian Xuanji was not slain by your hand, he may still seek vengeance since the latter perished after being gravely injured by you. Is it not true that Qian Xuanji succumbed to his injuries after your assault?" Tang Qingxi's words unveiled a significant piece of information, which Tang Hao seized upon keenly. Tang Qingxi nodded. After sustaining severe injuries, he returned to the spirit hall only to be ambushed again. Given the capabilities of the spirit hall, they should have been able to treat his wounds effectively. Tang Hao, filled with curiosity, inquired, who was responsible for this treachery? Who avenged him? Tang Qingxi offered a profound smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The two then set off. As Tang Hao summoned his soul power, swiftly guiding Tang Qingxi through the dense forest. When they finally came to a halt, twilight was once again approaching. Tang Hao quietly exhaled, concealing his weariness. Tang Qingxi surveyed the area before him. It was nestled within a valley, embraced by towering mountains, an expanse of verdant life, and a magnificent waterfall that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. This locale indeed proved to be quite suitable for their training, Tang Qingxi remarked. This waterfall surpassed the one near Shrek by a considerable margin, both in terms of power and the challenge it posed for ascent. At this juncture, Tang Hao no longer guided Tang Qingxi but forged ahead as a pathfinder. He approached the waterfall's edge, leaping into the air with remarkable agility and velocity, soaring towards the waterfall until he alighted upon a rocky outcrop. Tang Qingxi, observing the scene, followed closely behind. With a graceful use of momentum, she effortlessly leaped onto the rocky outcrop. Torrential waters cascaded down, drenching both individuals completely. Tang Hao pressed against the seemingly seamless rock wall behind the waterfall, causing a stone to suddenly recess, revealing a passageway wide enough for a person to enter. The two then ventured inside. Within lay a corridor, approximately 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, extending inward into the shadows, where light scarcely penetrated, evoking a sense of profound depth. Tang Qingxi's eyes glimmered with a faint purple light, while Tang Hao retrieved a pale golden gemstone from his soul guide, illuminating the surroundings as he led Tang Qingxi deeper within. Upon reaching the innermost chamber, the area brightened, revealing a stone room approximately 10 square meters in size, adorned with a stone aperture at the top that allowed natural light to filter in. The chamber was devoid of any furnishings, save for a small mound of earth directly beneath the stone opening, upon which a slender sprig of blue-silver grass swayed gently in the breeze. This blue-silver grass appeared distinct from the ordinary variety, with elongated leaves embellished with delicate golden veins. Tang Qingxi furrowed her brow as she gazed upon the Blue-Silver Emperor. Is this truly the Blue-Silver Emperor? You have planted her in such a desolate place? At that moment, the gemstone embedded in Tang Qingxi's chest glowed brightly, and the white cat, Arayo, leaped forth, perching herself beside the mound of earth. Although she was not well acquainted with the Blue-Silver Emperor, both were soul beasts of 100,000 years, and witnessing her current predicament stirred a complex array of emotions within her. Chapter 89. Tang Hao. You are to work for me, seeking initial subscription. I have often pondered the audacity and peril faced by those 100,000-year soul beasts who dare to take on human form. However, it appears that their fate is no different. Those soul masters desiring 100,000-year soul rings will invariably resort to any means necessary. Whether one chooses to seclude oneself in the depths of the forest, like I do, or transforms into human form to blend into the crowd, the eventual outcome remains the same, becoming a soul ring or soul bone. Araya's voice was tinged with sorrow as she spoke, casting a glance at Tang Qingxi. If only everyone were like you, breaking through without the need for soul rings would be a reality. The rules imposed upon you soul beasts in this continent are profoundly unjust. Even I, driven by my aspirations, have chosen not to rely on soul rings for my advancement. Yet, in pursuit of formidable strength, I will ultimately opt to absorb soul rings, gravitating towards those of sufficiently high age, even seeking out 100,000-year soul beasts. All I can promise is that I will not target Xiao Wu or those soul beasts close to you. Tang Qingxi took out a handkerchief to dry her hands and gently caressed Aru's fur, yet her words were stark and harshly realistic. Do not expect many to consider your spirit beasts. Humans are inherently selfish. The white cat, Aru, gazed calmly at the blue-silver grass and softly replied, Indeed. You are selfish, but so am I. As long as I can protect Xiao Wu, De Ming, and Air Ming, that is sufficient. For the other spirit beasts, I wish I could protect them, but I cannot. However, Aru hesitated, casting a glance at Tang Hao, clearly holding back some thoughts that remained unspoken in his presence. Tang Qingxi was able to comprehend her meaning. I understand your thoughts. After the matter is accomplished, we may consider it, but I shall not make any promises regarding it. After all, whether it can be achieved remains uncertain. Indeed, Aru replied softly. Tang Hao did not comprehend the subject of their conversation, yet he lacked the inclination to inquire further. Tang Qingxi exchanged a few words with Arua, then turned her attention to the blue-silver grass. She knelt down, her palm emanating a subtle iridescence, and her fingertips gently brushed against the blades of the grass. Tang Hao stood nearby, his expression marked by palpable tension as he fixated intently on Tang Xingxi's movements. After a brief moment, Tang Xingxi unleashed her martial spirit, the enigmatic power of her domain unfurling silently, enveloping the blue-silver grass within. The undulation of the blue-silver grass intensified, while the golden threads upon its leaves seemed to awaken, gently pulsating as waves of golden light rippled through. Tang Hao stood in astonishment as he witnessed the blue-silver grass growing at a visibly rapid pace. However, this remarkable growth was short-lived, merely extending a small segment. Tang Xingxi then remarked, "It is a pity that Tang San lacks a gifted domain. The effects of his innate domain would undoubtedly be superior, given their shared origin." The reason Tang Xingxi's domain could facilitate the growth of the blue-silver grass was simply due to their botanical nature and their sufficiently high rank. Yin was the sovereign among the blue-silver grass, while Tang Xingxi's martial soul, the black jade plum blossom, reigned as the queen among flowers. Initially, the black jade plum blossom was merely a rather unique flower, but upon Tang Xingxi's arrival in this world, it became her martial soul and, through a fortuitous turn of events, absorbed the damaged Haoyan hammer martial soul, thus attaining its esteemed position as the queen of flowers. At that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded. The longest blade of the blue-silver grass began to move slowly, delicately entwining itself around Tang Xingxi's fingertip. A gentle wave of spiritual energy emerged, seemingly conveying a sense of gratitude to her. Tang Xingxi couldn't help but smile. Quite impressive. It even retains its own consciousness, though it cannot fully express itself within the blue-silver grass. Her soul is considerably more complete compared to Eru. With unwavering determination, she rose and turned her gaze towards Tang Hao. "Tang Hao, as long as you are willing to assist me, I shall fulfill your requests. I will ensure that she can communicate with you swiftly, serving as a form of existence and companionship. Furthermore, I will expedite the cultivation of the blue-silver grass to hasten her growth." Tang Hao witnessed the transformation that Tang Xingxi brought to the blue-silver grass, which led him to trust her words even more. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, as long as it does not contradict my true intentions, I have no objections. There are two matters that require attention before you carry out your tasks," Tang Xingxi continued. "What are they?" "The transplantation of the blue-silver emperor. I will personally oversee her care. Currently, there are no pressing tasks for you. Primarily your role will be to provide covert protection for me. You may also keep a close watch on the condition of the blue-silver emperor. I cannot frequently spare time to visit, as her soul requires nurturing, which necessitates her proximity to me. Furthermore, this location." Tang Xingxi surveyed the surroundings with considerable disdain, deeming it rather unsuitable for cultivating the blue-silver emperor. "Why on earth did you choose this place? Planting outside would yield far better results than doing so in a cave," she remarked. "Have you ever seen a plant thriving within a cavern, surpassing those that grow in the open air? Even if you were to create a hole at the top, the sunlight that penetrates would be minimal. This is merely the blue-silver emperor. One can only imagine the pitiful state of ordinary blue-silver grass." Tang Hao's complexion turned pale as he sighed helplessly, expressing his concern about planting outside, fearing that he would not be able to protect Yin from harm by wandering soul beasts. This concern was indeed valid. "Regarding the matter of transplantation, do you have any objections?" Tang Xingxi inquired. "None." "Very well, there is another issue at hand." At this point, Tang Xingxi's expression darkened slightly, asking, "What is wrong with you? Do you intend to leave a multitude of old injuries untreated within your body? Are you truly waiting for the day when you pass away, leaving behind Tang San and the blue-silver emperor to fend for themselves?" This was a sentiment that Tang Xingxi genuinely despised. Were it not for the inability to rally others for the time being, she would have little desire to concern herself with him. Recruiting a capable ally requires first tending to their wounds, and the cost of healing a title Doloa's injuries is not insignificant. Tang Hao could not help but let out a bitter smile. "Even a title Doloa specializing in healing could not mend my wounds. But rest assured, I can manage, and it will not significantly affect my strength. Regardless of whether a title Doloa can heal me, I am capable of tending to your injuries. I do not wish for such a formidable title Doloa level fighter to perish in the midst of battle. Presently, there is no immediate crisis, but sooner or later, you will be required to confront opponents of the title Doloa caliber. With your current injuries, are you truly capable of fighting? Moreover, your talent is commendable. Once your wounds are healed, your strength will undoubtedly enhance further. I require your peak combat prowess." Tang Xingxi spoke in a cold tone, yet her hands moved with remarkable gentleness as she carefully brushed aside a portion of the soil surrounding the blue-silver grass. Subsequently, she produced a jade box, filling it with a portion of the soil. From her bracelet, she extracted a leaf of vibrant emerald hue, pulsating with a palpable vitality. Crumbling it, she spread it across the soil before delicately transplanting the blue-silver grass, along with its earth, into the jade box. Tang Hao disregarded Tang Xingxi's almost mocking remarks, fixating instead on the blue-silver emperor. Noticing its apparent lack of discomfort, he felt himself relax. "Among the three great artisans, there is indeed you." Tang Xingxi suddenly turned her gaze towards Tang Hao. Given his disheveled appearance, she harbored no expectations that he could afford the treatment costs. Thus, aside from seeking assistance, he might as well take on some labor. Chapter 90. Transplanting the Blue Silver Emperor, seeking initial subscription. Indeed. Do you have any plans? Tang Hao inquired, nodding in response. Get to the forge. Tang Qingshi shot him another disdainful glance. I will teach your son, save your wife, and even tend to your injuries. In the future. Whatever I ask of you, as long as it does not contradict my promises, any hesitation on your part would be a disservice to me. Given Tang Hao's current pitiful state, had he not lacked individuals of title Dolua caliber at his disposal, he would have already kicked him aside. She desperately needed a strong aid. Unless absolutely necessary, she would refrain from reallocating a title Dolua from Bibi Dong's side, as Bibi Dong had her own requirements as well. Qian Dalu was a seasoned veteran, not easily dealt with. That poses no problem. Working at the forge was indeed within his expertise, and it did not conflict with his principles. Thus Tang Hao readily agreed. As Tang Qingshi had pointed out, she had indeed done numerous beneficial things for him. Let us proceed. With a wave of her hand, she hoisted the white cat onto her shoulder and stored the jade box containing the Blue Silver Emperor into the soul guide device designed for living beings. Tang Hao silently followed Tang Qingshi, observing her silhouette, and a sense of curiosity arose within him. I often find it rather peculiar. The demeanor you occasionally exhibit leads me to believe that you possess a more reserved nature, yet you tend to display a striking brilliance. Such brilliance is commendable, lacking the art of concealment. To some, I am merely perceived as somewhat clever, my actions slightly irksome, but not to the extent of inciting genuine apprehension. Tang Qingshi wore an enigmatic smile, suggesting that with my current abilities, opposing such entities makes mere survival a formidable challenge. Those entities? Qian Dalu? Tang Hao inquired. Tang Qingshi spoke in a nonchalant tone. Not only that. However, thus far, the primary adversary we are dealing with is Qian Dalu. What is the strength of Qian Dalu? Tang Hao inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. To be honest, he was unaware that this individual was still alive. He had only heard fragmented whispers about him in the past, primarily knowing him as the father of Qian Xuanji. Tang Qingshi fell silent for a few moments before suddenly breaking into a smile. What? Do you wish to spar with him? He retorted. Huh. But I do not expect your assistance. Merely dealing with the title Dolua under his command will suffice. A peak level 99 Dolua could effortlessly slay you with a single strike. Do not presume that your meager strength is sufficient to contend with him. To confront him. Even with my support, you would need to live for several more decades. Without my aid, given your current predicament, should you perish, he may very well continue to thrive. Fortunately, this individual is a peak Dolua, his formidable power rendering him disinclined to strike indiscriminately, allowing me to engage in these subtle maneuvers. Tang Qingshi spoke. Her words a blend of truth and deception, for Tang Hao was not yet worthy of such knowledge. Indeed, Qian Dalu possessed formidable strength. Yet the reason for his reluctance to act was the aura emanating from both her and Bibi Dong, an essence neither of them desired. After resting in the valley for a while, the two set off to return to Shrek. Their pace was somewhat leisurely, and by the time they arrived, it was already the following evening. Under the cloak of night, Tang Qingshi led Tang Hao back to her abode. Sit down. I shall examine your condition in detail shortly to determine the course of treatment. Disposing of Tang Hao momentarily, she placed the Blue Silver Emperor upon the windowsill and retrieved some verdant leaves, grinding them to extract both pulp and juice, which she then spread upon the soil. Tang Hao, she called, guiding him into a south-facing empty room. Come here and clear this patch of ground. Such labor was naturally delegated to Tang Hao. The Blue Silver Emperor could draw sustenance from the earth, yet it could not be overtly planted outdoors, hence the need for an internal connection. Very well. Tang Hao had no reason to refuse such a trivial task, especially since it was for Ayin. Make sure the noise is minimal, but the hole should be sufficiently large, Tang Qingshi advised. Tang Hao nodded, skillfully regulating his strength. With his prowess, it did not take long for him to create a considerable hole in the foundation. Tang Qingshi promptly stepped outside to gather soil to fill the hole, subsequently transplanting the Blue Silver Emperor into its new home. Give me your hand, she said. Once the Blue Silver Emperor was securely positioned, Tang Qingshi produced a handkerchief. Though Tang Hao was perplexed, he did not resist and extended his hand. Tang Qingshi placed a handkerchief beneath his wrist and gently positioned her fingers upon it. After a moment of pulse examination, she probed deeper with a thread of inner energy, her brow furrowing increasingly with each revelation. Is it incurable? Observing her troubled expression, Tang Hao could not help but resign himself to the situation. It cannot be so dire, yet I wonder how long you must toil to repay this medical fee. After all, this is not remuneration for your services to me. Once she assessed the situation, Tang Qingshi gestured for him to leave. You may exit for now. Find a place to wait. Do not stray too far, as I need to prepare the necessary items for your treatment. Tang Hao nodded slightly and then stepped outside. Tang Qingshi embraced the white cat and rested. The following day, she sought out Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, please contact the individuals arranged by your father. Since you are at Shrek, he must have someone watching over you from outside. We shall soon depart for the Tiando imperial capital. All right, Sister Shi, Ning Rongrong replied with a nod. What have you been up to these past few days? Tang Qingshi casually inquired. Ning Rongrong paused for a moment before responding with a wry smile. We haven't engaged in much fun. Qing and the others have been focused on their training, so we've joined them in cultivating. However, we are indeed quite fatigued. We haven't participated in any training, only honing our soul power. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi smiled lightly. These little ones exceeded her expectations in their diligence. Although a couple of days of play was warranted, their industriousness brought her considerable comfort. Very well, let us proceed with our tasks. With that, Tang Qingxi exited Shrek Academy. While she had granted Tang San and the others a 3-day respite, she herself had not enjoyed a moment of rest. Arriving at her secret cave, Tang Qingxi led Tang Hao to meet someone. Naturally, Tang Hao was so captivated by Tang Qingxi's schematics that he found himself eagerly accompanying her to the Artisan Tower in Soto City. There, he encountered Lu Gao, who was merrily engaged in the study of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Upon seeing Tang Qingxi approach with a figure clad in a black robe, Lu Gao exhibited a hint of confusion. You are to teach him the methods of forging these concealed weapons, Tang Qingxi instructed, gesturing towards Tang Hao. At that moment, Tang Hao removed his hood. President Lu Gao, it has been many years since we last met. Lu Gao? Tang Hao's presence astonished him. It had been years since he had heard any news of Tang Hao. He was equally taken aback by Tang Qingxi's capabilities. Although he was unclear about the events of the past, he had caught whispers suggesting some connection to the Spirit Hall. Tang Qingxi, a disciple of the Spirit Hall's Pope, was able to persuade Tang Hao to assist her in crafting concealed weapons. Moreover, she had managed to garner the expertise of 2 of the continent's 3 master blacksmiths. It seemed there was nothing that could not be forged under such circumstances. Teach him swiftly. After a while, you shall remain here to oversee matters while I lead a group to the heavenly capital, Tang Qingxi instructed. Tang Hao, you will be responsible for this group. She added that the forging of concealed weapons was just the beginning, as she intended to procure a batch of exquisite ores. In Chapter 91, Tang Hao's past. Lu Gao gazed in astonishment at Tang Qingxi, then turned to observe Tang Hao. He found it difficult to fathom how these 2 individuals could possibly come together. Furthermore, the reclusive Tang Hao, who had been absent for so many years, was now to assist Tang Qingxi in creating concealed weapons. Having 2 master blacksmiths under one person's command was indeed impressive. Lu Gao recalled the knife blank that had been left in the furnace at the Spirit Hall, which, despite its somewhat sinister aura, piqued his interest. He eagerly anticipated what kind of formidable weapon the finished product would become. With both himself and Tang Hao involved, it was likely that they would be entrusted with the final forging of that knife blank. Moreover, Tang Hao's presence was fortuitous, as Lu Gao had been making slow progress on the intricacies of the mechanical concealed weapons. Collaborating with Tang Hao would undoubtedly be beneficial. Understood, no problem at all. Lu Gao replied, deep in thought. Tang Hao gazed with curiosity at the myriad of hidden weapons and components laid out on the stone table before the tall building. While he could not disassemble the likes of the rainflower needles, he had dismantled numerous others, such as the sand shadow projectiles and Zhuge crossbows. Tang Qingxi refrained from instructing him on the method of assembly, allowing him to explore independently, especially since there was no urgency for delivery at the moment. Subsequently, she summoned a group of blacksmiths, preparing for their eventual departure. As for Changzong, he was set to commence his journey to the imperial city of the Heaven Do Empire, Tian-Do City, the following day to make the necessary arrangements. In terms of other combat-oriented subordinates, Tang Qingxi intended to take only those previously dispatched to serve as sparring partners for Tang San. Having made the necessary preparations, Tang Qingxi called Tang Hao aside. I have another inquiry for you regarding your and the Blue-Silver Emperor's identities, your past, and the enmity with the Spirit Hall. When do you plan to disclose this to Tang San? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao paused, lowering his gaze. That past is too painful, little San is still young. I wish to wait until Ain is resurrected before revealing it to him. His Haotian hammer could not remain hidden indefinitely once it was unveiled. Others would deduce his identity. After all, the Haotian sect was nearly secluded now, with few members seen outside. If someone were to guess, they would inevitably bring up his name. Tang San was not foolish. He would ponder, speculate, and even seek the truth himself. Tang Qingxi regarded him coolly. I will choose an opportune moment to inform him. It is better to clarify things sooner. The outside world is only vaguely aware of your affairs, so there is no need to fear him being misled later. Tang Hao appeared somewhat hesitant. Surely this matter does not weigh so heavily upon your conscience? Tang Qingxi pressed. Furthermore, I require his assistance for your treatment. He will inevitably inquire, and I would prefer not to fabricate falsehoods to deceive him. Despite his reluctance to disclose the past, Tang Hao understood the necessity of Tang San's involvement and thus remained silent. Then let it be. With that, Tang Qingxi stepped out, instructing him to report back once he had learned sufficiently. Soon, the respite came to an end, and Tang Qingxi resumed her training with Tang San and the others. Additionally, she communicated with the Spirit Hall, requesting another batch of medicinal materials from Bibi Dong. Tang Hao's injuries are indeed rather troublesome. The various herbs and plants she had prepared were primarily intended for the creation of poisons, with only a few designated for medicinal purposes. However, when it comes to the level of treatment required for a tidal dolua, there is a distinct lack of appropriate remedies. as those preparations were primarily intended for her own use. She had predominantly considered the preparations necessary for secretly eliminating a title de law, never anticipating that she would find herself in a position to treat one. As a divine craftsman, Tang Hao merely honed her skills in forging concealed weaponry components, a task that proved not overly challenging. Before long, she became quite adept at it. Tang Qingxi required the medicinal herbs, which were promptly expedited from Bibi Dong's side, and preparations were to commence for Tang Hao's treatment. Tang Qingxi instructed Zhu Qing to oversee the upcoming training, while she summoned Tang San to her residence for a private conversation. Following Tang Qingxi to his quarters, they arrived at the room adorned with the blue-silver emperor. Upon seeing his father seated beside a blue-silver grass, Tang San appeared profoundly astonished. "Father, what are you doing here? You seem to have overlooked someone." Tang Qingxi gestured toward the blue-silver emperor on the ground. "This is your mother, Tang San?" Tang San gazed at the blue-silver grass on the ground, adorned with delicate golden veins, perplexed. "Is this my mother?" he pondered. He then glanced at Tang Qingxi and Tang Hao, both of whom nodded affirmatively. Indeed, although he struggled to comprehend the situation, the young lady was not one to jest, and his father had confirmed this revelation. Thus, Tang San knelt on one knee before the blue-silver grass and softly uttered, "Mother, please, take a seat. Let Tang Hao explain everything to you," Tang Qingxi said as she pulled up a chair and sat down beside him. The white cat leaped onto her shoulder, silently observing the unfolding scene. Tang San indeed had many questions, so he sat opposite Tang Hao, gazing at him with a look of confusion. "Father, what is going on?" The blue-silver grass, adorned with delicate golden veins, swayed gently, emanating a soft aura. Tang San sensed an underlying truth. Simultaneously, his martial soul, the blue-silver grass, involuntarily manifested, spreading from beneath him and swiftly enveloping the entire room. Upon witnessing this, Tang Hao momentarily refrained from offering an explanation. He observed as Tang San drew closer to the blue-silver emperor, extending his hand to caress the blades of grass. The blue-silver emperor reciprocated by reaching out its own leaves, entwining them around Tang San's fingertips. In an instant, Tang Hao's eyes brimmed with tears, his lips quivered, and he found himself uncontrollably drawn closer. A blade of the blue-silver emperor entwined itself around his palm. In his previous life, Tang San was an orphan raised by the Tang sect, unaware of his parentage. Yet now, he had parents of his own. And from the aura emanating from the blue-silver emperor, Tang San sensed his mother's deep concern for him, unable to restrain the tears that flowed from his eyes. Tang Hao smiled through tears, his heart swelling with emotion. After a considerable time, both of their spirits finally settled. Tang Hao exhaled deeply and said, "Tang San, your mother is the blue-silver emperor, a soul beast of 100,000 years." Tang San had begun to form a conjecture in his heart, though it remained astonishing. It was fortunate that earlier, when Tang Qingxi had elucidated the nature of soul beasts, including the concept that a soul beast could assume human form after 10,000 years. Otherwise, Tang San might not have arrived at this understanding. Nevertheless, it was still beyond comprehension. With a hint of bewilderment in his eyes, Tang Hao seemed to be transported back in time, commencing his recounting of the past. "I am a member of the Haotian clan, and your other martial soul is known as the Haotian Hammer. In those days, I and my elder brother, sons of the previous clan master, were the most distinguished disciples of our generation, with my talent even surpassing that of my brother. However, our father, your grandfather, had suffered severe injuries in his youth, leaving him in poor health. In order for us to uphold the Haotian clan, he commanded my brother and me to venture out for a decade when I turned 30, the age at which I broke through to the 70th level of soul power. During our 5th year of training, we encountered your mother, who was named Ayin, the silver of the blue-silver grass." Chapter 92. Tang San, if you wish to destroy the spirit hall, first eliminate me. Please support us. Your mother was extraordinarily beautiful, resembling an ethereal fairy devoid of any impurity. The moment I laid eyes on her, my heart was captured. By a stroke of fate, the three of us traveled together and swore an oath of brotherhood and sisterhood. At that time, she was the youngest, ranking 3rd, and we commonly referred to her as Ayin or Xiao San. Thus, your name was derived from her. The ensuing years were the happiest of my life. The three of us traversed nearly every corner of the continent. In truth, my elder brother had also fallen in love with Ayin. However, one fateful night, he quietly departed from us, returning to the Haotian clan, having chosen to withdraw from our journey. It was that very night that Ayin and I shared countless words, and she revealed her true identity to me. She was not human, but rather a 10,000-year soul beast, the blue-silver empress, on the verge of maturity. Upon discovering this, I was utterly astonished, for a 10,000-year soul beast signifies profound implications. Yet, my affection for Ayin transcended all, leading me to confess my love to her. Ayin had long harbored feelings for me as well, but due to her identity and the fear of causing harm to my brother, she had kept silent. As fate would have it, I intended to take Ayin home to meet my father. Although it posed a significant risk, your grandfather was a titled de law and could easily discern a yin's true nature. Before we could return to the Haotian clan, misfortune struck. During our travels, we had already drawn the attention of the spirit hall. After all, The Haotian clan is one of the top 3 sects among the 7 great sects. And my brother and I represented the new generation of the Haotian clan. How could the Spirit Hall overlook us? That year, I was 35. With my soul power reaching 84, when a tidal Dolua from the Spirit Hall confronted us. Although he possessed greater strength, he could not withstand the might of the Haotian hammer, suffering a shattered leg in the encounter. I immediately fled with Ayin. Aware that returning to the clan was no longer an option, the Spirit Hall had discovered a Yin's identity. Indeed, it was not long before the current Pope of the Spirit Hall issued a decree denouncing the Haotian clan, demanding that they surrender Ayin and me. At that time, your grandfather was gravely ill. Upon learning of this, he could not locate me and, in a fit of rage, passed away, never having seen me one last time. My elder brother ascended to the position of clan master in haste, although he had also reached the rank of tidal Dolua and the clan boasted formidable warriors. Even the might of the Haotian clan could not quell the unrest among various factions in the absence of your grandfather's leadership. Faced with the relentless pressure from the Spirit Hall, your uncle found himself in a precarious situation. Fortunately, the Haotian clan was robust, and the Spirit Hall dared not act recklessly. Ayin and I were wed, leading a life of evasion and concealment. Even as the situation gradually calmed, I could never return to the clan, nor could I pay my respects to your grandfather, for I was deemed a sinner of the clan. Upon hearing this, Tang Sin could not help but speak. Father, regardless of what you owe to the clan, I shall repay it tenfold in the future. At this, Tang Xingxi raised his eyelids. Tang San, what does it matter to you? Even if the Tang sect is not considered a particularly formidable force in the martial world, we have never turned a blind eye when our disciples are bullied. We have confronted even stronger factions than the Tang sect. The Haotian clan may be cowardly, and Tang Hao may owe a debt to the clan, but what concern is that of yours? Tang San's initial fury was instantly dissipated by Tang Xingxi's words, leaving him speechless and at a loss for words. Tang Hao furrowed his brow in disapproval. Otherwise, how should the Haotian sect contend with the Spirit Hall? It is as if the Spirit Hall dares to confront the Haotian sect head-on. Had the Haotian sect displayed a firmer stance back in the day, it would not have descended to its current predicament. Do they truly believe that the title of the world's foremost sect is unearned? Of course, at present, only those of the Haotian sect still uphold that belief. Tang Xingxi idly rested her chin on her hand, remarking nonchalantly, "This is well documented in the Spirit Hall." The elders of that era were quite complacent. They never anticipated that the Haotian sect would exhibit such timidity. Tang Hao momentarily found himself at a loss for words. But how have father and mother become this way? Tang Sin swiftly shifted the topic. Hadn't her mother stated that she had transformed into human form? Clearly, the current situation was far from normal. Tang Hao chose to forego the topic of the Haotian sect and continued, 13 years ago, on a fateful day, your mother became pregnant with you. During those years, my soul power surged remarkably. On the day of your birth, my soul power reached level 90. And your mother finally entered her mature phase. However, on that very day, the Spirit Hall's personnel arrived. The reigning Pope, Qian Xuanji, personally led the charge, accompanied by 2 tidal Dolua and a multitude of Spirit Hall experts surrounding our residence. It was a time when your mother had just given birth to you and was gravely weakened. Qian Xuanji proposed that he would spare both you and me, but demanded that your mother be taken away. How could I acquiesce to such a demand? Thus, the battle commenced. Before long, I was severely injured, and at that moment, your mother emerged, cradling you in her arms. She informed them that the strongest ability of the Blue-Silver Empress was immortality. No one could kill her, and consequently, no one could obtain her soul ring or soul bone unless she chose to end her own life. In my state of critical injury, I was powerless to intervene. I could only watch helplessly as she placed you into my embrace. In the next instant, she took her own life before my eyes. The death of a 10,000-year soul beast creates an immense magnetic field that none could disturb. The numerous experts of the Spirit Hall could only stand by as your mother infused the soul ring she had transformed into within me, making me the youngest tidal Dolua on the continent at that time. A 10,000-year soul ring is an entirely different concept from other soul rings. My injuries healed, and my strength surged dramatically. I retaliated with all my might, severely wounding the Pope, while one of the 2 tidal Dolua he brought perished, and the other was grievously injured. As for your mother, she left behind only her soul bone and a single seed. This is the seed that, when planted, grew into the blue-silver grass. Your mother lost all her cultivation and had to start anew. Later, I learned that the Pope of the Spirit Hall succumbed to his injuries, and this debt was recorded against me and the Haotian sect. To protect the sect, your uncle had no choice but to announce my expulsion from the sect and seal the Haotian sect. After hearing Tang Hao's account, both Tang San and Tang Hao remained silent for a long while. Tang San gazed upon his mother, who had once again transformed into a plant, and feelings of hatred gradually surfaced in his eyes. Tang Xingxi cast a fleeting glance at him and said, "Do not harbor hopes for vengeance. Those responsible for your mother's demise have mostly met their end. Yet, the Spirit Hall still exists. The grudge of a mother's murder is one that cannot be forgotten." Tang San's emotions remained tumultuous, and the only resolution he could conceive was to cleanse with blood and obliterate the Spirit Hall. "Do you still wish to annihilate the Spirit Hall?" Are you aware of its significance on the continent? Without the Spirit Hall, you might still be languishing in Holy Soul Village, devoid of your awakened spirit. Beyond the Spirit Hall, no other power would concern itself with the trivial matters of whether the commoners in a small village awaken their spirits. Furthermore, should the Spirit Hall be destroyed, the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire would lose their balance, leading to immediate conflict, and chaos would ensue across the land. Tang Qingxi observed his demeanor and smiled faintly, her gaze sharp as she directed it towards Tang San. With a cold and haunting tone, she remarked, furthermore, if you wish to eradicate the Spirit Hall, you may act now. Begin by eliminating me. Chapter 93. Tang Hao became a hedgehog. Though Tang Qingxi may not be a paragon of virtue, exhibiting a certain ruthlessness in his actions, he would never engage in acts that would throw the world into chaos. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean to eradicate the Spirit Hall? Did it imply that he must first eliminate the young lady? Tang Qingxi rose to her feet and approached Tang San, her demeanor exuding a chilling intensity. Tang San, shall we put it to the test? Tang San was overwhelmed. Retreating continuously under the imposing presence of Tang Qingxi, his mind swirling in confusion. What was happening? Was the young lady connected to the Spirit Hall? Calm down, little brother. Our enemies are indeed mostly dead, and the remaining grievances need not extend to the entire Spirit Hall. Besides, there is no necessity for the Spirit Hall to be eradicated. Tang Hao, sensing the escalating tension, quickly positioned himself between the two and interjected. Having chosen to align himself with Tang Qingxi, he recognized her intentions were directed towards seizing control of the Spirit Hall, facilitating a change in leadership within the Spirit Hall, particularly in favor of those opposed to the Qian clan, could very well be perceived as an act of retribution. Just stay there. I have no intention of harming Tang San. However, it is imperative that I convey what needs to be said clearly. Casting a glance at Tang San, Tang Qingxi turned to leave, commanding, Tang San, come out here. Tang San was utterly perplexed, yet he instinctively followed along. You must be out of your mind, he thought. To speak of annihilating a power so casually. After merely a few days of training, do you truly believe yourself to be formidable? Regardless of your prowess. It is crucial to maintain clarity of thought, even if you find solace in the destruction of the Spirit Hall. Consider that the vast majority of its members remain oblivious to the events of the past. Are you equipped to manage the aftermath? Or will you merely stand by as chaos ensues? Tang Qingxi began with a stern admonition, bringing Tang San to lower his head, rendered speechless. However, her reprimand was brief. Her tone softened considerably thereafter. You need not be overly agitated. The Spirit Hall will inevitably fall into my grasp, and Tang Hao is currently cooperating with me. Most of the individuals within the Spirit Hall are not connected to the past events, and those who are, have always been my adversaries. The Spirit Hall is not a force that can be easily annihilated, yet the prospect of vengeance is not entirely out of reach. Nonetheless, you are currently too weak. It is prudent to focus on your own development. As Tang San listened to Tang Qingxi's words, he gradually gained clarity and understanding. Turning to glance at the door, he inquired softly, what of the young lady and the Spirit Hall? Should I triumph in the Spirit Master competition, I will become the sanus of the Spirit Hall. The next pontiff. The previous pontiff, Qian Xuanji, who was responsible for your mother's demise, was indeed a vile individual, one who harmed even his own disciples. The current pontiff has also suffered persecution, and I stand with her. Moreover, your father is now aligned with our faction. In essence, our enemies overlap to a considerable extent. Tang Qingxi continued. I mentioned this earlier to help you regain your composure and not let hatred cloud your judgment. Who precisely is the young lady targeting? Tang San pressed on. The remnants of Qian Xuanji's forces, along with his father, Qian Daolu. Once the Spirit Hall is under my control, do you still believe it will remain your foe? Tang San's gaze gradually grew resolute. He understood his purpose. He would train diligently, lending his strength to the young lady, and seek vengeance for his mother. Lowering his head, he reflected on his earlier impulsiveness, realizing he had not fully grasped the situation before speaking out. Well, you only possess a general understanding and have not delved into the specifics. However, moving forward, decisions must be made with greater contemplation. Tang Qingxi waved her hand, preparing to return. By the way, I specifically shared this with you today to prevent you from inquiring about these matters in the future. Your father's battles in the past were extraordinarily brutal, and he still bears countless old wounds. I will be attending to his injuries and will require your assistance. Is father gravely injured? At her words, Tang San felt a surge of anxiety. Tang Qingxi did not conceal her thoughts. Surviving to this moment is indeed a stroke of fortune, yet there is a remedy, so there is no need for concern. As for your mother, I am also devising a way to aid her recovery. Upon returning to the room, Tang Hao stood anxiously by the door. Upon witnessing the calm demeanor of the two, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, everything that needed to be clarified has been addressed. And now we shall commence your treatment. With that, Tang Qingxi produced a prescription along with various medicinal herbs, gesturing towards another room. Tang San, you shall go to that room to prepare the concoction, and then pour it into the bathtub within the chamber, filling it halfway. Understood, Sister Shi. Tang San replied with a nod, taking the items and proceeding to the room indicated by Tang Qingxi. Tang Hao curiously followed suit. Genuinely intrigued by how Tang Qingxi would administer treatment capable of healing wounds that even a healing system titled Dolua could not remedy. Upon entering the room, his gaze was immediately drawn to the centrally positioned bathtub, followed by the long table beside it. Upon the table lay several slender iron boxes filled to the brim with liquid, in which numerous silver needles were immersed, their quantity impossible to ascertain. Beneath the iron boxes, a fire flickered gently, its feeble flames warming the containers. As Tang San beheld the scene, a shiver coursed through him. For it was evident that all these preparations were of utmost necessity. His gaze then discreetly shifted towards Tang Hao. Indeed, his father was gravely injured, necessitating such a multitude of silver needles. Unbeknownst to Tang Hao, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending trials, he merely surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. The concoction of medicinal herbs demanded considerable time, and it was not until 2 full hours had elapsed that Tang San finally filled half of the bathtub. Subsequently, Tang Hao was instructed to remove his upper garments and sit cross-legged in the tub brimming with medicinal liquid, which also contained ice cubes. Tang Qingxi's gaze was calm and undisturbed. The iron box contained medicinal liquid, now evaporated. With her jade-like hand, she picked up a still warm iron box and approached Tang Hao. At first, Tang Hao felt a tinge of awkwardness, but in the next moment, he had no time to ponder over such matters. Tang Qingxi held a silver needle firmly, decisively and deftly piercing it into Tang Hao's body, producing a faint sizzling sound. Tang Hao's muscles tensed profoundly, the silver needles still searing hot. Immediately, Tang Qingxi's hands moved incessantly, her palms sweeping through the air, leaving trails of shadow in their wake. Before long, Tang Hao was drenched in cold sweat, his body punctured with countless silver needles. Amidst the pungent aroma of medicinal concoctions, a subtle hint of meatiness lingered in the air. Tang San cast a fleeting glance before discreetly averting his gaze, only to turn and behold his father impaled like a porcupine. A chill raced down his spine. What was most alarming was that several iron boxes filled with needles remained unused on the long table, and the young lady had added some medicinal liquid to intensify the scorching process. Call for me when the ice has completely melted, Tang Qingxi remarked before leaving Tang San to tend to Tang Hao, departing on her own. Father, are you all right? Tang San tenderly took out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from Tang Hao's forehead. Tang Hao's feelings were naturally far from pleasant. It felt as though a furnace resided within him, radiating an unbearable heat, while the potions surrounding him were icy and chilling. Yet, upon meeting Tang San's concerned gaze, he gritted his teeth and managed to utter, "It's nothing. I feel quite well." Observing the veins bulging on Tang Hao's forehead, Tang San could only continue to silently wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Chapter 94. The selection of teams for the Soul Master competition is about to be finalized. Once all the ice in the bathtub had melted away, Tang San proceeded to knock on Tang Qingxi's door. Tang Qingxi withdrew from his meditative state and once again administered acupuncture to Tang Hao, repeating this process until all the prepared silver needles were utilized. By the conclusion of this treatment, Tang Hao was utterly exhausted, succumbing to sleep almost immediately. Tang San remained vigilantly by his side, occasionally glancing at the blue silver emperor. Most of his time was dedicated to cultivation. Having resolved to avenge his mother and support the young lady, he understood the necessity of diligent practice. As the young lady had remarked, he was still far too weak. After a fortnight, Tang Qingxi retracted the silver needles. The transformation in Tang Hao's complexion was remarkable compared to his earlier state. He appeared significantly revitalized. That will suffice for now. You can at least act without excessive concern, and it shouldn't greatly hinder your strength. However, complete recovery will still require time. Primarily, my cultivation is insufficient. We must be patient. Tang Qingxi organized the items and then called out to Tang San, informing everyone that they would take a day of rest before embarking on their journey to the Star Do Forest the following day to procure soul rings for Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong. During this period, Ning Rongrong had also achieved a breakthrough to the 30th level. Tang Qingxi held modest expectations for Ning Rongrong's third spirit ring and did not intend to pressure her further. Instead, he decided to accompany Zhu Shiqing to secure the third spirit ring together. Following that, it was time to take everyone to the Royal Academy of Heavendale. Indeed, Tang San agreed and stepped outside. You should also take a good rest and restore your condition. We will rely on you for protection in the Stardo Forest. Regardless of the disputes between himself and Flinder, Flinder would still arrange for someone to accompany and safeguard them in the Stardo Forest. Nevertheless, it was evident that Tang Hao's strength was more reliable, and naturally, he would not leave Tang Hao behind. Tang Hao nodded. Subsequently, Tang Qingxi returned to the room where she was cultivating the Blue Silver Emperor. During this period, she had spent most of her time there, tending to Tang Hao's treatment. The 100,000-year soul skill she possessed had some unique effects, such as nurturing the soul. It was through this that a Ro was resurrected. Although it could not be fully utilized, merely releasing it yielded a considerable effect. During this time, the growth of the Blue Silver Emperor was quite remarkable. As Tang Qingxi had prepared numerous precious plants to nurture it, coupled with the soul nourishment, its growth had already surpassed the decades Tang Hao had devoted to its care. However, they were soon to leave Shrek, and the Blue Silver Emperor would need to undergo another transplantation. The next day, upon hearing that Tang Qingxi was to lead a group to the Stardo Forest, Flinder, Zhao Wujin, and Yu Xiaojing all arrived, with Yu Xiaojing even bringing along Ma Hongjun. The group gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria, and when Tang Qingxi arrived, she did not mind the large assembly. Instead, she first addressed Tang San and the others, announcing that after acquiring soul rings for Zhu Qing and Rong Rong in the Stardow Forest, they would be heading to the Tiando Royal Academy. However, it was not certain that everyone would be taken along. As she spoke, Tang Qingxi glanced at Ma Hongjun and added that the personnel would be confirmed upon their return from the Stardow Forest. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others were not particularly worried. Since they had initially followed Tang Qingxi, they were assured of being included. Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong displayed even less concern, as they were specifically brought by Tang Qingxi. However, Oscar and Dai Mubai felt somewhat anxious. The team for the Soul Master competition required at least 7 members, and Tang Qingxi already had enough people, with the extras serving merely as contingency replacements. Whether Tang Qingxi deemed it necessary to include them as substitutes remained uncertain. Zhu Zhuqing cast a calm glance at the nervous Dai Mubai before shifting her gaze away. Flender and Yu Xiaojing furrowed their brows upon hearing Tang Qingxi's words, yet they refrained from immediate response. All of them had been reprimanded by Tang Qingxi before, and none wished to lose face in front of so many students. While resting in a nearby town to the Stardow Forest, Flender and Yu Xiaojing approached Tang Qingxi. Flender, with a rather grim expression, could not help but ask, Tang Qingxi, you do not intend to include Ma Hongjun in the Soul Master competition team, do you? Flender felt compelled to inquire, as Ma Hongjun was his disciple, and he needed to advocate for him. I will not interfere with your plans to go to the Tiando Royal Academy, but could you at least take Ma Hongjun along for the Soul Master competition? After all, you all belong to the same academy and have been together for 2 years. Tang Qingxi sighed upon hearing this. Flander, had you considered Ma Hongjun's future sooner and managed him properly, he would not have been directly eliminated from the roster for the Soul Master competition. Now you come to me with this. Do you believe I would acquiesce? In terms of training, Ma Hongjun has not been training alongside Tang San and the others. There is no synergy between them, and he cannot keep pace with their training intensity. As for his character, do you truly think the current Ma Hongjun can still relate to them? Even Dai Mubai has learned to restrain himself. What of Ma Hongjun? I suspect you are aware of the trouble he caused when Yu Xiaojing granted them leave. It was I who had to remedy the situation. I felt sullied handling that aftermath, and it was only out of respect for our academy that I did so. My discontent with your methods of education stems largely from Ma Hongjun. He is a living testament. The side effects of his mutated martial soul were one matter. But you taught him nothing essential. Do you not recognize the character he has developed? Initially, that boy had the audacity to provoke me. Sparing his life was already an act of mercy. If someone outside the academy dared to speak to me in such a manner, would he ever utter another word? Flander appeared awkward. Then you should manage him from now on. After all, Ma Hongjun is still young. Your disciple, yet you expect me to oversee him? Tang Qingxi retorted. Young? He has been allowed to learn far too much under your indulgence, yet he engages in nothing of substance. My team will certainly not accommodate him. Yu Xiaojing, witnessing the exchange, interjected, Ma Hongjun has improved significantly. He trains diligently every day. Tang Qingxi shook her head, stating firmly, it's too late. The number of participants is already sufficient. Both Oscar and Dai Mubai may not even secure their places, and adding more individuals is simply impossible. Flanders and Yu Xiaojing fell into a contemplative silence. With no further matters to discuss, they could take their leave. This issue was beyond negotiation, and Tang Qingxi's stance was resolute as she gestured towards the door. Seeing that there was no point in continuing the conversation with Tang Qingxi, Flanders exited with a displeased expression. However, Yu Xiaojing hesitated and posed another question to Tang Qingxi. Do you genuinely intend to bring Tang San and the others to participate in the Soul Master competition? What is the problem? Tang Qingxi inquired. Yu Xiaojing furrowed his brow. You are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, are you not? Do you harbor ulterior motives regarding Tang San? This had been a lingering concern for Yu Xiaojing, given Tang San's unique identity. Oh, motives? Yes, and I have already achieved my objective. Beyond that, there are no other ulterior motives, Tang Qingxi admitted candidly, having indeed accomplished her goal, as Tang Hao had already come under her command. Chapter 95. I wish to annul my engagement with Dai Mubai. Tang Qingxi's candid admission left Yu Xiaojing momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Is there anything else? He inquired. Nothing at all. You may leave, Tang Qingxi curtly replied, clearly disinterested in prolonging the conversation. Yu Xiaojing lingered for a brief moment before reluctantly exiting. The night passed uneventfully, and on the following day, the group arrived at the Stardow Forest. Regarding Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong soul rings, Tang Qingxi outlined a series of targeted objectives and led the team deeper into the forest in search of them. Dai Mubai and Oscar sensed the possibility of being excluded from the team by Tang Qingxi, prompting them to demonstrate considerable effort and enthusiasm. Dai Mubai took the initiative to clear the path ahead, unhesitatingly stating directions without asking unnecessary questions. Meanwhile, Oscar remained vigilant in supplying sausages, nearly eager to wield his weapon against any obstructive soul beasts. Dai Mubai also attempted to curry favor with Zhu Zhiqing, but she consistently rebuffed his advances. Frustrated, She opted to walk alongside Tang Qingxi instead. In the presence of Tang Qingxi, Dai Mubai felt a certain trepidation and refrained from encroaching too closely. The previous night's discussions had ended on a discordant note, leaving Flander unusually taciturn and wearing a discontented expression throughout the day. Tang Qingxi did not spare him a glance. Her attention was primarily directed towards Zhu Zhuqing, who, over the past few days, exhibited an unsettling demeanor, despite her combat capacity remaining unchanged. It was evident that she was preoccupied with some inner turmoil. Glancing again at Dai Mubai, who was forging ahead yet occasionally cast furtive glances in their direction, Tang Qingxi's gaze grew increasingly profound. After spending over half a month in the Stardow Forest, both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had successfully acquired suitable soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing obtained a soul ring with a lifespan of 2,500 years, and the absorption process was perilous, yet she managed to persevere through it. Conversely, Ning Rongrong's soul ring absorption was considerably easier, given its lesser age of only 1,800 years. Having undergone extensive training, her limits were not confined to 1,700 years. However, she had been unable to locate a soul beast with a more challenging age. Nevertheless, this soul ring surpassed the typical third soul ring of ordinary soul masters, and the soul beast was indeed quite compatible. After thoughtful discussion, Tang Qingxi and Ning Rongrong decided to opt for the 1,700-year soul ring. Subsequently, the group rested in a small town near the Stardow Forest. Tang Qingxi granted them a day of respite. However, as the date for finalizing the participants for the Soul Master competition approached, most of them found little inclination for leisure. Xiao Wu expressed a desire to take a stroll, and Tang Xin accompanied her. Yet, their outing was brief. Merely a leisurely walk in the vicinity before they returned to the hotel to rest and cultivate. Meanwhile, Li Wenrui and Zhu Zhuqing dedicated their time to training in the hotel. Not long after Tang San and Xiao Wu returned, Zhu Zhuqing ventured out. Tang Qingxi leaned against the window of her room, observing Zhu Zhuqing as she strolled down the street, her eyes fixed ahead, seemingly indifferent to the bustling prosperity that flanked her on either side. Tang Qingxi's gaze lingered on Zhu Zhuqing, who had been enveloped in a state of contemplation in recent days. It was apparent to Tang Qingxi that Zhu Zhuqing was grappling with a significant decision. Tang Qingxi awaited her decision, and if all went as anticipated, the moment of clarity regarding this choice would coincide with the conclusion of her assessment of Zhu Zhuqing. As she observed Zhu Zhuqing turning the corner of the street, preparing to vanish from sight, Tang Qingxi was about to retract her gaze when she noticed a familiar figure hastening after Zhu Zhuqing. It was none other than Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing came to a halt, and Dai Mubai caught up with her. Although Tang Qingxi could not overhear their conversation, it appeared that their exchange was rather unpleasant. Dai Mubai's body language exuded agitation, while Zhu Zhuqing remained largely immobile, scarcely moving her lips. The eventual discord was unmistakable. With a sweeping gesture, Dai Mubai stormed off, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to abandon her stroll and return to the hotel. Later that evening, Zhu Zhuqing knocked on Tang Qingxi's door. "What brings you here?" Tang Qingxi inquired as she opened the door, subsequently taking her seat at the table and pouring a cup of tea for Zhu Zhuqing. Sitting across from Tang Qingxi, Zhu Zhuqing cradled the teacup, her face betraying an evident sense of hesitation and inner turmoil. Tang Qingxi remained unhurried, simply waiting. "Sister Shi, have you finalized the candidates for the Soul Master competition?" After a long pause, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain herself and inquired. "Not yet. Is there any suggestion you wish to share?" Tang Qingxi casually remarked while toying with the teacup in her hands. Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath. "Have you reached a conclusion regarding my assessment, Sister Shi?" "That will be forthcoming," Tang Qingxi replied. "I would like to request that you grant Dai Mubai a spot in the Soul Master competition," Zhu Zhuqing stated through clenched teeth. "Ah. So you are advocating for Dai Mubai?" Tang Qingxi chuckled softly. "I must admit, I am rather reluctant to include him, as he has joined us rather late." Zhu Zhuqing was aware of this fact, understanding that Dai Mubai's inclusion was not guaranteed. Her voice dipped to a somber tone as she said, "Sister Shi, you must be well aware of the nature of my relationship with Dai Mubai." "Indeed." Zhu Zhuqing cast her gaze down upon the gently rippling tea in her cup, her voice laden with melancholy. "I have resolved to petition my family to annul the engagement with Dai Mubai." Tang Qingxi, with her once drooping eyes, gradually lifted her gaze. Anticipating Zhu Zhuqing's continuation, "We, along with his brother and my sister, had been betrothed since childhood, vying for the position of the crown prince of the Xingluo royal family. In truth, there exists a significant age difference between us and our respective siblings. Our separation was merely to apply pressure on his brother in the struggle for the throne. The vanquished are destined for death, unless the victor shows mercy, which may grant them a chance at survival. We are all too familiar with the temperaments of his brother and my sister. Should they fail, a grim fate awaits them." Dai Mubai, once in a state of decline, had seemingly surrendered. Upon my arrival at Shrek, witnessing his condition filled me with profound disappointment and frustration. However, now that Sister Shi has illuminated a path of hope. The Soul Master competition stands as our greatest opportunity. Should we triumph, the age disparity would undoubtedly allow Dai Mubai to secure his claim to the inheritance. It brings me great solace to see him regain his spirit. Yet, I have now established my own aspirations and wish to break free from the shackles of my family. However, should I choose to dissolve our engagement, the consequences for me aside, it is evident that Dai Mubai would also face repercussions. Thus, I am determined to secure his qualification for the Soul Master competition, enabling him to emerge victorious. Otherwise, if he loses the engagement and the competition, the Xinglua royal family will surely forsake him. Even if he survives, he would inevitably become a mere shell of a man. Given that we have grown up together, I cannot bear to see him meet such a tragic end. Chapter 96, Taking in Disciples, Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Qingxi lightly tapped her fingers on the table. After listening to Zhu Zhuqing's words, she retorted, "You wish to dissolve this engagement, yet your family's reaction will be significant. Although I once promised that if you could pass my evaluation, I would alleviate the pressure from your family, have you considered the possibility of failing the assessment?" Zhu Zhuqing pressed her lips together and nodded, her voice remarkably calm. "I have contemplated it. I would be scorned by my family, perhaps even hunted down, and my life would be spent in perpetual flight or death. Yet, you still proceed with the decision to annul the engagement? What compels you to dissolve this bond? In the best-case scenario, Dai Mubai retains his qualification to participate in the Soul Master competition, and I would ensure your victory. Then, you could become the crown princess of the Star Luo Empire. I have given this considerable thought. I am prepared to sever ties with Star Luo. My initial choice to come to Tiando for Dai Mubai was indeed influenced by the engagement and family rules, but now I find no other feelings for him. Nor do I desire the title of crown princess. I refuse to be driven by my family's dictates any longer. I wish to seize my destiny in my own hands." Regardless of the outcome, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was resolute. During her time training under Sister Shi, she had been profoundly attracted to her confidence and poised demeanor, and she held deep admiration for her. Tang Qingxi has always been formidable, unwavering in her resolve, charting her own course without succumbing to the influence or manipulation of others. She aspires to embody such strength. Ultimately, however, this is my own decision. I do not wish to involve Dai Mubai in this matter. I hope Sister Shi can contemplate my request, for Dai Mubai, in terms of ability, is certainly impressive and would not be a burden to her. Tang Qingxi lowered her head and chuckled softly. "I can grant your request." Zhu Zhuqing smiled in relief, rising to bow to Tang Qingxi. "Thank you, Sister Shi. You have also passed my assessment," Tang Qingxi continued. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, furrowing her brow in contemplation. "Is this truly the case? Does my assessment relate to Dai Mubai? Why is it approved at this moment?" "Indeed. To be precise, it pertains to him and the regulations of your family. Given your numerous restrictions, you are, in fact, insufficient to pass my assessment. Moreover, your identity does not suitably align with becoming my disciple," Tang Qingxi candidly stated. "Now, let me articulate my requirements. I shall not elaborate on the fragmented rules of the sect, as I do not adhere to them entirely. However, one stipulation must be strictly observed. From this day forth, you shall not enter into matrimony. Therefore, while the assessment is passed, you still have the option to consider whether to make this choice. I do not wish to see you as my disciple, bringing a man before me to discuss matters of love. I will not hesitate to eliminate both of you." At this juncture, Tang Qingxi's voice turned chillingly cold, imbued with a palpable sense of menace, startling Zhu Zhuqing. How can such a demand exist? Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat perplexed. Yet, in light of her unwavering resolve to grow stronger, such a condition was not insurmountable. She had already intended to sever ties with her family, unshackled by familial constraints. She felt no necessity for marriage, nor did she regard love as an essential pursuit. "I can accept this," Zhu Zhuqing promptly acquiesced. "Do not hastily decide. Think carefully. For this choice leaves no room for regret," Tang Qingxi advised once more. In truth, her words were intended to be stern, as this rule was not of her own making. It was a regulation established by her mentor, who had been betrayed, leading to the foundation of the Yihua Palace and its governing rules. However, this regulation was not strictly enforced, should a disciple muster the courage. And should there be someone capable of inspiring such courage to confront the authority of the palace master, they could indeed pass the assessment. Ultimately, this would merely result in expulsion from the Yihua Palace, and the forfeiture of martial arts skills would be nominal. Those unable to pass the assessment, however, would find themselves relegated to nourishing the flowers and trees outside the palace. Tang Qingxi had no objections to a series of practices. She retained this palace regulation after ascending to her position and executed it according to her master's original rules, even in this world. Those whom she deemed worthy of becoming her disciples must possess the resolve to grow stronger, free from any emotional entanglements that might hinder their progress. After all, individuals in this realm must dedicate considerable time and effort to the martial arts of the Jianghu. Distractions could lead to a superficial understanding of both martial spirits and internal cultivation, rendering their efforts futile. Should she encounter a truly reliable individual, she would not stand in their way. There was no need for further contemplation. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her expression resolute. Moreover, becoming my disciple may entail facing adversaries far more formidable than your family, or even the entirety of the Star Luo Empire in the future. Are you prepared to accept this? Tang Qingxi did not deceive Zhu Zhuqing. She believed in being forthright. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, furrowing her brow before inquiring. Sister Shi, Do you have confidence in confronting these enemies? If I lacked such confidence and determination, I could have long since taken my own life to resolve everything. Tang Qingxi smiled gently, and I will empower you to oppose them. Then I accept. Very well, kneel. Tang Qingxi rose, her demeanor solemn and serious. Zhu Zhiqing, upon hearing this, knelt with equal gravity. Tang Qingxi produced the Yuan internal skill, Mingyu Divine Art, which Zhu Zhiqing quickly received with both hands. This is the method of cultivation, known as the Mingyu Divine Art, and it consists only of the first 3 levels. Review it. Feel free to ask me any questions at any time. Zhu Zhiqing gazed at the book in her hands, flipping it open. The characters were familiar, yet their combined meaning eluded her. The words on the cover were entirely unfamiliar. What language is this? The 4 characters Mingyu Divine Art on the cover were inscribed in the script from the previous world. Should I then address you as master from now on? Zhu Zhiqing asked her. Tang Qingxi shook her head and said, no, call me master. You may refer to me as Sister Shi in public. Now, rise. Very well, master, Zhu Zhiqing replied. Rising and delicately cradling the book in her hands, her fingertips gently caressing the pages. May I inquire about your identity now, master? I have been curious for quite some time, Zhu Zhiqing ventured. My identity, you ask? Tang Qingxi chuckled softly. I am a direct disciple of the Pope from the Spirit Hall. Dai Mubai triumphed in the Soul Master competition and returned as the Crown Prince. I, too, emerged victorious, destined to return to the Spirit Hall as the Saintess, the heir to the Pope. Zhu Zhiqing's eyes widened in astonishment. She had suspected that Tang Qingxi held a significant status, but she had assumed it was within the Haotian sect. After all, Tang San and Tang Qingxi clearly shared a unique bond, and during training, Tang San had revealed his twin martial souls, one of which was the Haotian hammer. But Sister Shi is actually the Saintess of the Spirit Hall? By the way, you have an elder sister as well, who will meet you during the Soul Master competition. Tang Qingxi suddenly remarked. My elder sister? Zhu Zhiqing inquired, puzzled. Tang Qingxi smiled with profound significance. It is none other than the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bi Dong. Zhu Zhiqing? Were you not the Pope's direct disciple? Chapter 97, Departing from Shrek, a new chapter. At this moment, Zhu Zhiqing felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. The relationship between Tang Qingxi and the Pope of the Spirit Hall is intricately complex, leaving her utterly bewildered. Who is the disciple of whom? Knowing this is sufficient. There is no need to ponder further. As for your family, you should have no concerns now. In the future, you will also carry the title of a disciple of the Pope. Regardless of the precise nature of her relationship with the Pope, it is clear they stand united. If the Zhu family does not relent in their pursuit of Zhu Zhiqing, then it is merely a matter of having Bi Dong intervene. Even if it involves a prominent family from the Star Luo Empire, they would not jeopardize their standing over a junior. The Spirit Hall does not intend harm against Zhu Zhiqing, and since she willingly participates, it is not akin to the situation with Tang Hao in the past. Thus, what can the Zhu family do? Indeed, Zhu Zhiqing feels reassured. The Spirit Hall, being such a colossal entity, would not engage in conflict with her family over her. The likely outcome she could foresee would be erasing her existence within the family, as if she had never been a part of it, thus allowing them to maintain some semblance of dignity. Return now, Tang Qingxi waved her hand. Zhu Zhiqing felt a wave of calm wash over her. A faint smile gracing her lips as she bowed and stepped back, saying, Master, I shall return to study the Mingyu Divine Technique. Upon returning to Suatua City, Tang Qingxi glanced at everyone. You all performed admirably. Those training with me will accompany me to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Now, go pack your belongings. I will arrange for transportation and return promptly. Hooray! The spots are confirmed, and no one has been dismissed. Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he cheered, his gaze fell upon the unusually silent Ma Hongjun, causing his smile to falter. Yet, Oscar had nothing to say about it. After all, Ma Hongjun had not participated in Sister Shi's training. He refrained from displaying his earlier exuberance. Dai Mubai also exhaled in relief, subconsciously glancing at Zhu Zhiqing. He sensed that among all the trainees, Sister Shi had been the most indifferent towards him, as he had joined the course last. Even now, he had not received the exclusive training methods from Sister Shi that Oscar and the others praised so highly. Despite his superior soul power level, Dai Mubai was acutely aware that he was the one in the most precarious position. He had sought Zhu Zhiqing's help in securing a spot, and he had noticed her discreetly consulting Sister Shi. Dai Mubai could not help but smile at Zhu Zhiqing, only to find her gaze towards him remarkably calm, devoid of the previous coldness, which suddenly unsettled him. On their return to Shrek, Dai Mubai's unease intensified as Zhu Zhiqing's attitude towards him seemed no different from that towards Tang San and the others. He felt increasingly anxious. Upon returning to Shrek, Dai Mubai did not rush to pack, but instead invited Zhu Zhiqing to take a walk and discuss matters. Remarkably, Zhu Zhiqing did not resist his invitation this time, which only heightened Dai Mubai's apprehension. Why has your attitude towards me changed? Dai Mubai asked outright. And did you negotiate my spot with Sister Shi? Zhu Zhiqing did not respond to the first question. Instead, she stated, Sister Shi has promised to ensure your victory in the Soul Master competition, surpassing your brother Davis. Really? Thank you, Zhiqing, Dai Mubai smiled. She had not initially agreed, yet she had indeed interceded for him. With Sister Shi's support, they would surely triumph over Davis and Zhu Zhuyun and return to Star Luo in glory. However, Zhu Qing shook her head. It is you, not I. I have already sent word to my family to annul our engagement. What? Dai Mubai finally understood the source of his unease. There was no longer a place for him in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. The past coldness stemmed from her disappointment in him, and now that she had no expectations, her emotions had dissipated. Are you out of your mind? Annulment aside, will the Zhu family even agree? Without the engagement, your situation will be exceedingly awkward and perilous upon your return to Star Luo. I will not return, Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly. I am prepared to sever ties with my family, but your family will not let you leave unscathed. Dai Mubai's emotions flared. I know I have disappointed you in the past, and I owe you. But I am striving to change, to make amends. Please do not do this. I will join the Spirit Hall. My family will only disown me. They cannot do anything more. You need not concern yourself with me. We are even now. Focus on your own future. With that, Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of continuing the conversation, turning to depart. Dai Mubai, utterly bewildered, called after her, the Spirit Hall? Why would you join the Spirit Hall? But Zhu Zhuqing offered no reply. The shift in her relationship with Tang Qingxi no longer warranted discussion, and they continued to drift apart. Dai Mubai stood there, consumed by a sense of loss. Zhu Zhuqing had indeed sent word home, and Tang Qingxi had also communicated with Bibi Dong, requesting her to exert pressure on Zhu Zhuqing's family on behalf of the Spirit Hall to facilitate Zhu Zhuqing's escape. When everyone had gathered their belongings and stepped out of the Shrek Academy gates again, Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, and the other teachers, along with Ma Hongjun, were present. Yu Xiaojiang addressed Tang San, saying, Xiao San, we will accompany you to Heaven Do City. Tang San had initially thought they were merely seeing them off. But to his surprise, Flinder brought along the entire faculty and the remaining students as they intended to leave together. He hesitated. While Zhu Zhuqing remained composed, let us first go to Suatua City and meet with Sister Shi. She will handle everything. Indeed. With that, they set off together again. As Flinder departed, he cast a complex glance back at the now entirely vacant Shrek Academy. With only one student remaining, there was no longer a need for them to stay. After confirming that Tang Qingxi was unwilling to take Ma Hongjun along, Flinder made efforts to devise a plan for him. Although they claimed to be escorting Tang Qingxi and the others, Flinder himself also intended to head to Heaven Do City. As Tang Qingxi observed a larger contingent gathering at Soto City, she remained unperturbed by the remarks of Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder. If they wished to send gifts, so be it. It merely entailed hiring a couple of additional carriages. Thus, a procession of 5 horse-drawn carriages set forth from Soto City, journeying towards the imperial capital of the Heaven Do Empire, Tian Do City. Meanwhile, the Shrek group was poised to embark on their own new chapters. Chapter 98, The Royal Academy of Heaven Do. After several days of leisurely travel, the caravan finally approached the vicinity of Tian Do City. Tang Qingxi did not hasten to escort others to the Royal Academy of Tiando. Instead, he chose to first enter the city of Tiando to recuperate. The individuals from the Tang sect had already arrived in Heaven Do City before her departure to the Star Do Forest, and they conveyed Tang Qingxi's instructions. They took refuge in a hotel in Heaven Do City, and upon Tang Qingxi's return from an outing, she unveiled several sets of identical attire, suitable for both men and women. These are custom-made. Consider them as uniforms. This way, we present a more cohesive appearance. Regardless of how well they would be received by Flinder, Tang Qingxi intended to maintain a semblance of dignity for him. Having spent a considerable amount of time at Shrek Academy, the Academy's emblematic color was a murky green, a hue that Tang Qingxi found utterly unacceptable. Thus, she opted for a rich dark green for the uniforms. The garments were crafted by a renowned tailor from Heaven Do City, utilizing high-quality materials, and exuded an air of elegance and sophistication. The emblem of Shrek was delicately embroidered on the sleeves and chest. Ultimately, we were to engage in discussions under the banner of Shrek Academy, particularly concerning the allocation of spots for the Soul Master competition, which was a collaboration with the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. Tang Qingxi spoke clearly. Flandra gazed at the uniform presented by Tang Qingxi, which appeared remarkably stylish. Adorned with a monster emblem embroidered in golden thread, exuding an air of dominance. Much of the pent-up frustration that had accumulated over the past few days dissipated. Yu Xiaojiang patted Flandra on the shoulder, his gaze towards Tang Qingxi imbued with a sense of complexity. Tang Qingxi possessed a sharp tongue, however. It now seemed that her heart was not as harsh. With their garments meticulously arranged, they were to rest for a day, as tomorrow the esteemed Lord Ning would dispatch someone to escort them to the Royal Academy of Tiando. When the time comes, display your full vigor. Do not let my reputation falter in Tiando, do you understand? Tang Qingxi admonished in a low voice. Understood. Tang San and the others replied in unison. Feel free to rest, or, if you wish, to explore the city of Tiando. With that, Tang Qingxi waved her hand, signaling for Tang San and the others to disperse. Many were visiting Tiando for the first time, and its vastness and splendor left them in awe, each of them curiously choosing to venture out. Qingxi, I truly did not anticipate that Flanders harbored such complex emotions. It is indeed surprising that at this moment, you would deliberately prepare the Shrek Academy uniform and approach the Royal Academy of Tiando under the banner of Shrek Academy. Tang Qingxi smiled enigmatically. Didn't you also reach out to an academy qualified for the Soul Master competition? Why not take someone along to have a look? Flanders' expression stiffened immediately. He had been considering Ma Hongjun's future. The boy had made significant progress over the past few months. Although it wasn't apparent on the surface, it was evident that he was quite eager about the Soul Master competition. Unfortunately, Ma Hongjun had become the only one left behind. Flanders had taken some of Tang Qingxi's earlier words to heart and was strategizing for his disciple's advancement. Thus, he had no choice but to contact a special academy, intending to send Ma Hongjun there. Given Ma Hongjun's talent and strength, joining that academy's team for the competition would pose no problem. He had options for securing a spot in the Soul Master competition, yet he had hesitated in making a decision, too concerned about his pride. Now, he found that he truly had no choice. With Tang Qingxi's departure, Shrek Academy was struggling to sustain itself, leading Flanders to plan on taking all the teachers with him. However, he did not anticipate Tang Qingxi's awareness. It's rather unexpected that I learned this. It wasn't intentional. She hadn't realized that the newly appointed guard, Tang Hao, was particularly diligent and had intercepted Flanders' message. The academy Flanders contacted was located in Tiando City, named Lamba Academy, with its principal being Lu Erlong. Flanders, Yu Xiaojing, and Lu Erlong had once traveled together across the continent, establishing a notable reputation as the Golden Triangle. Their fusion skills were quite renowned. Now, as their paths were likely to diverge, Tang Qingxi's demeanor had softened considerably. She was no longer inclined to quarrel, stating, I may have a low opinion of that boy, Ma Hongjun, but his talent is commendable. With proper guidance, he could excel in the Soul Master competition and secure a promising future. After speaking, Tang Qingxi sauntered outside, as she had not explored Tiando City much. You contacted an academy? Why didn't you reach out sooner? Which academy? Yu Xiaojing inquired, somewhat astonished. If a spot for the Soul Master competition was available, they would not have clashed with Tang Qingxi previously. Flanders pursed his lips, remaining silent. His reluctance to contact that academy was, after all, rooted in his concern for Yu Xiaojing's feelings. Yet now, he could not allow Yu Xiaojing to learn of that academy beforehand. He needed to coax him over first. Flanders did not rush, as it was said they were sending Tang Qingxi and the others. They would have to wait until the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's personnel arrived the next day to escort them. The following day, Flanders and the others bid farewell to the individuals sent by Ning Fengxi, leading Tang Qingxi and her group out of the city, thus parting ways. What happened to Flanders and the others afterward was of no concern to Tang Qingxi. On the road to Tiando Royal Academy, the true guide was Ning Rongrong. The young lady, brimming with enthusiasm, took the lead, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School members could not voice any objections. Under Ning Rongrong's guidance, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where she halted, exclaiming, We have arrived. Rongrong, are you certain this is the place? Tang Sen asked, his expression peculiar. This is Tiando Royal Academy, Tang Qingxi replied calmly, having researched beforehand. The mountain, the surrounding forest, and the lake on the side all fell under the academy's jurisdiction. Heavens! It's so vast. Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Oscar marveled. Is this the Empire's handiwork? To build an academy in such a picturesque location, nestled between mountains and water. The scenery was indeed breathtaking. Under the sunlight, the lake at the mountain's foot and the diverse flora, alongside the towering mountains reaching 1,000 meters, evoked a sense of a hidden paradise. We will be living here from now on, Oscar remarked contentedly. The conditions here were indeed far superior to those at Shrek Academy. Let us go. Ning Rongrong waved her hand, leading the group onward. However, they had not walked far when 10 Soul Masters, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old, suddenly emerged, blocking their path. The pale yellow uniforms they wore indicated their affiliation with Tiando Royal Academy. The leading youth scrutinized their group with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This group was well-dressed and exuded an impressive aura, which did not align with the information he had gathered about a dilapidated academy from Soto City. Nevertheless, he put on a haughty demeanor, declaring, Halt. Who are you? Chapter 99, Conflict, the Unreasonable Prince. Tang Qingxi cast a frigid glance at the obstructing crowd, choosing to disregard them. The individual from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, dispatched by Ning Fengxi, stepped forward. Perplexed by the obstruction, they had met Prince Xueping and had come from Shrek Academy, invited to engage in an exchange with the Tiando Royal Academy. Is it truly them? Xueping maintained a brazen demeanor, scrutinizing Tang Qingxi and her companions with skepticism. How could an obscure academy, virtually unknown, present itself with such grandeur? Surely, those outfits must have depleted your academy's entire budget. This condescending attitude rendered Tang San and the others visibly displeased. However, upon hearing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School refer to him as Your Highness, they furrowed their brows. Is he truly a prince of the Tiando royal family? Yet, his behavior is rather unbecoming. What business is it of yours? Tang Qingxi retorted curtly, attempting to proceed inward. You are not welcome here. Not just anyone from a trashy academy can come to our Tiando Royal Academy for exchanges. Get lost, Xueping asserted, stepping forward and raising his chin defiantly in front of Tang Qingxi. His words clearly unsettled the representatives of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Your Highness Xueping. This group was introduced by Master Ning, and these children are exceptional talents. To label an academy that Master Ning has specifically recommended and praised as a trashy institution is rather excessive. The individual frowned, noting that Xueping, notorious for his lack of scholarly pursuits as a prince, seemed to be seeking trouble. Dai Mubai could no longer contain his frustration. His mood had been irritable of late, and he was not known for his temperance. How could he endure such scornful insults? An icy aura erupted from him. However, in the next moment, Tang Qingxi shot him a cold glance. What do you intend to do? Sister Shi, he is being excessively rude. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? Dai Mubai suppressed his anger and remarked. Tang Qingxi let out a cold snort, her voice sharp as a blade. Once you have received your punishment, you will be sent back to the Star Luo Empire. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, do you really think you can remain in Heaven Do after assaulting one of its princes? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's spirit seemed to diminish, his face a mask of dissatisfaction. However, Tang Qingxi was not one to easily tolerate disrespect. She glanced at Tang San and the others, who were also suppressing their anger, and announced, since Prince Xueping looks down upon us, we shall demonstrate our prowess. Tang San, you shall take the lead. This task was not one that just anyone could undertake. Individuals like her, Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong were not suited for it. Considering Oscar's status as a commoner and his future prospects in Heaven Do, it would be unwise for him to engage. Meanwhile, her subordinates Li Wenrui and Gu Xiong should remain discreet for the time being. Thus, between the remaining options of Xiao Wu and Tang San, Tang Qingxi chose to send Tang San forth. Understood, Tang San replied, stepping forward with determination. He raised his hand, and the blue-silver grass martial spirit manifested in his palm. Haha, the blue-silver grass martial spirit? Is this truly the best you can muster? It appears this academy has indeed fallen so low that it cannot attract capable individuals, mocked the onlookers from the Heaven Do Academy, unable to suppress their laughter at Tang San's display. However, before their laughter could fully resonate, the emergence of soul rings silenced their jeers. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings silently encircled the seemingly delicate and frail blue-silver grass. Tang San did not employ his soul skills. Instead, he merely coalesced the blue-silver grass into a whip and swept it towards the obstructing students. The students from the Tiando Royal Academy, most of whom had yet to reach level 30, and many of whom had not even attained 25 levels of soul power, were significantly weaker than their soul power level suggested. Under the onslaught of the blue-silver grass whip, they offered no resistance, being toppled and thrown to the ground, disheveled and covered in dust. Being mindful of Xuebeng's status, Tang San skillfully avoided him with the whip. However, Xuebeng, feeling the might of Tang San's attack, could only slump helplessly to the ground. Let us go, Tang Qingxi commanded, leading the group past the fallen students. Xuebeng, emboldened by his pride, dared not obstruct them any further, but rose to shout at their retreating figures. How dare you cause a disturbance in the Tiando Royal Academy? This is a provocation against the Empire. Just you wait. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears as Tang Qingxi and his companions continued onward, guided by Ning Rongrong, making their way towards the academy nestled within the mountains. Fuming at the retreating group, Xuebeng seethed. What a fine Shrek Academy. They're merely here to mooch off our institution. Just wait. As long as I'm here, they shall not remain. My lord, is this truly wise? One student ventured cautiously, noting the intimidating presence of Tang San and his companions. What is unwise about it? Even the empire belongs to us, Xuebeng retorted, dismissing the concern. Enough of this lesson. I shall seek someone to demand justice. How dare they lay hands on me without consequence? My fury shall not be quelled until they are expelled. With that, Xuebeng flicked his sleeve and prepared to depart. My lord, it seems they did not lay a hand on you, another student interjected. Were they not the ones who were struck? Xuebeng shot him a cold glance. If I say they laid hands on me, then they did. As Tang Qingxi and the others ventured into the mountains, they were able to fully appreciate the grandeur of the Royal Academy. The steps they ascended were meticulously carved from white Han jade, each tier adorned with intricate patterns of various spirit beasts, their lifelike engravings showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The dappled shadows of swaying trees danced upon the stone steps, accompanied by the refreshing air and the melodious songs of birds that flourished in the lush surroundings, enhancing the tranquility and charm of the scene. Tang San, this place is truly conducive to your cultivation. Can you feel it? Tang Qingxi suddenly remarked. Tang San nodded upon hearing this, sensing a heightened sharpness in his martial spirit amidst the verdant embrace of nature. He had experienced a similar sensation in the Stardo Forest. Yet it was evident that this locale offered a greater sense of security. This was one of the primary reasons Tang Qingxi chose the Tiando Royal Academy. Regardless of the skill level of its students, the facilities here were indeed the finest in Tiando. While external resources may not be the decisive factor in a soul master's cultivation, their auxiliary role is undeniably significant. The most impactful among these are the specialized training grounds tailored for various attribute soul masters. Such training grounds allow soul masters to cultivate their martial spirits in environments best suited to them, While it may not yield double the results for half the effort, it certainly provides substantial assistance. For instance, Tang Qingxi had previously trained alongside the Cold Jade, which, although necessary for her internal cultivation, parallels the concept of specialized training for martial spirits. With the aid of the cold energy, she was able to enhance her training speed, and similarly, Tang San and his companions would benefit from being in an appropriate environment. Furthermore, the stronger one's martial spirit and the greater their potential, the more pronounced the advantages of training in a specialized environment, resulting in a significant boost to their cultivation speed. Individuals like Gu Xiong also select suitable training locations based on their internal cultivation to enhance their progress. Given the conditions at Shrek Academy, it was impossible to provide a fully equipped specialized training ground, and it would be impractical for Tang Qingxi to expend effort on establishing one there. Even if she were to undertake such a task, with the impending Soul Master competition on the horizon, time would not permit. Thus, she naturally sought an existing solution. The mountain air was fresh and humid, instilling a sense of tranquility that made the journey feel less arduous. Soon, the group arrived at the halfway point, where the main campus of the academy was located. A glance around revealed that the main campus of the Tiando Royal Academy was constructed entirely of single-story buildings, resembling a fortress. The perimeter walls stood at an imposing 5 meters, adorned in a striking bright yellow hue, and topped with glazed tiles that shimmered brilliantly under the sun. At the entrance of the academy stood a teacher clad in silver attire, appearing to be of a similar age to Flanders, with pronounced brows and large eyes, who stood with hands clasped behind his back, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon spotting the unfamiliar faces and attire of Tang Qingxi and her companions, as well as the presence of those dressed in the garb of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he promptly approached them, introducing himself. I am Sun Buyu, a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. Are you all from the Shrek Academy of the Ballot Kingdom? Tang Qingxi nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Royal Academy of Tiando. Please, make yourselves comfortable. As he spoke, Sun Buyu displayed an expression of eager anticipation. For this was a team highly praised by Ning Fingxi, the esteemed leader. He then gestured invitingly. Once Tang Qingxi and his companions were ushered into the academy, the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School took their leave. While Ning Fingxi had facilitated their introduction, he could not intervene further within the confines of the Tiando Royal Academy. The personnel assigned to guide them would merely escort them to this location. Given Tang Qingxi's capabilities, it was reasonable to assume he could effectively communicate with the academy's administration. This was the main campus, with numerous simulated zones scattered throughout the mountains and by the lakeside. Sun Buyu provided a brief overview of the Tiando Royal Academy to the group. Tang Qingxi followed with an air of calmness, while Tang San and the others couldn't help but curiously glance around. Upon entering the academy, they noticed that there weren't many students around. According to Sun Buyu, most of the students were engaged in training across various simulation zones, leaving the main campus relatively sparse. All of you have traveled a great distance, so let me first take you to your accommodations, Sun Buyu said. He then led them to a courtyard on the west side of the main campus of the Tiando Royal Academy. The place was meticulously arranged, with each person having their own private room, as well as a separate reception room. All the living necessities were brand new, and the conditions were even superior to the dormitory that Tang Qingxi had constructed for them. Tang Qingxi couldn't help but nod in satisfaction at how well the Tiando Royal Academy had prepared for them. Everyone selected their rooms and settled their luggage before gathering again in the reception room. Sun Buyu smiled and inquired, "Are you all satisfied?" This arrangement was specially made by the academy, and just outside the courtyard, you can enjoy the mountain views and lakes. There is also a private path leading to the foot of the mountain, making it very convenient to access Tiando City. Very good, Tang Qingxi nodded in response. By the way, you must be the team leader, Tang Qingxi, Sun Buyu remarked, looking at her. The sect leader, Ning, mentioned that you should be contacted for any matters. It was evident that this group of youngsters centered around her. He found it somewhat perplexing that Shrek Academy had not arranged for a teacher to accompany them, allowing a group of children to come here unaccompanied. Indeed, if there are matters to discuss, please proceed, Tang Qingxi replied. All right, here's the situation. Would you like to rest well today, or shall we arrange for you to meet the Academy's academic committee in the afternoon? After all, it pertains to the team quota for the Soul Master competition, and it needs to be finalized with the committee, Sun Buyu explained. Let's arrange to meet in the afternoon. Tang Qingxi responded. They had already rested sufficiently. Good, then I will go prepare a luncheon for everyone to welcome you, Sun Buyu said, preparing to leave. After everything is finalized, the academy will likely host a special banquet for you. Thank you for your trouble, Tang Qingxi replied politely as she escorted Sun Buyu out. Once the teacher from Tiando Royal Academy departed, the students became lively, having only hastily settled their luggage without properly exploring their new residence. Since they had just arrived at Tiando Royal Academy, Tang Qingxi did not rush them to train but allowed them to roam about freely. She settled into the living room sofa, idly stroking the fur of a white cat. Xiao Wu, have you been wearing the jade pendant I gave you before? Tang Qingxi called out to Xiao Wu to confirm. It is a soul guide device that can conceal your aura. We are at Tiando Royal Academy now, especially since we will be meeting individuals from the Tiando Academic Committee, who are all soul, Dula level soul masters. Yes, Sister Shi, I am wearing it, Xiaowu assured her, understanding the importance of the pendant and certainly not having removed it. Good. Tang Qingxi felt relieved and continued to relax with the cat. The matter of the quota was not something that Ning Fengji could easily finalize. He could only facilitate connections. How the academic committee would assess them and what would compel Tiando Royal Academy to willingly grant them a team quota remained to be seen. Everything hinged upon their upcoming meeting. The Tiando Royal Academy was affiliated with the royal family, with the nominal president being the emperor of the Tiando Empire. However, the true authority within the academy lay with the academic committee, composed of 3 of the most senior and powerful instructors. The committee decided all significant matters of the academy, with only a few critical issues requiring consultation with the imperial family. The Tiando imperial family took the academy very seriously. While the emperor was often too busy to manage affairs directly, he would typically appoint a royal family member to oversee the academy's matters. For major issues, the committee would need to seek his counsel. Regarding the quota for the Soul Master competition, the royal family was likely keeping an eye on it, making it no simple matter. The luncheon prepared by Sun Buyu was exceedingly lavish, satisfying everyone thoroughly. However, Tang Qingxi, considering the meeting in the afternoon, restrained them from overeating. After resting for a while, Sun Buyu led everyone to the academic committee. The committee was situated in the central area of the main campus, the largest building in the entire complex. Upon arriving at the entrance, 3 elderly gentlemen were already waiting there. Although they merely stood there, they exuded a remarkably distinct aura. Even with warm smiles on their faces, the unique presence of powerful individuals was unmistakable. The 3 were clad in long robes embroidered with golden threads, a privilege reserved for soul masters of level 80 and above. Even Tang Qingxi's expression grew serious at the sight. Generally, such ceremonial attire was seldom worn by soul masters. It signified not only status and strength but also solemnity. The fact that these 3 committee members adorned themselves in such attire indicated their significant regard for Tang Qingxi and her group, and they had even personally welcomed them to the committee's entrance. Tang Qingxi pondered quietly within, contemplating whether this was a recognition of their team's strength or if there was a subtle awareness of these individuals' identities. Tang Qingxi stepped forward. Her hands gracefully crossed over her shoulders, and she slightly inclined her body. I am Tang Qingxi, honored to meet all esteemed elders. She performed the customary gesture of respect for juniors, acknowledging that these 3 individuals were all at least 80 years of age, even if she had lived 2 lifetimes. There remained a considerable gap in years, thus, it was only fitting for her to pay her respects as a junior. Tang San and his companions also bowed to her in unison. The elder in the center among the 3 old men chuckled heartily. You young ones are truly remarkable. I have heard that you defeated the Tianhing team? Due to the conflict between Tang Qingxi and Flinder on that day, Qin Ming had not taken the responsibility of hosting Shrek Academy, yet he had spoken on their behalf. The Royal Combat Team is also gracious in defeat. Losing is simply losing, and one must acknowledge it. Upon learning of their arrival, he had also come forward to affirm the strength of Tang Qingxi's team. It is indeed a pleasure to have you here, as there will be future opportunities for friendly exchanges. Yes, it is us, Tang Qingxi nodded. Such astonishing talent and strength. Welcome to the Heavendo Royal Academy. I am the chief of the Education Committee, Mengxinji, and I shall introduce you. Mengxinji appeared quite slender, with hardly an ounce of flesh on his frame, his hair and beard completely white, yet he exuded an extraordinary vitality, his face aglow with health, radiating a warm and approachable aura. As he spoke, Mengxinji gestured towards the elder on his left. This is the vice chief of the Education Committee, Bai Baoshan. A soul Doloa. Bai Baoshan's physique stood in stark contrast to Mengxinji's. He was short yet exceedingly stout, always wearing a gentle smile. Upon hearing Mengxinji's introduction, he directed a kind smile towards Tang Qingxi and the others. Mengxinji then pointed to the last elder. This is the 3rd seat of the Education Committee, Jilin. A soul Doloa. Jilin had an ordinary appearance, yet a flicker of bright, sharp light emanated from his eyes whenever they opened and closed, giving him a somewhat distinctive presence. His demeanor was also as gentle as possible, for the talents of these children were indeed astonishing, making them very pleasing to behold. Although Tang Qingxi had previously shared information about the Heavendo Royal Academy, especially regarding the Education Committee, Mengxinji's introduction still left a profound impression. Tang Qingxi subsequently introduced the circumstances of Tang San and his companions, revealing the profound interest these 3 high-ranking members of the Education Committee had in them. Meanwhile, Mengxinji and his associates were secretly taken aback. They discovered that there was no mention of Li Wanrui and Gu Xiong in the information they had gathered. The fact that Tang San, possessing the blue-silver grass martial soul, had achieved the rank of soul master at such a tender age was already astonishing. Now they learned that another with a rolling pin martial soul had also attained the same rank. The stark contrast between the perceived uselessness of the martial soul and its exceptional capabilities was truly beyond their comprehension. Mengxinji's expression softened. Children, please come in. Do not feel constrained. Consider this your home. The Education Committee's quarters were not as luxurious as one might envision. Rather, the abode of these 3 soul Doluos was quite minimalist, adorned only with essential furnishings and a few simple plants. As everyone took their seats, the limited number of chairs meant that only Tang Qingxi, as the spokesperson sat down, while Tang San and the others stood behind him. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, for they were in the presence of three formidable soul duos. Ming Xinji instructed his servant to bring tea and snacks, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before finally resting on Tang Qingxi. I have heard that you were the one responsible for their training? Indeed. During their time at Shrek Academy, I was their primary instructor, Tang Qingxi replied, maintaining a posture of calm confidence. Meng Xinji scrutinized Tang Qingxi, noting his remarkable demeanor and evident maturity, leading him to conclude that this young individual harbored limitless potential. He recalled having heard of them from Qin Ming and Tian Hong. Although they had not mentioned these two, Meng Xinji glanced at Li Wanrui and Gu Xiong, and from Tang Qingxi's introduction, he realized a rather disheartening truth. Those whom they had been exceedingly pleased with and held great expectations for, such as Yu Tianheng, were not even worthy of Tang Qingxi deploying his full strength against Tang Qingxi's team. The decision to leave two soul masters of rank did not compete, while sending forth two others below the 30th rank. You did not deploy your full strength at that time, did you? Tang Qingxi smiled without speaking. She was already aware of the underlying implications of the question. Meng Xinji did not require a definitive affirmation from Tang Qingxi and continued. Regarding the allocation of team slots for the Soul Master competition, we hold no objections whatsoever. In fact, we are honored that you are willing to represent the Tiando Royal Academy in this prestigious event. However, the Tiando Royal Academy possesses 2 slots for teams, and we would like to discuss the arrangements for Team 1 and Team 2 with you. It is simply inconceivable for Meng Xinji and his companions to refuse a team that they hold in high regard, one capable of easily defeating their opponents. Tang Qingxi nodded, as she could somewhat infer the intentions of the committee. Indeed, what arrangements do the elders have in mind? Beside her, Jeline, a member of the committee, suddenly spoke. I heard from Teacher Qin that with your 30th level spirit power, you can overpower Yu Tianheng, who possesses the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. Senior Qin Ming has overestimated my abilities, Tang Qingxi replied with a modest smile. Jilin offered a slight smile, causing the air around him to distort ever so slightly. While others remained oblivious, Tang Qingxi distinctly sensed that the air surrounding her seemed to solidify, as an immense wave of spirit power surged forth. Although this spirit power exerted pressure on her body, there was no trace of malice. It was evidently a means of testing or evaluating her capabilities. Tang Qingxi remained remarkably composed, channeling her internal energy to withstand the invading force. In terms of physical prowess and the potency of her internal arts, she was exceptionally formidable. Under the oppressive pressure of Ji Lin's soul power, she even managed to lift a teacup and sip her tea. To Ji Lin's astonishment, his previously tranquil gaze suddenly shifted to one of disbelief. With his formidable strength, he immediately discerned that Tang Qingxi's soul power was approximately at level 32, having ascended by 2 levels in such a brief span. Furthermore, her physical resilience was far beyond what one would expect from a 33rd level soul master. In the face of the pressure he exerted, she exhibited neither discomfort nor limitation in her movements. The pressure he applied was typically bearable for a 30th level soul master, albeit with some difficulty. Moreover, Tang Qingxi's soul power was remarkably robust. The force he currently exerted failed to unsettle her energy in any significant manner. Ji Lin, clad in a black robe that billowed without wind, began to gradually amplify the soul power he released, under precise control. Chapter 102, Such a Snow Avalanche. Ji Lin, the soul de law, displayed a commendable restraint. The enhancement of his soul power was slow and deliberate, ready to retract instantly should Tang Qingxi falter, ensuring she would not suffer any harm. Tang Qingxi understood that this trial of her abilities represented not only herself but the entire team, as she was the leader. She held nothing back, her internal energy circulating with increasing speed, maintaining her composure even as the pressure intensified, and she even indulged in another piece of delicacy. As the pressure she emitted grew stronger, Jilin became increasingly astonished. Was it truly possible that the girl before him was merely 14 years old and possessed a soul power level of only 32? Up to this point, he had been unable to provoke Tang Qingxi's martial soul, and she was still able to move. Human beings are inherently competitive, and at this moment, fueled by both rivalry and curiosity, Jilin was genuinely eager to discover the limits of this prodigious young woman. At this juncture, Jilin's long robe ceased to sway with the fluctuations of soul power, returning to a state of quiet normalcy. However, this did not imply a lack of soul power output. This scene astonished the 2 soul Dolua by his side, who understood the magnitude of Jilin's current soul power output. Yet, despite this, Tang Qingxi appeared remarkably at ease. How could this be? Jilin felt a tremor within. At such a level of soul power output, even a soul master of the 40th rank would be compelled to summon their martial soul under such pressure and would never exude the calmness Tang Qingxi displayed. If maintaining an unchanged demeanor could be seen as a manifestation of unwavering willpower when the pressure reached a certain intensity, it was not merely willpower that could dictate the outcome. Generally speaking, a lower-ranked soul master enduring the soul power pressure from a higher-ranked soul master could only withstand up to 2/3 of their own level, which was already quite remarkable. To endure to the point of matching their own soul power level spoke volumes of their resolute spirit. However, all these conditions presuppose the release of their martial soul. particularly for Beast Soul Masters, as Beast Martial Souls provided significantly greater assistance to Soul Masters compared to Weapon or Plant Martial Souls. In the introductions between Qin Ming and Tang Qingxi, it was established that Tang Qingxi possessed a Plant Martial Soul. Yet, as a Plant-type Soul Master, how could she withstand such an immense pressure beyond her own soul power without unleashing her martial soul? This was truly inconceivable. Tang Qingxi possessed a unique soul power. Cultivated from the esteemed Nine scriptures, a pinnacle of internal martial arts within the martial realm. Its potency far surpassed that of soul masters of equal rank. As Jilin gradually intensified his soul pressure, eventually reaching approximately level 45, Tang Qingxi maintained her composure and chose to raise her hand, summoning her martial spirit. Dark plum blossom petals scattered around her, enveloping her in a mesmerizing swirl. Jilin was taken aback as the petals whirled. The pressure he exerted was entirely dissipated by Tang Qingxi. The three soul doyuos were perplexed by her ability, yet their astonishment transformed into delight. Jilin's soul pressure surged further. And this time, the acceleration was markedly swifter. However, as it climbed to the level of 50, Tang Qingxi, amidst the protective gaps of the dark jade plum blossoms, offered a gentle smile, addressing Jilin, "Senior Jilin, that should suffice." Understanding her indication, Jilin retracted his soul power, acknowledging that it indeed was sufficient. He recognized that Tang Qingxi still possessed reserves of strength, but at this juncture, it was already impressive enough. Even with his curiosity regarding Tang Qingxi's limits, he had to relent. An excessively exaggerated outcome would prove disadvantageous for her. Dream Machine let out a breath, expressing his surprise. "I never anticipated that such a prodigy would emerge within our realm of soul masters. I am truly grateful to witness your prowess today." Tang Qingxi maintained her smile. For the intelligence provided by Dream God Machine was evidently not as formidable as that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Otherwise, he would not have appeared so relieved. "Regarding the qualification for the Soul Master competition, our initial intention was for you to participate as the second team. However, now you may choose as you wish. If you desire to compete as a seed team, that is also an option." Dream God Machine eagerly anticipated the moment this team would shine brilliantly in the Soul Master competition, bringing long-awaited glory to the Tiando Empire. Thus, he presented his utmost sincerity. Tang Qingxi sensed Dream God Machine's earnestness. Yet, considering her own status, although she wished to simplify matters, she still expressed, "Let us compete as the second team." This way, the Tiando Royal Academy can ensure that two teams advance to the finals, which should also align with your initial intentions. It would be beneficial for my team members to engage in more matches to accumulate greater experience. Competing under the banner of the Tiando Royal Academy would indeed bring honor to Tiando. However, after the Soul Master competition, it was likely that many identities within her team would become public, including her own. She hailed from the Spirit Hall, while Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were from the Star Luo Empire. With their mere presence, the final honor would hardly be shared by the Tiando Empire. Nonetheless, given the historical performance of the Tiando Royal Academy and the strength of the Royal Fight Team, having any recognition at all would be commendable. Very well. Tang Qingxi willingly accepted the role of the second team, much to Dream God Machine's delight. He promptly assured, "Here, I guarantee that we will do our utmost to provide you with the finest training facilities and environment." Tang Qingxi rose gracefully and slightly bowed to the three individuals, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed seniors. Thus, this matter is settled. You may utilize the Academy's facilities at your convenience. Qingxi, I shall bestow upon you additional privileges. As a teacher of the Academy at the Tiando level, you are permitted to bring them to utilize any facilities for supplementary training." Dream God Machine. Tang Qingxi immediately raised her eyebrows. Such treatment was excessively generous. To have a soul power level in the 30s and yet be appointed as a teacher of the Tiando level? It is worth noting that the students and teachers of the Tiando Royal Academy are categorized into 3 tiers: Tian Wei, Tian Ji, and Tian Do. Ranked from lowest to highest. A Tiando level teacher must possess a soul power level exceeding 60. The one responsible for their reception, Sun Buyu, was a Tian Ji level teacher with a soul power of 53, while Qin Ming held the title of a Tiando level teacher. Tang Qingxi initially intended to operate under the name of Qin Ming. However, this was no longer necessary. Her own authority sufficed. Consequently, Tang Qingxi did not hesitate, willingly accepting the arrangement. After a brief discussion, she prepared to take her leave and return to her courtyard. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, suggesting the presence of 2 individuals. Yet, Tang Qingxi's keen perception hinted that it might not be merely 2. Simultaneously, Tang Hao conveyed a pressing message. "The prince you encountered at the foot of the mountain, Avalanche, has arrived accompanied by an individual and a titled Dolua." What a formidable avalanche. Chapter 103, The Unwelcome Arrival of Prince Snowstar. Tang Qingxi maintained an impassive demeanor as she led her companions outward. "Is the chief of Dream Mechanism present?" A voice boomed from outside before the speaker even entered. This individual spoke with a resonant tone, tinged with an air of superiority. Upon hearing the voice, Dream Mechanism paused momentarily, recognizing its owner with a sense of curiosity. What brought this person here? He hastily rose to greet the newcomer. followed closely by 2 committee members, whose expressions had shifted slightly. Soon, 3 figures entered from outside. Among them, one was familiar to Tang Qingxi and her companions, the Avalanche, who had obstructed their path previously at the foot of the mountain. At that moment, Avalanche stood to the left, exuding an air of arrogance. In the center was an elderly man clad in resplendent yellow robes, lavishly embroidered, with graying hair neatly arranged at the back of his head and a slightly portly physique. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, displaying no deference even in the presence of the 3 Seoul Dalois committee members. Rather, he emanated an aura of condescension. The appearance of these 3 individuals caused a subtle change in the countenance of Tang San and the others, particularly due to the elderly man's companion on his right. Prior to this, only Tang Qingxi had sensed something amiss, although they had distinctly heard only 2 sets of footsteps. Clearly, 3 individuals had entered. The man standing on the right was also an elder, tall and slender, resembling a javelin, with hair and beard of deep green and eyes that sparkled like emeralds. He projected an ethereal quality, moving like a phantom, seemingly gliding alongside the resplendent elder without a visible stride. Upon entering the committee hall, he simply closed his eyes, not casting a glance at anyone present. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Dream Mechanism inquired, inclining his body in a respectful bow to the resplendent elder. However, both he and the other 2 committee members focused their attention on the green-haired man. Aside from Tang Hao, who remained hidden, no one could discern the true nature of this individual. The elder smiled serenely, casting a brief glance at Tang Qingxi and the others. At that moment, Avalanche leaned closer to the elder and whispered a few words. The elder then addressed the committee members. "What? Do the 3 esteemed members have guests whom you fail to introduce to this prince?" Dream Mechanism furrowed his brow slightly. For this prince was the one who oversaw the academy within the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire, typically uninvolved in daily affairs. His presence today seemed to carry an ominous undertone. Dream Mechanism gestured for the 3 to enter the hall, while Tang Qingxi signaled to Tang San and the others to stand behind her. "Your Highness," Dream Mechanism continued, "these esteemed individuals hail from Shrek Academy and have come to the Heaven Do Royal Academy for academic exchange. They will represent the academy in the upcoming Soul Master Tournament. Qingxi, this is His Highness, Prince of the Snow Star of the Heaven Do Empire, under whose jurisdiction the Royal Academy currently falls." Tang Qingxi merely nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Greetings, Your Highness." However, Prince Xuesheng did not spare her a glance, coldly remarking, "Shrek Academy? I have scarcely heard of such an institution. It must be some inconsequential academy. Chief of the Dream Machine, how could you allow individuals of dubious origin into our esteemed academy?" Tang Qingxi gazed at Prince Xuesheng with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely dismissive. "Your Highness, we were personally recommended by the esteemed sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School." Ming Shenji interjected, "Your Highness, Shrek Academy has nurtured countless exceptional soul masters. For instance, our esteemed teacher, Qin Ming, hails from Shrek Academy." "Oh?" The prince was well aware of this, yet he appeared unfazed. "Ming Shenji, regarding the quota for the Soul Master competition, it seems you have not sought my counsel. The Tiando Royal Academy stands as a pillar of the empire, and the Soul Master competition significantly influences the academy's prestige. I would never permit the enrollment of arrogant and overbearing individuals." He continued, "I have heard from Xueping that these esteemed guests assaulted him upon their arrival. Xueping is the 4th prince of the empire, representing the dignity of the royal family. Such indignities cannot be overlooked." Upon hearing this, Tang Sen felt a surge of indignation, for he had deliberately avoided harming Xuepeng during his actions. Just as he was about to speak, Tang Qingxi raised her hand to silence him. Ming Shenji and his companions understood the true purpose of Prince Xuesheng's visit as they observed Xueping glaring at Tang San with palpable animosity. And they could not help but sigh. It was precisely because of such foolish nobles that the Tiando Royal Academy struggled to cultivate more talents. "It appears you 3 do not wish for us to join the Tiando Royal Academy, even going so far as to invoke your princely status to slander us." Tang Qingxi, whose own status was not insignificant, was well aware of the dynamics within the Tiando Empire's royalty. To her, a neglected prince was hardly of consequence, and she spoke with little restraint. Ming Shenji, hearing this, spoke urgently, "Your Highness, they are rare talents, with combat capabilities surpassing those of the Academy's first team prepared for the Soul Master competition. There's no need for concern, Senior." Tang Qingxi remained composed. Her unique status meant that Ning Fingji's recommendation to bring them to Tiando would not escape the notice of the Emperor. Both parties were administrators of the Tiando Royal Academy. Since a divergence of opinions had arisen, it would be prudent to let the Academy's director, the Emperor, make the final determination. "What?" Ming Shenji and the others were taken aback, while Prince Xuesheng's entourage also displayed varying expressions. Xueping scoffed, "Does such a trivial matter require my father's judgment? Leave this place at once. I shall meet with Emperor Xueye." Tang Qingxi retorted coldly, meeting Xueping's gaze. "You, a mere nobody from a second-rate academy, dare to seek an audience with my father? Dream on." Xueping exclaimed, his bravado evident. "They were personally recommended by Sect Master Ning," Ming Shenji interjected, not wishing for this matter to escalate to Emperor Xueye. If Ning Fingji were willing to intervene, he could indeed facilitate their meeting with the Emperor. However, he was unaware that Ning Fengji would refrain from further involvement at this stage, yet Tang Qingxi could manage to seek an audience with the emperor on her own. This statement darkened Prince Xuexing's expression considerably. I have always been benevolent towards talented individuals, since you have come to the academy for exchange and cooperation. If you can prove your worth, I shall have no objections to the decisions made by the 3 esteemed committee members. Oh, and how might we prove that? Tang Qingxi was somewhat reluctant to engage, as she was keen to use this opportunity to meet Emperor Xueye. Prince Xuexing smiled nonchalantly. It is quite simple. You need only to withstand 1 minute against Mr. Dugu. Just 1 minute, and I shall acknowledge you. After that, you will receive favorable treatment. Otherwise, as Xuepeng stated, you shall be expelled from this place immediately. At that moment, the green-haired elder beside Prince Xuexing opened his eyes, and instantly, the temperature in the committee hall seemed to plummet. His lifeless, dark green eyes emanated not only coldness but also a sinister aura. Chapter 104. Brief departure from Tiando Royal Academy. A chilling presence enveloped the atmosphere, causing Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, who stood closely behind Tang Qingxi, to involuntarily grunt in discomfort. Tang Qingxi let out a cold snort, stepping forward as her martial spirit abruptly manifested, the ink-black plum blossoms unfurling. Tang San, Zhu Qing, you may step back. Dream Machine also approached Tang Qingxi, exclaiming in anger, Your Highness, you must not go too far. The Snow Star Prince replied with indifference. In what way am I excessive? Dream Machine, do not forget that the Academy belongs to the royal family. I am the direct overseer and possess the authority to make decisions. This is under my jurisdiction. You. Dream Machine was rendered speechless with fury. The Snow Star Prince then turned to his right, and the previously haughty demeanor transformed into one of respect. Mr. Dugu, I implore your assistance. Tang Qingxi's voice was frigid as she fixed her gaze upon the green-haired elder. As a dignified titled Dolua of the Emerald Scales, you have stooped to the level of a mere enforcer, and furthermore, you dare to bully those of us who are but sole respecters? The green-haired elder, known as Dugubo, the Emerald Scale Dolua, displayed a rare look of astonishment on his otherwise impassive face. Not only had Tang Qingxi boldly revealed his identity, but she had also managed to withstand the pressure of his aura with nothing but her own strength. Tang San and his companions were taken aback, as the seemingly unkempt green-haired elder before them was none other than one of the continent's most formidable powerhouses, the title Delaw. Dugubo let out a peculiar chuckle. Since you are aware of my name, why not take your leave? Very well, we concede. We shall depart, declared Tang Qingxi with a dismissive wave of her hand. She had no desire to engage in a confrontation with the title Delaw in such a public setting. After speaking, she turned to the 3 elders. Esteemed seniors, I bid you farewell. Wait. Meng Shenji's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as he glared at Dugubo. How dare a dignified title Dolua bully mere children? Allow us 3 old fools to experience your poison. Bai Bashan and Jilin positioned themselves behind Meng Shenji, and together they radiated an overwhelming aura. Each of them unleashed their martial spirits, revealing a dazzling array of soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black. In response, Dugubo emanated a powerful green light, and rings of light began to rise from beneath his feet. He displayed a total of 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, their brilliance transforming the committee hall into a spectacle of color. The disparity between the 2 sides was evident from their soul rings. Dugubo's 5th soul ring was of the 10,000-year caliber, while Meng Shenji and his companion's 5th soul ring was merely of the 1,000-year grade. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Qingxi couldn't help but click her tongue in dismay. She turned to glance at Xiao Wu, who had positioned herself at the very end. Despite the jade pendant Tang Qingxi had bestowed upon her, a pallor of unease washed over her face. The white cat leaped from Tang Qingxi's shoulder, using the momentum from Tang San and his companions to finally land in Xiao Wu's embrace, gently nuzzling her cheek in an attempt to soothe her anxiety. The standoff between the title Delaw and the 3-souled Doluos cast an air of grave tension throughout the auditorium of the Education Committee. Although Dugubo was immensely powerful, he did not dare to underestimate the combined might of the 3-souled Doluos, and a hint of seriousness flickered in his dark green eyes. What are you 3 doing? Prince Xuexing exclaimed with a voice that was fierce yet lacking in true strength. After all, these 3 committee members were all formidable beings of level 80 or above. Should a confrontation ensue, it could lead to dire consequences. Prince Xuexing, should you persist in your obstinacy, rest assured that after today, the 3 of us will petition His Majesty to address this matter, Dream Machine declared, his anger unmistakable. Tang Qingxi and her companions left a remarkable impression on him, particularly the extraordinarily talented Tang Qingxi, which was a tremendous surprise. The Tiando Royal Academy had languished in weakness for far too long in the Soul Master competition, and it was a rare opportunity for such a formidable team to represent the Academy. Yet, this was all threatened to dissipate due to the unreasonable antics of Prince Xuexing, which incited his ire. As tensions escalated, Tang Qingxi promptly declared, there is no need for such anger, esteemed elders. This matter will not end here. I shall seek an audience with the Emperor Xuye shortly, and we will return to the Tiando Royal Academy soon. Until we meet again. She lamented the possibility of this scuffle jeopardizing her chance to meet the Emperor. With that, Tang Qingxi led Tang San and the others towards the exit. As they passed by the fourth Prince Xuebing, they noticed his face was awash with schadenfreude, while Prince Xuexing held his head high. The expressions of the three committee members shifted between red and pale, clearly seething with rage. At that moment, a charming young lady dashed in from outside. "Grandfather!" she exclaimed, rushing towards Diggybo. The previously stern Diggybo's demeanor softened at her arrival as he embraced her with a hearty laugh. "Yin Yin, splendid. Your strength has indeed improved." This young lady was none other than Dugwian, the control-type soul master from the royal fighting team they had encountered at the Soto City Soul Arena. Upon seeing Dugwian, she, too, recognized them, and when her gaze landed on Tang Qingxi, her expression changed noticeably. She leaned in to whisper something into Duggybo's ear. Having heard that the Shrek Academy was visiting today specifically to see them again, she was taken aback to find her grandfather present. This reminded her of what Tang Qingxi had previously told her. Upon hearing her words, Diggybo struggled to maintain his composure, yet his pupils betrayed a tremor of surprise. When he looked up again, Tang Qingxi had already led her companions out of the committee hall. Duggybo's eyes lingered on Tang Qingxi's retreating figure, his lips moving as if to convey something to Dugwian. Mengxinji, observing Tang Qingxi and her companions departing, shouted at Prince Xuexing, "Your Highness, you are mistaken. Do you understand the caliber of talent they possess?" Prince Xuexing remained unfazed, responding, "At this point, further discussion is futile. I take my leave." With that, he strode out alongside Xuebing, neglecting to acknowledge Diggybo. Diggybo, however, did not rush to depart and exchanged a few more words with Dugwian. As Prince Xuexing and Xuebing exited the committee hall, the former's expression noticeably darkened. "Xuebing, you have caused me considerable trouble this time. The three old fellows will not let this matter rest easily. And regarding that child's claim of meeting the Emperor Shuya, I cannot ascertain its truth. Remember, if your father inquires, state that they initiated the altercation. If not for the intent to weaken your elder brother's strength, Xuebing, you must strive diligently. Otherwise, during future contests for position, I may be unable to assist you. Those three committee members hold significant sway in your father's eyes. Yet they are unfortunately aligned with your elder brother. What appeared to be a mere farce bore profound implications. Prince Xuexing was no mindless, impulsive individual. Chapter 105. An audience with Emperor Xuezhe. As Tang Qingxi and his companions descended the mountain, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Tang San and the others wore expressions of deep concern, while only Tang Qingxi maintained a calm demeanor throughout. "Why don't you all cheer up? Do not dwell on today's unfortunate events. The underlying circumstances are rather intricate and do not warrant excessive contemplation. Let us spend a couple of days in Heaven Do City, or perhaps visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Rongrong would be delighted to guide you." Upon descending the mountain, Tang Qingxi caught sight of the crystalline lake at the foot of the hill and felt a surge of good spirits as she admired its beauty. However, noticing the grim expressions on Tang San and the others, she inquired, "Sister Shi, are you truly unconcerned?" Rongrong asked with a hint of confusion. Tang Qingxi stood by the lakeside with her hands clasped behind her back, a light chuckle escaping her lips. "I do care. Once my strength has increased, I shall seek an opportunity to give that Duggybo a proper thrashing. But for now, their unreasonable antics have inadvertently aided me greatly. As for the outcome, it will bear no consequence. You all may frolic as you wish. I am off to the Tiando Imperial Palace." Gaining entrance to the Tiando Royal Academy is an absolute necessity for her. No one can obstruct her. After all, her aspirations extend beyond merely winning the Soul Master tournament. She longs to deliver a couple of stinging slaps to the faces of those elders in the Spirit Hall. The Tiando Royal Academy is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Moreover, today has unexpectedly bestowed upon her a most reasonable rationale for an audience with the Snowy Night Emperor. Furthermore, through the three teaching committee of the Tiando Royal Academy and with Ning Fingji, she may have the chance to engage with the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire. That Grand Prince's lineage is indeed extraordinary. However, Tang Qingxi must conceal the fact that she was aware of his exceptional identity from the very beginning. She must devise a means to fabricate a narrative that suggests she discerned his identity through various subtle clues. Were Qian Daolu to learn that Bibi Dong had already informed her of Qian Renshua's whereabouts, it would spell trouble for Bibi Dong. At this moment, within the hall of the teaching committee, only 3 members remained. Mengxinji, still simmering with anger, paced back and forth, muttering incessantly. "The Prince of Snowstar has gone too far. Such a remarkable young genius, dismissed so easily. In a few decades, among those children, there will undoubtedly emerge more than one titled Dolua. The actions of the Prince of Snowstar are leading the Empire towards the abyss. That child claims to wish to meet His Majesty. I wonder if it is true. How could they possibly gain an audience?" Jilin remarked with a furrowed brow. Although Mengxinji had previously invoked Ning Fingji's name, they all understood that Ning Fingji would not meddle in the internal affairs of the Tiando Royal Academy. "I must present a formal complaint to His Majesty regarding the Prince of Snowstar. Moreover, I shall see if there is a way to retrieve those children," Mengxinji declared through gritted teeth. Bai Bashan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us go together. It is utterly excessive to bully a few young children, with their spirits ablaze." The trio exited the teaching committee's doors, only to encounter Qin Ming, who was making his way towards them. They halted in their tracks. After greeting them, Qin Ming inquired, "I have heard that my junior and junior sisters from Shrek Academy have arrived, but I have not seen them at their residence. Are they still in discussion?" Though he had not personally come to greet his juniors, he felt compelled to check on them. Meng Xinji wore a look of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Qin Ming's brow furrowed in confusion. Are you seniors departing? Where are Tang Xingxi and the others? Why do I not see my juniors? Jilin sighed heavily. Somehow, they have offended the Avalanche Prince, who, along with the Prince of Snowstar, refused them entry into the academy. We are preparing to seek an audience with His Majesty to report this matter. What? Qin Ming's expression changed dramatically. So they have already left the academy? Meng Xinji nodded helplessly. Upon realizing this, Qin Ming quickly took his leave, turning to exit the academy in search of them. However, he was unaware of Tang Xingxi's whereabouts. Nevertheless, he had been in correspondence with Flandra and was aware of his location. Thus, Qin Ming headed towards the Blue Tyrant Academy within Qindo City. Upon arriving, he found the atmosphere there decidedly tense. The master was nowhere to be found, and Flandra was accompanied by a stunning woman clad in a green dress. Qin Ming hurriedly relayed the news he had gathered to Flandra. Anger ignited within Flandra upon hearing this. What sort of prince dares to expel the people of Shrek Academy? Have Tang Xingxi and the others truly left the Tiando Royal Academy? Yes, I do not know their current location. I could only come to find the Dane. Qin Ming replied. Flandra furrowed his brow tightly. Let us go find them. Since the Tiando Royal Academy has shown such disrespect and disdain for our Shrek people, I shall personally retrieve them. Meanwhile, Meng Xinji and his companions, brimming with indignation, made their way towards the Tiando Imperial Palace. Upon entering the palace, they soon encountered Tang Xingxi, who was emerging with grace, dressed in a splendid silver robe adorned with golden patterns and crowned with a golden tiara. Her demeanor radiated an innate nobility, unlike the serene presence they had previously witnessed at the academy. The trio halted in disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment. This robe was the ceremonial attire of the Spirit Hall, and it signified an extraordinary status. Child, Meng Xinji began, gazing at the approaching Tang Xingxi. You three have arrived at the perfect moment. His Majesty the Snowy Night Emperor has penned a holy decree, which is intended for the Tiando Royal Academy. Since you are here, you may collect it as well. With a change of attire, Tang Xingxi's demeanor had transformed entirely. She merely offered a faint nod to Meng Xinji and his companions before proceeding past them, stating, Do not mind my identity, after all. Our ultimate goal is the Soul Master Tournament. The Tiando Royal Academy stands to gain immensely. Clearly, His Majesty the Snowy Night Emperor shares this sentiment. He was already aware of my identity. With that, Tang Xingxi continued her exit. The three remained rooted in place, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. An overwhelming sense of regret washed over them. The exceptionally talented Tang Xingxi, whom they had placed so much hope in, was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. No wonder she claimed she could meet His Majesty, Jilin murmured. This identity indeed qualifies her for an audience without needing the intervention of Sect Master Ning. Such talent does not imply that the Spirit Hall would engage in battle. What business do they have at our Tiando Royal Academy? Bai Bashan inquired, bewildered. Who knows? Meng Xinji's expression darkened. Since it is permitted by His Majesty, we must abide by it. Within the Tiando Imperial Palace, Tang Xingxi would certainly not utter any insincere words. The trio paused for a moment before continuing deeper into the palace. Just as they approached the palace gates, Tang Xingxi encountered another individual, a young man clad in opulent attire, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Upon seeing one another, both paused momentarily. Have you met the Crown Prince? Tang Xingxi merely slowed her pace slightly, then offered a perfunctory bow and greeting, not waiting for the Crown Prince's response before she passed by the crowd. The Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, remained rooted in place. Turning to gaze at Tang Xingxi's retreating figure, a faint smile curling upon his lips. What an arrogant individual. No wonder she is the direct disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. She truly holds me in contempt. With this thought, Xue Qinghe resumed his stride toward the palace. After departing from the Imperial Palace, Tang Xingxi first changed out of her ceremonial attire, which was reserved for significant occasions such as her audience with the Snowy Night Emperor. Once she stepped out, there was no need to remain so formally dressed. At this juncture, Qin Ming had already arrived at the hotel where they had rested the previous day, accompanied by Flender. After leaving the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Tang San and his companions returned to the hotel, choosing not to wander about but rather waiting for Tang Xingxi's return. However, instead of Tang Xingxi, they were greeted first by Flender. Flender, possessing only a vague understanding of the situation, entered and inquired about the experiences they had encountered at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. The group, filled with pent-up frustration, began to voice their grievances in a cacophony of complaints. Flender, upon hearing their accounts, was immediately incensed. What kind of prince is this? Bringing along a title Dolu ought to bully a bunch of children. We should have accompanied you to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. His words carried an air of irony, as if he could contend with the title Dolaw. That particular title Dolaw, known as the Poisonous Scale Dolaw, was infamous for their lethal prowess. And if a confrontation were to occur, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for Tang San and his companions. Just then, Tang Xingxi returned and overheard Flender's exclamation. She couldn't help but interject, acknowledging the validity of his words. Flender, not wishing to argue, simply stated, since the Heaven Do Royal Academy refuses to accept you, why not accompany me? I have already secured a spot for the Soul Master competition. With the matter resolved, He urged everyone to prepare for their return to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. However, Tang Qingxi had little desire to attend Flinder's academy, as there were indeed quite a few individuals there whom she found disagreeable. Flinder furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why is the Heaven Do Royal Academy so eager for your return? You can still participate in the Soul Master competition." Tang Qingxi spread her hand, stating, "I have already met with the Snow Knight Emperor and received his personal decree for my admission into the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Are you suggesting that I go back on my word? Moreover, with the decree in hand, who would dare provoke us or expel us from the academy? As for that Avalanche Prince, should he have the audacity to remain within the academy, I shall not hesitate to teach that brat a lesson." With a cold smile, Tang Qingxi expressed her understanding of the complexities surrounding the Heavenly Do royal family and the motivations behind Avalanche's actions. However, the fact that they resorted to summoning the formidable by Lin Dolua was excessively disrespectful. Even if she comprehended the underlying reasons, it still irked her. If he dares to wield his power as a titled Dolua against the weaker, then he should not be surprised if I choose to retaliate in kind. Given that Avalanche's actions inadvertently aided her in uncovering certain royal secrets, particularly regarding the Snow Knight Emperor, she decided to merely give him a gentle reprimand, refraining from employing more severe measures. After all, he is a prince. Would one wish to provoke him further? Flander was taken aback upon hearing her words. Tang Qingxi's audacity was indeed remarkable. Tang Qingxi cast a peculiar glance at him and casually remarked, "Within the confines of the academy, any disputes among students may be lightly reprimanded. No one can hold me accountable for that. He can no longer exert pressure upon me. Those who dare to act thus must be prepared for my retribution, for I have never been known for my amiable temperament." Thus, Flander found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had harbored hopes of bringing these children back to his side, yet those aspirations were ultimately dashed. The matter had escalated to the level concerning the Snowy Knight Emperor, and Tang Qingxi's entry into the Tiando Royal Academy was now a foregone conclusion. Beyond the reach of interference, "Let us depart promptly. Our belongings remain in the Academy's courtyard," Tang Qingxi declared. Never once contemplating the possibility of not returning to the Tiando Royal Academy, he left with his companions, yet their possessions remained untouched. "I appreciate the President's concern for making a special trip here," he added. "Well, if there's nothing further, you may return." Flander managed to force a smile. Tang Qingxi issued commands, and Tang San and the others immediately assembled, ready to follow her lead. Daimu Bai and Oscar exchanged glances with Flander, offering only a brief farewell. Subsequently, Flander escorted them to the city gate once more. Qin Ming, a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, had initially prepared to confront the institution but was eager to ascertain the circumstances of his junior colleagues first. Now that the matter was settled, he joined Tang Qingxi and her group in returning to the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon their return, just before parting ways with Tang Qingxi's entourage, Qin Ming advised, "Should you encounter any further troubles within the academy, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." "Thank you, Senior, for your consideration," Tang Qingxi replied gratefully, though she held no expectations of Qin Ming's support, recognizing the kindness behind his words. Afterward, she led the group back to their courtyard. As evening approached and everyone had dined, they prepared to rest. However, Tang San and Zhu Qing were not in haste to engage in their studies. In the living room, Tang Qingxi playfully stroked the white cat in her arms, while Tang San, standing nearby, curiously inquired, "Sister Shi, why are you so determined to come to the Tiando Royal Academy?" Despite her fearless demeanor, Tang Qingxi understood that future troubles, like an avalanche, might arise. While she could handle them, they would still be a nuisance. "If they insist on driving us away, do you think I would simply leave without a protest?" Tang Qingxi teased the white cat, nearly receiving a scratch for her trouble, and casually replied, "If the avalanche dares to cause trouble, I'll teach them a lesson. But I shall refrain from being excessively harsh. They can no longer summon a titled Dolua to trouble us." Indeed, both Tang San and Zhu Qing nodded in agreement, vowing to remember today's humiliation. After Tang San and Zhu Qing each retired to their rooms, Tang Qingxi held the white cat, preparing to rest. However, just as she reached her door, she paused, swiftly stowing the white cat into her soul guide, her gaze sharpening as she peered out the window. "Tang Hao, there are watchers outside the courtyard." She turned and stepped out the door, standing with her hands clasped behind her back in the yard, glancing back at the dimming lights of the house. With determined strides, she exited the courtyard and ventured further away. Then, she called out, "No need for stealth. If there is something to discuss, let us speak openly." A chilling aura enveloped her, and a figure clad in green gradually emerged from the shadows. In the obscurity of the night, the features were indistinct, yet the cold, sinister gaze, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, was strikingly familiar to Tang Qingxi. It was none other than the previously encountered Dugubo, the Emerald-Scaled Dolua. Chapter 107, The Secret Signal, Acquiring Celestial Herbs. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Upon seeing Dugubo appear, Tang Qingxi exhibited no signs of astonishment, merely inquiring with calm composure. Her tranquility piqued Dugubo's interest. This girl was indeed remarkable. However, Dugubo seemed disinclined to engage in conversation, as he suddenly appeared directly before Tang Qingxi. Without any further actions, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and though a surge of power soon flooded her mind, restoring a measure of clarity, She feigned unconsciousness to observe Dugebo's true intentions. Should Dugebo harbor any malevolent designs on her life, Tang Hao, concealed in the shadows, would undoubtedly intervene. The blue-silver emperor remained within her soul guide, yet to be transplanted. Tang Hao did not rush to act. For Tang Xingxi had instructed him that unless faced with a life-and-death crisis, he must refrain from taking action in public and should not easily reveal his identity. His opponent was also a titled Dolua. Thus, engaging in combat here would undoubtedly alert the teaching committee of the Tiando Royal Academy and its numerous instructors, making it impossible for him to conceal his identity. As long as Dugebo had not resorted to lethal force and had merely rendered Tang Xingxi unconscious to take her away, Tang Hao chose to restrain his aura and silently followed in Dugebo's wake. Tang Xingxi could sense the swift movement of Dugebo, and only after a considerable time did he come to a halt. She immediately opened her eyes, only to find herself enveloped in darkness, with Dugebo's pair of eyes emanating a faint green glow, which appeared even more sinister. Tang Xingxi activated her purple extreme demon eye. After surveying her surroundings, she casually moved her body and then coolly sat opposite Dugebo. Speak, she said nonchalantly. What brings you to this wretched place? Is there something you cannot articulate properly? Dugebo regarded Tang Xingxi with intrigue, his voice raspy as he remarked, Aren't you afraid? Your composure hardly resembles that of a mere 14-year-old. What is there to fear? If you intend to kill me, there was no need to bring me all this way, Tang Xingxi retorted, confidence radiating from her. She was aware that Tang Hao was nearby and that she possessed a temporary means to resist the title Dolua, albeit usable only once. Fortunately, Tang Hao had been wise enough during their last encounter to prevent her from squandering that singular opportunity, should Dugebo wish to end her life. She and Tang Hao could easily vanquish him in a matter of strikes. Her trump card was a control-type soul skill, which, when combined with Tang Hao's formidable offensive prowess, would leave Dugebo with no chance of survival. Girl, is your name Tang Xingxi? Dugebo inquired, leaning against the stone wall behind him, his tone indifferent. Tang Xingxi nodded affirmatively. A flicker of green light danced in Dugebo's eyes as he spoke. I have heard from my granddaughter that you possess the ability to counteract her venom, even claiming that she herself has been poisoned. She has inherited my martial spirit. And among poison attribute soul masters, none surpass my prowess. Her skills in poison are formidable, so how dare you boast so audaciously? Firstly, there exists a titled Dolua within the Spirit Hall who can rival your abilities. Secondly, one does not necessarily require a poison attribute martial spirit to wield poison. Your skills are merely mediocre. Without a highly toxic martial spirit like the Emerald Lizard Serpent, what merit do you hold? Let us not be in denial. Your granddaughter's condition is relatively mild. I suspect the toxicity within you is far more severe. It is rather absurd for one who engages with poison to be afflicted by it themselves. To reach such a state is truly lamentable. Tang Xingxi spoke without the slightest pretense. She was indeed a master of poison, having even ventured into the field of medicine to further her expertise in toxicology, which enabled her to develop the skills necessary to heal Tang Hao. She could brazenly proclaim that in this vast continent, when it comes to the art of poison, few could rival her prowess. Individuals like Dugebo might possess a more comprehensive strength, yet they would still fall short in the realm of poisons compared to her. Allow me to speculate on the manifestations of your poison. Is it not the case that with each overcast day and rainfall, you experience a tingling sensation in your flanks that intensifies gradually? Furthermore, does it not flare up during the hours of noon and midnight, persisting for over an hour each time? And in the depths of the night, do you not endure a stabbing pain in your crown and soles, accompanied by full body spasms that last at least half an hour? Am I correct? You must have encountered some peculiar circumstances, such a venomous affliction penetrating to the very marrow. And with your soul force, it should be impossible to contain. Miraculously, you are still alive. What force has aided you in suppressing this toxicity? How do you know? Hearing these words sent a chill down Dugebo's spine, and unable to contain his astonishment, he blurted out instinctively. The description provided by Tang Xingxi was as vivid as if witnessed firsthand. This was also the greatest secret of Dugebo, one that even his closest granddaughter was unaware of. Yet, at this moment, Tang Xingxi so casually articulated it in such detail. How could he not be astonished? Instantly, a fierce glint of murder surged in Dugebo's eyes, and a chilling aura of death swept towards Tang Xingxi, emanating from him as if it were a tangible force. Should this information leak, he would find himself in grave trouble. It was imperative that no one learned of his circumstances. However, Tang Xingxi's dark jade plum blossom martial spirit suddenly manifested, and the crimson-hued domain was unleashed with full force. The dense aura of death, unyielding in its intensity, met Dugebo's own murderous energy head-on, stirring up a tempest within the cave. As the wind tousled Tang Xingxi's hair, Dugebo stood in astonishment, his posture straightening. The domain of the god of death. Even as a titled Dolua, the profound shock within Dugebo was undeniable. The stronger one is, the more acutely one understands the arduousness of attaining the domain of the god of death. That cursed place is one from which escape is nearly impossible. In this world, only two have emerged alive, and counting the individual before him, that number rises to 3. Moreover, considering Tang Xingxi's age, Dugebo's pupils quivered in disbelief. What manner of prodigy could achieve such a feat at such a tender age? What a remarkable little monster. As Dugebo spoke, he raised his hand, intent on seizing Tang Xingxi, his murderous intent intensifying. There was no longer anything to discuss, for one so young to possess the domain of the god of death. Tang Qingxi's background must be extraordinary. Having brought this individual here, he could not allow them to leave alive. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face grave repercussions, potentially endangering his own family. Tang Qingxi remained composed, her gaze steadily fixed on Dugyubo. Suddenly, Dugyubo's hand, which had reached halfway, withdrew abruptly. A tremendous sound reverberated between the two, causing the entire cavern to tremble and dislodge numerous fragments of rock. Dugyubo, filled with vigilance, revealed 9 soul rings around him. His eyes, now cold and slit like a serpent's, were intensely focused on a black hammer that had crashed between him and Tang Qingxi. Upon recognizing it, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. The Haotian hammer. Tang Hao's figure was shrouded in a dark robe as he slowly stepped into the cave, summoning the Haotian hammer back into the palm of his hand. "Are you a member of the Haotian sect?" Dugyubo inquired, glancing at Tang Hao before shifting his gaze to Tang Qingxi. How had he failed to notice that this girl bore the surname Tang? Yet, she had never revealed the Haotian hammer martial spirit, and it was unusual for a non-direct descendant to have a title Dolua as a guardian. Could it be that you possess a twin martial spirit? Chapter 108, Code Word, Receiving Celestial Herbs 2. Tang Qingxi gestured towards Tang Hao, who was clad in a black robe, and introduced him. "This is Haotian Dolua, Tang Hao." As for the matter concerning Dugyubo, Tang Qingxi could not be bothered to respond. Dugyubo, on the other hand, was taken aback. He recalled that Tang Hao had once single-handedly confronted the Spirit Hall, inflicting significant damage, even severely wounding the previous pope, a fact he was somewhat aware of. Since then, Tang Hao had vanished from the public eye, and he was surprised to find him appearing here now. As the two men stood in silent confrontation, Tang Qingxi quietly gathered some dry twigs and leaves at the cave entrance to kindle a fire. Afterward, she returned to her seat, tilting her head with a smile as she regarded Dugyubo. "Your Excellency, the Emerald Scale Dolua, are we able to converse amicably now? Or do you still believe your strength surpasses that of the former pope? Perhaps you think your physique is sturdier than the Haotian hammer?" Dugyubo's complexion darkened, and he regarded Tang Hao with a cold, vigilant demeanor. Noting that Dugyubo's aura showed no signs of abating, and that his 9 soul rings swirled restlessly around him, Tang Hao also revealed his own soul rings. The 9th ring, a blood-red hue, widened Dugyubo's eyes in shock. 100,000-year soul ring. Yield. When it comes to strength, you cannot hope to defeat him, and in terms of poison, you are powerless against me. Seeing Dugyubo still inclined to resist, Tang Qingxi chuckled. "You must also consider that you have a granddaughter." The mention of Dugyuyin indeed brought some calm to Dugyubo. He realized that he had no assurance of overcoming Tang Hao, and should he falter, the life and death stakes of this confrontation would inevitably jeopardize Dugyuyin. Dugyubo dispelled his martial spirit, and his soul rings vanished. With a resigned sigh, he took a seat opposite Tang Qingxi. "Very well. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow. "Was it not your Excellency who summoned me?" Dugyubo was momentarily taken aback, regretting his impulsive temperament. He initially intended to merely inquire how Tang Qingxi discerned the condition of Dugyuyin. Yet his customary arrogance led him to bring her along without hesitation. Consequently, he found himself in the presence of a formidable ancestor alongside the Haotian Dolua. However, the clarity with which Tang Qingxi articulated his condition suggested her considerable expertise in toxins. Dugyubo narrowed his eyes and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Since you can easily perceive my situation and possess remarkable toxic skills, do you have a method to antidote my poison?" "Indeed, there is a method," Tang Qingxi replied with a smile. She relished such individuals who sought her aid. Moreover, as a titled Dolua, Dugyubo was likely capable of offering a reward that would satisfy her. "However, can you present a reward worthy of my assistance? The poison within you has lingered for far too long, making its antidote a challenging endeavor, requiring exceptionally rare medicinal materials. Of course, your granddaughter's poison is easier to resolve. If you can provide me with a satisfactory reward, I shall also assist in curing her. The procurement of medicinal materials is manageable. This is my estate, where I cultivate numerous herbs. You may seek what you need, and I will endeavor to acquire anything that is lacking. If you can indeed rid both me and my granddaughter of our afflictions, I shall agree to assist you with 3 matters, 3 tasks that do not violate my principles. However, you must first prove that your proficiency in toxins surpasses mine. Otherwise, I cannot place my trust in you." Dugyubo maintained a lack of trust in Tang Qingxi, and the only reason for their current negotiation was the formidable presence of Tang Hao nearby. Could a mere 14-year-old child possibly match his decades of expertise in toxins? Dugyubo deemed it improbable. Had it not been for Tang Qingxi's precise description of the symptoms and his concern for his granddaughter's future, he would not have considered this venture. "Hey." Tang Qingxi casually retrieved a jade vial imbued with a chilling aura from her bracelet. "Here, take a look. But be cautious not to touch the liquid inside. Should you come into contact with it, combined with the poison in your body, it could indeed lead to immediate demise." Dugyubo accepted the jade vial she offered, curiously opening it to reveal a small amount of pitch-black liquid. Upon inhaling its scent, his expression changed dramatically, and he promptly sealed the vial. "Little girl, who concocted this poison?" The chill it instilled within him was a sensation that threatened his very life. Given his knowledge of toxins, he initially surmised it to be a highly potent poison, one that would take effect instantly. Considering his already toxic state, exposure to this new poison could indeed result in his abrupt demise. Naturally, it was I, she replied, but be careful with it. This is all that remains in my possession, and it is uncertain whether I can create a second vial in my lifetime, as the required materials are rare. Did you create this using the toxins found on the continent, without relying on spirit rings? The fact that it can instill a sense of danger in a title de law is remarkable, Dugu Bo marveled. Although he had conducted additional studies on toxins, he believed that facing an opponent of this caliber ultimately relied on one's innate strength, namely, their martial spirit. Is this sufficient proof? With that, Tang Qingxi stepped towards the cave entrance, revealing a dense forest outside, with them situated atop a 500-meter high hill. How will you prove that this is your concoction? I shall grant you a day to prepare various antidotes. After one day, I will administer 3 types of poison to you. If your antidotes can withstand my poisons, it will demonstrate your qualification to assist me with detoxification. Dugu Bo remained skeptical of Tang Qingxi's abilities. In response, Tang Qingxi let out a cold laugh. Dugu Bo, do you not realize who is seeking assistance here? It sounds as though I am the one begging to cure your poison. Were it not for your somewhat useful prowess, you would not even merit my consideration for this task. If you lack the wisdom to comprehend this, you and your granddaughter may as well await your demise. With that, Tang Qingxi turned to leave. How utterly ungrateful. Despite the nature of their transaction, she was ultimately endeavoring to save Dugu Bo and his granddaughter's lives, merely seeking Dugu Bo's assistance in return. Such unreasonable demands were unwarranted. She was weary of this situation, wishing to recruit a few title Doluos for her own purposes. But each one required her to treat them first. What afflictions plagued the title Doluos she encountered? With Tang Hao by her side, she held little regard for Dugu Bo. In terms of toxin manipulation, he might not even surpass her, and in raw strength, he was among the weakest of the title Doluos, yet his arrogance was palpable. Seeing Tang Qingxi resolutely walking away without a glance back, Tang Hao took the jade vial from Dugu Bo's hands and returned it to Tang Qingxi. Accompanying her as they departed, Dugu Bo, in sudden urgency, called out, "Wait." If Tang Qingxi were to rush to assist him in detoxification, it would indeed be difficult for Dugu Bo to place his trust in her, fearing that she might harbor ulterior motives. Yet, this sudden proposition brought him a sense of reassurance. Please help me and my granddaughter with the antidote. Chapter 109, The Code. Obtaining Celestial Herbs 3 updates. It was too late, prices had risen. Now, in addition to helping me with the detoxification, there was another condition. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxi turned her head, arms crossed, wearing an expression that clearly indicated she had Dugu Bo at her mercy. Her mind was remarkably clear. It was evident that Dugu Bo was the one seeking her assistance. In this realm, there were but a handful of individuals capable of solving this poison. And among this select few, who would be willing to aid Dugu Bo? With gritted teeth, Dugu Bo thought, how could she raise the stakes like this? Yet, what choice did he have? This poison had tormented him long enough, and due to its severity, his strength had stagnated for years. He remained uncertain about when his granddaughter's condition might take a turn for the worse, since Tang Qingxi had articulated his granddaughter's plight with such precision. Dugu Bo's thoughts were primarily filled with the words relayed by Duguian. She had stated that his granddaughter could not survive much longer under these circumstances. Dugu Bo could scarcely afford to delay further. Having missed the opportunity with Tang Qingxi, where else could he find someone to aid his granddaughter in detoxification? Take me to your medicinal garden. I wish to see what useful herbs you possess. With the deal struck, Tang Qingxi spoke directly. Very well, follow me, Dugu Bo nodded. Leading the way out of the cave, he ascended the mountain path with an ease that belied the labor of the climb, appearing to move slowly, yet covering considerable distance with each step. Tang Qingxi activated her lightness skill and followed suit, while Tang Hao gradually faded into the shadows. Soon, under the guidance of Dugu Bo, Tang Qingxi arrived at the summit, where she could fully comprehend the terrain before her. Before her lay an inverted conical depression. The summit was the edge of this hollow, from which dense steam rose, thick and humid, carrying the scent of sulfur. A hot spring? Tang Qingxi raised an eyebrow, noting Dugu Bo's discerning choice of location. However, she sensed something amiss. It felt as if there was more than just the heat. A faint chill intertwined with the warmth, creating a perplexing juxtaposition of sensations. Dugu Bo glanced at Tang Qingxi and remarked, "Not bad." He then gracefully leaped off the edge of the abyss, where the darkness obscured the depths. In an instant, his figure vanished into the water mist, shrouded by the dense fog of the night and the steepness of the cliff. Tang Qingxi gazed calmly into the abyss before her, a flicker of derision crossing her eyes. Even in such dire circumstances, one still indulged in these petty schemes. When Dugu Bo fell into the mountain, he felt a twinge of pride. That young girl was indeed quite arrogant, yet ultimately her strength was limited. It seemed she would require the assistance of the Haotian Dolois to navigate this predicament. Dugu Bo found himself intrigued by Tang Qingxi, despite her tender years. She exuded a maturity far beyond her peers, possessing an air of strategic acumen that was distinctly remarkable. Tang Qingxi's willingness to assist in detoxifying him was undoubtedly largely influenced by her own formidable strength, which piqued Dugu Bo's curiosity regarding her ulterior motives. As he pondered this, He beheld a figure gracefully and effortlessly traversing the rocky cliffside, ultimately alighting with poise upon a tree beside him, her eyes shimmering with a violet hue. Dugebo's gaze deepened. Indeed, this young woman's prowess surpassed his expectations. Tang Xingxi did not cast her gaze upon Dugebo, but rather directed her attention to the valley before her, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. The hot spring, indeed, felt rather peculiar as she had sensed. Although modest in size, it was divided into two distinct sections, with the waters displaying hues of milky white and crimson. Despite being within the same pool, the waters remained clearly delineated, neither encroaching upon the other. At the confluence of these two colors, steam billowed upwards, continuously rising. This was precisely why Tang Xingxi's perception of the warmth was markedly pronounced. The scene was nothing short of magnificent, and a smile gradually graced her countenance as she beheld it. Engaging in this collaboration to detoxify Dugebo was undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. Legends spoke of 3 great treasure troves in the world, referring to 3 unique natural environments, renowned for their ethereal beauty and the gathering of celestial energies. In such environments, ordinary flora struggled to thrive, yet they could yield numerous precious herbs and significantly accelerate the growth of rare plants, often by several tens of times. What Tang Xingxi beheld at that moment was one of these treasure troves, the Eye of Ice and Fire. She felt an unexpected astonishment that such a phenomenon could exist in this world. No wonder you have survived until now. This place offers you considerable benefits, aiding in the suppression of the toxins within you, Tang Xingxi remarked. The Eye of Ice and Fire, a uniquely blessed spring, featured a duality that was both scorching and frigid. Ordinary individuals could not endure the proximity of such extreme elemental energies. The human body typically faltered under their onslaught. However, for someone like Dugebo, who bore potent toxins, the Eye of Ice and Fire presented tremendous advantages, effectively counteracting the poison. Is that so? Indeed. Remaining here does bring me a great sense of comfort. Yet I cannot withstand this extreme heat and cold for too long, Dugebo replied, unaware of the intricacies of the Eye of Ice and Fire, but recognizing that his current state of well-being was greatly enhanced, and the area was suitable for cultivating medicinal herbs. I cultivate all my herbs here. Take a look to see if you require anything, he continued. Very well, Tang Xingxi replied, choosing not to elaborate further. After I detoxify you, the first matter of business will be that this place belongs to me. Having encountered the Eye of Ice and Fire, she could not let this opportunity slip away. To her, its value transcended merely nurturing precious herbs. It was an ideal locale for her internal cultivation. As her mastery of the 9-ing manual reached this level, it no longer relied solely on cold energy. It also required extreme heat to temper its icy properties. Furthermore, this environment was indeed conducive for cultivating the Blue Silver Emperor, a once highly skilled herb, now imbued with intelligence, was regarded among the finest treasures. The Eye of Ice and Fire would undoubtedly enhance its growth rate significantly. After a moment of contemplation, Dugebo nodded. If this can alleviate my toxins, then it is yours. While the ability to cultivate herbs in the Eye of Ice and Fire intrigued him, it was not of paramount importance given his current capabilities. It was merely a matter of personal interest. As for the suppression of his toxins, once detoxified, it would no longer be necessary. Very well, Tang Xingxi said, producing a sheet of paper and writing a list, which she handed to Dugebo. Prepare everything on this list, and then come find me at the Tiando Royal Academy. I must return home tonight to arrange subsequent matters, and then I shall devote myself entirely to your detoxification. Tang Xingxi did not linger for long. She was unexpectedly brought by Dugebo. Tomorrow morning, when Tang San and the others find her missing, they will surely create quite a stir. Chapter 110, The Secret Code, Leading the Celestial Herbs Soon. Tang Xingxi was escorted back to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do by Tang Hao. Before entering the courtyard, she cast another glance at him. Your injuries have not yet fully healed. Dugebo's domain is quite commendable, with ample medicinal resources. We shall ensure your complete recovery then. Very well, Tang Hao nodded, and then turned to step into the enveloping darkness. Tang Xingxi had instructed Dugebo to procure only the most fundamental items, and it was anticipated that they would soon be ready. The following day, Tang Xingxi summoned Tang San and Zhu Qing to inform them of her imminent retreat for further cultivation. She also took the opportunity to visit Qin Ming, outlining her plans for Tang San and the others' training regimen. Most of them were capable of training independently according to her directives. However, initially, it was necessary for Qin Ming to escort Tang San and the others to their respective suitable training locations. With the imperial edict from the Snow Knight Emperor, the entire Tiando Royal Academy placed considerable emphasis on their endeavors, and early in the morning, breakfast, and the Academy's standard uniforms were delivered. As everyone donned their uniforms and was taken away by Qin Ming, Tang Xingxi patiently awaited in the courtyard. Indeed, in the afternoon, Dugebo arrived. I have procured everything you requested. Will you begin the detoxification today? There is no rush, she replied. I must first prepare the medicinal concoction. Take me to your herb garden, and I will need to conduct an examination. Tang Xingxi rose, regarding Dugebo with a questioning gaze. Do you still require my assistance to lead you there? Tang Xingxi cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, this is much faster. What about Hao Yin Dolua? Dugebo was rendered speechless. Tang Xingxi shook her head. stating that he could not make an appearance in public. To this, Dugyubo could only sigh, leading Tang Qingxi into the forested area of the Tiando Royal Academy. Afterward, they ventured forth together. Upon arriving near the Eye of Ice and Fire once more, Tang Qingxi estimated the distance and pointed to a spot, calling out, "Tang Hao, build a wooden house for me over there. I intend to stay here for a while." Upon hearing her words, Tang Hao appeared, silently beginning to chop down trees in the vicinity to construct the wooden house for Tang Qingxi. Observing this, Dugyubo furrowed his brow in concern. Something felt amiss. He had initially thought that Tang Qingxi was merely Tang Hao's dependent, which explained the latter's protected demeanor. However, now it seemed that Tang Qingxi was issuing orders to Tang Hao with a sense of authority. Tang Hao is indeed a direct descendant of the Haotian sect, possessing the formidable strength of a title de law. It seems implausible for him to take orders from a junior, leaving Dugyubo somewhat perplexed. Tang Qingxi paid no heed to his confusion and walked directly to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon noticing this, Dugyubo quickly exclaimed, "Do not approach that place. With your strength, you will not be able to withstand it." Tang Qingxi paid no heed to him, instead channeling her internal energy to shield herself from the extreme cold and heat surrounding her. Her gaze wandered among the myriad rare and exquisite plants encircling the Eye of Ice and Fire, each one a treasure in its own right, leaving even someone of Tang Qingxi's discernment in awe. Moreover, the vegetation appeared remarkably intact. It seemed that Dugyubo had not fully availed himself of the celestial materials and earthly treasures this land offered. This fortuitously benefited her. Tang Qingxi's gaze settled upon a large flower of delicate pink hue, flourishing at the confluence of red and white springs along the bank. It emanated a subtle, ethereal fragrance. This flower, devoid of leaves, boasted a stem extending 3 feet in length, and each petal appeared as if crafted from crystal, resplendently translucent. Tang Qingxi took a few steps closer, the delicate fragrance of the flowers enveloping her senses. The pale purple stamen resembled exquisite gems, and as she approached, the surroundings transformed into a sea of pink. This flower emanated a luminous aura, approximately 10 meters in diameter. A faint smile graced her lips, for she recognized this extraordinary bloom, one that transcended the mere labels of earthly treasures, deserving instead the title of a celestial marvel. Ethereal fragrance of the enchanted blossom. In his previous life, Tang Qingxi had encountered the fragrant and exquisite Qilua, yet he had never beheld one of celestial quality. The celestial Qilua, a nemesis to all poisons, does not directly neutralize toxins. Instead, it creates a protective barrier, rendering all poisons ineffective within its luminous sphere. It is indeed a remarkable treasure. As he continued to survey his surroundings, Tang Qingxi was able to discern at least 8 or 9 varieties of celestial medicinal herbs, not to mention the myriad other rare and precious materials. Tang Qingxi ventured outward once more, circling around to gather a selection of herbs suitable for both Dugyubo and Tang Hao. While Tang Qingxi busied herself with the herbs, Dugyubo, feeling rather bored, took the opportunity to assist Tang Hao in constructing a wooden cabin. "Dugyubo, come here. I have a diagnosis for you," Tang Qingxi called out. Dugyubo paused for a moment, then reluctantly approached her. If it were not for the fact that Tang Qingxi was the one administering his antidote, he would have long since silenced her with a swift strike for her tone. He extended his hand, revealing his wrist. Tang Qingxi produced a handkerchief, placing it delicately around his wrist before proceeding to take his pulse. As she examined Dugyubo's condition, a slight frown creased her brow. "What's wrong? Are you truly capable of resolving this?" Noticing Tang Qingxi's troubled expression, Dugyubo felt a pang of unease. "I am," Tang Qingxi replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at him before retrieving a silver needle and inserting it into his arm, her fingertips gently manipulating it. Dugyubo could not comprehend her technique nor discern what she had observed. All he could see was the needle transforming from a gleaming silver to an inky black. Tang Qingxi withdrew a silver needle and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "The poison coursing through your veins need not be entirely purged. It is intrinsically linked to your martial soul. Moreover, your body has developed a degree of tolerance to the toxin. If I were to eradicate it completely, you would be rendered incapacitated. You possess soul bones, do you not? I will neutralize a portion of the toxicity while allowing the majority to be absorbed into your soul bones. Additionally, I shall tend to your body, facilitating a swift recovery from the prolonged affliction of the poison. Once the treatment is complete, your strength should experience a significant enhancement, and you will no longer suffer from the backlash of the toxins." Listening to Tang Qingxi's words, Dugyubo found no fault in her reasoning but awaited her subsequent actions. "Very well. Proceed as you wish. I shall prepare the medicinal concoctions," Tang Qingxi said, dismissing Dugyubo with a wave of her hand. Dugyubo felt a sense of frustration at her tone but ultimately resigned himself to assisting Tang Hao in constructing the wooden shelter. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxi set up an alchemical furnace near the partially constructed shelter and commenced her potion making. "Is Tang Qingxi one of the younger members of your Haotian sect?" Dugyubo inquired, noticing that Tang Hao had been unusually silent during the construction, lacking the previous cold demeanor. However, Tang Hao remained taciturn, focused solely on his work. After a while, he abruptly halted his task and turned to face Tang Qingxi. Observing his sudden reaction, Dugyubo's curiosity was piqued. and he turned to see Tang Qingxi planting something near the Eye of Ice and Fire. Dugu Bo's expression shifted to one of curiosity as he remarked, "What purpose do you have for planting a blue silvergrass here? I do as I please. It is of no concern to you. This place will eventually belong to me, so planting a small sprout is hardly excessive," Tang Qingxi retorted. Upon witnessing the Eye of Ice and Fire, she had already contemplated the idea of cultivating the Blue Silver Emperor in this location. The extraordinary properties of the Eye of Ice and Fire could exponentially accelerate the growth of the Blue Silver Emperor. However, the question remained, would the blue silvergrass thrive here? Dugu Bo furrowed his brow, noting the absence of ordinary flora in proximity to the spring. "Just watch," Tang Qingxi replied confidently. Once she completed the planting, the Blue Silver Emperor seemed to sense the enhancement offered by the location and promptly began to take root. Almost instantly, it was visibly evident that the Blue Silver Emperor started to flourish at an astonishing pace. Tang Hao's figure shifted, and in the blink of an eye, he stood beside the Blue Silver Emperor, his expression transforming from one of indifference to one of delight as he beheld the rapidly growing plant. Dugu Bo, observing from the side, wore an expression of perplexity. After all, it was merely the planting of a blue silvergrass. What was there for Tang Hao to be so joyous about? Why was this blue silvergrass capable of thriving? He pondered, having cultivated numerous medicinal herbs in this vicinity himself, yet never close to the spring water, as they could not possibly survive. Dugu Bo remained filled with questions. Ordinary plants found it exceedingly difficult to flourish here, even when planting according to the characteristics of the herbs. They typically could not endure the extreme cold and heat of the spring water. However, the blue silvergrass, as a neutral plant, could indeed grow at the convergence of the icy and fiery springs, at the most balanced point. Tang Qingxi cleverly deceived Dugu Bo, stating that her method was indeed correct. Yet ordinary blue silvergrass could not survive. After all, this was the Blue Silver Emperor. Was it so? Dugu Bo scrutinized the rapidly growing Blue Silver Emperor, soon dismissing his concerns. Not to mention that once Tang Qingxi had detoxified herself, this place would cease to belong to him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find the so-called balance. He wondered how that girl had managed it. They proceeded to the wooden cabin. Observing the Blue Silver Emperor thriving, with the delicate grass blade swaying as if in high spirits, Tang Qingxi began to usher people away, particularly Tang Hao, explaining that they were too close to the spring. Even he could not linger here. When it came time for his treatment, she would ensure he had the ability to remain nearby. But for now, it was imperative to keep a distance. Thus, under Tang Qingxi's persistent urging, Tang Hao could only retreat reluctantly, glancing back multiple times at the Eye of Ice and Fire, as well as the Blue Silver Emperor. Yet, buoyed by Tang Qingxi's words, he felt a renewed vigor. Tang Qingxi would remain in this area for a considerable period, allowing her to accompany the Blue Silver Emperor and witness its rapid growth. At this moment, Dugu Bo found himself perplexed. Both he and Tang Hao were unable to linger near the spring for long. Yet Tang Qingxi had managed to stay there for quite some time without incident. The abilities of this young girl truly exceeded his expectations. Observing the Blue Silver Emperor's stable growth and successful rooting, Tang Qingxi decided to leave it be. She then commenced gathering medicinal herbs in the vicinity, preparing to begin the treatment for Dugu Bo 9-grade purple ginseng. Tang Qingxi paused beside a delicate purple herb, its cap resembling a lid, revealing itself to be a Ganoderma lucidum. The entire fungus was a vibrant purple, its stem akin to emerald, and it bore 9 leaves. She carefully extracted the 9th-grade purple